Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another night shift number 48. I cannot believe it's almost been a full year. I'm Jason Kaplan, joined by Dan, who's looking finally more human, I will say. How you doing? And first of all, where are you right now?
I'm good, man. I look orange. I'm so orange.
You've been eating your
I'm
carrots,
in Copenhagen right now because I'm doing the Blast Bounty Counter-Strike. I'm also here for Deadlock. You guys can't get rid of me.
No, we were never even trying to. You know, we're just happy you can make time out of your schedule to be with us here today because it is a crazy day. EU, maybe not so much, but North America, there's going to be a ton to talk about when we do get to that because there has been roster shakeups, roster breaks, some teams falling apart that you never would have expected, but that's all to come in the second half of the show. Before we can get even to talking about what's coming up today, we got to bring to your attention what the format is. If you guys haven't joined us, well, I mean, I wonder where you've been almost this last whole year because we've been doing this for almost at that point, almost at that milestone. As we can see in our qualifier match, Dan, Leviathan losing out 0-2 up against Silence here in that best of three, sorry, 2-1. I was about to say, I thought it was 2-1 against them in that best of three, meaning Silence moves on ahead to play against Abrahams here in our challenger match.
Craziness, crazy. You know, and it's not even the craziest part of today. Obviously, for those of you that are going to be around for the North America stuff later, my God, I'm sure actually a lot of you who are in touch with the community understand just the nuclear bombs that have been dropped over in the North American roster mania situation. So that's going to be interesting. But yeah, really cool to see that. I mean, Leviathan definitely a solid team. It's cool though, you know, that it was a best of three as well. So you know, you're not going to be beating Leviathan in the best of three if you aren't solid, Jason.
Yeah, and it seems like this new Leviathan, with obviously like Demov coming to the team, Sai coming back into the team, it just hasn't really found its way through yet. I'm not sure what they need to do to fix to really become one of the top contenders once again here, but they have been struggling. But hopefully they stick together, you know, stick it out. Don't just give up because things aren't working out for you for the last 2, 3, maybe 4 weeks of time and see what they can come up with. But speaking of coming up with, man, Silence, they have a difficult match against Abrahams, who have been able to push Buff and Joris to a full best of 3 2 weeks in a row before we get into our North American portion with Bird Clock. And I'm happy to see the Melee Creeps name still sticking around here, though, Dan.
Yeah, we've got to have some continuity. With all the roster craziness, we do tend to see some of the rebranding here and there. But Melee Creeps, definitely, I think, a household name. I think it's one that people will always remember for the North American scene. And to be honest, Bird Clock could, also become that as well. They've been somewhat of a staple, although they're a little bit newer than the Melee Creeps.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's many teams that go out older than Melee Creeps that are the senior of them, as they're definitely one of the OGs when it comes to North America. But let's move on here. Let's talk about how we make these shows happen. And how we make that happen, it's because of you guys at home supporting us, whether it's just watching the stream, whether it's donating to the prize pool, it's gifting subs, or even supporting us over on Patreon, so we can keep these shows going every week in and week out. We once again want to thank every single supporter out there, especially our top guard here, our board members at $250, our executives. Honestly, I'm just gonna give a shout out to everyone. It doesn't matter what rank you are on this one. If you're just here supporting us, that makes us extremely happy and really reinforces that what we're doing is good and the community's enjoying it. But Dan, like always, you got to pick out a name here. I know you're on a laptop. I'm hoping you can see one of these names because they are getting quite small now with the amount of supporters we have.
All right. I don't know why, but my eyes were drawn to the assorted fruit in the night shift resident category. Assorted fruit. It's good to have more than one type of fruit, Jason, because you're multiplying your health. So I like that.
And I know for a fact over at the Blast Studios, you definitely have quite the assortment of fruit and food overall. I'm going to give a shout out here because I love alliteration to Fire Failure. Ooh. Don't know why the fire's failing. Maybe that's a good thing. You don't want to have your apartment or house burned down. So yeah, big shout out to you and big shout out to anyone who is just here watching. Again, you don't have to be a supporter. We do appreciate if you are, but just being here every week definitely makes us all happy in our chests. But there's one more thing to announce coming your way. Now, you might have noticed over the last few weeks, the graveyard shift has kind of disappeared, but there's a reason for that. I'm going to bring in ZP here to explain why.
Yeah, that's right. We've reworked the graveyard shift. It's now going to be every Thursday at the same start time as night shift on most weeks. And we're going to have a new permanent host there. Lightbringer will be joining us every week. And we're going to be going over the competitive scene, stories in the scene, and curating a competitive tier list. And on top of that, anyone that's a patron and active in our Discord, we have a Q&A thread where you can drop your questions. We'll also be answering those every week for anything you may want to know about the competitive scene. But yeah, it's going to be a usual thing. It'll be a minimum probably like 2 people from night shift plus Lightbringer. And into week 2, we'll also be getting guests from around the community, not always necessarily just competitive players either, but other people that may bring interesting perspectives. So we've been working on this for a while. We're happy to get it off the ground, and the first episode of it is going to be tomorrow at the same exact time.
Okay, I do have one question though for you, ZP, before you go.
Yes.
Because Jake's not here, our CFO. Do we have the budget to get Lightbringer some proper lighting in his room, or is he always going to be on the show with his lights off? That's my question.
Okay, so the funny part about that is Lightbringer was asking about recommendations for equipment to me just recently, as we just paid out a bunch of things, including Night Shift Open to Buff Enjoyers. So it's very possible that he's going to be using some of the prize money to go forward and actually bring the light in his setup, or maybe he's going to be in the dark. I don't know. It may be his brand at this point.
It depends if he wants to be Lightbringer or Darkbringer that day, I guess. But make sure you guys check it out tomorrow at the exact same time and see what's all going to be kicking off. I believe it's going to be you, Jake, and Lightbringer tomorrow, correct?
Correct. That's going to be our opening show. And then the week after, it'll be me, Lightbringer, and to be determined because Jake is going to be off in Paris. So, yeah, we're going to be missing quite a few people next week. But hey, we got surprises there, too.
Okay, well, thank you so much, ZP. I'm excited to see what's going to be happening tomorrow. Make sure you guys actually go check out the public Discord if you're a Patreon supporter and get your questions in so they can be filtered to be asked towards the entire panel that will be on the show tomorrow. The new graveyard shift. Excited to see where it goes. I love the initial iteration of it, Dan, how we just have this like after show, little chat, have some drinks, obviously non-alcoholic, or I guess there was maybe some alcoholic ones, and just chat away about Deadlock, the game that we love and we love to talk about. But moving on forward, we do have our EU portion of the broadcast to kick off here. So we're going to take a look at Abraham's roster. You guys can pretty much guess who's on the team with your eyes closed because you've been watching them for every single week. Except maybe one slight change I did forget about here. Shark is being brought into the team. I'm not sure if he's actually a permanent 6 or still a stand-in, but he did have a really good performance last week, Dan.
Yeah, he did. I think that's the thing that's really cool about it is it was a promising performance, and Sharik's no stranger to this level of play. So I'm excited for Sharik's continued adaptation, or maybe the adaptation of the team around Sherry, because he's now going to be a staple again in Abraham's, and I think it looked pretty good. And I think we could see with Buff Enjoys, it took 2 or 3 weeks before the addition of Zergi coming in, before they really started to kind of get that flow together, get that synergy really rolling in, and get the results to follow as well. So really, really fun team to watch, and they're always a danger. And I mean, we're gonna have Abrahams and Buff Enjoys until our dying days, Jason.
Yeah, well, I honestly don't necessarily hate that, but I am waiting for the day, maybe like open beta when that comes around, that we do have this team come out of nowhere and just show them the business and show them that there's a new top dog here in EU and potentially in the world. And I think that's what everyone's kind of waiting for right now, Dan, is when we do get this influx of players, what kind of team's going to come around? Can the top dogs stay the top dogs? I mean, going back to, at least for me, thinking of Overwatch in the early days, ZP was there as well, Uber, Jake. The top guards did change quite consistently over the first few years. If you were, one of the best players in like the first year, there was no guarantee you're going to remain the same, and hardly any players did so. So I'm excited to see what's going to happen, but also excited to see how potentially TAS is going to be playing. Getting to see him flex out to a couple of different heroes last week. Remember, we did also have a Dynamo being played in that best 3 up against Buff Enjoyers. So Abraham's shown us they have a lot to show us, still a lot of tricks up their sleeve, but it's going to be tough. And a best of 1 up against their opponents of Silence. We've seen them before here on the night shift. They didn't have the best performance up against Abraham's. We'll take a look at their roster, because they did, I think, like lose really quickly. I think they were down like 10K sub 10 minutes in. But, seeing Balaclava come on in, Mayonnaise is what I want to call him, because I think that name is just chef's kiss. Of course, OC's Captain Rake and Wiki. But we're also going to be seeing OC's later today, Dan.
Yeah. He's is he standing in with melee creeps?
He is. I think he's trying out for them, technically.
That's really crazy. I mean, Dimov did that before. I don't know how that works in terms of time zones, latency, especially with his role as well. Being an M1 specialist. I know he's shooting creeps half of the time, but they don't move very much. But the other half of the time he's got to kill everybody else. So I'm quite curious how that's gonna look later, and that's something you guys have to look forward to in the NA portion of the show.
I mean, Tanner's done it, but he plays from the UK. Dimov's done it, but he's played from Bulgaria. It's going to be tough to see what OCs can bring to the table. But I'm also going to keep my eyes, I think, mostly on Rayek. I think he's definitely one of the standout players. I'm thinking back in the earlier days of Night Shift when he was subbing in for a team. I think it was Leviathan. He actually was able to push extremely hard and get the best of 3 finals against Abraham's extremely close. But he's also been playing some weird things. In the best of 3 against Leviathan, he was playing Greytown, playing Holiday, playing Bebop. So definitely an assortment of different heroes to be seen for them. I mean, Wiki is playing Shiv, which we didn't see last week at all over the EU portion of the show, Dan, but also some Billy on this as well. But I'm curious, man, can this team match up against Abraham's? Because it's going to be tough. Like, Abraham's are solidly the second best team in EU, and they don't make often any mistakes.
Yeah, and are you going with Mayonnaise, did you say?
It just rolls off the tongue.
Mayonnaise. You've been in Italy for too long, mate. I mean, it's clearly mayonnaise.
Yeah. Is that actually how mayonnaise is spelt, though? I don't think it is.
I guess. I
don't know. To be fair, I don't know how you actually spell it, but
I just feel like you're making it a little bit complicated.
Yeah, except there's an A in mayonnaise. That's why I'm going mayonnaise. I like it. I can be convinced.
I'm down to commit. I'll commit.
I don't think they're Italian though, so I have to say that.
Yeah.
But we do have, I believe, a one-on-one coming up soon here. A little Mo 1v1 that we do. Now, I think in the previous weeks, Dan, I brought up the idea of having a Mo and Krill Rockin' Sock'em Bop. No, is it that one? I always get the name incorrect, where it's just like these 2 robots, and you have like 2 buttons, one to punch, yes, and the other one's to punch the other hand, and you knock the head off. Except in our iteration, we knock the Krill off. I want to see that get made eventually. If we ever do a Night Shift LAN, I want to see that being done to actually decide who gets first pick and first ban in this one. But we're going to be kicking things off here. It looks like Together's going to be stepping in. Saint, he's not been living up to his hype, man. His Mo and Krill has fallen off. He has fallen quite a few times in last week, so they're putting in Together to give him the business.
We need to make our own version of the Mortal Kombat music that won't get us copyright struck, because that would be so sick for this, battle on the rooftop. It's something like that, because we just have the jazz playing. I feel like we could step it up there. And
but we can't use like finish him. We got to use like melee him or something. I don't know. I'm not very creative. He's on the spot. I'm not. Oh, what a parry. Mayonnaise closes it out for all of the motherland of Italy. No, I don't actually know for guarantee where he's from. So they get the choice, a first pick or second pick. And we've discussed, I think, quite a lot last week, Dan, the importance of potentially first or second pick, because we've seen Billy being very highly prioritized as the number one pick in this last week alone.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it depends on the teams a little bit, but there's so much kind of S tier picks at the moment, but there's some key ones that really seem to create problems. Like, for example, you don't want to allow Cosmetical to get onto a Pocket. Like, Pocket's like very much still a first round ban for many teams. Doorman as well. I think we saw some really ridiculous stuff from Doorman, still terrorizing people. And there you go. Doorman's going to get cop the first ban.
I mean, thinking back to the Buff and Joy's Abraham match, when we did have Doorman being played, I think it was Abraham's on the defensive, and they literally once that door was down, they literally stayed away from the entire zone to not get carded in back to their death. So, a lot of respect being given to Doorman, as he will be banned out. Even Mirage still being heavily banned out as a first priority here, but it leaves things open, like Billy, for instance. And also Pocket is open. Does Sans have a Pocket player? I mean, that's going to be definitely a question.
And that's what I think that's the crazy thing about the meta right now, is that I think in many editions in the past, you don't have the situation where you have like something that's first ban material being pickable for both teams. Like, a Billy, like you said, that has a pretty good argument to get first banned, because we've got so many other really strong heroes at the moment. And Holiday's an interesting one. I feel like Holiday's being not undervalued necessarily, but there's just so much stuff that's good that I feel like Holiday goes under the radar a little bit more. And Paradox has made a bit of a resurgence in terms of the pick as well. So I'm curious kind of how that's going to fall in the first three for either side.
Yeah, and I think that's what's going to be really cool when we get into like 50, 60 different heroes in the game, is that you will have teams leaning towards certain picks in particular versus other teams. It creates an identity, a personality about the team that's really cool to watch, and how teams work about countering that in particular. I was gonna do like a CS relation to there, but honestly, I'm so far out of the loop when it comes to CS that I couldn't do a proper one. It was like, how do you counter when Donk's in the game? What do you do to counter him? Well, you don't, as I think people have learned.
Pretty much.
But Infernus comes in for Abraham's, responded to with the shivs. The first time a night shift since the recent shift changes, at least in EU. I didn't fully catch any games last week of shiv being played.
And there's that Holiday. And it's actually interesting, because one thing I was going to mention that we saw, I think, I want to say from Buff and Joy's and Abraham's, is that both of those teams are deprioritizing the front line in the first half of the draft, which was a difference that kind of surprised us. And Drifter is something that we saw, I think, both for Buff and Joy's and for Abraham's get a really high priority too. So very interesting to see that. That's going to continue here as well.
Yeah, I won't be surprised to see it be on TAS again. And I also like this iteration of Abraham's where TAS is no longer locked to just these pick heroes. I like seeing him actually play a little bit of frontline, a little bit of damage, because his Drifter last week was pretty damn good. In the Challenger match, he was almost single-handedly carrying the game. Thinking back to them just dominating their lane that they had. I can't remember. It was Drifter +1 in a lane. I can't remember off the top of my head. And they completely snowballed that lane. So we'll see if that happens
Silver,
again.
I think
here.
It was Silver.
Yeah, Drifter Silver. Yep.
Yeah, and then together it was just like it had like an 8-0 start or something insane. It's interesting to see the Apollo get banned there. Something else that we saw that was very powerful was that combination of both Apollo and Yamato. So you have like these really incredible spirit burst heroes that can pursue you and chase you down like crazy. And I think when combined with like Abrams as well, it was really nasty as a hit squad. But not going to be likely seeing that. We get the Geist, which has risen in popularity a lot as well, Jason, I think, and has actually had better results after, I think, a bit of a
downfall.
A string of downfall. I can't quite find the phrase.
Ever since Puckett started hating on her, she just was losing all the time. But now she's starting to win again. But I think the interesting thing looking at Silence, though, where's OC's hero? I'm used to seeing like Leviathan with OCs, and they would pick him a hero in like top 3 to guarantee to get him on a strong character that the team knows he can carry with. And it looks like he's going to be going as a last pick for the team. I'm actually going to just double check the qualifiers. And OC's played Geist, Infernus. So it looks like he will be playing probably last pick, which is, it's so odd because it's like you have LeBron on the team and you just don't pass to him.
Yeah, I think there might be some method to the madness there because, again, if it's something like a Wraith, I could see how that could make a lot of sense, just because you've got this... they were prioritizing the front line. They wanted to like nab Holiday as well. Viscous is definitely more in contention. Wraith isn't really in contention all that much, and they're just allowing Geist and Infernus to go for Abrahams first, but they're going to go for Lash instead. So yeah, maybe a bit of a new look OCs then. Because there's no natural N1 here unless we're going to roll back the years and it's going to be an Ivy gun carry, but that's kind of terrible. So
yeah, I think that's going to be a Balaclava on the Ivy, but I wouldn't be surprised to see OCs on the Lash just because last week Sonya was playing a gun Lash.
Yeah, the gun Lash, yeah.
I think it technically could fit in towards something that favors OCs, like obviously high mobility. But the thing is, you're obviously way different in terms of being a playmaker. You don't have you're playing in the front line, and as we've heard from his departure from Leviathan, he really depended on Sai at the time to give him calls and tell him where he can go and where's safe. So this would be a complete 180 in the style that he would play in the past. But yeah, take a look at the rosters here: Abrahams, Drifter, Yamato, Calico. That is some beefy dive and extremely high damage dive coming your way. And I luckily there's a Viscous on the other side. There's an Ivy who can stone form. It's not necessarily easy targets to kill, but if they get started early, man, Abrahams with those three alone could just carry the game.
I honestly liking Abraham's roster a little bit more than Silence. I don't know if you're with me there. It's not. I mean, Silence has a lot of good picks, but I do think the lethal threat from Abraham's and the counters that they have are kind of nice. You know, I think for example, I do think the utility of Drifter's ult is really, really powerful to kind of counter a lot of different things. You know, Lash's ult being one of those, Viscous cubes. You know, Holiday's trying to get in there and catch a lasso. Like there's so many things that it kind of it serves to disrupt and make more difficult. And in terms of the lineup that they have, the dive lineup, I think that also benefits a lot from being able to just blind everybody. So yeah, really liking that. And also Pocket can get into like better positions, better afflictions. It's actually kind of strong.
And I think the Drifter ultimate just kind of gets amplified by the style Abrahams likes to play, because they're going to be in your jungle. They're going to be in your face, and they're going to try to blind you the best they can to make it so reinforcements can't really come in there to help out. And we are going to be right. Actually, we'll be OCs, in fact, on the Lash. We see Wiki over on the Billy. Balaclava actually going to be on the Viscous, according to our lovely graphic here at the bottom. Sonya going to be on Pocket, and Arzo over on Geist. I would imagine it's going to be together on Yamato, Tass on Drifter. I think the Infernus is the interesting one, because I thought that would be Sonya or Arzo, but I'm assuming it's going to be Shark actually, and then Saint on Calico. I don't know. There is no true support player for Abrahams here.
Yeah.
Hero.
I mean, that's what's going to make this very fun, though, because I mean, the level of disruption is going to be painful. Calico running around, Yamato as well. I mean, it's just kind of like you said, it's a very divey comp, and it's going to be very, very difficult, I think, to manage. If Abrahams get a lead early in the early lane phase, and a lot of teams do prioritize trying to ensure that their draft can perform in the early laning phase. So they can win that, they can take the initiative, they can start applying that pressure into the jungle and start also rolling the other lanes. That's the kind of spot where Abrahams will get very dangerous in that mid game, where the ganking is going to be outrageous. And so that's the thing that I'm most worried about for Silence, is if they get too behind on the early lane. I think that's going to be problematic.
Yeah, and I do worry is that I just look at these two comps and I look at Silence, and for me it's always in my head of where's the damage coming from. And I get that Holiday can do some damage, especially with the barrels. I get that like Viscous can do some good damage as well. I get that Lash can do a bit too. Obviously Shiv for me is going to be their biggest player, is their biggest damage dealer in this game. And I look at Abraham's side, and there's literally everyone except maybe Calico I wouldn't rate as like super high damage unless you have a strong start, because I think she's definitely going to be the most tempo hero in the game for Abrahams. But just everyone has an absurd amount of damage, and I just don't see that same reflected in Silence. And I wonder, is that just because of a comfort thing? Am I just completely off the mark when it comes to what you should be prioritizing as a team right now? But I mean, looking at Buff Enjoyers, looking at Abrahams, high damage, high tempo characters is what really gets you wins. Unless you're playing Dynamo, then things are a little bit different.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, and it's interesting too in terms of approach, because you are conceding. You're conceding initiators or pick based heroes. As we can see, there's like no Bebop. Of course, Holiday went away from them. They didn't opt to go for a Paradox that was available to be picked. So they're just valuing these heroes that can just chase down people, and also you can initiate with the Drifter ult if you want to do that, or the Infernus ult. Like there's different ways that you can initiate, and in addition to that, of course, obviously you can force initiations by trying to steal away the opponent's jungle. They have to react to that and try to fight you, or you can force initiations by playing for the objectives as well. So it's not as though they're without the ability to kind of get kills, engineer kills. So I think it's interesting that they've gone this route, and it obviously works, which is why they're doing it. So that's kind of a nice, I think, also look at the meta as also. And I think it's something that we have seen from buff enjoyers as well. Both teams can kind of play without those core pick heroes.
I think what's crazy to me is that how much this game is. I mean, okay, it's not that crazy. The game has changed a lot in a year. There's been minor patches that are actually massive. There's been a lot of new heroes added to the game. But I'm going back to Night Shift number 1, and I'm looking at Abrahams versus One Win, and I'm seeing Yamato, okay, same. I'm seeing Kelvin, I'm seeing Paradox, I'm seeing Hayes, I'm seeing Mo and Krill, I'm seeing Warden, I'm seeing Seven, I'm seeing Bebop. Like, I'm seeing the teams that specifically have that one pick. Like, for instance, Abrahams has Pocket both games, One Win has Holiday both games. And I feel like we never see anymore that being replicated, that teams are able to play without picks because of a different style, because of being in the jungle, because I think also movement has grown so much in the game by all these individual players that if you don't have good movement, you're not going to be a top player. And I think that's one thing that also helps facilitate the unnecessary pick. What's the word I'm looking for? You don't need to have a pick hero if you have really good movement, and if you have really good coordination in moving into enemy jungle and looking for these fights. So it's so crazy to see how much this game's changed in a year alone for a lot of these teams, and how the meta's kind of changed as well.
Yeah, and you do have like a lot of tools that you can purchase that can kind of assist you there. For example, like we see Stalker being a really common item that gets bought that allows you to chase people a little faster because you get that movement boost when they're running away from you, or something like Slowing Hex, which is super important. I mean, you're absolutely buying Slowing Hex against Silence's roster, to shut down Lash, to shut down Ivy, to shut down the Holiday. And there's a lot of movement. I mean, also, to be honest, Billy as well. If he's trying to like Rising Ram out of the way, you can obviously use a Slowing Hex to good effect there also. So lots of value from that particular item. And so it's another reason why you can probably get away without needing that, super dedicated pick. You can kind of make it up for the itemization, and we're kind of filling here, Jason. You imagine that the players.
I have a lot to talk about, but no, yeah, we are filling. There's some some slow players waiting to get into the game here. I thought we were actually casting North America at some point because of how slow NA is to go. But man, I still want to see how this one's going to break down. I'm still also curious because buff enjoyers are also using a sub today too. Do you know who it is? Should I tell you who it is?
Who is the sub?
So Hoot is out, and Maza G is going to be playing for them. So
okay. Where's Hoot at? Is he going to the movies? What's he doing?
It's summer, man. Like everyone's going on vacations and stuff. And I do kind of worry for buff enjoyers, to be fair, because watching them play with Dimov just a few weeks prior, they did not look nearly as good as with Hoot. And obviously, not to say Maza G is not a good player, but Hoot is some pretty big shoes to fill. Individually, massive shoes to fill, but I think the role he has within buff enjoyers is very hard to fill for someone coming in because it takes time to really adapt to the way he plays with the team. So I think he's probably one of the most, he's probably the anchor of the team in my head, actually, when it comes to buff enjoyers.
Yeah, when you were just saying about like filling his shoes, I don't feel like his shoes are fillable. They're like industrial size, giant shoes.
Oh, he's
like
not Shaq,
fit a village in there. It's just so many different jobs that he does. He is able to do everything. As you say, he's got obviously key roles that he plays within the team, but he is in of himself extraordinarily versatile, and his specialties, his ability to roam better than most anybody else. There's so many things you can say about Hoot. So it's. Do you
still consider him the best player in the world at the moment?
I don't know. That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
We did have at the end of 2025 players. I think for EU, they voted Dimov to be the best player in EU. I don't remember who it was for North America. I mean, I'm curious if that's going to potentially change going forward, because obviously DMAV was on a winning team back then with Buff Enjoyers VP, and then now he's on Leviathan, who just hasn't had that same success. I do wonder, will it be Hoot Crown this year in 2026? Because EDL.GG, they put that out last year, and I'm curious to see what's going to happen this year.
I think if Sergi used a mouse, it would be Sergi.
I mean, I feel like he kind of deserves like his own category, because he's, I think, the only pro player, at least in Deadlock, who plays with a trackball. I feel like we need to have a show match one day where everyone plays on trackballs and just see how bad that match is going to go, because I can already predict it's going to be atrocious. Though Listic was getting pretty good at it, if you guys remember them playing on some Smurfs like half a year ago. But it looks like we're ready to go here, Dan. Finally, the players are in, everyone is ready to go, and the lobby has started. Abraham's up against Silence here, best of one to determine who goes up against Buff Enjoyers in a best of 3.
Incredible stuff. All right, so let's get into this one. So Silence on paper, you look across the roster, and you wouldn't think it's anything all that special. Yeah, some players we know, we've seen them before, but against the likes of an Abrahams, a Buff Enjoyers, all these household names and stars, it's hard to match them up in terms of the paper. But they did beat Leviathan 2-1, and I think that even the quality of players that's on Leviathan, I think Jason, that kind of is somewhat of a testament to this game being very, very much about being on the same page in terms of macro, having the right hero pools together, like the synergies, like the team elements and the dynamics are so extraordinarily important. It doesn't matter if you have an all-star roster.
Yeah, I would honestly say you could put all the all-stars on the same team and not be nearly as good as a coordinated team. But really quickly though, Dan, we are having some lane swaps happen, being initiated by Abrahams. We did see this last week by Buff Enjoyers against Abrahams, trying to get some favorable lanes here. So putting the Calico and Furnace, well, trying to against the Billy and the Viscous, but they're still going to be matched up against the Ivy and the Lash on the right-hand side. On the left, it's going to be the Billy and Viscous up against the Pocket and the Geist, while mid not being changed. But man, together, Tass, the double T's on Yamato and Drifter. This is like a lane for Silence that if you watched last week, you cannot really afford to lose this lane and to let this lane snowball, especially if you're going to have your ship here.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I mean, we've seen how dangerous, utterly dangerous the Drifter is. It's just like a constant damage threat in the lane. Just consistent gun damage. You get the DOT as well, the damage over time from the Stalker's Mark. Rend that's on low cooldown as well for additional damage. It's painful, just the Drifter alone. And I like the pairing with Yamato. And I gotta say, I am very happy to see Yamato come back into focus, because Yamato got a series of buffs. I think there was like a slight nerf not too long ago, but ultimately, I feel like Yamato has been undervalued for a while.
I liked the when Mystic Reverb got changed for the extra like lifesteal off of abilities. I thought that was really cool and actually pushed Yamato back towards being a top tier, though I guess pro players didn't really think so. But man, the flying strikes, I don't know if you've seen some of like Ido clips over on TikTok or something, but you can do some dirty stuff, which is the amount of times you can stay in the air and you can just chase people down that shouldn't be chaseable. But I guess there's a lot of brain here in that 5-head Yamato has.
Totally, yeah. I think definitely, also the utility that Yamato provides on the objectives, especially the rejues with the ultimate. I think that's extremely important too. It can really change the game. So yeah, definitely a good hero. Speaking of which, Viscous also still very, very good, and also a lane bully, much like Yamato.
We can see why they wanted to swap lanes here, right? They wanted to get away from Balaclava, who's just putting on the pain here. I mean, Wiki was extremely low in health, but able to bait it in and get themselves start off strong, man. 2 kills. I think what's important to note is like the lane swap, it kind of wasted time out of, I mean, it didn't really waste too much time, I should say, because they didn't really miss any waves, but Silence mimicking it, matching it, and then winning that lane to show that, they want to keep that lane match in particular has really given them a strong start on this left-hand side, even the right-hand side. I mean, you can see how aggressive they pushed up. One thing you do forget about, because we don't see Ivy that much in EU, is, I mean, there's a lot of wave clear with Ivy, even OCs with like Flog. You can push these lanes extremely hard, and Calco can kind of counter push a bit, and Furnace can as well, but you don't necessarily waste that flame dash to clear waves if you're looking to like survive or if you're looking to get aggressive.
Early. I agree. Smart, Jason. A response to
ask
that?
Dan. No, I have to ask. Do you? I mean, this is like your first time back in EU in a while. How does it feel?
I don't know, man. I've just, you know how it is. Just you get jet lags. You're in the hotel. You're in the studio. You're in the hotel.
Yeah.
And rinse and repeat. So that's kind of my experience so far.
I mean, chat yesterday, or was it yesterday or the other day? I was talking to Dan. I was like, so you're like still on for the show this week, right? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, I'm gonna put you on NA so you can experience what I do, casting until 6 a.m. But decided to be nice and let you do the EU portion so you can get some sleep the night before working again tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm still like adjusting from the jet lag, so that would probably absolutely destroy me. I don't know if anybody's ever experienced it where you've adjusted, you're like a little adjusted to the jet lag, and then you just make very, very bad decisions. You can kind of like get stuck with jet lag for an entire trip if you play it wrong. I don't know if that's ever happened to you, Jason, but it has happened to me. It's horrendous.
In the last like 3-4 years, we'll get back to the game in a second, but the last 3-4 years of my life, I don't get jet lag anymore because I had this stint of 3 months where I was home 1 week, and I was in Malaysia, I was in India, I was in LA, then I was in Poland, or I was in Malaysia again. I don't remember. I was just like everywhere, and jet lag just ceased to exist for me, which is nice.
Interesting. Body evolved in real time.
We're about to hit the buff spawns, and we're about to actually see together get extremely low on health, potentially finished off here, as I believe Ivy going to be getting the survival buff on the right-hand side, and Sonya on the pocket getting the gun buff on the left. So not much of a contest out of either team, though. Look at the health bars. Bobby has been eliminated here by Saint. That's definitely one person you want to keep out of this game when possible, as I believe Saint did rotate around into that mid lane to look for that gank in particular, so trying to counter the pressure on this left-hand side.
Yeah, so far it's actually looking pretty slow going on the tower damage. Get the dive coming on here again, though. He will fall on the Billy. And it does seem like overall the tower damage battle has been with Abraham's. I think we're definitely getting to that point, around the 6-minute mark where, if you want to really tempo out, take initiative in the early phase, you want to be getting that first tower down around now, but oh, is the cloak going to be good enough? Oh my god, Viscous is on like 5 HP. Oh, the barrages from distance.
Arza gets the swap though. Yeah, they're trying to run away, and you know what? Right now, Arza is like, I'm going to go on the attack here. Both of them extremely low on health with a swap at a perfect time onto Wiki. A fade away. Not going to get connection as OCs does trade a kill over on the right-hand side of the map, but extremely close, and you can just see like the damage that Balaclava can do here on the Viscous and how you really need to respect it.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice little parry there of the puddle punch. I don't know if I could, name myself Wiki. I feel like you're kind of manifesting the wrong idea.
I mean, or you're just messing with people. Just getting in their heads.
That's true.
I mean, look at Deathy, Everyone's like, oh, he dies a lot. Nah. Only on Lash does he do that. I told myself I wouldn't be mean to him about Lash anymore. Ooh, what a parry! What?
Very nice. Okay, well, this is the first Guardian that's going to go down. We're just sort of making mention of that 7-minute mark, and that's going to allow now a lot of pressure to come into play, I think, for to the benefit of the Abraham's team.
Yeah, Tassin together have not really had as the dominant performance I kind of expected them to in this mid lane. I think a lot of that is due to actually Rayek. When we saw Abraham's going for the tier 1 camp when it first spawned in here on the enemy side of the map, Rayek actually stole away Abraham's side because Abraham's took theirs. So he did a really good job of just trying to keep the economy in check. He's at 5.2k, doing some great harass with the barrels. But the problem is that Sonya Sniper's on a kill streak. He's at 5.9k already, leading the lobby right now. And you don't want to see a pocket get ahead. You don't want to see a pocket, get going, especially for Sonya. I feel like he's a very good momentum player that once he starts to have a good game, he just rolls with it.
Yeah. They will be rolling. Okay. Gotta say, Jason, it's harder for me to see the minimap on my tiny laptop screen. I'm just like, I'm trying to work out what's going on.
So what you're saying is we need to get like a laptop sponsor and give us some 17, 19-inch laptops.
Or a magnifying glass sponsor. That could work.
I mean, you're British. Just get like a monocle. Would that work?
Yeah, I mean, I could F with that.
Have you ever worn a monocle or had a pocket watch in your life?
No. Honestly, it looks just very inconvenient.
I mean, when I think British, I think pocket watch and monocle.
No, it just feels like a lot of. I get it, like the status, but you know, it's a lot of effort for the status.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can handle that.
Right now, I think Taz can't handle the heat coming his way. There's 3 players in the vicinity looking for a catch on towards him. He does manage to escape pretty much everything. The lasso's also going to miss here, so he's going to be able to defend this tower as Calico, played by Shark, rotating in. One of the first times we're going to see him here in this game, as he does use, I guess, his abilities here to keep the wave back and not really looking for any sort of kill, but just to kind of keep the status quo in mid lane.
And it's actually, you know, kind of a worrying sign here. You've got Tanya Sniper and Arzo on the Pocket and Geist respectively, like off to like a really nice start. I mean, Saint as well, to be honest. Obviously, we can see there's a few thousand soul advantage right now for Abrahams. As you've got Abrahams pressuring into the double sinners here. You can try to see what they can get value-wise and be very cautious. Nice movement there, though, from Bobby to try to just get onto that high ground. That's going to give him more options.
Little corner boost, which is really nice to see. I feel like, though, if you're Silence, you need to be looking for kills right now. You got Death Slam, you got Lasso, I think you got Chain Gang. I think you need to start looking for some kills because Saint, as you point out, Arzo and Sonya getting ahead like this is going to be very punishing when you get in towards these team fights. As they do manage to kill Sonya, but Bobby will fall as well, and Bobby's only at 6.1k souls. He's not going to be, well, he's not doing horrible, but he's not going to be leading his team. It's actually currently going to be Mayonnaise at 9.8 thousand souls. Where the hell did this Ivy get all of this income? What is happening?
Yeah. I thought we were going with Mayonnaise.
Yeah, there's no way he's Italian. There's no way it was meant to be said like that. So I kind of, pulled myself back.
All right.
I see, William.
Very well.
That could be like we saw Mayonnaise. Is it like Mexican or something?
Could be.
Mayonnaise? I don't
know, but that's going to get turned in. And okay, Billy and Shiv here for Silence against Abrahams. It's going to be a tough fight. Tassos get taken out. That's kind of nice, but I don't know that, Bobby's going to not be able to escape with his life drain there, looking to do some good damage onto Lash. Look how far it can go. Oh, that bomb is perfect. Gets like stuck in the side of the wall there. That's unusual. I don't know how the physics works on that one, but there you go.
Yeah, I actually wish okay, maybe we do know, but I wish we could visibly see the vertical limit of the Essence Bomb and like where it won't hit anymore. Because like, for instance, Mo and Crew, I believe you can combo a crazy vertical distance that's not the same as like his horizontal distance, whereas his x-axis, I guess. But either way, does get the kill. Shark gets the kill in the rake as well, and Abrahams is building up some steam, almost 10k in the lead, as they did get the earn dunk as well out of Saint. So they are starting to get pretty damn strong here. 2 players over 10k, and Silence, they have one, but if there's anyone on the team that I would not want it to be, it would be the Ivy.
Yeah, it's definitely starting to look a little grim here for Silence, as the fight here is going to be taken against Taz, who's, they're getting the pressure on Abrahams and maybe biting off a little bit more than they could chew, which does give Silence a little bit of a way back into the game. And that's important. We talked about it. There's going to be pressure. You got to be able to defend it.
Yeah. And I think they did well. They responded extremely well, though I think Taz is kind of channeling his inner Obi-Kim here on Drifter at the moment. But they need to continue to respawn like this because they're still going to be down a chunk of soul, 7k. They do have no Guardians left, so I was going to say, like, if they take some Guardians, they could equalize, but there's actually only 1 left for Abrahams as well, so a lot of it is just going to be off pure advantage being created by Abrahams, and somehow Saint looks like he might escape this one, as the Unstable Rift going to be spawning on the right-hand side. Saint is very low on health, just sitting between the 2 Veils here, hoping no one actually peeks him. I think he's too low to even get into this fight to defend the Rift, so he's just looking to survive for now and get away. Oh my, he's going back in. Oh my god, he gets the kill to OCs, and he has Healbane too.
Face. Well, we go. The fight continues here in the circle. It's been a while actually, so we might get the souls get spat into the air in a moment. Life Drain. I mean, Geist is so good at these fights. Life Drain to sustain, really, really powerful. Bobby is going to be running around here, but it's looking not also good right now. But if they can hold on a moment longer, they might still be able to kind of cancel this one out.
This Life Drain max out of Arzo is doing some serious work. The Death Slam comes in to throw them away, And Shark still manages to confirm the rift, because I believe OC's was too high in the air. So Abrahams get the rift, they get the kills. Bobby's disconnected. You're gonna see a pause come in here, but yeah, ours with the life drain max is that's just doing some serious work. Like, my lord, he is. I wish, actually, can we see? I don't know if we have the capability. Can we see healing done? Because we can see like damage done. We can see like soul leaders. Can we look at healing, like leaderboard? No, we cannot. Because I was really curious. Maybe like on our back end, you can just like type to me the amount of healing ours was done. Because I feel like this life drain has just helped catapult Arzo. I mean, he's gone more of a dual spec by max, or a dual spec as in like looking to 1v1 people and duel them out with the life drain max.
Yeah, it's been really, there's been a lot of situations we've seen it be pretty effective for sure. And I mean, it is starting to look pretty rough. The 12k advantage now for Abrahams, as we can see at the 14-minute mark. So it's, yeah, okay, there we go. Look at that. We can definitely see the soul difference, and it's starting to get a little bit out of control. And you can see that big spike was after, we saw that rift battle get won by Abrahams just a moment ago. So the problem here as well, Jason, is that, judging from what Abrahams have already been doing, we're going to get to see more pressure because of this advantage.
Let's actually take a look at the player damage, because I think this gives us an idea of how things have been going. Obviously, the soul leaderboard does kind of show us, but I really want to see Arzo at 12.1, Sonya at 10.6, OC's at 10k, which is kind of, it's surprising but not surprising, to be honest. But I think maybe the most surprising thing is probably Together only at 6.8, though he's only on 10k souls, but also seeing like Billy and Ivy, seeing Wiki and Mayonnaise at like 4k each, especially for Mayonnaise, who's like the soul leader on the team. And again, not really the ideal hero you wanted to put it on when you're playing more support for the team, but to have your soul leader, like the damage per souls for, unfortunately, Mayonnaise and for Wiki is a little bit rough for them.
Yeah, that's very true. And I was wondering, based on seeing how farmed Mayonnaise was on the Ivy, as to what was going on exactly. Maybe we can also look at the builds. If we,
I'm wondering, is it actually Gun Ivy? Because some people in chat are like, oh, it's a Gun Ivy, but I haven't paid attention, because honestly, Gun Ivy to me has been dead for a very long time.
Yeah.
Okay, it is Gun Ivy. Okay, so that's why Mayonnaise has a lot of farm. Okay, so I do have to correct myself. So it's not horrible, but again, Gun Ivy, at least back in the day, didn't really come online to around the 35k soul mark, and I don't think the game's gonna last long enough for him to hit the 35k soul mark with the way it's currently happening.
Yeah, it is interesting too, because I was expecting to see just an emphasis on like the ultimate and just dropping Shiv into fights and that kind of stuff. There's a lot of control you can do with the Ivy, like a deep push, but the Gun Ivy, like you say, I feel like there's not enough presence in the game in the early to mid portions. But I guess we'll see if there's much to be done there. We'll keep an eye out on some of those stats. But yeah, right now, Jason, Abrahams, they really can freely pressure the whole map, and they've got such a good comp to do it. We talked about that between the Calico, the Drifter, especially. They've got Furnace. Pocket. Like, there's so much mobility, to get on top of these fights and to duck out, steal away farm.
And I think Abrahams also know, like, they have a 6-on-5 fight whenever they want it, because they know Mayonnaise won't do damage in these fights because Ivy needs farm, but also Mayonnaise just needs to keep farming. So like, he can't afford to be there in team fights, which is why the hero damage is so low. And now he's being put up against Arzo in a 1v1 that Arzo should easily be able to win currently with the souls he has. Obviously soul exchange as well, but also the life drain build, making it very hard for Mayonnaise to survive like a head-on-head fight. Like, just keeping him in check is going to allow Abrahams to win this game, at least in the ideal world, if they play properly and don't make any mistakes.
There's that new fresh urn has spawned. Going to race to that one. He's going to get it. Last time it was Saint that picked it up. Oh, hello. Itaz is hunted down OCs. And it's going to be the urn for Together. He's going to be running that one across the map. Can they taste out Taz? Doesn't look like Taz has any way to escape. Indeed. Get taken down. So that's something at the very least. But just in the meantime, whilst all this pressure, Silence is dealing with all the pressure, Abrahams is just like farming up. Arzo is just getting fat just as time goes on.
Yeah, 17k. I mean, to be fair, Mayonnaise is keeping up at 16k. So There is a world that Mayonnaise can come online and start to put out the pressure they need. But again, they're losing another urn. That's 2 in a row. They lost the Unstable Rift before. So when it comes to objectives, you know, they're down 0-3. And that's going to continue to compound into more and more of a lead for Abrahams. In the soul department, obviously being up 12k, but also in the control department around the entire map. I think if you need to keep an eye on the minimap to see if Abrahams go for invade on these jungle camps or go for kills on the Mayonnaise, taking 17k out of the entire 76k of net worth that Silence has is a major step back and setback, more importantly, for Silence.
Yeah, nice pick up onto Sanya's sniper, unable to cloak away. And A1 Mayonnaise is going to go down on that gun Ivy. Death Slam used there. Surely it's going to be defensive because I don't think you're going to survive getting out of here. Something Hex, I think, was dropped onto Flash as well. OCs, and OCs will get taken out. So this is a fight that I think you got Abrahams really liking at the moment. They're going to be cleaning up, largely speaking, here. And I don't know if you're going to be able to escape this one. You've got now Wiki getting just completely caught around the Curiosity shop. Okay, is he going to get out? That'd be crazy.
I mean, movement reigns supreme, right? Task missed the supreme. Task missed the jump, but Arzo doesn't. And they do confirm the kill, but I think overall it's still like a 4-4-4 trade or like a 3-4 trade. So Abraham's really not getting too much, if anything, falling behind actually. If you look at the souls, it was, I believe, 12k before, now it's only 9k, as it looks like the next rift will be up. I believe that was on the left-hand side, if I saw that correctly with my own eyes. It's not a bad fight for Silence, honestly. If you're trading equally with the comeback mechanics, you come out ahead. It's more now about if you're going to continue to pick up your jungle farm here and continue to push on forward. I think one thing that does worry me though, Dan, is OC's at 13k souls, and I'm used to seeing him be a carry player. I'm not sure how well he does from behind, or how well Silence are going to do from behind, or with him having... How well Silence will do with him playing from behind. I can get my words out.
Yeah, I don't know. It is odd to see OCs especially in this position. I would have expected him to play the gun Ivy, but he's probably like, that's crap. Let's not do that. You know, it's not how he rolls these days. Cube there, FO Baby, he's going to be at a closer distance. Chain Gang comes in and looking to really push the fight together, but there's a lot of players around together to actually assist here. 3 players in this particular fight, but together, bursted down, and it looks like the Rising Ram going to be able to connect. Taz gets taken out as well, and it's a Sharik who's able to just come in on the back on the Calico to take down Balaclava, and lots of damage is being done, although it's too many players here. And Abrahams, they are not surviving this team fight.
And a 2-man affliction. Arzo might be able to clean up, though it is looking good for Silence at the moment, and it looks like the rest of Silence do back away. In the meantime, Moses is pushing a Walker on the right-hand side, so taking full-on advantage of this fight. He will confirm this one for himself. And the extra about 1,500 souls to spend. And even some pressure onto the mid as well. Like, this is some constant pressure happening out of Silence off the back of winning a team fight. Maybe another Walkers. Crisana 14 once again coming in with the 10 gifted. Thank you so much for your support and your 10 gifted that you seem to give us every single week here on the night shift.
You sure it's Crisana 14? What if it's Crisanax 4?
I confirmed with Crisana that it is Crisana 14 from Final Fantasy.
Ah, you ready for that one? The Flog is set out onto Taz. And suddenly, the game looks completely different. Jason, the complexion's changed. I like the word complexion.
I mean, that's because your face always looks flawless.
Thanks, man.
It's the most awkward response. Thanks. Okay, another kill also being had. St. Falls, and I mean, funny enough, it's still 11k lead for Abrahams, even though it's felt like Silence has been able to get themselves some good footholds into this game. I mean, they pretty much trade equally. They take a Walker. They get actually they didn't get the rift, so maybe that's why, because Abrahams did get the rift there. But still, I mean, they're showing they can still fight back with a 10k deficit, and they're kind of matching the aggression, it feels like, out of Abrahams by getting their own catches themselves.
Yeah, it's interesting too, because I think as the game goes a little bit later, I mean, you could argue that late game is better for Abrahams, especially with the Geist, the Infernus, etc. However, you definitely got to respect the utility that Silence have. They can definitely do really well in these team fights.
Looking for this affliction soon. Off cooldown now. He's got Cultist, needs to proc it. Yeah, movement buff for Bobby. Wiki actually getting the urn, so a big objective being taken for him. The rest of the team needs to be careful. I think if you're Silence, you cannot fight without your Billy. That chain gang gonna be so important. And don't tell me Abraham's gonna go for mid boss. Do not tell me they're gonna go for mid boss here. They have actually, they're gonna have Stomp out of Mayonnaise. They do have Shred Transformation all that together, which he's gonna have to confirm these rejuves with.
Yeah, he's already gonna have to pop that right now. There we go. There it is. It's pops and looking for all the crystals. And they'll get everyone. There's one more left. And yes, they'll get all three. Abrahams looking good. They forced the fight here. And now they just have to clean up the kills. Is that going to be the case, though? Silence have some good team fight. But yeah, they're looking highly compromised here. Very clean fight from Abrahams. And it seems like as they leave the fight with a Rejuve Crystal remaining, that this was a genius move.
The focus fire of Abrahams, I think, is just really unmatched in this series. Obviously, they had the backup of Rejuve. They did fall. They're going to come back to life. But man, like, they're able to just completely destroy. Like, Balaclava, I mean, you expect Viscous to survive a lot longer than he did, but he got blown up so fast in that pit. And then a transition, I believe it was over onto Mayonnaise as well. Again, 23,000 souls get shut down. Ours was on 27. But yeah, Abrahams, I mean, good call. Shout Transformation. It's almost a guaranteed rejuve for you, especially when you know that the Silence doesn't have some big ultimates to use.
I think, you know, you're making the mention of the focus fire. I think that's something I think that Abrahams also is very good at. They're a very experienced team, and I think their team fight, coordination team fights is some of the absolute best. And that's a hard skill to diff them on. I don't think anyone out there can really diff them on that. Buff and Joy is maybe the only ones that could think about it.
It's a big lead though, 22k. For Silence, I think you have to look towards Rayek here to make some big plays if you want to combat this, and you still have to worry about the one rejuve. It's only Tass and Sonya who are killable right now. So just continue to dive on forward here, looking for the counterspell onto Bobby's knives. And he does currently have 3 on towards him. Perry comes on through and Bobby just has no chance. 19,000 souls, doesn't have the team there, as Rayek is actually pushing extremely deep on this left-hand side. So a little bit uncoordinated out of Silence in a moment that they honestly needed.
Although also has been attracted over to the left Walker defense. But as we can see on our screens right now, the quick rend there to take down Mayonnaise is going to deal with the threat on the right side lane. And Arzo has forced away the Silence players that were attacking that left side Walker. So, you know, responsible stuff here from Abrahams on the defense.
Headed to Broadway.
Yeah, it's hard to... it feels like finding a way back in at this point is going to be pretty tough, because Arzo just hit 30k souls, and I mean, Geist is really coming online now.
Especially the Hunter's Aura picked up out together to help assist. I mean, Silencer picked up here for Tass. I think we have quite a few counter spells as well for Abrahams, which is something you're naturally going to build into when you're up against a Lash. And OC's unfortunately, and the thing is, I don't think he's had a bad game so far. He's like the second most souls on his team, but we're not going to see the same level. Oh, what a hook. Lasso coming on through here. Can they actually... No, it gets stuck on the banister of the stairs. That actually might have ruined it for Silence and saving Abrahams here. Saint is going to get lucky. Looking to flame dash on away, and he won't be closed out on. That's unfortunate here for Rayek. A phenomenal lasso to hit, but it confirms into nothing.
Yeah, that's heartbreaking for sure. They really needed something exactly like that. Who did the lasso go on to?
Saint, I believe.
Saint, okay.
Saint are together, but either way, like they got locked.
Yeah, it's definitely good. I guess most targets are going to be high value. I suppose Arzo might be the highest value one, though. I think Arzo hasn't died. I think Arzo's on like a ridiculous kill streak. If we have a moment to press tab at some point, we're not in the action. we'll probably see.
Everything being thrown on Rayek to keep him alive. Zirin is in the hands of together, looking to run it across. I think the dangerous thing though, if you're gonna lasso an Arzo, is you need some sort of silence. You cannot, and I think he might even have like a dispel magic, because you need to stop him from being able to just soul exchange, because then you're just basically helping Arzo by doing something like that. Maybe the execute will be quick enough out of Bobby to shut it down, but I believe the soul change does happen. Here we go, a replay of the lasso. So it was on Saint, I believe. Yeah, gets caught. And he just gets saved.
Yeah.
Gets saved
Stuck in the
so
corner.
hard. That was a guaranteed kill on Saint.
Yeah.
God, I love our production team.
Oh my goodness. He's shown a bit of leg, and there is the danger. There's the flying strike. Look at it go. What on earth? Absolutely outrageous. Slowing Hexa utilized as well there. Another flying strike coming on through to traverse the battlefield. It's basically Attack on Titan at this point. And we got together really going for the finishing blow there with that. Oh my god, it's just straight through walls now. Let's be sensible. Come on.
I finally understand how Yamato can do this. Actually, take that back. I finally understand why Yamato has this tall of a head, because she uses it like a drill to go through buildings when using the flying strike, and that's how she gets to her target. If that was real and you see all these random holes in all these buildings, that would be hilarious. But that makes sense now, doesn't it? Like, the lore has to prove me right now.
Lore accurate forehead.
It's like a diamond tipped forehead and just drills through the buildings to get to the targets. Oh man. It's drill
awesome,
oil with that thing.
I hope they never change it. I feel like inevitably at some point that it's like one of those things where I'm like, I can see they will change it, and I will probably I get it, but
you know what you do, right? In Counter-Strike, you have these stickers, like these capsules you can open with stickers, you can put them on your guns. I want to slap a sticker, like a Melee Creeps logo sticker, right on Yamato's forehead.
Oh, nice. You can make it like enter a portal, come out of a portal or something. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I'm curious. I don't think that's the final model of Yamato. I mean, I'm guaranteed it's not the final model. It's just like Sinclair's not the final model. So we'll see.
Oh, it's a shame. Okay, well, spell magic. Got the air control, the holiday special. Arrows flying. Nice find onto Saint. Taz goes down as well in this fight. They are really hanging in there. You got to give it to them.
Yeah. This is a huge fight, honestly. They need to be careful with this affliction, though, because Sonya has it up, and he is in the vicinity looking for potentially to catch Rake Falls. Again, the focus fire, it's really split for Silence, even though they had the advantage initially with these kills. Shark does go down, but Arzo is still alive, and Arzo is going to be the biggest pain for them to deal with. As Sonya actually might die before he gets the affliction off. There we go. Throws it on out. Gets a catch onto 2, but he's going to still pay the price, and Silence comes out with 4 kills for the 1 death. Yeah, run away from Arzo. I don't think you want the smoke.
It's problematic because mid boss is up here, so Abraham's in some kind of trouble here, because I mean I would want to go for the mid boss if I was Silence right now. That's exactly what they're going to do. Now is Arzo
steal.
Yes, exactly. Like they should be able to harass this and threaten the steals. Saint's back up. Taz is coming back up. Yeah, they're going to challenge for this, surely.
This is going to be tough for Silence to hold on to. Shadow Transformation is available, and Pop. They need to confirm these the best they can. Combustion coming on in as well. Catches quite a few players together. Gets the first rejuve and the second. And Silence cannot get any of these connections. And if anything, they're the ones to fall. Lose out on 3 right off the back of the rejuve, dropping to the ground. Not a good sign for Silence. I respect the play. They had such a big advantage off the back of that prior fight, and they're going to pretty much fall even further behind from where they were.
Oh, flying strike. Here we go. How many walls do we travel through? Okay, so yeah, that's a rough one. I mean, it's really tough because it's so many players killed off that fight, and the mid boss is up. It's so hard, Jason, because it's like you have to go for it, but it's still it's a really tough fight to win.
I honestly, I mean, it's easy to say this now because we're looking back on the fight that they just lost, but I would almost just say take a walker. For me, I see Yamato up with Shadow Transformation. I see Arzo up, and I see Saint coming up soon. I would be like, yeah, I'm not favoring that one. I mean, yeah, I know we just got 4 kills, but we're not really that big of a lead right now, and we can't kill it that quickly or have any way of stopping them from stealing.
Yeah, they don't have good mid boss fight. Like they can't melt it very easily. Yeah, it's hard to take into account how long it takes to kill it sometimes.
But yeah, like you said, they don't really have a good mid-boss fight. I mean, It pains me to say that because they have Chain Gang, they have Death Slam, they have Lasso, they have a Lash you can dash, they have Stone Form, but none of that really matters when you have a Shroud Transformation on the other side because you can just steal them. Obviously, you could try killing Yamato before then. I think maybe the best call would have been to make mid-boss scream and then look for it together and maybe force a Shroud Transformation and get a kill before you actually make the Reju's drop. But then the longer you take to kill the mid-boss, the more players of Abraham's are going to be up.
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah.
you're screwed if you do, you're screwed if you don't. But in the end, we can all agree it didn't work out for them. I will say. I wasn't gonna say it was necessarily the best play, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Certainly a tough one, and we're seeing some crazy Shadow Transformation action about to ensue, I think. Oh, dispelling the Flying Strike. Okay, so actually together, not really able to get in there.
Don't worry, he has 3 more still. Doesn't have the counter spell up though to actually stop the Death Slam coming on through. O-Seasons get this kill, gets the rejuve off of them, would be huge. They have no reaches left for any more. For Abrahams, there's Silence, a real chance to win this fight, but Tass is still alive and Tass is still picking up kills. But look how low Tass is going to be. And Abrahams actually be backing off themselves. So you're not really feeling like they can take this fight with a win, the guaranteed win at least. So Silence, they lose 2, they take 1 down, and they clear all the rejuves. So really, not a bad fight for Silence.
Silence have been punching above their weight like pretty massively in a lot of these fights. It's been very surprising to see. I suppose it's not super surprising if you kind of look at the comp that they have. They've got a decently tanky comp. It's got good mobility and a good AoE team fight. But we can see that once again, every time they kind of win some fights, win some souls back, and there's a big spike in the other direction for Abrahams.
Yeah. So unfortunate because, like, again, they took that lead down. I'm just gonna give like a random number here, like 10k. But then after losing that fight, Abraham's got 20k ahead. So you basically just gave him like double the lead. And I get that 32 minutes in, 10k to 20k isn't that big of a deal. But the momentum shift or Silence, I mean, they had to have been so hyped after winning that fight before mid boss. The mental game, they've really taken a hit here for Silence. But again, like off the back of that, they still clear all the rejuves. They lose 2 players. They still get a kill. Like, it's not the worst fight for them. But unfortunately, like all these counter spells being picked up, unstoppable as well now for Arzo. It's hard to really get the engage that you're looking for here. And right now, trying to create some space with the help of the cube and the rescue beam. Everything being thrown into Rake to keep him alive to make sure the chase doesn't happen. And again, the drill coming on through space, time, and any wall, any surface. Gets the catch on OCs and force them back in towards base. The Unstable Rift, and he's spawning on that right-hand side.
It is one of the things that's really fun when you're playing Yamato. It's just chasing people down with the Flying Strike. It's
but if you're the one being chased down, it's not so fun.
Yeah, that's true. Okay, well, knocking at the front door. All the walkers are gone now for Silence. Abrahams. A really good position here. Looking to chase down some of the remaining kills here in mid. Okay, so potential kill onto Holiday. Ooh, okay. Using the Death Slam defensively, but unable to stay healthy. And the fight's looking really good now. Arzo is getting into the action. How tanky.
Threw him back into Bobby to clean him up. Continue. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
You're good, you're good. I thought you were going to take over, Jason.
No. I was just like, he threw it back into Bobby, and Bobby's able to clean up the kill. He got one before as well onto Sonya, before the Affliction was even used, and really putting the pressure on Bobby to come up big when they need him. But I don't know if he can defend against Arzo. Gets a great parry up against Shark, but he just doesn't have the health, and the bloodletting's not going to be too much. He's going to fall from this one. It's still a 2-for-2 trade, and maybe Mayonnaise has come online. 36,000 souls. If you get the chase down onto Shark, it would be huge. Unfortunately, Rake loses the 1v1 against Tass. Now the Silence core forced to retreat back to the base.
All right. Still somehow. I mean, the difference in souls is crazy. I have no idea how Silence are just having this good of a go of these team fights. Make it make sense, Jason.
Yeah. I can't. I think it was just the split out of Abrahams that really caused them the pain. The positions they were in allowed Bobby to get some momentum going. And Mayonnaise, no stone form. Does get the rift though. Abraham's just backed away from it. Obviously, the extra comeback mechanics here does help Mayonnaise out to defend that one, and that's gonna be a big shove on the right hand side. The problem is it's there's nothing there to take. If anything, you want to push left or the mid lane, but again, waves are shoved against you, so it's not like you can even confirm those. And again, the entire, was that 14 minions killed off of just a cloak and a briefcase. And a spirit bird, to be fair.
And mid boss is back up again, and Abraham's they go for it. You know, round 3 on the mid boss.
Shroud transformation up 2 here, Dan. So again, together looking to lock these on down, while the rest of the team looks to fight and keep the rest of Silence away. And yeah, Silence out of position. They cannot afford to contest it. And once again, for the 3rd time in the game, Abrahams do secure the mid boss.
This time the tree was free. What do they do now at this point, Jason? I know that Silence have been punching both their weight, they've been holding on, but at this point, this is going to be very, very tough.
I wish to actually reach my destination.
What do you think of OC's build? Got Mercurial, Sharpshooter. He's got Crippling Headshot as well. I don't believe he had Siphon Bullets. Oh, he does have Siphon Bullets, okay.
Oh, he does, yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty classic Lash item. Be very good in terms of like the damage health exchange you get on Lash. Probably right, because Lash's gun doesn't scale as well, right, with as compared to some other heroes.
He still put out a lot of damage, but I don't know. I mean, OC's at 37k. He's been able to catch with quite a bit, but like, look what he's competing against. Like a 43k Drifter, 48k Geist, a 42k Infernus, a 46k Calico. You know, that it's not like he can have easy pickings here, and with them constantly on the defensive, they're gonna be looking for more of his death slam to create opportunities, because the 3 regions are still going to be there for another minute and 30 of time. Trying to bait out maybe an affliction here. If they can get a kill or a double kill on Hassan, it would be massive, but the shrines, they're being knocked down.
And not much they can do to stop this right now, especially with all these rejues to left as Death Slam comes in. Only going to grab a couple players, but see if much is doable off of that from the teammates' perspective. It's not looking too amazing, but they do get out all the rejuves, and Abrahams are down 2 players. Those are long respawn timers. They've got to respect this, Abrahams. They've got to get out.
Mayonnaise. Delicious on a sandwich. The pain of Abraham's here as he gets the kill onto I don't know what the hell I was going with the delicious on a sandwich. That made no sense to me, whatever. Maybe Abraham's are lactose and lactose intolerant, and then maybe that's why Mayonnaise is causing the pain, because they have the kills they need. They got through the rejuves. They could chase down these last 2 kills. It would be huge, but no chance to catch together in Son as they retreat back towards the Walker. But the Walker is exactly, I think, what Silence wants to go for, leaving Wiki in the back here to defend the base. Bobby's gonna be joining as well. This is their go time, and honestly, there's a world right now, Dan, that Silence could completely claw back this lead. Not, you know, get the extra 40k. I don't think so necessarily, but a really good opportunity to get themselves in this game with a potential win.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, like a near 50k advantage, 3 rejuve crystals, all the lanes, you know, in your favor. Abrahams lose every rejuve, and they're down 4 against 1. That seems like the math ain't mathin' to me. There's something going on I don't understand.
Yeah, I'm honestly, I couldn't tell you. I think obviously the killing blow factor of a Shiv, you can't forget about. If you don't have a counter spell, which is very difficult for Bobby to deal with, then you can't really prevent him from killing you. But can we see the soul graph again? Because I think this is gonna be, I mean, really interesting to see how up and down it's been. Again, yeah, look at that. This is probably the biggest clawback they've had so far in this game.
Oh, danger, danger. Get in that cloak. In that briefcase. Oh. Okay. Dino Sniper goes down. This is a very deep position here, but especially with the Siphon Bullets, a lot of extra HP, but my god. Oh my god. OC's got completely deleted there. The chase down comes on through as well. Oh my god, look at the movement going so fast right now. Ooh, looking so close to a potential hyperline there onto Bobby, but looks like it'll just be OCs that gets lost.
What's dangerous right now is Refresher for Together. Double Shadow Transformation for a mid-boss in 45 seconds. Again, there's no real need for Abraham to contest this rift. And they're immediately going to run away. So they take the souls, which, yeah, I think that makes sense. here for Silence. I'm not going to look to shove the wave, and with mid-boss coming up in 30 seconds, there is a window where Abrahams won't be here to contest it, but again, I just don't think you go for it for Silence. It's not going to be worth it. You need to play the objective game right now. Looking towards that walker on the left-hand side, or looking for pressure across the map with your shrine down on the left-hand side. It's going to be hard to keep that left lane in check.
Because I don't want the municipal coven to get in trouble with the Viscount.
He gets player damage again in a moment. See what the player damage is doing.
Yeah, if Mayonnaise has been able to step up, because it looks like he's been able to be fair. I can't tell if that was Drifter whistling or Solomon in our ear.
Yeah. I was thinking that too. I was like, he's whistling. What the?
That was the Urn. Wait, was the Urn doing it? I thought. You know what, production? I don't know if Solomon's lying to us. If that was the Urn or if that was him. I feel like Solomon would be a good whistler.
I think he's right. They did add a bunch of voice lines and stuff to the Urn recently. I want the Urn to start rapping. Okay, I want some hip hop Urn action. That's what I want.
Okay.
Maybe some beatbox, something like that.
I'm completely the opposite way. I want to start singing some Backstreet Boys or NSYNC, but you know, different strokes for different folks.
I don't know, man. I want the Urn to be, you know, cool, to be street. See, he's only one Urn, you know. He can't be a whole boy band.
Well, in a future update, we're gonna have 5 Urns at once. It'd actually be funny if, like, you do have in your base, like the Urns that you do capture go to your base, and then there's just like 5 of them.
They talk to each other and stuff, yeah.
Or become
Crack
a boy
jokes.
band, the best boy band of all time, in the Christapple.
They just add some, you know, like AI models to them, and then they can just like start having conversations with them in themselves.
Luckily, there's a pause because we're getting way off topic here with this one.
Yeah, man. I have an excuse. Maybe.
What's the excuse?
Excuse is I'm delirious, Jason.
Well, I mean, you're Central Time, so to you it's like what, like 5 p.m.
Yeah, something like that, maybe.
Yeah. Well, Urn's being done.
Like that.
Abrahams again. Shadow transformation for together. Silence, you have to go for the fight here. Going for the steal is going to be pretty much impossible. Trying to start things off with the Silence, but again, the Silence going to be too late. So he either gets the first and the second. Bobby, though, comes in and gets one for himself and the team. But a huge Affliction catches 4 on the Silence, and this is a fight you cannot win with this Affliction going off. They lose the first rejuve. It's going to be going Bobby, and that's the one person you want to have alive. But they're losing out on Mayonnaise. They're M1 carry now, and Yamato, it just doesn't seem like anything can stop her flying strikes. They continue to chase down kill after kill, looking to take down Wiki and OCs. And Bobby's has some damage, but he's fallen. And finally, it looks like Abrahams have been able to get the kills they need to close this game out.
You would think so, yeah. You would definitely think so. I don't know, man. Although with Bobby dead, that's definitely one of the most key players in making stuff happen. So charging. Oh no! Oh no! That's the E shift. Oh no!
And he has to watch his team in their safety net, looking to get away. The double Q.
Oh!
They're trying to punch him back, but they can't. Oh, the Rising Ram!
Rising Ram! He's safe. He's made it.
The great escapability. And Sonya goes down actually. They get the stage 1 Patreon, but Sonia's going to go on the chase here, and honestly, these death timers are going to be huge. Abrahams, they need to get away from this one. They cannot afford to keep dying. Tash should be cleaned up for a second time. The game is still not over here, Dan.
Yeah, these chase downs are questionable. We'll see, though, the counterattack from Silence, if they're able to actually convert and get some more players like off the server, because two of them are down, and he's coming back right now. It's going to be 6v4, effectively. I don't understand how this keeps happening, Jason, because Abrahams are so far ahead, but
I don't know either.
Silence right now.
Thing is, they needed to chase down these kills, but their stage 3 Patreon was just being pelted by these minions. They've been forced to retreat to keep it alive. They still have a window to work with here, but they have to shove out all their lanes. They have to be careful of like the backdoor happening, especially with the Calico. But if they can pick up any more kills, if they can somehow catch out more players than Abrahams, this could be a snowball for them. This game is honestly been a lot closer than I expected it to be, especially with how the early game was, where Abrahams were up like 12k lead. It felt like 10 minutes in.
Yeah. Only 30k difference. It's kind of mind-bending. I don't know if we've seen a game like this.
Oh my god.
Look at the damage. Oh my god.
That's even more crazy because they have, what,
Oh my
3
God.
players in the top 5, and yet Silence are still able to win out on these fights?
Yeah, what's going on there? The Gun Ivy is 3 from bottom. 45
Yeah, everyone in
minutes
chat who is like Gun Ivy is real and is legit, you can probably go home now because you're not seeing it right now in this game.
Oh my god. Okay, well, another fight breaking out. Chain Gang is unleashed here on this left lane. And everything's going to get ripped to try to win these team fights. And that's a pretty potent Billy. In comes so much damage there from Abrahams. We'll see if they're able to do much here to finish off the weakened Shariko. He will go down. So 2 players are dead. Arzo being one of those key players for Abrahams. Abrahams are in trouble here. Abrahams are in trouble in this situation. Trying to escape the fight. OC, so he's going to get caught by the Hunter's Mark and pretty much everything else. Taz goes down, though, thanks to, looks like, I think it was Ivy that got the kill there. Mayonnaise, pumping out some of the damage in that position. And now the Google as well. Like Clava, I think, doing a lot to try to save people, make this fight very challenging. Oh, look at the chunk of damage. The splatter, unreal.
Do not tell me Sounds come back into this one. Saint and Sonya just trying to escape with their lives. The blades keep coming on through. Sonya, he gets the cleanse with the Dispel Magic. Bobby, can he close this one out? Gets the dash on through. And it looks like Sonya will live to fight another day here, but he's in enemy territory. He's going to have to retreat extremely quickly. Mayonnaise is taking the left-hand walker. But Ray gets the kill onto Saint. It's all on Sonya to stay alive here for another 30 seconds time. Can somehow Silence get themselves any of this base, any of these shrines?
Mid-boss coming up as well in 50 seconds, so it will be 1 player not up for that. And Abrahams. Oh, they can get the unstable rift too.
But I'm a rather
I think he
This
can get
game
a
is
shrine.
this game's getting weird, Jason. It's
Yeah,
getting weird.
it's been
I'm
weird
feeling
for 20 minutes, man. We've been talking
fair.
about the earned rapping, Backstreet Boys, and Sync, how pretty your face is. They don't get the shrine, though. Respecting the respawns coming on through. At least get the base guardians down. And again, they close the gap. I mean, Sonya picked up cheat death right before that fight. He was on the right-hand side of the map. Oh, don't tell me you do mid-boss. He was down for 13
are they
seconds. Mid-boss is up
actually
in
doing it?
15. He's probably going to have boost to get... Actually, the base guardians are down. He's going to have boost to get here. Don't tell me, Silence, that you're going to throw the game potentially from this mid-boss take when you've done so well to get yourself back into this one.
I mean, they can delete it pretty quickly now, especially with everybody here. Oh, they're going for it.
The other's here. He has ultimate too. It's coming up in just a second.
Oh my god, this is crazy. They're actually going to try to do this. Another mid-boss fight. Where's the Shadow Form there? It gets popped. Now, how many Rejuve crystals are they going to get? 2 Rejuves going the way of Silence. Oh, unbelievable. In comes the Affliction on 4 players to delete every single Rejuve crystal. Now it's Abrahams. We have the advantage on the Rejuves here. And those Afflictions are doing work here, Jason.
4-man Affliction. They get the rejuves gone. Still 3 left up here. Balaclava trying to survive Bobby. He had fallen from earlier on. Mayonnaise just trying to get away from this fight as Abrahams are winning this one out without losing a single player. Sonya just alive on a sliver of HP, but it seems like it's going to be enough. And Abrahams get the full-on wipe. OCs and Rake forced to go back to base, whether they like it or not. Silence. This is 2 times in a row you go for a mid-boss, and 2 times in a row that you get punished after getting a massive team fight win right before, and the patron has no defenses. It's a stage 2 patron. They can rush this one down.
Oh my goodness. Actually, just, I don't understand how to process. I don't understand how to process any of this. So crazy. There it is. The stage 2 patron will be eliminated, and finally, the drama is over. Abrahams have taken the game. Maybe they could have taken this game 20 minutes ago. I don't know. I frankly don't know. Silence did a great job staying in this.
That game lasted 30 minutes longer than I thought it would with the way Abrahams were playing. But Silence, I mean, we were both unsure of how they kept getting themselves back in this game, getting kills, winning fights on the brink of a loss. But the thing that comes back to end their hopes during the night shift, it was mid-boss twice in a row. And Abrahams, I mean, that's what's going to happen when you have a Yamato, man. The Shadow Transformation, especially with Refresher, then you're grouped up in a pit for an Affliction. Either way, they put on a stellar match. Even though Silence did lose, that was one of the most exciting matches I've seen in recent times.
I do wonder how many Divine Barriers were purchased. We'll see on the stat screen, because the Affliction did some serious work there. I think it was there was Refresher online, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Oh,
So
I don't know if he had Refresher. I know he had Cheat Death. I didn't see Refresher, but we'll check him with that one. But oh man, Refresher.
We'll have to
on
look
him
at the
as well.
items.
If you pull an M2 Dreams Affliction, then you have a chance to pull up a Cosmetical Affliction right after. That's good. That's good stuff.
Yeah, crazy. Pretty crazy. I will say though, Jason, last week it was the case that Abraham's sort of they got a really big lead into the mid game and then kind of started diving a little bit. I started diving a little bit too deep, and the game ended up being a lot closer and longer than it should have been. They ended up winning eventually, but it reminded me a little bit of that. Although I'm not entirely sure, because I do feel like I don't want to take anything away from Silence. Of course, they managed some of the team fights exceptionally well, because in some of these team fights that they were turning around or having very good trades in, they were like 40k souls behind. So I don't know how. That's really, really amazing.
Yeah, I think we could rewatch this match multiple times from different point of views and maybe still not fully understand how the hell Silence was able to win some of these fights, but we get a better indicator of what was happening. I still want to put it like towards Bobby for the most part. Though I want to see the damage numbers at the very end of this game. So I feel like Shiv, you just can't underestimate, even when you're behind, if you get people low, he can clean those up. But Wiki was also playing a really good front line. Like the chain gang is able to force out like counter spells, able to just get so much focus fire on him that the rest of his team couldn't get this damage down. It's so unfortunate for Silence. I feel like they almost deserve that victory with just how much they held on. Like the mental of that game for them must have been so low and so weak, considering how Abrahams were able to steal the first mid boss after the high they had of getting a big team fight, then to have it happen again. And even though they got 2 rejuves, it just wasn't enough. Like the Affliction and the amount of raw damage Affliction or Abrahams was doing was just not stoppable.
I totally agree with you. I totally agree. I think this game was really interesting from that respect. And also, the fact that it's featuring a gun Ivy, and we checked in with the damage at one point in the game, and the damage numbers didn't make sense. It didn't make sense. Abrahams had insane damage values, and most of the Silence players were towards the bottom. So, and also, I think Arzo had like a 12-0 kill situation, kill death situation, like in the game, towards the mid game. Like there's just like a lot of craziness in this game.
Yeah. I think he only had a few deaths, and it probably came down to those big team fights where he's able to get focused, or maybe one of them right here, of course, just I talk about. I mean, you see the defense out of Silence, able to hold on. Yeah, crazy game, honestly. And a best of 1, if this goes to like a best of 3, I wonder what would happen. And again, like I feel like as a team, when you play a best of 1, you have to play so different. You have to play so much more passive, so much more careful. You can't really afford to make that one mistake that could throw the game, though we did have a lot of mistakes happening in this match in particular. But let's see. Let's look at this damage. 89,000 out of Sonya Sniper, 85,000 of Arzo. My lord. On the other side, again, we saw them just, Silence in general did not have a lot of high damage numbers, but they were still able to win these fights. 77, almost 78,000 for Rake. Now, for me, that was unexpected.
See one Divine Barrier, Jason. Only one.
Yeah, I know OC's...
You need more.
OC's had one. Yeah, OC's had one. Okay, because he did get afflicted at once, and he did cleanse it off himself right away. But yeah, either you need to know how to play around the Affliction, or you need to have DBs. And I'm a little bit surprised to see Balaclava actually not have one, but he does have one. So they had 2.
Oh, they had 2.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, there it is. Yeah, crazy.
You don't have your magnifying glass. We didn't get sponsored yet for you to be able to see it on your laptop.
Yeah. Absolutely wild game. Don't know what to make of it. Really. Don't know what to say at this point.
62,000 healing. Crazy. I really wonder. So there was a refresher for Sonya. You were wondering before. So you did have that.
Yeah.
You did have Boundless as well. We had Armor Pen, E-Shift. We had quite a few E-Shifts actually being picked up, but a Ricochet out of Geist. Now I can't say I remember the last time I've seen a Ricochet Geist.
Yeah, I'm not sure either, but hey, definitely whatever Arze was doing was what that you should do. I feel like whatever Arze is doing there is correct.
Yeah, you have to also wonder. I mean, let me see. Like double check who said it. So Guava Juicers said if only they had an actual carry instead of Ivy. Now you know what? I kind of have to agree, right? Is like 48,000 damage. If you're the M1, you're being fed over farm very early in the game. I feel like you need more out of the IV. And I wonder, Would picking like Venator earlier on been different? Picking, I think Infernus got
Wraith
picked
even.
in top 2, right? Yeah, just something with a little bit more. I mean, he did have a lot of items built up, and I understand he had to play defensive, and for the most part, like Abrahams were winning this game. But yeah, like you look at ours though, 85k compared to the 48k. It's a big discrepancy between the two.
Yeah, 100%. This was just wild stuff. Hey, we're going to move on to our MVP then. Honestly, I feel like Arzo might be in the Sanyas. I'm not sure. Who do we pick? Arzo, yeah. I guess that does make a lot of sense. Arzo was absolutely crushing the entire game long, so definitely think it's a fair shout in the carry role as well. Has to do or have a big performance, and that's exactly what Arzo did.
Yeah, I like the build too. Like going for the drain build. It's not often we see that too much anymore. Like you see like the bombs, the essence bombs being mostly maxed out, but I think I believe the live drain build like kind of got started over in NA because I think it was NA. I think we saw most of it. It's one of the regions, either NA or EU. I cannot fully remember, but one region used and the other didn't. But it's really cool to see it make its way over here and actually be quite useful because again, as you point out in some of these fights, the drain was just going ham. Like the amount of healing it was doing, the potential to make Arzo so hard to kill with the recharging rush and the drain. Like he could just outlast you in these fights. And then if you ever got low, guess what? Soul exchange. So it's really hard to take him down. And I feel like he was such an anchor in the team in this game for them to just be an immovable object.
And it does make a lot of sense because you got all these heroes that have the easy ability to maneuver their way out of the bomb. Whereas, like, if Flash is jumping around, as we saw actually in many occasions, Life Drain sticks to him. Holiday's jumping around, Life Drain will stick to the Holiday. So you're able to get that consistent damage output. Plus, of course, the sustain is really great. So
That can be focused. That's just also crazy. Again, I talked before about Abraham's, like their focus fire is really strong, but the fact that Arzo gets so much freedom to play with here. I feel like, obviously the thing is there's a lot of high priority targets on Abraham's side, but you're just looking at Arzo and most of the damage he's taking right now, as you can see on like his health bar, it's from himself. It's not even the enemy team hitting him.
Right.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Dan? That was a crack of a match. It lasted extremely long. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to throw it to break for now because we still have a best three to come up, and I think we need a break in particular, not to mention Abraham's before they have to play against Buff and Shores here for a potential redemption to maybe take the title for themselves. So this is the Deadlock Night Shift number 48. We'll be back with our champion match over in EU before we head to NA, and we'll see you all in a few.
my behest. Die at my whim.
We are back now and getting underway with our champion match in just a few moments, where Buff and Joy's look to defend their title and Abraham's look to probably have some quicker games than what we just had up against Silence. A little bit of a struggle for them to close things out, but close things out they definitely did. Let's quickly take a look at the format to get you guys caught up on what you might have missed and what's to come up later on today, because once we're done with this series, well, we're not done with the day. We still have North America come up with ZP and Jake to bring all that action with Bourbon Clock and melee creeps, though it's not the melee creeps that you guys will recognize. If you've been living under a rock, you're in for quite a surprise when we get to that. And also the second showing of someone we just saw playing earlier today, as the winner of that will take on Pupils, who had a big win against MLC just last week here. You know, Dan, we don't get to really talk about the other side of the show when we're like on EU or on NA. Well, on NA, it's kind of impossible to do this, but how do you feel like NA is going to wind out? Who do you think is going to take the title here this week?
Oh God, I think it's honestly I don't know. I'm gonna say Bourbon Clock.
Okay.
No, wait. I'm gonna say Pupils.
Sorry, first answer is the real answer. We cannot redo that one. So DDK, he says put all your channel points on. You just said every team now.
Okay, I'll go Pupils.
The pretty face DDK himself said Bourbon Clock, so put all your channel points on it. And if you lose your points, you know exactly who to talk to get them redeemed or reimbursed. So that's coming up after we're done with EU, and EU is what it's all going to be about here as we're taking a look at Buff and Joyers, who are also running a sub for themselves as look to defend their title. And again, the last week we saw them playing, the last time we saw them playing, obviously when they had Demov, they didn't look too great because again, Pooch shoes was industrial sized shoes or something you said earlier, Dan?
Yeah, you can fit a village of people inside of the shoes. Something like that.
Okay. That has to be a Britishism because I don't think I've ever heard something like that said before.
I did make it up, so
okay.
It might just be that I'm an idiot. That could also be an answer.
Yeah, well, this is gonna be cool to see because obviously Mazaji, like you're saying, big shoes to fill. Hoot, in our eyes, definitely one of the best players in EU, and the role he plays within Buff and Joyers is so important to this team and to the core of how they're gonna be successful. But also like Vrake, I think if I'm to look at this roster, Vrake to me has probably been the most impressive player I've seen on this team because we obviously know everyone else in the team to be really good players, but Vrake to be able to keep up and actually be able to carry in his own right, thinking back to like when he's played things like Apollo, he's played a lot of mobility heroes as well. He's definitely been like a core member to the success that this team has had.
I think for me, I would say probably Cosmetical. I feel like Cosmetical has been rising his stock value, and especially he's one of those players where you actually just can't let him pickpocket. It's a critical mistake for him to be able to get hold of that hero, and that kind of sucks. And I think we saw that dynamic last week because that kind of created a scenario where then I think Doorman was getting opened up because also the teams were not wanting Mirage to be playable either. So, but then that just left a pocket to get floated and Cosmetical to pick it up. And just absolute misery for his opponents.
Well, at least one upside here for Buff and Joyers. I know they were scrimming with Mazaji over these last few days. If you guys are checking out Lightbringer's stream, he was always spectating the Buff and Joyers and watching their matches happen live. Maybe if we have time here, if the draft isn't ready quite yet, we can once again look at Abraham's roster, remind you guys who's going to be playing on this team because they definitely had a standout in the form of Arzo in this last game on that guy. So we crowned him the MVP of that match. Tass channeling his inner Obi-Kim with the Drifter, not doing too well in the beginning, but definitely redeemed himself later on here. And then Saint, kind of quiet, to be honest. Not used to seeing Saint be so quiet on the Infernus as he was kind of overshadowed by quite a few different players on the team. And, obviously together in the Shadow Transformation, Rejuve, Confirmation / Steals was very important to Abraham's success.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think this team is just going to keep getting better. What's interesting is that I feel like they feel a bit more flat in terms of the raw power of some of the players like you look at on the other side of things of Buff and Joyers. And I think that's something that we're going to have to kind of see develop with Abrahams as they kind of, I guess, like close the gap against them. But I think again with Abrahams though, it's some of the team fight and the team macro that I think actually makes them stand out. So that's another thing that I think is interesting. But one thing I'll also say is, why don't we see anyone play Kelvin anymore? As I'm looking at the Kelvin portrait.
Yeah, I think Obi-Kim also had Kelvin as a portrait. I think maybe we need to update these a bit because some of these we just don't see anymore. I couldn't tell you. I feel like we've gone mostly supportless now in the game. We don't really have any healers anymore. You don't see Paige at all, even though she got some tweaks. You don't see Rem either. Well, obviously, with the addition of the Unstable Rift Troopers, we thought maybe Rem would be in the mix, giving them extra spit resist and push potential. But again, we still see how quick they die. I think we're just starting to see more of like a 6-man DPS kind of squad where some of the DPS just don't get fed farm, which I think is maybe why Infernus can still be so strong, because you don't necessarily need to give him the most of farm for him to still have an impact in the games with like the AoE zone control he can do.
I do know that, or I understand it to be more of an early lane meta as well. Making sure that you have you're not gonna, you can't really afford to be the team that gives away the first lane loss, if that makes sense.
It's like losing a pistol round in CS, as someone might have said, someone smarter than me last week. Yeah, smarter, more handsome, more hair, better beard, lovely blue eyes. No idea who that could be.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good thing that I don't have anything for that. I'm too tired. I can't be witty right now, Jason. I can't give you anything for that.
I don't need you to be witty. I just need you to appreciate that I appreciate you. We're into the bans, and it looks like Abraham is going to be starting things off. I'm looking towards Pocket ban out of Abrahams, honestly. Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like you can't give cosmetical Pocket. He, as you mentioned before, the impact he has on Pocket versus like Empty Dreams had on Abrahams before, you couldn't even compare the two. And even Sonya, who had a relatively good game on Pocket this last match, I still feel like you can't really necessarily compare them, though. I think it's a lot easier in that sense because he definitely had a lot more good afflictions, but I also feel like Silence wasn't even actively trying to play around. I feel like Sonya getting afflictions versus Silence is completely different than getting afflictions against Buff and Joyers. Maybe that's the best way to say it.
And this is the exact scenario that we were discussing where, and this is pretty much what would happen. Abrahams pick Billy, Buff and Joyers get Doorman now. And I think often they would get Doorman and then the Drifter actually would be, or Infernus Drifter would be kind of, I think, what Buff and Joyers would kind of prior for the top 3. But Doorman is absolutely, I would expect to be in the top 2 here. Probably Infernus as well.
I'm trying to think there's another hero that might be prioritized over maybe Infernus. Because I think they definitely don't. We talked so many times about Buff and Joyers. They don't focus a pick early for Zergy. They kind of leave him as a 6th pick, which is so different compared to most teams out there. And they do go for the Infernus, like you mentioned. So Infernus and Doorman together. Again, we've seen Infernus played by quite a few different players on Buff and Joyers. So we're not sure exactly where it's going to go. But I am curious, why don't they pick like Apollo in top 3? Because Apollo consistently gets banned against them by Abrahams.
Let's have fun, darling.
That's interesting. Yeah, definitely feel like Apollo does have good value. Still like a really good lane bully. Pairs well with a lot of heroes for that laning phase. Yeah, we get the Geist pick early here for Abrahams, which is interesting. You know, it's like locking that in. Obviously with Infernus gone. And Venator being less valued, it seems. It seems like Venator's kind of disappeared a little bit.
Yeah. Well, I think he also gets banned on the turn quite heavily. I think we would normally see it being picked like after top 3. But we've definitely seen a downfall in the addition of him being picked in top 3, as we do have another pick coming in, though production's trolling us a little bit here. We don't know what it is. I don't think production knows what we can see.
Yeah. We just got our screen switched away from the draft, so we can't see anything.
I have my own plans.
I don't even know what that picture is that we are looking at, Jason.
I don't know what that is.
It's a
Oh, is this a K-pop? No? What, do you know what this is?
Is this on purpose? That's what I'm wondering more so, to be honest.
Okay, I heard a Yamato.
I think I have to tune into the stream. It's delayed, but might be better than what... Okay, there we go.
Okay, that's us. There we go. Okay, so Venator, Calico. I wasn't Yamato. I was completely... Actually, no, Yamato got banned. All right, so I did hear correctly. So we were just talking about like a Venator in top 3 does avoid the ban on the turn, so we do get that locked in. Again, that could be a cosmetical hero still. Could be cosmetical on Venator and Zergy on Infernus. Could be Obicum on Infernus. I think it's probably going to be Mazda G, though, on Holiday.
Oh, wow. Yeah, like Doorman, Holiday, the ability to get picks and to kind of disrupt the fights is it's pretty nasty. So we get Lash, Calico, Geist, and Billy. Yeah, it's definitely a nice combo. We saw, of course, this exact combo get utilized. Actually, no, they didn't get the Lash because it was OC's on the Lash, wasn't he? So Abraham's taking the Lash here on top of... Wow, okay, so they've got like a pretty nice tempo draft here now with the Apollo, Lash, and Calico, and Billy especially.
Wow. Everyone wants to be in your face here. That's gonna be a tough team to fight against. But then again, Buff and Joyers do have a lot of damage, and they do have some pretty good disengage. Ooh, I'm not hating this either. I almost just for some reason wanted to see like a Drifter as a last pick. It probably would have been picked by Buff and Joyers if they didn't ban it away, actually. I don't know if you can hear this. My dog is barking at something outside. So I might have to AFK for a minute to see what he's barking at. But the last pick comes on in. And Ivy, again.
Go ahead. I'll hold it down, Jason.
Okay. I have to go run and get him because he's barking something.
Oh, so unprofessional. Can you believe it, guys? I could just talk so much shit right now about Jason. You wouldn't be able to do a single thing. Ooh, we get the Sinclair right at the end there. That's really, really cool to see. I was actually... I wonder if the Abrams pick was somewhat of a defensive pick for Buff and Joyers because I think Abrams we saw previously when combined with like a Calico, Apollo, like Lash, some of the chase down, it's actually pretty devastating like how the entire Abrams roster can kind of chase at you. But, seeing the Sinclair come in last pick is really interesting, in terms of the ults to seal. I think, of course, you know, the Doorman ult is a nice ult to steal just due to the fact that it takes a hero out of the fight for an extended period of time. And I mean, obviously, like concussive combustion, like there's definitely some utility behind the ults, but I think obviously the thing about Sinclair too is that he's got so much value. Even though we haven't seen him much lately, he still has a lot of value in his poke and lane. His gun is also very good, and also the Rabbit Hex is still like extremely powerful and potent. I am curious what people's takes are as to why he became a little bit less valued, because his core kit outside of the ult is really good. But in terms of, for me, where I think, you know, where I'd like to draft more, I almost like, the problem is it's because it's like buff enjoyers. I kind of want to just lean towards what they're doing, but I do like the utility the buff enjoyers have, and especially the dynamics we'll see from Doorman and Holiday. I think are going to be really, really cool in terms of the pressure game. We saw last week, if you guys missed it, just the sheer fear that was put into the hearts of Abrahams when the Doorman was their late game, able to basically engineer picks with the doors. It was like very scary for them. So big presence from the Doorman as Jason returns, and we get into the match, buff enjoyers versus Abrahams.
Completely agree with everything you just said. 100%, even when I wasn't here.
Nice.
Did you never mind. Did you send like someone to the door to get my dog to start barking so I would come off camera and so it could just be you alone on the show?
No. That does sound like a really good trick though.
I mean, technically you do have access to my address if you knew where to look.
Do I know where to look?
No, I don't think you do.
Things? No, I don't think I do either.
So
I'm sure there's a Google Drive or something I have access to, right? Something in there.
For now, you have access. That might change in a few minutes. They close things off with an Ivy after the Abrams, and then a Sinclair. And I see a lot of people in chat saying, like, what's Sinclair going to copy? I think Combusted Combustion's a good copy. I think even Airdrop's essentially a good copy. I think even Seismic Impact can be a decent copy plus Lasso. I think you give your team a lot of control around mid pit with Sinclair with the ultimates that you can steal. Plus the Rabbit.
I was saying the door. The door for me is the big one, just because it just takes people out of the fight straight away.
And then you can have a one-on-one fight in the Baroness Hotel if both of you put someone in there.
True. That's actually pretty sick.
I see the enemy.
Is that how it actually works?
Yeah, you go in the same.
You go into the same car. Oh my god, that's crazy, man.
I see the enemy.
That's crazy.
And then it's like,
interesting.
Who can keep the other from getting out? You know, you don't have to kill each other, but just make sure the other person doesn't get out, because then they take a lot of damage.
Yeah.
What? Larfy says Jason DDK was trashing you.
Oh my god, that's slanderous.
He did you dirty when you were gone.
No, that can't be right.
Dan would never. Larfy, you're just
There's
messing with me.
no way.
He would never be mean to me.
There's no way. Well, something else I was making a point of, Jason, I'm curious on your take on this, is that, saying to the guys when you're gone, is that the Sinclair pick is interesting because even without thinking about the value you get from the ult, Sinclair's just base kit is really, really good. The Vexing bolts still like tear up towers. The gun damage that Sinclair has is really good, strong, consistent. The changes to the assistant also make it like him really nasty in some of these team fights, because he can kind of zip around very easily, get good escape mechanisms. And on top of that, the Rabbit Hex is also really, really good. So he's got, oh my god, what is this beat down right now? Oh no,
you know what Perry is, right?
Yeah.
Please,
No.
I was gonna say, if you don't commit for this kill, I will never stop trash talking to you. Ballistic gets it. Of course he gets it, and he gets away. So Arzo,
that's
in this
just
game,
abuse.
there's something you can do. It's called a parry, and when people are meleeing, yeah, like that. See, that's what you could have did to Listic, and then you could have turned around and killed him.
That is truly bizarre. Oh.
Of course, as I say that, Cosmo gets the first parry, but then Together gets the last laugh. Come on, what's happening here?
Oh my god, he got just slapped on the booty with the club. Oh my god, Together again. Oh my god, he's giving everyone a spank with the bats. What is going on? Everyone's just burger boxing extreme. How are we supposed to work in these conditions? I wonder.
if I can survive casting through it being 40 degrees in my room Celsius and being extremely hot, I think I can handle how it's cooled down here and with the burger boxing that's happening. But we need a different word for burger boxing, because in EU, it's not really a burger boxing. That's an NA thing. It's cosmetic. It's killing us on here.
Sinclair.
A bloodbath doesn't do justice to this game. A what?
Kebab box. You kind of need the alliteration, don't you? Really.
What's a bat box?
Kebab.
So
burger,
I don't hate that. You know, I think you might have
It just is hard to say though. This doesn't quite, the alliteration. I think.
take some Tzatziki Sakai on my bat boxing.
I did, yeah. I honestly, I do admit I'm trying way too hard right now to come up with something better, but I can't.
No, I like Batbox. I mean, the thing is, it did take a little bit. If you have to explain it, then it's kind of like, okay, then you probably know it's probably not best. But I like the attempt because kebab, it makes sense. Anyways, back into the game. Dolphin Drawers with a slight lead. The Sinclair Apollo lane, I feel like that's quite deadly. You have like range harass, you have melee harass, like close range harass, like that. That can be really frustrating to play against.
Do you agree? Ooh, okay, the doorman is gonna be getting that casting buff. That's really nasty. And the chase down continues here from Buff and Joy. They're gonna actually take down together. Very good, very good, very good. Very good, very good.
Slowly hear the jet lag just getting to you right now. The longer we go on. And did you know, actually, since these are scripted shows, we actually know this is going to go 65 minutes in the first game, and we're going the full 3.
You know what? I didn't actually get your take on who you think has a better draft.
Let me give a quick think about it, because as we saw before, mid-boss control is so important. So to me, there's when you get to like this high level of like 2 pretty equally skilled teams, it's like mid-boss control, and then it's like tempo, like how aggressive you get in their jungle and how easily can you pick up kills. And looking at this, I mean, I want to say Abraham's has a much better composition for mid-boss. The fact that, you know, Yamato's banned away, there's no transformation to steal it. You only have to worry about the stone form, but then again, like Rabbit Hex is going to be huge. Whatever Sinclair steals is going to be huge. You can throw Obi Kim into the Baroness Hotel. I think obviously you have Dorman on the other side, but I don't know, like even Dorman I'm kind of worried about here. If you can somehow throw him in, then you get a lot of control and you take away like that power of the door, like the cart into door away from Buff and Joyers. But at the same time, like Buff and Joyers showed last week, they play really well around the doorman, and then Abrahams is also very respectful to a doorman, especially in the late game.
Yeah, they're definitely very aware of it.
Kerfuffle. I like that. I'm not going to say the name of the person who said it because I don't think I can. Kebab kerfuffle. Donor dueling. Bro, we got so many good options.
Donor dueling. That's actually awesome.
Croissant clashing. Biscuit boxing.
Ooh.
Schnitzel slugging. We got a lot of good ones here.
Wow,
Chat,
you guys are
geniuses.
creative. we should like get the chat to be all creative.
Yeah.
It's basically your job, more or less. I feel like you're one of the main creatives in the projects.
I mean, chat just pretty much took my job from me, if I'm honest. Way more creative than I am. Oh, good gut shot. Let's actually get away from this life drain here out of Cosmetical. So has the impact coming in out of Listic, looking for connection. You just can't get quite high enough, unfortunately, to catch up Tass on that Calico, but they still take the Guardian. And Obi was able to close out the kill into Tass. So Buff and Jordan get the big play on the right-hand side. In the meantime, the mid, Drake's just trying to survive here. Throws in Shard into the Baroness Hotel, but I don't think he can actually confirm this kill.
You know what's a miracle, Jason? Is that I am on the free Wi-Fi at the hotel.
Oh, don't even do this to me.
And it's fine.
Yes, the free Wi-Fi at the hotel is better than the internet in Italy. I get it. And I think I know exactly what hotel you're at as well.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess it's the one that they use always for stuff.
The breakfast is good, I can tell you that, though, if you haven't had it yet.
What's your go-to?
It's like this muesli yogurt. Big fan.
Oh yeah, I had that today. You know what? I cursed myself because I'm lagging now. I'm going to have to restart my feed.
That's all good. I can take away here as, I mean, Vrake's able to get back to base, but they did get a kill onto Task, who picks up a trophy collector. A slight lead for Abrahams, though it definitely doesn't feel like it with the way that, well, I guess it kind of can, right? Because they have been able to take 2 of the Guardians so far on the mid and the left-hand side. And Saint currently at 6.3k souls, not necessarily leading the lobby, but he's on a kill streak together though on 7.3. I think that's one thing you have to respect. The Billy getting fed is going to be extremely hard to deal with. But one thing I will say for Buff Enjoyer is they are, again, one of the few teams out there that deal extremely well with like zone control ultimates like Affliction. I feel like they deal with Death Slam really well. I would even want to say like Rabbit Hexes, though. I think Saint is good enough to catch him out quite easily on that, considering you can use it quite often. I feel like Buff Enjoyers with counter spells when they get to that point, and then of course the position that they have, it's gonna be hard for Abrahams to get the combo off that they want.
It's a little bit precarious here for Taz on the Calico. Being chased down a little bit. Though some good help coming on through. It's going to be able to punish Overkim. Okay, there's a steal. Oh, lasso into the Rabbit Hex. That's nasty. That's nasty. Oh, man.
And they just all looked away too because the Italo Sound was coming through and they knew that would confirm the kill. Yeah, that's dangerous, man. That is very dangerous to deal with here.
Yeah, I feel like Saint Clair.
St. Clair, yeah. Bro, you are on it, so you should be jet lagging more often. I feel like, I don't know, the things you say and come up with are like, it's like amazing.
I don't know what's going on, but I feel like we should see more Sinclair. I do think Sinclair has so much value. It's also like a nice like last pick as well, I suppose. But speaking of Sinclair, able to pick up that urn, although never mind, gets stolen away. So informed to evade the Rabbit Hex, and the duel here is looking quite nice. And look at that! Look at the cheeky run from Overkim, who is absolutely not getting Tesla bullets first item, as I think someone was last game.
I can't help but notice
Some form of condiment. The counter pressure comes in though out of Abrahams, and they taking that Guardian, having the 2 players here, they can contest the urn drop off if they can get the catch. I was trying to listen exactly where Obikim's going to be here, even trying to get information. The thing is, as we can see on the minimap, there's a world where Obikim could just straight up dunk, especially with the protection at Cosmetical here. As we see him going in straight for it, stone form as well. Can't stop that. Quick little turn in, tries to steal away as many of the little orbs as you can for Abrahams. And Obikim with a great turn in, man. Even a great gut shot. Cosmetical being the bodyguard.
Oh my god. Eviscerated. Aerial shenanigans not going to matter against the aim here of Mr. Cosmetical.
I like how he even like took like half a second longer to shoot that shot just to like make sure like the fear was set in Shark's eyes. I'm like, yeah, I'm dead. You know?
Yeah, really confirming it. It's cool. I think the vertical aiming is a little awkward for a lot of people, but you can see Cosmetical's mechanics really, really good. And we actually made the point last week, I remember, at Cosmetical, and we saw him in one game playing, I think it was Venator, and then the next game he was playing on Pocket. And we were actually making the point that Cosmetical is impressive in part because when you watch him play a hero that's got insane mobility options and super fast pace, very different play style in the Pocket, exceptional player. Then you see him on Venator, where it's again very, very different play style. Still looks absolutely exceptional.
No.
Just because
it was Geist. It was Geist. Like even less.
Geist?
Yeah, it was Geist talking to Geist. And we were, I remember talking about that actually, because like Geist, you don't really have an escape, and there's really no chance with obviously Venator. You have gut shots, you have some sort of freedom, you have traps to run into as well. But to go from Pocket, super high mobility to Geist, super low mobility, it's not easy to make that transition. And we've seen Cosmetical be able to excel at things like that. As Listic hits a charge on the right hand side, instead Drake gonna turn his eyes and look for another kill, trying to take out this Apollo, take Shark out of this equation while the fight's still breaking off on the right hand side. A lot of abilities being thrown in, but Drake just has a laser sight for Shark, able to eliminate him pretty much by himself. And now St. Clair over here trying to run away, but you can't run away from the big blue man as Listic gets that kill as well.
Yeah, and Seaworth is coming up, but also looking to grab this Walker. It looks like he's going to be able to get this one too. Live stream coming out. What a big pickup there for Arzo. Wow, Abraham's actually ahead. It's interesting because I kind of feel like in my mind that Buff Enjoyers are ahead. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They're not.
Yeah, I think Abrahams are just kind of winning on the macro level, right? Like, yeah, they lost a couple players on the left-hand side, but then again, they take like the Walker on the right. Yeah, they lost but they're still taking ground in other places to take away jungle. Oh, interesting use of the door. He gets a charge directly onto Tass. Listic is getting extremely low on HP. Gets right back through the door with the help of the heavy melee and does live to fight another day, but it seems like Abraham's able to get control around this unstable rift.
Yeah, looking really good for Buff Enjoyers, actually. You know, they were behind on souls, but after this fight, maybe that's not going to be the case. Looking to absolutely dominate the Rift. In comes some more players, though, for Abraham's. Really trying to fight this one out. Apollo is looking quite healthy there. The lunges coming on through. 2 kills from Sharik as well on this Apollo. Really nice maneuvers. Still looking pretty healthy as well. And suddenly, it's looking a little bit sketchy for both sides, but Listic still in there with the Abrams doing a lot of damage. And he's going to be able to get the life steal there as well to keep himself up. And finally, it's looking like Sharik might be in a little bit of trouble. Although, oh, the charge coming on through. Did it miss? Not sure. But either way, looks like a lot of trouble here for Listic. Good movement there. He's on such low health. One more shot might do it. He's going to get out of this situation. Surely not.
Listic putting on a masterclass on the Abrams here, and hopefully we get a replay of that fight from his point of view, because there's some things I want to point out that he did exceptionally well that was only facilitated by the fact that they had a doorman on their team making full use of that kit out of Abrams. So they can test the the rift long enough that it just fades away into oblivion and no one actually gets the cap on it. And I believe they actually came out ahead when it came to kills. They were down about 5,000 gold before this one, and they closed the lead to about 2k here. I mean, in my eyes, already off the bat, like, Listic deserves the MVP from just that play alone. Because maybe they can get a catch here on the Sonya. He's very low in HP. But looking to turn this one around is, again, you see Tass dive straight into the doorman, and Vrake, of course, extremely slippery, able to escape this one with the help of his doors. But the rest of his team is actually going to be going in. Looks like on the right-hand side, going for contest on this buff. And Abraham's going to give it up. Gun buff for cosmetical.
Wow. Something else I'll mention too about the doorman is that we saw really excellent usage of the doors around the buff fights as well. Really, really good stuff there. Okay, Repose to get out off of the sigil. Whoa, okay. I don't think you want to go into Listic. Listic's like on a 7 kill streak.
Just Uber eated himself right into Listic's hands. He just chomped down on another kill, and the blue man, 13,000 souls on a kill streak as well.
Wow.
I mean, that was some crazy range from the riposte, but here we go. Replay of the fight from Listic's point of view, and again, some really important things with the use of the doors and his infernal resilience I wanted to point out, because he does get low quite a few times. But all he does is goes back into the door, buys time for his cooldowns to come up, buys time for regen as well. As you can see him just regenning up here. I swear there's another door he came through. He goes back into the fight, another charge back up again. Just so much control in this fight with these charges. Completely like locking down Sonic Sniper again, like a lash, extremely hard to lock down when it comes to get him out of the sky. Gets a Siphon life back up again as well. Helps confirm the kill onto St. Clair. Gets airdropped back in. Like, I don't know, like the way he played around this, but more importantly, obviously the way the team played around him as well, with like the cooldowns on his charges, really helped facilitate the neutralization of that unstable rift.
Yeah, like Listic really working on the MVP right now. With the play that he's had on Abrams, I think it's definitely been really impressive. I agree. Maybe if we have a tab, if we can have a cheeky little, just a taste of a tab, we might be able to see the kills and deaths of Listic.
The tasty, tantalizing tab. All about that alliteration today. Oh my god!
Look at this guy go! He's an absolute brute.
I mean, you did ask for like a quickie little tab, and you got it. It was immediately shut off as the charge came through. There you go. See it again. What do you want to look at in particular here? Oh, 707. Okay.
See Listic, yeah, 707.
It's almost as if this was the hero he became known for originally. Kind of good. Okay, well, now he's dead. Great. Cast a curse, Dan.
That's honestly one of the most devious curses we've ever applied.
Bro, St. Clair just copied airdrop and is following Obi Kim around.
I love it.
Do a barrel roll. This is like an air duel.
I love the comedy that you get in this game.
Yeah. I feel like you would do a fantastic Sinclair cosplay, though.
I'm down. I'm down. Just have to get like a tuxedo company to sponsor or something.
I thought you were gonna talk about the top hat, but I'm pretty sure like when you turn like 13 years old as a British man, you're gifted a top hat, and that's how you know you become a man. It's your rite of passage.
Sold it for better internet.
Damn, I should have did that, but I'm not British. Well, the Unstable Rift coming back up on the left-hand side. Slowing Hex counterspell being picked up by Zerg is gonna be quite big here too. Can really facilitate dealing with Shark, which again, like Rake before, we saw just deal with him so well. His Task is up in a fight up against Mazda G. Stolen Lasso comes on through, and the connection as well pulls him back in towards mid pit as far as possible. And it looks like Abraham's actually just gonna be retreating away and giving this one up towards the Buff Enjoyers when it spawns on in.
Cosmetical securing the rift there with the team, and Buff Enjoyers looking to take some macro advantages. In terms of the Walker situation, though, it's Abrahams that do have the edge there, having taken down the right side Walker of Abrahams. So the game's in an interesting kind of even state at the moment, I think it's fair to say. I mean, obviously slight edge, of course, for Abrahams with that right side Walker, but in terms of scaling, who do you like more, Jason, between these two teams?
I want to say Buff Enjoyers. I think Doorman, which isn't really scaling, it's just more of getting towards late game and how big your doors become, that Abrahams have to respect it, and like always the kill potential you have of that, plus like lassoing someone through a door and then closing the door, completely catch him off guard. Obviously Sinclair can kind of like match up late game when it comes to stealing ultimates, but I don't know, I want to go Buff Enjoyers, like Venator and Infernus.
Same.
And then Listic, you know, he's 2 deaths in, so he's about to hit his 10 death power spike, getting closer.
Really doing damage though. The Apollo pick looking really, really good here. Oh my god, he's decimated Buff Enjoyers. And oh, are they going for mid, boss? They're going for mid, boss. Oh my.
I think that's fine. Yeah.
Pull off a Walker here.
I mean, even if they don't contest it, I don't think it's that big of a deal. You can maybe get base guardians here because everyone on Abrahams is here on the mid boss. And that'd be massive because then it opens up like a shrine to be backdoored. Said Zergi's gonna back away from this one as we get caught out by Tass on the Calico. But like a Walker for a mid boss, I think at this stage in the game, I actually want to say it's like a win for Buff Enjoyers because realistically, I don't see Abrahams trying to go for like a dive under a Walker. Wow, what a bash down.
I see Abraham.
And Billy is still a G. Billy G. And is not being deposited. It looks like Buff Enjoyers, I don't recognize it's going to get challenged. Look at the door play there. Ooh, Saint has gone down.
Yeah, and again, this is something you have to respect when it comes to like the doors and to obviously Buff Enjoyers and how organized they're going to be. And Mazda, I mean, the thing is, it's hard to, again, we talked about it before, to fill the shoes of Hoot. I think Mazda G has a lot of pressure on him to hit these lassos, but again, like if him and Vrake can work well together, you're gonna have like a guaranteed kill.
The pressure in the mid lanes coming through on this Sinners as well. Abraham's trying to see if they can catch somebody out. At the same time, obviously, you know, just providing a big blockage to that posits routes. Like he's been holding on to the urn for ages. The good thing that it doesn't completely murk you anymore.
I haven't heard that term in a long time.
Honestly, I don't think I've ever used it before.
I think that's an Americanism, actually. I feel like it came from the States.
Yeah, it could be.
It's returned, disappeared off the map for a few more minutes. Again, Listic coming on through, immediately catches out Tass. Still gonna be hard to finish off here. The rest of this team gonna be here. Good movement as well to get out of this doorway. And Shark gonna be the first one coming on forward. And again, like I don't really see a world where Abraham's go for a dive under these walkers. Gets a steal onto the lasso. Oh my god, that was almost a catch on the Listic. Practically caught his tail. And the Eternal Sun comes on through. Actually, it's a double catch. Frank and Mazda G and Shark. Don't forget everything I said about sieging these walkers. With those 2 kills, they can do just that.
Yeah, that's looking so clean. Honestly, the Apollo pick, it's looking It's been problematic in this game so far. I mean, Sherrick has been playing really, really well with it. And we've been talking about Sherrick being a new player into the Abrahams roster. And usually it does take some weeks to really settle in. This is looking like a really strong performance. The Buff Enjoyers are now kind of in some trouble, it feels like.
Honestly, it might even be approaching ban worthy for Buff Enjoyers here. The thing is, they did ban Mirage, so it's not like you can necessarily ban an Apollo over a Mirage. It's still really impressive, and I think this is where we see the dive actually come on through here under the Walker. And he baits a lot of control towards him, slowing Hex as well. The time Lissandra to catch two like this. Oh, it's it was the Death Slam. Okay, I didn't catch the Death Slam going off, so it's a relatively easy catch, but still, 2 targets. As I was just talking about not seeing them siege the tower, and also talking earlier on about Buff Enjoyers being so good at dealing with like these zone control ultimates like Affliction and Death Slam, and then 2 get caught out, immediately thrown into their deaths, and well, Abraham's net themselves another Walker, but only about a 9k lead. Feels like they should have a bigger lead than this after mid boss and the 2 Walkers they've taken.
Yeah, this is looking to potentially get an initiation here with the charge. Ooh, Sergeant Slime comes in.
Saving it for Shark.
And will he be able to take him down, charging him out of the way? Oh, the barrel in the face to finish him. That's really well done there by Buff Enjoyers.
Listic makes
relaxed.
He makes Listic not look like a bucket 3 hero, I swear, with how good his movement is.
Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, that's some money right there. That's what? That was 1,100?
It's like half your day rate. I just realized Caloris isn't here. That's a joke that I used to run way back in the day with him.
Old Caloris.
He'll be back one day when he's not busy in Paris with EWC.
Oh, yeah.
Working on some PUBG.
Oh, yeah. You do some PUBG.
One day, one day we'll get Deadlock at EWC. That's gonna be a crazy event.
Give us more tournaments, more lands.
Yeah.
Okay, well, it's a dunk there for Cosmetical. Dunk? A pickup. It's soon to be a dunk. Or maybe not.
You just read ahead in the script. That's what happened there.
It's true. I mean, with that said, though, Abrahams and Buff Enjoyers, these are the only 2 teams that I've seen with the new urn that actually contest the new urn drop-off. Pretty much every other team we've watched, I think, they don't really contest it.
Bro, Cosmetical's at 30,000 souls, by the way. Also on a kill streak. Also has gun buff. Also has urn. Maybe get a golden statue check-in, because I'm curious how many golden statues does he actually have picked up. I want to look towards maybe Listic as having probably the majority from his team. But look at this. I mean, this is such a big commit out of their entire squad here to look for the dunk, while in the meantime, Tass has been spot on the right-hand side of the map. The threat of a shrine, or at least base gardens, is there, but they get control. Cosmetical gets the lock in, but the Rabbit Hex comes on through and actually gets stolen away.
Wow.
So many of those souls taken by Abrahams.
Wow, they got like all of them off the Rabbit Hex. That's actually so sick. I think that's the first time I've seen a team kind of run it like that to counter the drop-off. That's so cool. Still has 30k souls though, so... Okay, well the map state is really in favor of Abrahams in terms of the lanes being very pushed. Obviously, they do have the Walker advantage as well. Risk comes up. And, I mean, again, yeah, if you... Just like you said, all things considered, the scoreline's extremely close despite the fact that Abrahams had 3 Reju crystals not too long ago.
Where's our golden statue check-in? Cosmetical on 35, and ours on 36, so... Even Listic at 38, I shouldn't even notice he's leaving the lobby currently, but... I mean, I think I can't do the math quick enough, but it looks like it's pretty equally split between the two in terms of how many the team's taken in total. And Buff Enjoyers sitting on the rift here. Looks like they might be able to lock it on through. Though Sonia's going to try to come on in. If he gets carted away, there's no chance. But they do get the contest initially here, and Listic's going to have to go big once again here like he did before early in the game on the rift. Everything being thrown into Break to deal with him. The doorman might be a dead man.
Yeah, it's looking really bad. Oh, the parry comes in the nick of time, and that's toasted together. Iridomini comes in, he airdrop back in on top of everybody, and parry comes out there. What connections are we looking for here? Just trying to get into a better position, just out of the center of the fight. Not where you want to be if you're a Venator. Use that counter spell to good effect. And in comes Listic to provide the support, provide that front line, which will free up Cosmetical. He takes down Saint as well. The Cosmetical still doing damage, but getting kind of weak. So again, be cautious on the positioning game first before then engaging in the fight. Just refreshing that Doorman shield. And it's, yeah, I mean, 1 for 2, not bad for buff enjoyers.
I like the way Listic utilized that warp stone as well. Gets behind Saint's Iridomini shot. Yes, he was getting kind of low there. And then allowed Cosmetical just to finish off the kill. Just like small little micro things like that. And Listic's doing in this game, really helping him excel and help the team have success. I mean, they're 2-1 in kills, but they're still going to be down 6,000 in souls. Extremely close game here. Yet again, Abrahams, I do wonder when they become tired, when they start making mistakes because of these back-to-back, you know, potentially 40-minute games. I think we were approaching almost the 50-minute mark in the first game. I think we finished around 46. I can actually check that in a second.
Yeah, something like that.
48 minutes. The first game.
Oh my God. Ooh, it's basically a Phantom Strike. All man's Phantom Strike. Up stone charge. And that was precise. Listic has looked phenomenal on Abrams, really.
I see, guys.
Been an inspirational performance from him.
Okay, they don't even need it. Arzo down. That's actually pretty big for them.
The boss is up here.
There's a world. Yeah, I think there's a world they could go for mid boss actually off the stand. Again, like control against Saint is going to be tough. You do have lasso. I feel like you almost just make him scream and you look for Saint. You look for a kill, create a bigger lead, but they're just going to commit to it here. Saint has the opportunity to go massive, but they get set up with the door, and I think that's going to be quite important break. They need to deal with him. Need to throw him into the Brandon's hotel. But they all retreat away from mid pit, go right back to the door, and look for the contest now.
Yeah, really nice way to stagger into the Rejuve contest. Every single crystal. Oh my God, Aaron. The tiny side is on almost every single player, and every Rejuve's deleted.
Bro, that Death Slam and Italian Song combo, it's giving me ideas, man. It's giving me dirty thoughts here because that was disgusting. Catching was like a 4-person Death Slam, a 4-person Italian Losan as well. But unfortunately for them, those Rejuves were there for buff enjoyers, and if they weren't, that would have been an easily one fight for Abrahams. But unfortunately for them, they're losing players still. They lost out on Saint, they lost out on Shark. The last is not going to connect, and buff enjoyers are still going to come out ahead after an amazing wombo combo out of Abrahams.
I mean, honestly, I feel like it's really nice because even though they didn't get too much off the mid boss, at least the mid boss is gone. They are actually getting ahead anyway, and Cosmeticals at 37k. Like the scaling is going to come soon into favor for buff enjoyers with this more neutral game state. They are pushing mid lane, looking to get this Walker down, and it's looking very good for them here. I mean, this seems like a pivotal moment for buff enjoyers to take some real momentum in this game.
Oh yeah, but you know, Ern, I don't think they need to really bother about it. Take yourself the mid walker. Taking a door. Okay, back to the one side of the map here. I was maybe expecting them to go for like a door to look for a contest, but yeah, let the Ern go. You get yourself a walker. You get yourself in the lead for the first, it feels like the first time this game. Actually, just take a look at the soul graph here. Maybe we get an idea of how Abrahams, I feel like, have been winning for the majority of the game, at least when it comes to souls. The first quick little replay here of that Death Slam into the Italian Losan. I mean, they were down 2 players, and this was extremely close.
Wow. Oh my God. Oh, it's absolutely gross. Boom. Okay.
And they would have had Obi-Kim and Listic, I feel like. They just got through the door in time. Like, Listic was on critical health there.
Wow, that's so impressive. Look at the scoreline. In terms of souls, it's so close still. But the problem is that Cosmetical and Zergy are the ones that are like really stacked right now.
Yeah, they are. And even though like Listic's not too stacked, yeah, look at this. We're just like some small advantages for buff enjoyers. But it's been like, I mean, buff enjoyers have never had a lead more than 6k. And at one point, Abrahams had a lead of 11k in this game. And that's kind of crazy to see that buff enjoyers off the back of this like last 1-2 plays have been able to actually get themselves back in control of this match.
I see Lash.
And Listic for me has been so phenomenal on this.
It's a Phantom Strike too. That's so dirty.
Ooh, Warp Zone Phantom Strike. Yikes. Yeah, so nice as well, especially for the Apollo to just and also Lash. You know, they're airborne. They're trying to dodge you.
Exactly.
Phantom Strike into charge. They are wrecked.
I mean, the Phantom Strike also, if you don't hit the charge, I mean, it makes him fall to the ground too, so you can kind of disrupt Sonya and help deal with him. Yeah, also like the disarm. There's a lot you can do with that item, but also, I mean, extra mobility. Let's use Warp Stone to get away too, because you can use the Phantom Strike to get in.
Yeah, very true. No, it's the delay game's starting to feel really bad, or quite nasty at least, or Abraham's.
I mean, that wombo combo. I feel like it's not very often you see buff hunters get caught by it, though it's technically been twice this game. But if you can't hit that, do they have a chance to win these fights? I feel like no. I feel like that's been such an instrumental part to the success in these last like power plays they've had. But let's see, can Arzo show up when they need him? The initial catch here on this right-hand side. Everyone's heading towards this direction to help defend against this aggression as they get the kill on a Cosmetical. That's 41,000 souls out of this fight now. Can Zergy somehow on 37k bring this one back?
Yeah, it's a very, very nice focus fire on the most key player. And one by one, Zergy goes down as well. And the utility game here is looking just insane from Abrahams. Really seeing it pay off. Mid-boss 1 minute 20 away, so not going to be able to punish with mid-boss take, but they can certainly punish by taking away map control, getting farmed up. And that's the way that they need to win this, or that's the win condition for. Wait, they're going to lose a Walker to the creeps. Left side.
Not very often you see that happen.
It's not fun.
Position out of St. Clair is able to keep them away too. I think he threw someone into the Baroness. Actually, no, he gets thrown into the Baroness Hotel by Vrayek. So I don't think they can really capitalize off this kill. There was a lasso available, but it doesn't seem like it's going to be used just yet. And an urn. So just as quickly as Buffunders got the lead, they're going to lose it. And that's also, I think it's the first time in Night Shift history we're seeing the Rift minions actually do something as they take down one of the base guardians and potentially a second as we see Obikim coming back to deal with this.
Yeah, they're like really tanking there. Obikim ruins it. Yeah, this is that was the exact type of fight that you got to have. I think the fact that they killed Cosmetical first and very quickly, that's the way that Abrahams can win.
I kind of wish instead of like tons of minions coming out of the stable rift, it's just like one unstable monstrosity that was like hard to kill. Because then it doesn't do as much damage because obviously you have to like you have to get through individually all the minions.
Got on the trend.
exactly. Mid boss is up here, and Buffalo is once again going for it. Door set up. An immediate catcher on a task. They say, forget the mid boss. You want to have the cat lady, and that gets them the kill and also staggers the mid boss after it's already screamed. Now Abraham's not going to be sure of when it's going to be killed. Sonya and Shark, a double S is here for Abraham's, the tag team duo, looking for that combo once again. I think you're seeing Buffendors respect it this time.
Yeah, looking to get an extra kill or something like that. Just make it a bit more secure.
I'll trap the bastards.
It's a very interesting game in many ways because it does seem like, again, you know, that's the scaling is with Buffendors, but there's ways that a team fight can work that Abrahams can still kind of win here. Oh, they're going to force it at mid boss. That's crazy. Buffendors are close too.
Though the door's down. Maz off to the side. He can lasso someone here. Goes on in. Reju. The grounds. The Death Slam coming on through catches just one. Unfortunately, I should count on two as we do see two go towards Abrahams with the Rejus. Listed getting one. A Shark, another 4-mana Tiny Little Sun comes on through. Helps him punish Mazaji, helps him punish Vrayek as well. And Abrahams are on the attack. They get 4 kills and potentially a 5th. This Shark's going to lose his life for it, but I think that's going to be a worthy trade here for Abrahams.
Oh yeah, absolutely worth. And so much farm on the map right now too. So much farm. There's lots of options for them to kind of start to get ahead here and again, really well played. And I think, you know, we were talking about the Apollon being ban-worthy. I totally agree. I think that might be something that we'll see because the impact it's had from Shariq's perspective has been enormous in these fights.
I guess instead of banning it, because I don't think you can get rid of the Mirage ban. I think you just take it in your top 3.
Yeah, that's true.
I think letting Mirage through is going to be more punishing, to be honest, especially we've seen the success. But man, Abraham's completely turned this one around, going in yet in again, looking for Cosmetical another time, and Cosmetical cannot afford to die, but he's just a lonely rabbit in a pack of wolves. And Abraham's get the kill into him as well as Zergy. I mean, there's really no way you can defend 1v5 here. You're guaranteed to lose that first shrine, and I mean, you should be losing a second. The first stage Patron, maybe not so much, but Abrahams are ransacking the base out of Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, it's looking like really an unrecoverable situation at this point for Buff Enjoyers, because they kind of needed that, I think, Soul Edge to kind of for their win conditions to really be playing to their advantage in having the Venator and the Infernus kind of become some of those like late game threats. But now, you know, the utility for Abraham's, the tankiness and mobility, it's going to be even more optimized around the itemization that they can have with this lead. Escalating purchase just now by Buzagi. So it's a 25k difference, so it's not insurmountable just yet. Even though I think I just said that it was.
Can we see Sonya's items really quickly? Because I feel like if you're Buff Enjoyers, I'm not used to seeing them get caught so many. Okay, hold on. Ray gets sent to the Baroness Hotel. There's not a lot of Buff Enjoyers here to defend him. Mazza G has died trying to do so, and it actually might be the game here. Mazza G down. Vreg just trying to get through his own door, but he gets locked up before he can do so. And with 2 kills, the advantage, and they get pushed straight through into the base. I mean, they don't have minions.
Oh.
That's one downside to going through the door. With 4 kills coming on through, I mean, is this stage 1 Patron? Okay, sorry, he has a stop. Like... I wanted to see if like they need to have response to Sonya, because he sets up the entire combo for Abraham's. And normally, I said before, Buff Enjoyers don't get caught out by these type of abilities, but Unstoppable makes it so the only way, I mean, you can't even stop him anymore because you can't lasso him.
They go for the Patron drop. Oh, really nice game here from Abraham's. They could stick around. This could be it. I mean, they can play more conservatively as well, but I do think that they have the ability to finish the game here if they really want to. They don't have Taz with them just yet, though. Taz is got the urn. Is he gonna? Yeah, I think he's gonna drop the urn and try to help the fight here. Zerky goes down, and the chase continues. This is not available for Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. Cosmetical gets caught up by the Death Slam. I mean, it's only one person, but honestly, that's the one you want to hit. And Tass is just going to bring the urn to a place it's never seen, the enemy base and the Patron. Right, to be fair, I guess it normally would see it back in the day when people would hold it in their own base. The fight's not done yet. Buff Enjoyers realize they have to do something. They can't just sit back and wait, but unfortunately, they're just falling too far behind. 50k now in deficit, gets a lasso to pull it together into the base, and there's no Reju's left. But the Patron is on its last leg.
Yeah, it's getting attacked now, and so you got to be in the pit. Only 2 players in the pit now. Just make that 1. Tani Lo-san is going to do this work, and that's it. Victory. Buff Enjoyers will lose Abraham's. What a game from them. This was a fantastic showing, and I think with a composition that is novel in certain respects. Wow.
Honestly, kind of unexpected in my eyes, but
yeah, me too.
My lord, if we were to give an MVP of just that match alone, I don't know if it's Sonya or Shark, but I feel like you have to go Shark. Like these combos, and I say it completely won them the game, but my lord, they could not have been any better. Multiple 4 or 5 mana Tiny Losans to turn things around to get themselves. Sorry, I just read something in chat. I know it's stupid. Labarga, but you know what? It made sense. Unstoppable equals cannot be stopped. It's true. Could not be stopped in his death slams. Allowed the Tiny Losans to go on through.
I heard that too. I wanted to say something about it, but I couldn't think of anything witty, so I left it.
I mean, you had Sinclair. I think that's like a highlight.
Yeah, I don't even know how that happens, but it took me a while to realize how it made sense.
Yeah, you ever sometimes just start talking and just don't know where you're going with it, and you just keep talking until you find your way? That's kind of what happened there.
That's casting, basically, in a nutshell. I feel like.
Yeah. Unless you're Mitch, you just have like an entire dictionary, Webster's dictionary, in your head, and you just pull random words together to make them actually work. And
Yeah.
this was the start of the downfall.
Gosh.
Seeing these combos come to life. I think this was like the first iteration of the Death Slam and Tanya Lusan. We saw the second forward towards the mid boss when Buffers came back through the door. You know, normally you look at Doorman, it's like, okay, you have really good control of mid pit. But when you eat a death, like a 5-man Death Slam into a 5-man Tanya Lusan,
Yo.
it doesn't get prettier than that.
That's insane. It wipes 4 players instantly. Incredible.
Yeah, Sonya had a really good game.
So glorious to see that. Yeah, Sonya did have a really good game. And to be honest, maybe Sonya's like, maybe there's an argument for Sonya to be the MVP of this particular game instead, just because of the setups with the Death Slam. It's always hard to call that kind of stuff, but I think given that Sharik is also like the new man, and given the level of oppression and performance and just like the killing potential we saw from Sharik, I mean, he played phenomenally well. And like we said, he played so well that we were like, wow, okay, is this a ban? Is this a respect ban that's going to have to happen now? And like you say, you can't do it in the first phase, so it's not as simple as that. But
yeah, I think we can't forget though. I think one thing we're letting that game do is make us forget about how good he was outside of the Tanya Lusans. Because obviously the ultimates were great, but he also had a really good laning phase, a really good mid game. Like before these combos came online, he was putting in some serious work. So I don't want that to be overshadowed by, okay, great, you had a big Death Slam, so you hit one button and you got all these kills. Like to get to that point, he had a really almost flawless game. Because remember, Abrahams were leading for the majority of that match as well until Buff and Joyers were able to turn things around, albeit by less than 10K. But yeah, an exceptional match. I'm hoping we see some match stats from that game, or if we're gonna have it after the break. I'm not sure when it's gonna happen, but it's gonna be really cool to see like kind of the builds and of course the numbers for Abrahams.
yeah, totally. I think it was interesting too, because with Abrahams not going with as conventional a lineup where you're looking at that a classic M1 carry. I think that was really interesting because we saw that Cosmetical was doing a really good job on the Venator. Cosmetical was struggling to be able to have the impact in the towards the late game fights, because the level of focus and the possibility for how mobile the Apollo is, the Lash is. There's just all these different options to kind of get to Cosmetical and prevent him from having the fight that he wanted.
12 kills, 7 deaths, and 49,000 player damage done. Dominable, Boundless, Spirit Burn picked up, Tank Buster. I mean, what's kind of frustrating is that we're so focused on Abrahams because they won the game, but let's not forget, Listic also had a really good match. I mean, he was 10-5, 33k player damage done. He was dominating, it felt like, the early game for Buff Enjoyers.
Yeah, he was their best player, I think, for sure. The amount of work that he was doing was really, really phenomenal. And it's been a while since I feel like I saw an Abrams that was able to have that much impact.
Yeah, it's not very often, especially these days. I feel like Abrams just hasn't gotten the love that I guess his counterpart of Billy is constantly getting as a first pick, almost a guaranteed first pick in all these games. Maybe one last note we can wrap up on is, Tass on 51,000 souls, but also Saint, 26 assists, still put out pretty good damage, 34k, and a lot of the ultimates he were hitting, I feel like, were impactful. He took a little bit of everything, right? He took the Iridomini, he took the airdrop, he took the Spirit Lasso, he took Baroness Hotel. I think he even took Combusted Combustion once. He was pretty much just like min-maxing Sinclair in this game, it felt like.
Yeah, he's got some good, I like the gun items too, that he had, like Hunter Zora, as well as the opening rounds, and which I guess you kind of have to get opening rounds. It's just like so value, especially because it improves the velocity, and his gun's kind of annoying without that. And then the hollow
Magic Wand
as well, hollow point.
Yeah. Well, okay. You know what we're gonna do for now? We've had 2 back-to-back 40-minute games, so I think Abrahams in particular, maybe they don't want to break because they've looked so good in these last 2 games alone, but they are now 1 map away from closing out the series and reclaiming the title once again. And Buff Enjoyers, to stay true to their tale, they will push it to a map 3. Let's see what finds out in game 2 after this break.
Brick by brick.
Pick the wrong fight.
Bringing me
I see Calico. I see the ghost man. I'm not backing down. Let's go.
Walker is under attack.
Weak always falls to the strong. I see Calico. I see Geist.
Welcome back, everyone, as we're going to find out who's going to be taking this series in maximum of 2 games. We'll see if it's going to go to 3, or for the first time in honestly what feels like quite a long time here over in the EU, maybe, just maybe, it could be a 2-0. Abrahams have looked phenomenal in this last game. The Tanya Losans out of the Apollo paired with the Death Slams out of Sonya Sniper's Lash have been stupendous. And I think the question now is, Buffendorers, do you take one of these away? Do you try to take Apollo away somehow here in your top 3?
Yeah, it's interesting because I feel like what you're talking about in terms of the bans, how Apollo, you can't really quite ban Apollo because of just the way it works out with the pick priority. I feel like there's a similar thing with Lash too. You're not trying to get rid of Lash or anything like that.
Yeah,
The top part of the bans and everything is kind of pre-selected, so your only option is to take it away, but at the same time you're not going to be prioritizing them in your top 3. So it's actually really interesting because it feels like Apollo Lash is definitely gettable again for Abrahams, I think.
Yeah, I think the change, because they picked Apollo top 3, right? If I'm not mistaken.
I don't remember. Was it top 3?
Maybe production can let me know because I don't remember. Yeah, I think it's very gettable, but also I think it kind of shows like I don't think we've ever seen this combo in the night shift. At least any of the games I've casted, that we've had these like Death Slams and Tyler Song combos. To be fair, it was picked on 5. Thank you so much, Solomon. So it was picked after the turn. So there is a world they just ban it on the turn. But I think if you're Abraham, I mean, do you want to potentially play Apollo without a Lash? Can you still make it work without the Lash? I think that's the question it comes down to for Abrahams, because that will determine if you want to pick it in top 3 to prevent it from being banned. But that means you have to get almost a Lash in your last 3 if you feel like the combo only works with that.
Yeah, it is possible.
When you need me, I'll be ready.
Billy might get banned. Okay, no.
Of course, Sokka, though, another 10 gifted back-to-back weeks as well. Thank you so much for your support here. You and Chrisana 14 always coming in feels like every week with 10 gifted. Thank you so much for your support.
Incredible moves.
Spoken for.
Okay, so Doorman gets the ban by buff enjoys. It feels like a problem. Cosmetical pocket, it just hits stiff, and I don't think there's a world where they're not opening pocket. Oh,
let's start breaking shit.
Interesting. So that means, does Sonya want to play pocket? No, I feel like you just don't play pocket in the buff enjoyers. I just feel like you can't. I feel like it's not worth it.
I feel like you can't give it to buff enjoyers.
That's true. That's
very true. You can't do it. And in this position now, what else do they get that's like top tier? So they could
Furnace?
they could secure the Infernus. Or do they rate the Apollo so highly that they will top through it? But I feel like not, though.
Yeah, for some reason, I feel like they're not going to go back to Apollo. I don't know why. I could be completely wrong. I'm not based this on anything other than just the feeling I have. But we can't forget about like Drifter being generally a very highly prioed hero between these two teams.
Wow.
And yet it was banned in the turn by buff enjoyers from before. So I wonder, will we see him make an appearance here? But to see Calico pick second, I think that's
crazy.
That wow that you just gave us.
Yeah, I'm not sure that. I mean, they're obviously valuing. I mean, I guess essentially the pick 2 and pick 3 there for them is essentially the same value. But yeah, Calico is not a hero that I feel like I've seen teams value this highly before in the current meta. So that's just why it's a little bit surprising. Guys obviously has had quite a resurgence.
Sword of Saint Benedict.
Venator coming in for Abrahams. So we're going to get a very different game here, Jason. I think based on
it's almost completely like swapped. Obviously, like the Infernus Venator was played by buff enjoyers last game. The Calico and the Billy was played by Abrahams. Maybe our overlays messed up. Who knows? It's possible, but I don't think so. And a Lash ban comes on through as well. I mean, do you ban Drifter here or do you pick Drifter?
That's a good question. This draft is very interesting. It's so different. Like I say, like what Abrahams are playing is so different. The buff enjoyers respect ban Apollo. Okay, makes sense. So Yamato's available, and teams are valuing Yamato a little bit more, but I don't know how well it fits into the core of what Abrahams have currently.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like they have enough dive. It feels like Yamato and Drifter would be better on buff enjoyers composition so far, but they do take the Drifter. I think it's also a preventative pick potentially coming in by them.
they pick up like a Silver or a Shiv, Abrahams now? Because you do need some frontline.
You can only run from the law for so long.
Okay. All different Mazda G. I think it's scary playing Yamato against Geist, though. I feel like if you go in range, you're just going to get soul exchange, and then you're low HP. And then you probably could die through your shadow transformation. Or you could try to time it
Helping people is what I do.
from like actually swapping on you. I don't know. I feel like it's like very tough to play that into it. But I wouldn't hate like another frontliner. Like I wouldn't hate maybe like an Abrams to help create some space for like Venator and Furnace to pop off. Because I feel like right now you're just really squishy as a team.
Yeah.
I can take whatever they throw at me.
Abrams comes in. Silver's really disappeared, I must say. Silver's still good, for sure.
Well, the weird thing is, she was played before this last buff, right? Because they reduced the cooldown on her ultimate. But before that, she was still being played a bit. But it seems like they've really just like everyone's taken their foot off the gas when it comes to her. Even though like together, I think it was last week, had an amazing game on Silver. But I guess those games are a little bit too far in between.
Viscous pick at the end, I think, is a really, really high, like nice value for them because getting the save. Getting the save.
Something about Mina's that I really like.
we don't get to see Mina too often. But yeah, something about the save.
I don't know. I feel like I see this Mina, whether it's in chat or on the roster page for Buff Enjoyers every week.
Curious how well it's going to do up against this roster. Obviously, I always like a Mina into a pocket, personally, just because spirit damage, the silence with the Nox Nostra and stuff like that. It's like just feels like it's a good 1v1. But yeah, I feel like I'm liking Abraham's roster a little bit better here, actually.
Yeah, the Viscous, I think, kind of ties it all. Shark on Viscous, interesting. And Saint going to be on the Infernus. Yeah, I'm kind of with you, honestly. I feel like Abraham's just have a pretty well-rounded comp. I think the Viscous at the end was the green cherry on top that really kind of put this comp together because you have an Affliction open things up with concussive combustion. I keep getting corrected on that one. And the fact that you have like Drifter there to provide support, whether with the darkness, but obviously like the high damage you can do together, you can play like a really good front line. I think Zergy is just going to have a relatively easy game until together gets Phantom Strike. I think that's where things becomes a little bit difficult for him.
Yeah, I think I agree. I really like Abraham's comp. They do have a bit of everything that they need for the team fights, for the individual game. Arzo can kind of like farm up. You've got some good pressure game as well to try to keep Arzo out of trouble. But here we go. We're going to be getting into game number 2. Abraham's a map up here looking to take away the title from Buff Enjoyers here on Shift 48. That's crazy. Yeah. 4 away from Shift 52.
Yeah, we're just, I think, like a couple weeks off. I mean, mathematically, we are a couple weeks off, obviously, but we did have some like downtime in the break, the winter break. So I think our 1 year anniversary comes before 52nd show. But yeah, to be a year into Night Shift, we've been doing this now for over 2 years, I think, even dating back to Fight Night, right?
Yeah. That is very true.
Oh man, 4 lanes. Remember the old base as well. We need to get a video editor to just make like a compilation of like the last year of Night Shift.
Oh my god, it sounds like a lot of work.
Yeah, I was just like, I'm not doing it. I don't want to make that. You have to cut through so much like B-roll to find all the things you want.
If Valve do like the international, but it's like Night Shift international.
Oh, it'd be sick. Like obviously in Counter-Strike, right? You've been casting it for how many years? They immortalize like certain plays in the map.
Yeah.
What if they immortalized Night Shift in the Cursed Apple?
Yeah. They stopped doing that, a long time ago. But,
no, they just did one with what's his name in in
okay, so that's different. So what they used to do is it's called a graffiti moment. So they put graffiti on the map. What they did with Magix, who got the 4K spray down, was they put like a little can on the shelf, which is not a graffiti, which was like that's a historic thing that they did for the big plays that were very like game changing. I have one of those, and James has one of those graffitis.
You have a graffiti?
Well, I was casting the Cold Zero.
Okay. Yeah, Mirage.
Double thing and Mirage, yeah. And then James has the cache one.
I see Drifter.
Let me now
The
even a
simple.
new cache. Yeah,
This is an FPL.
Yeah.
Of course. I have one thing in a game for me, though it's not as cool as that. I was
What's that?
casting a game called the Showdown Effect back in the ESL studios a long time ago. And the dev said if I could eat 6 chili peppers, like 6 really spicy peppers, they'll immortalize me in the game. And I did. And they added in a flamethrower. Because
Oh, that's cool.
I was
Throw
even a
them.
flamethrower the next day, I'll tell you that. It burns twice.
This is why you're always trying to get like ZP to like do stuff.
Yeah, sure. I think getting anyone to do anything like that is just, it's funny. It's
Yeah,
all in
true.
good fun, you know? Okay,
Yeah,
back to the game. Sorry, I've been so distracted because it's kind of nice to just talk about like random things like that.
I agree.
into the game.
I was ready to keep going.
Yeah, someone's got to bring us back, and I think that's my job today. Normally, I'm the one wanting to keep going, and someone else has to bring me back. We got the Drifter and Furnace here in the mid lane, so Tass and Saint being paired together up against the Calico and the Holidays. So we got Vraic and Mazza G, and I mean that is a lot of bursts out of them. To be fair, you can see like the leaping slash coming through, followed up by barrels. Good mobility out of Vraic. Good mobility, of course, out of Holiday here with Mazza G. But Billy's come into the mix here to help look for a gank, and unfortunately for them, it's not successful.
Retreat is unsuccess. And good damage here onto Drifter. Again, we've seen Drifter be key for many reasons, but one of the reasons is that early game power, early laning power. And I like this, you know, pairing up Sharik on Viscous with Arzo on the Venator. It's nice because, you know, the cube, you know, keep your Venator alive, keep him, you know, in the lane. And also on top of that, the Splatter obviously is an extremely powerful poke tool in the lane as well. So you're really not losing any lane power.
You know what's funny is thinking back into like the old days of buff enjoyers and like Virtus Pro, we always think about like D-Mob as being the Viscous player for them, but like Shark also played Viscous quite a bit, and he was also like pretty damn good on Viscous. So I think this is definitely another hero that's directly in his wheelhouse. Maybe not necessarily can be as impactful as like Apollo, obviously in that last game, but I think it's something you have to give a lot of respect to, for a hero that's like he's kind of known for.
Yeah, that's true. Viscous is also such an awesome hero. It's a shame that we're not seeing you know, the ball builds or anything like that. I doubt we'll see anything funky like that. It'll probably just be a Splatter build, Splatter into Cube build. Ooh, okay. Well, Cube not ready for that.
For 4 people to be on that left side too. We had Vraic and Mazza G. I mean, obviously looking for I guess the initial buff control, though they didn't get it. They were even there ready for like a 4-man fight, which means the Saint's been able to do a lot of damage to the Guardian. Though I'm curious, how are you going to make the St. Clair with the Infernus work in this game?
Yeah, I was literally just thinking about that actually. But that was a very nice gank onto Arzo, because we talked about how the job of the rest of Arzo's team is to kind of keep the enemies off of him so he can farm. Oh, a double pin. That's some good damage there. Oh, into the cold snap as well. Cold fronts. Maybe it should be called cold snap instead.
But when you use it, you have to have like a little sound as well, you know?
Snap.
Yeah.
Okay, so standing sniper on the Pocket is going to be something to keep an eye on for sure. Pocket is such a, you know, high tempo hero, and is often the first ban for a reason. So it'll be interesting to keep an eye on that. Both buffs going to Abraham's. We didn't mention the buffs just yet. Yeah, they got the gun buff.
I was expecting buff enjoyers to contest the left one because they had 4 players there, but I guess it was just a little bit too late, as they're able to grab it and escape. I think together with gun buffs can be, you know, pretty scary. Even to be fair, Drifter with casting buff can be scary. I think the CDR, the cooldown reduction you get for your Stalker's Mark and even Rend is just really frustrating to deal with here. I mean, that middle tower as well, when Saint is left alone to push it, has taken heavy damage. In turn, Shadow's being forced out of Rick, trying to keep Saint away, but this Guardian, I mean, it's just go down. The pressure It's insurmountable, though. We're trying to see Listic come in for a counter gank.
Yeah, Tunnel of Darkness there is really, really potent to get the escape. Make sure that you can evade these the ganking players. Oh, hello. What we're doing in the pits. Saint's going to get caught out. Tassa's going to go down as well. So even despite the Eternal Darkness, still somehow Buff and Joyce find a way to get the picks.
Important note too, returning a lot of the damage that they just took on their own Guardian here, almost taking that one down completely. Even heard Saint walking over the bounce pad there for a second. So like mid has just been a bloodbath. Left side as well here for Buff and Joyce has gotten some really good damage onto that Guardian. For the right lane. Actually, no, sorry, it was actually Together who fell. I thought Zergy died for some reason, but I misread the kill feed. Good start for Zergy then. 5.7k souls. Zergy and Listed together. I mean, you talked about like the Mina going into a pocket and how you really like seeing a Mina play against pocket. And with Zergy already having a strong start, keeping Zanya in check would be pretty massive for Buff and Joyers.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. And I think one of the big strengths of Buff and Joy's lineup is what we've already started to see a few times, just the roaming. Like Holiday's exceptional at roaming, as well. Ivy, Calico. They got the ball's getting the bounces. Very nicely done. So much extra damage, and that's going to be good enough to take down Cosmetical.
And Shark is like, he looks so much better compared to last week. I swear. He's playing some like really good heroes here that's having such high impact. Apollo, not Viscous. That's another kill here. And a good cube as well.
Yo. Shark is doing, he's doing some crazy stuff. He is absolutely looking for that MVP performance.
It's not, it's kind of nice to see Shark not on Mo and Krill for once. And actually, or Warden back before Warden was really seen as like a heavy gun carry. Because you kind of forget how good of a player he can be when he was always playing like the selfless role for the team. He does go down eventually. Oh, I mean the team's died, right? Yeah, it died, right?
I just honestly can't remember. Oh wow! Look at the moves. Look at the moves,
bro.
Oh my god.
Ours though.
Oh my god, he's doing it.
Oh,
he's doing it. Oh no.
You don't deserve this kill.
Oh my goodness. Oh, Taz will come in. He can smell the weak players. That's what Drifter does. Is there another conversion to be had here against Holiday? No. That was egregious.
That's a replay of that. Yeah, I want to see that again. That's I looked at him like Obikim's movement. I'm like, there's no way he survives this, right? He's like trying to juke him, but I didn't think that Iradomini would actually miss. Wow, that was insane. Obikim, man, he's another player that like plays the support line. Sometimes you forget. Oh, here we go. Yeah.
He's a savage.
164 HP. It's a headhunter proc. We missed the jukes before this, but that's fine. And then Mazaji comes in with the last. If I was Arzo there, I wouldn't even be attacking more. I would just be like, okay, just kill me. I don't deserve this.
I see you later, Epic. Stone form off the roof. There's a dunk. Not an unfamiliar sight to see it be a Calico that's picking it up. And run it really, really well.
Seen no contested of Abraham's. As you point out last game, these are like two of the teams who actually actively do contest earn turn-ins, but maybe the first one not too big of a deal. Zergy coming on through. Almost immediately gets the kill into Saint. Is that 4 players here on the right-hand side? Actually, no, sorry, it's 3. It's Obikim, who's extremely deep in. I mean, he had a crazy play before, but unfortunately he does go down twice in a row now. Chat's going crazy as they catch up to that.
I see Viscous.
Is Shark him?
He might be. He might be.
Yeah, I think so.
Has he gotten better since he took like I feel like he took a break for like a super long time. Like it feels like almost half a year, and now that he's back, he feels like even better. It feels like he had the same thing happen that Zergy did when Zergy joined Buff and Joyers, or like back then Loki W. he just had like 1 or 2 weeks to get adjusted, and then now he's just popping off.
It's crazy too, just because of the difference in the roles as well.
If I were you.
Oh. Oh, right now, I mean, it's definitely problematic because looking at a pretty fed Mina. 11k on Zergy. Abraham's, a few K behind at the moment. Sniper not maybe having the quickest start to the game you would want to see out of your pocket. I think this is kind of one of the points you were making, Jason, where you're like, do they have someone play him because they just don't have necessarily like an empty dreams level, cosmetical level pocket, but they had to do it.
Honestly, I would say Sonya's actually proven to be better than empty dreams on pocket from like recent history of when we saw G's playing. He's had way more impact, as we do see the unstable rift, and cosmetical is just going ham here. They get 2 kills and they get the rift. They lose the guard on the right hand side, but come on, it's just a guard, and that's not big. That's not too big of a deal as they have themselves a 5k lead. Not really gonna be able to push off these rift minions, unfortunately. A good little turnaround. Like that was a tough loss for them in that last game, even though it was extremely close.
Yeah, the hat's off.
I don't think I've ever actually actively looked at Infernus with his hat off. I don't want to look at this. I feel like I shouldn't be seeing.
Send him to Turkey. He needs a hair transplant.
I can't even laugh at that because my wife, she keeps hinting at it.
Already?
Yeah. Oh. There's actually been a couple casters that I know that I've gotten it, but I don't think most people know. Yeah, I'm not gonna spoil it.
It's not me.
Well, that beautiful head of hair. Who knows? That could only be created by God. God, it's not possible to do that through man.
Nice. I'll take it.
Am I gonna get any compliments from you at some point today? I feel like I've given you like 30 of them, and I've gotten like 0 back.
Wait. Is the only reason you do it, you compliment people, to get compliments back?
No, I mean, I would just be. It would be nice to have one. Oh man, Arzo gets caught out again. I feel like he's tilted after the death versus Obikim. Gets completely swarmed by Buff and Joy as they continue to push here, going behind the Walker, completely looking for another catch. The Saint's gonna fall, and Buff and Joy are extending the lead. It looking like a game 3 will be coming here. As the meantime, Cosmetical's pushing a Walker on the left-hand side, and he gets it. This lead has just exploded into 10k for Buff and Joyers, though Tass is able to turn one around. Not sure if he could finish off Zergy though, as actually Singron Retreat is on a very long cooldown here.
That's a really nice pick off there from Sanya. It was is actually caught up massively in terms of the farm. So Sanya, we're looking to try to like catch the team back up in this game. We'll see if there's a way to bring it back, because they have lost a lot of map control. They of course lost the left side Walker, definitely behind, but not unrecoverable by any stretch. I'm curious how this will develop though. What for you are the win conditions here for Abraham's?
I think a good affliction always, like that's like one of the easiest things to say, honestly. I don't think you need a high IQ level to say something like that, but I think they really need it. And I think Arzo to get some more farm, he's fallen a bit behind Cosmetical, honestly, and I think that's going to be tough, because there's no way he's going to 1v1 Cosmetical anymore. I haven't quite caught the build Cosmetical was going for, if it's like a life drain build like we saw before out of Arzo, or if it's just like the standard essence bomb, but they need a response to him, and Arzo's going to take some time to get there.
All right. So what's in terms of scaling?
Sorry, someone guessed Moses. That's so funny. Oh,
hello. Getting a catch, hit some pressure onto Zergy. I'm saying, I don't think Saint wants to really hang around for this one though. Something Hex comes in. Oh no, it could all backfire because Ivy is providing that support. Obikim, ever the annoyance.
A blue walker is under attack.
Saint gonna get away from this one. Obikim's still sticking around. It's kind of in a 1-on-2 right now. In the meantime, we talked about people like these two teams contesting Urn, and Drake will be doing just that. Obikim, this is the Obikim that I was talking about before when he was talking about Drifter for Tass. It's a little bit too aggressive, draws a little bit too much attention. It does cost him his life here for Abraham's, though the Urn still not going to be dunked just because Buffers have too much presence on that side of the map.
Okay, a few kills going the way of Abrahams in the recent minutes. Big challenge though, Taz gonna get taken out, so fight over the urn is actually going to go the way of Buff Enjoyers for now. Steel is with Mystic. They are not done just yet. Might be able to get another kill as well to try to escape. That Venator together can't make it out though. Difficult situation there for Abrahams. It was looking kind of good, like they were turning things around. Oh my goodness. Are we doing a 17 minutes mid-boss here, Jason? Surely not.
I think they probably could, though. Sonya has Affliction. Oh, man. I don't know why in my head I can see a world where Sonya hits a massive Affliction that shuts us down. Senk goes in early as well to get some early control around the actual pit. Sonya comes down to him. It comes down to this Affliction. If he can connect it, they have to go into the pit to hit the rejuve here. Sonya's the perfect opportunity. He gets connection on the 5 with the Affliction. Will it be enough damage, though? The rejuves are immediately gone. Cosmetical can die now with the Affliction still ticking away, as Tass was able to get one rejuve for his own team. The worst time for pause, as Listic has gone offline. But no rejuves. Zergi's taken away.
Is that gonna hit the? Is that gonna hit Oberkim? Do you think? He's in stone form, right? He's stone forming right now.
It could.
I think it's gonna go. I think it might connect too soon, like the iframes of the stone form.
That Affliction, 5, man. Like I feel like it's, and Zergi's being chased. Oh man.
Oh, he's getting charged. Oh my god.
Abrahams, I think they're gonna come out ahead in this fight for sure.
Yeah, this is a turning point. So look, Together also has a slowing hex. So there's you're not going to be able to sanguine away. I don't know that he's actually it's on soft cooldown. I think. I don't think he's used it.
Is that that goo looks like a heart? Maybe it's like an ex-teammate, you know? Okay, well now it doesn't anymore from this angle. Let's see. Oh, too early.
Yeah.
He's still gonna fall.
Got shot.
And then the charge into Seismic Impact. Gets a connection. Oh my lord, Abrahams. You talked about what they need to turn things around, and I kind of called it, didn't I? I said you need a big
look at the waves. Waves are so pushed as well. You might get base guardians off of this on the left side and the mid-walker.
I see no reason why they can't get mid-walker. There's no lasso, there's no chain gang, there's no real way they can defend against this one. Eternal Night being thrown out as well here at a task to push them off, and another walker to be taken by Abrahams. There's a turning point.
Absolutely crazy turning point. We go. Mid-walker's down. Those troopers crashing into the left side base guardians will get cleaned up. They did do some decent damage. Oh no, though. Abrahams. They've been actually taken out.
They pulled the silence.
By sticking around a little bit too long. Counterattack off the zip lines. We'll get some kills there. But I mean, at the same time though, Abrahams, still they've come out pretty nicely out of all of that.
Yeah, but I think this is gonna be Buffenders to take the mid-walker. Can you defend this with 4, maybe 5? I guess it's more like 4 because Sonya's not going to be here, and instead I think they do what maybe Abraham should have done. They backed off, realizing they're not going to get it in time, or it's going to cost them too much. They do get a rift on the left-hand side, so some extra income going their way, albeit they're still only, or they're not even 10k in the lead just yet.
Really nice work there from Buffendor, stealing those doubles. Much harder to steal now that they've removed the jump pads. I think that was a very good change. Interesting game here, Jason. It's hard for me to kind of read the direction it's going to go in at this point. I mean, that Affliction was absolutely humongous, and the Spirit Burn just picked up there from Sonya's Sniper as well. That's a big pickup.
I feel like that's been the story of EU today. Is I can't really tell which way this game is going. Because even in the Silence versus Abrahams match, the amount of times Abrahams had like a 30k plus lead and still would lose fights against Silence. Same with game 1, just so back and forth. But Affliction's ready to go again. Majestic Leap as well. Okay, a few rescue beams to get him healthy.
Okay, I mean, the owner's getting taken across the map now. Question is whether Buff Enjoys want to commit to a team fight, because Abrahams are in position to take a team fight against them.
Oh, I like that silence wave actually, because Sonya doesn't have to spell magic, and that's gonna be very painful for him to have to deal with if he gets silenced. That's no affliction.
Headed to blue.
That's a good point. You don't see silence wave bought really that much these days anymore.
Funny enough, Buff Enjoyers, I think, were one of the first teams to actually use it so heavily. There was a game where they picked up like 2 silence waves, and they used that to stop Saint, who was on Kelvin at the time, from ever getting a frozen shelter off. And that was like one way that they really shut Abrahams down.
Yeah, the item was too good at one point as well. Back in like a heavy silver meta, you would always pick up the silence wave.
Oh,
Makes you strong.
DB picked up. Okay. So the first of probably many to come here for Buff Enjoyers. I wonder who actually is going to be carrying the second one. I would want to say maybe Mazza G. So it's going to be so tough for, I think, Obi-Kim to decide at that time who you cleanse the affliction off of. I think like Zergy, and probably Listic. Actually, Zergy and Cosmetical probably your 2 high priority targets, because Cosmetical needs to be able to live drain in these fights and use that Radiant regen, kind of stay healthy. Obviously trying to keep those Berserker stacks up, spamming abilities, using his own HP. Even a Silencer now coming in for Task, which is going to be quite big. And here we go. The Eternal Darkness comes out, catches onto 2. I think it's more of a disengage than an engage, though. So you can see the positions of the rest of Abrahams.
Yeah, sends them back. I wasn't sure there if they were looking for something. As strike fear into the hearts momentarily on the Buff Enjoyer's side.
Oh,
looking for picks.
There's a cube already.
Oh, whiffed the lasso. They are thirsting for a pick so hard right now. Buff Enjoyers.
And the thing is, they need to do it without lasso now, which is gonna be very difficult to do. You see Vrake trying to go for the catch on the Sonya, who just, you know, use the satchel, uses the cloak, and gets away. And they're actually going to be collapsing on it looks like Listic in towards the middle here. A huge catch could happen as Listic is on the upper hand side. It's slowing Hexed up, but he has his teammates to be here, and it seems like a big standstill between these 2 teams. Especially when that mid boss comes up. I mean, even mid boss, I don't think I imagine either team to be going for it at this stage of the game. It's just too close to throw the game potentially on a mid boss, and for Buff Enjoyers potentially a second time to throw it at that position.
Oh my god, look at the damage. Splatter did a lot. Splatter did like 750 damage there. So I think it hit a couple times. Game has become very tense. 12k deficits for Abrahams. They're not as bad as it looks at this stage of the game.
Can we maybe get like let's get a check-in with like all of our beautiful graphs we have. Let's like look at, you know, player damage. Let's look at golden statue buffs. Maybe look at kills as well. Wow, actually Mazza G going to be leading the charge here in damage at the moment, with Task behind him by 200. Even Zerky's up there. I think Sonya, that 17k, probably 10k of it came from just that mid boss fight alone.
Oh, Saint's damage is really low actually, much lower than I would have expected. Mid boss up now.
61 golden statue buffs for Listic. All right, that 23k he has is very misleading.
I see Calico.
Oh, the Rising Ram. Nice counter spell there. Oh, but it's all for naught because Lasso comes in and that's just completely dead. Dead Saints. What's the play here? I mean, mid boss is up again. They got to be so careful. They can't give up anything here because mid boss will go. And now mid boss might get pressured. They're going for it. Oh, they're catching pocket. This is very bad right now. Sanya's going to go down, and this is absolutely resulting in a Buff Enjoyers mid boss. What else could possibly be the outcome now?
Yeah, I mean, how do you contest this? Iridomity could do some work. Spotter could do some work. That's all I can really see. But the thing is, do Abrahams want to give this one away completely? No one's even really low on the Buff Enjoyer side. I don't know. I feel like you have to get this one up. And it looks like they are backing away. Actually, I don't know. Together picks up survival buff and he actually heads back towards mid pit. If they contest this one, it would be really peculiar and task. Okay, so they'll send one person at it, but that's it.
Did you see? I didn't actually realize you could Stalker's Mark the Rejuve itself.
Was it Stalker's Mark or was it the...
Yeah.
Oh my god, what's the 2? Spirit Rend.
It was the Mark, and he TP'd to the Mark and then parried. But he mistimed it, unfortunately, Finn.
Okay, well, here we go. As we see, like, Abraham's with Sonya dead, they kind of fall apart. But understandable there. Yeah, like, if you don't have the affliction, you really can't do much about it. But luckily for Abraham's, they have some room to play with here. I mean, it is looking like a 30k lead for Buff Enjoyers, but they still have 2 walkers. Like, they have a buffer. And if they can buy time for Taz to get back up, they could be looking at a potential affliction if Buff Enjoyers group up. Though they have to eat through 3 Rejuve crystals before they can really start to do some real damage. And for Buff Enjoyers, do you really want to push into an affliction?
I see Abrams.
Yeah, it's a problem. It seemed like, you know, a pretty big problem that's, you know, Abraham's, they're susceptible to getting pegged, and that's kind of how the last fight went awry. You know, you got the lasso onto Saints, and then you're kind of in the 5v6. It's like, it feels very difficult. Not straight over the top here. And there's an easy con to Sharik. And honestly, it's starting to look really, really bad here because Zergi's getting free reign on every single kill attempt here. There's like no damage being returned from Abraham's at all.
Let's push first.
A couple of missed rakes, but it doesn't matter here for Zergi because they still get the kills. And they get the push on the Walker, so they get the break, the crack in the shell, the defense of Abraham's. The Buff Enjoyers get themselves the first walker, I mean the walker on the right hand side, not the first walker of the game for them, and maybe even gonna push the base guardians here to look for a shrine. And why not? Charge comes through, gets a catch initially onto Obikim, but it might cost Together his life because there's still 3 Rejuve crystals left. They have to eat through these.
Let's push green.
There you go. Looking really, really nice there now for Buff Enjoyers. To be honest, they might actually be able to just kind of like finish the game at this point. It doesn't look like there's an answer for the damage. There's no answer for the CC. There's not much of an answer for really anything at all. Zergi still being absolutely a nuisance. Rejuve, don't worry. It's all good.
Oh! No way does he escape that one. That is a crime for Together to get away from that. Massive kill. 1 Rejuve crystal left. They know Zergi is susceptible to being finished off now. And so is Listic. And they get the last crystal down. As Buff Enjoyers are going for the retreat. Okay, so they do stop themselves from losing. Actually, they did lose both the shrines, but they didn't lose the patron. And they get quite a few kills here, which might allow them to go for push themselves, though they still have to deal with these waves. There's really only one walk for them to take on this right-hand side, and I don't really see them shoving the wave quick enough here to deal with that. 60 seconds of time before Mazuji and Obikim are up. There is a world to play with here for Abraham's, but what a great turnaround here for Buff Enjoyers. 40k in the lead. Oh, are they really gonna try to go for a catch here? Okay. I don't think you can finish Cosmetical. He has his swap as well. Decay comes on out, gets actually puddle punched back away from the retreat.
Still pressing now. Abraham's against the base guardians. Getting some value.
Not a bad play. Like, because their left lane is gonna, and they do have like easy accessibility now to the shrines on the left hand side, but they have to be careful because all their waves are gonna be shoving against Abraham's now. But more importantly, they need to not die because it looks like Buff Enjoyers actually want to get very aggressive here. And Osani, he's the one in particular who needs to not die. They need that affliction up, and Buff Enjoyers, they're not even actually focusing him down.
Sending Drake out of the fight, and it actually might even help to finish him off. 85 seconds on the respawn there. Okay, this fight is looking a little bit sketchy for Buff Enjoyers, as Lexus will get caught as well. Suddenly 3 players on the deck. Players low also here for Abraham's, but they're in a more commanding position actually. If only mid boss was up. Mid boss a minute and a half away.
Their stage 1 patron. I think it's going down to minions. It's extremely low on HP. Tass is trying to hurry back as quick as he can. I think he's going to get there just in time. But that's painful, actually, because you have to get aggressive here. They catch up 3 kills, but almost to lose the patron. Together needs to not die. Good slow next comes in onto Obikim. Divine Bear has been used as well, and Together He's just being chased down. There's just too many bodies for him to deal with. He does have a little bit of backup, but he can't get away, and Sonya's not able to get the kill on the cosmetical here. Oh my god, look at that attack speed. With frenzy, man.
You got spell slinger online? I must do with 41k. People get it at different timings in the builds, but I think usually by like 30 to 35k you have it.
Is this the Stalker's mark?
Yeah. Look at that.
Yeah, he was early. It
Isn't
looked
that
like.
fancy? Isn't that fancy?
So together did go down. Sonya wasn't able to keep him alive. But we're now at a standoff. And it's probably a standoff towards mid-boss. Abraham's able to keep the lead to 30k. Though they have to be very careful of this Veil Walker plus Curse plus Lasso at a Mazza G. Really looking to confirm a kill. And mid-boss has respawned back in. This is really dangerous. The Curse and the Lasso is connected on the Sonic Sniper. That's the one you need to keep alive here.
Oh my goodness. Almost goes the other way. Mazza G getting in trouble, but Sonic Sniper at half HP. It's cubed. They cannot afford to lose Sonic Sniper. He is the win condition, and he's dead. Win condition down, no affliction. And again, mid-boss just came up here. What a play though, catching Zergy and managing to finish him off. Seismic Slam over the top here to try and catch Mazza G. Unable to do so though, as the fight continues, and in a bit of trouble now. Cosmetical, a little bit low on this Geist. It's not getting pursued though, so it looks like it might be alright. Splatter, gotta be careful about that one. Doing a bit of damage as well. And Cosmetical in a little bit of trouble in this forward position. Has to be very cautious with this fight. There's the life drain, or life swap I should say. That's going to allow more action here from Cosmetical. Keep the push, the pressure going and building against the opponents. 4 players now dead for Abraham's. 5 now that they lose Sharik as well. Walker will go down, and a mid-boss surely soon after.
I mean, you just push the base. Stage 1 patron. Yeah, the stage 1 patron's down. Should go finish the game now. I mean, Sonya's gonna be alive. Saint's gonna be alive. You have to hit a fat affliction here, even though a GG was already called out together. And the affliction hasn't gone out yet. But they keep they keep the patron alive for now. Okay, he's okay. I guess they gave up already.
It's done. It's over.
All right.
Victory. Buff and joyous.
I thought they were gonna try to contest there with the affliction, but you know what? I guess since GG was called already by together, they just said, okay, well, we let this one go. So we're going all the way here. We're going to a third map. You do have to wonder if Hubris got to Abraham's after the big fight in mid pit and taking the Walker. Did they stay just too aggressive and too far out and got caught by Buffingers, and eventually it allowed Buffingers to turn things around? But you have to say, Sonya played great. But the problem is Buffingers played better against him. Multiple times he got caught. And because of that, because of losing the affliction, there was really no way Abrahams could live, even though together he tried the best he could. I mean, off the back of that last kill, he gets a charge onto Zergy and then a finish onto Zergy to try to equalize things. But it just wasn't enough, and you have to wonder, yeah, if Sonic can just somehow stay alive, maybe an E-shift would have been better pickup for him earlier on in the game. But you have to give credit to Buffingers. They don't really have a necessarily like I mean, I guess they have a decent team to chase, to be fair. Like Zergy can chase, Listic can chase, Mazza can chase, Ray can chase.
Yeah.
But if they weren't able to control Sonya like they did, then it would have just been another mid-boss like we saw before.
Yeah, it feels like the composition for Abrahams, it just didn't give them that kind of level of cohesion they had, especially in the team fights, like in the first map. And having to rely so heavily on the affliction, it's not super consistent. And you know, that's one of the things about like the Apollo, for example. Just consistent output from Apollo, very easy to connect those ultimates. There's not really like counterplay the other team has to like really worry about for those ultimates. And it was also the case that they had the Billy ultimate. They also had the Lash ultimate. So there's like a lot of different ways that, you know, you could set up and combine as a team. But here I feel like it is a little bit more disjointed in respect to those team fights as to the options that they would have. Compared with Buffingers, like you say, Buffingers extremely mobile lineup. And I think the Billy really helps as well, massively in these team fights. And so Yeah, for me, for Abrahams, it was kind of, it almost felt like they were kind of pushed into a certain draft. Maybe they felt like they had to pick the pocket. That's something we talked about. And maybe that was actually something that backfired.
I don't want to like disagree, but I feel like the pocket worked. But I feel like maybe it's the itemization that was wrong. I don't know, like maybe a warp stone as well would have been a good pickup by him, because I feel like he knew he was the focus. And yet, I don't know if it was just him being out of position, Buffenger's playing well, or like a mix of the two. But if he could survive those dives, then I feel like that game plays out differently. And I feel like the pocket, as we saw, it's such a big deterrent for mid boss. Like Buffenger's didn't even want to touch it after the first time they got punished for it until he was dead. And then that became the game plan. Kill Sonya, then we can go mid boss. And I don't know, I didn't hate Sonya's pocket at all. I just feel like if he could, I feel like Buffenger's just played better and just dealt with him better than he could survive. I think at the end of the day for me, Dan.
Yeah, they played really well. I agree.
Let's take a look here at the stats we got. Obi Kim 22. Oh, I mean, again, we have so many great moments in these matches. You forget about Obi Kim's outplay against Arza.
Oh yeah.
And Arza went 4-12. That's unfortunate. I think maybe that's also another factor to bring up, is that like Sonya can only do so much. Maybe because Arza wasn't so fed and wasn't so strong, Sonya became the target then from there on out.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a factor we saw at the very, very, very early points of the game. That Buffenjoys were using the strengths of their roster, right? They had very good roam with Ivy, with Billy, with Mina, with Holiday, and with Calico. These are 5 extremely mobile roamers, and they went and targeted Arzo straight away, and they kept the pressure on in the mid lane as well. So they were converting off of the strengths of the roster right at the beginning, and I think that's another thing that worked super well for Buffenjoys.
Yeah, I'm taking a look here at the items. I did want to check in with Sonya. No E shift picked up. I mean, I don't want to put all on him, honestly, like, because I don't think I can necessarily single him out, but I think it's the easiest one to single out because of how the game did develop. Taking a look. I mean, is there anything else that kind of stands out to you? I'm just kind of like grasping as I look across here, because it's really hard to keep up to date in items. I mean, even saw like Mazuji, he had a curse, then a lasso on a Sonya. And Sonya was able to escape for a bit of time here. Again, the Silence Wave we touched on once, but we didn't, mention the impact it had onto preventing Sonya from being able to escape. He did eventually go to Dispel Magic to deal with that one, though.
The only other thing I think that stood out for me is just Infernus didn't really seem to be participating in the damage in the ways that you would normally expect to see. That's the only other thing that I noticed, because we checked in with that early in the game, and it seemed unusual.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I was gonna say there's nothing else to really talk about, but I didn't even realize Cosmetical almost had the full rainbow here. 45,000 souls, 10 kills, 2 deaths, 34,000 player damage, the most objective damage, and the most healing. I mean, Geist is back to play, honestly, and he's kind of showing why. As we've seen him do it, we've seen Arza do it now. Maybe it can be another contested pick going forward into the third and final match. But before we get there, Dan, you know what we have to do?
No.
I feel like you should. You've been a caster for like 16 years.
I don't know, just to thank some people or something.
No, we have to go to a break, Dan. We have to go to a break before we get to the third and final game. You're a bit jet lagged. I can understand. It's totally fine. You're still handsome. We're going to head to that break. When we come back, we will find out what's going to happen in EU before we move on over to NA.
Let's push Greenwich.
I won. Big surprise there.
Pick the wrong fight.
Pick the wrong fight.
Well, as ZP has pointed out, that if NA goes to 3 maps as well today, we'll have been basically a month straight of 3 mappers in our finals the entire time. It seems like all the teams have been able to catch up towards each other and put on some outstanding matches. And to be fair, though, Dan, even though we are going 3 maps, we've had great games every single one today. Whether it was our challenger match or the first 2 matches in this best of 3.
And I think the Deadlock is in a really interesting place in the meta because of how much is pickable for the high value stuff. So kind of always like high value options you can kind of go for. Whereas I think in earlier iterations, you could definitely miss out on like the sickest combo. Like if you didn't get Shiv Kelvin, it's like, well, there's nothing that's like really going to be kind of as equivalent to like how good that was back then. Whereas now, there's like loads of options. So it does enable, I think, us to always have these options for teams. Then you run into like players that are specialists or teams that figure something out, and then in the draft you got to like evolve and adapt on the fly, and I think that's like got a lot to do with it. I think we've seen that in this particular draft here. I actually think somewhat baited into the pocket pick. I think that actually backfired. I know that you said it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. But yeah, it just felt like the team was not nearly as cohesive as the first draft that they had in the previous game.
I have to say, Dan, your hair is looking amazing today. But I think a lot of it also does go to Arzo, though. I think because he wasn't a threat or nearly close enough to being a threat, I think Together is more of a threat than he was, that a lot of the attention did get turned to Sonya. But I also think, I don't know, I know you and I are like disagreeing on this. I still think the pocket worked in general. I think if he was able to play slightly differently or itemize slightly differently, or maybe like Arzo was playing a little bit better in that game, because again, he was like 1 and 4, I think, at the end. Would they have been able to focus him down, or would Arzo have been able to do damage while they're focusing him, or would they have been focused on Arzo instead of Sonya? I think there's a lot of like questions around it, but I understand what you mean. It's kind of like if Pocket's on the field, you kind of have to take it, and you can't let Buff and Joris have it. But I wonder going into this one, is it going to go back to well, Abraham's lost, so they get to choice the first pick. If they go first pick, they ban Pocket, and then they either get Doorman or they get Billy as a first pick. So it goes back into that whole thing of Mirage is probably going to be banned away by Buff and Joris, and it does change the game here for Abraham's again.
And anything I would say in Oz's defense is that he had the Viscous in his lane to help save him, but like there was so much emphasis with that draft that was very, I think, suited to assassinate him. And I think I think they made a point to do it. I think that was like one of the weaknesses of the draft there, because like I think that you saw a similar version of that level of cohesion across like all this mobility, right? For all these heroes, they can go and assassinate Arzo. In the first game, you had a lot of like really mobile heroes for Abraham's, where they were able to move around as a pack, and lots of like really good synergies between their abilities to kind of like win these team fights. And I think there's a lot of like Sanya, I agree, played well, but there's like too many like disconnected pieces. So that's, I don't know how to put it into better terms, but
I mean, to be fair, you're not wrong in the sense that the reason they came back was hitting a 5-man affliction in the pit. So if that didn't happen, Buff and Joyers theoretically would have been building up their lead even more and continue to build up their lead. Obviously, you can't play out the game in hindsight like that, but that was the big turning point. And if that turning point doesn't happen, does Abraham's ever have a chance to get in the game? And that's something that we won't know, and we won't really be able to find out, but we will be able to find out what happens in the draft when that does take place, and when we get to see what's going to be happening. Because I think the beginning of the draft is going to play out as expected, in my head at least. You go the Pocket ban, Buff and Joyers responds with the Doorman ban, Abraham's get Billy.
Oh, but where's the Mirage ban? E3 bans. Yeah, I think the other thing with Ozo as well is that I think his team needs to be able to keep pressure off of him by taking the initiative. Usually is how that would be achieved. But so I feel like he couldn't get to do his job in part because of that. But here we go. Pockets gets banned. And Buff and Joyers, do they ban Mirage or do they ban Doorman?
Apologies, I'm spoken for today.
Mirage. So Doorman's back in play again. And do Abraham choose to get it?
Do you want to take Doorman or do you want to take Billy?
I think they would pick Billy probably. Yeah.
I think so as well.
That's what they like. I think that's their preference, I think, right? That's the preference for them.
I mean, Buff and Joyers had Doorman game 1, and they lost game 1. So I think it's up to Buff and Joyers if they want to pick Billy. Or sorry, I feel like they're going to pick Doorman, and they're probably going to pick Mazuji Holiday again. So then you have the door into Lasso. But I wonder, will Abrahams be cheeky if Holiday doesn't get picked top 3 if you ban Holiday instead? You force Mazuji to play something else. That might be interesting. But also, I do wonder where Geist is going to go. I feel like Geist has just jumped in priority quite a bit in this series and overall today, as we've seen the impact. And if you're talking about like survivability, like obviously Geist is a lot easier to do that when you have the ability to, you know, exchange your HP and you get farmed up enough. Whereas like Venator, you don't have such easy escapes.
And you're right, because we're seeing a raise of priority in the Geist in the first 2 for Buff and Joys there. So I'm curious what the response is going to be here for Abrahams. Okay. Oh, they're going to get Venator still. I think that's interesting, because I felt like they played better when they didn't have the kind of like super like hyper M1. So we'll see how this one goes, but I would imagine they'll have better support around it. You'd expect it to be an Infernus, yeah. Buff and Joys go for the Drifter now, because that's been something that they've kind of prioritized in the previous week in the top 3, but this is the first time we'll get to see them potentially make that decision. Or maybe they'll go Holiday, actually, because it avoids the ban and Mazuji can get it. They get Calico instead, so they're still valuing Calico really highly. It does kind of make sense again, you know, if they're looking to just like really shut down the Venator, I can see the value in it. They did it really well last game.
Yeah, I mean, if they're going for like the die potential comp again, I do wonder, will Abrahams actually ban Drifter instead? Oh, wait, Buff Enjoyers actually banned the Holiday instead. So Mazuji for sure will be on a different hero, and Abrahams didn't have to do it themselves. Is this where you just say, okay, we'll ban Drifter and prevent Buff Enjoyers from playing it? Or I mean, if you ban Drifter, all they really have left is Abrams to play like front line with Calico.
I have my own plans tonight.
Drifter's gone.
I feel like if you don't take Abrams here, Abrahams is going to take Abrams, and then you're kind of screwed.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure which way they're going to go with it.
You can't really play Yamato into this. I mean, Buff Enjoyers could play Yamato into it, but I don't think Abrahams can play Yamato.
Apollo is up for grabs right now.
Apollo Abrams?
Everybody.
Or you want to go Apollo Lash?
Apollo... I think Apollo should be one of those two. As the Apollo. Abrams or Lash. I mean, they probably Lash.
We don't have a Sonya hero yet.
Or would Lash get taken by Buff Enjoyers? Is there a world that Buff Enjoyers would pick it? Because if they wouldn't, then you could get the Abrams for sure.
I don't know if you want to throw a Billy or Infernus into your team.
Trying to solve that pick problem a little bit.
I think that's more of a hit towards Mazuji, actually. I think they're hitting his Bebop instead of going for pick, because Abrahams haven't played with pick this whole time. They've not played with Paradox. They've not played with Holiday, because Buff Enjoyers have had a first time seeing Bebop. I think this is to force that always catches me off guard. It's to force Mazuji to play something he's probably uncomfortable with, and the intention, I think, is to get him on something he's uncomfortable with.
Lash would be pretty nice, because again, like I think Lash is nice against Mina, you know, just like the thing in the air, the flogs. I feel like it's a strong finish for Buff Enjoyers.
They have nothing to stop Lash either.
Yeah.
You'd have to hit him with Lash, like a Nox Nostra, that's it.
Are we doing Lash? Lash Apollo Billy, the combo that was so good before. Rem.
What?
Interesting.
Okay, so Sonya Infernus. What?
That's so interesting. I thought for sure we were getting Lash. It's like you're like
make this make sense for me, please.
I
don't think anyone out there watching. I'm gonna look at chat. I don't think anyone out there's like, I think they're gonna pick Rem. I don't think anyone in chat would have predicted that.
We haven't seen Rem or like the supports, like except Ivy, I suppose.
As I say, I can kind of get it with a hook or nap time into a Tiny Losan or a Tiny Losan into nap time. There is potential, but we haven't seen Rem in forever. And yeah, also thank you. Someone in chat pointed out there's Viscus still open to be picked, and it wasn't.
Yeah. Okay, who's playing Rem?
Sting. And then Sonya's probably gonna be on Infernus. I mean, yeah. I don't think Sonya's gonna be playing Rem. I think we can lock that on our side. And if you would, then ZP would wax his eyebrows off. No, I will shave my head if that happened.
Yeah, interesting.
And I hope Production doesn't troll me here and put Sonya as Rem right now.
Interesting. Okay, yeah, Rem. I mean, Rem obviously...
They did. Sorry, go on.
I was just gonna say, like, Rem's interesting because you know, there's a lot of ways of course to like deal with Rem and his ult and so on. You know, like counter spells. You know, like very easy to block the Rem ults. I'm just trying to think like why Rem over some other stuff. Obviously, you know, you're gonna get some more sustain. Like Rem Billy, the Rem Billy lane is really nice. Okay, what are their lanes? Okay, Rem Billy, I feel like makes a lot of sense.
I think Bebop Apollo, but I'm also like, I don't think Infernus and Venator, I'm not sure if I'm favoring that as a lane matchup.
Yeah, I was also thinking that too. That's like the exact like series of logic that I went through as well. There we go. There's a side of map coming up, and where are you on these rosters? Which do you prefer? Is there a preference?
I don't know, man. I want to see it again when we get in the game. My mind is confused, honestly, to see this Rem. Someone, I see you in chat, Average. Make this make sense.
Well, I mean, I really liked the draft up until the Rem, so I'm just going to go with the Abraham's draft anyways. But I do think buff enjoyers are going to be very dangerous again. I really liked the ganking they have. I don't think they have quite as much strength in the ganking the roam as they did in the previous game, but it's still really good. So,
wow. Okay, so we were kind of right. So it was the Apollo Bebop, even though we were not really favoring the Venator and Furnace. I mean, to be fair, it's a lot of damage from Venator and Furnace, but I think sustain is one thing they're lacking. But okay, when it comes to comps, I would probably give to Abraham's as well. I feel like they just have. I mean, okay, I think the one problem they have is like the hypermobility out of Mina, and Zergy played pretty damn well last game. But other than that, I don't know. I feel like they have like the CC, they have the pick potential, whereas like buff enjoyers, you don't really have pick potential out of them. There's a lot of control with the Rem and with the Billy and even Apollo. So I would kind of give it towards them, yeah.
Yeah, I like it. You know, again, I think in the current meta, having early lane matchups that are winning is extremely important. It's cool to see the Bebop back in the game. See what kind of like hooks we're going to get. And I assume we're going to still see that kind of just very typical. Honestly, the Bebop builds, pretty uninspired. I mean, it's not that it's uninspired necessarily. It's just like what has been good, according to the top players, has just been the same for just like months and months now.
And you went bomb first, so trying to go for some early stacks for that extra damage, not looking to get any kills early on.
Yeah.
I think what I want to keep an eye on though in this game is, I think the last time we saw Saint play Rem, he had like 100 and something golden statue buffs. I think ZP and I were casting that game together, and he just had like over 100 golden statue buffs over the course of that match. So I want to see if he's able to replicate that again.
Oh, like decent damage early on. Yeah. Yeah, the bomb first is interesting because usually what you do with Bebop is you'll get the uppercut first, and you know you can get the cooldown really low. You can kind of get like consistent damage, and then you get hook next, and then it kind of sets you up for like being a hook danger, like hook into uppercut. It's going to be easier for you to like set up kills with your teammate like a bit earlier. So yeah, the bomb is interesting to me.
Also surprised to see this right-hand lane here if Abraham's able to get an early kill over onto Zergy in particular. Obviously, again, like it's a lot of harass, but either way, maybe the left-hand side is where we should be focused right now, because we did have the Rem and the Billy lane that we were talking about before with Saint and together. Some early attention was given out of Rayek here to look for that gank on the left-hand side, because honestly, you're not really going to move them or shove them out of lane unless you get a kill. All the harass you do is just not going to matter.
Yeah, I do like the synergies overall better for the Abraham's team in this particular game. I do actually like that the pairing of Infernus with Venator, because before you had Viscus, and Viscus does do good poke, but I feel like Infernus is going to be able to provide maybe a little bit more consistent damage output and reliable damage output to try to like force back the opponents and keep that lane more honest, especially against Amina, where it might be harder to connect the splatters and so on.
God. I'm just looking at... I mean, the thing is, like, people kind of forget TAS is a top 3 bebop. Back in the olden days, I will say. The olden days. It's like a year ago.
Yeah.
When it was him, D-Mov, and Overseas were hands down the best bebops in EU that we saw. So you can't really underestimate his hook. So I think D-Mov had it edged out because he was one of the few bebops, at least in my opinion, he was number 1 because he was one of the few bebops who could play from behind and still hit crucial hooks that would net them like big team fight victories. But right now, speaking of victories, so to say Abraham is able to get 2 kills now as Together had fallen on the left-hand side. Ballistic just constantly being low in the right-hand lane has been forced to go back to base. And honestly, it looks like Abraham's going to take this right Guardian first in the game, even though the mid lane one is also under pressure. Abraham's, that's all they're doing is just keeping this pressure up.
Yeah. Also pressure, there's a hook connected. Very, very active. Good damage and poke coming back from Vrake, but overall it does feel like the lane's being controlled fairly well by Taz. I didn't see if he has extra regen to keep himself up in the lane. Oh. He's down there around the bridge buffs. There we go. Dark getting involved. It's a Apollo game, and game 1 was really strong. Oh, it's coming in.
I see the enemy.
Okay, those bombs kind of hurt. It's a respite though for buff enjoyers, with Zergi able to get the better of Sonya on the right hand side to kind of counter the pressure that was coming their way. And Shark and Riposte comes on through, prevents the stun from landing. It's nice to see Shark, you know, have some moments like this. Again, if you don't really know who he is, I mean, he was mostly a selfless player of buff enjoyers, played a lot of Mo and Crow for them when they had their massive victory streak. They play a couple different heroes like Warden as well, but didn't really interact much with like the team in the game. It felt like it's cool to see him have more of a higher impact hero and kind of roll within a team. Looks like the first Guardian of the game will be going down here potentially towards mid. Abraham still keeping that pressure on, and you can see that TAS has been able to scare away Vrake quite well with that hook coming through the door. These bomb stacks, they're slowly coming on through here. +7 now.
Yeah, it's slow work, but it's
Honestly,
fulfilling work. Oh my god, look at him go.
did Tylosan miss? Oh no, it's Shark. That's his teammates. Okay, so Shark comes on in and actually gets the kill. Baits in Vrake. Not sure if they can pull off a second kill, but man, this mid lane has been dominating quite hard. Honestly, kind of surprised considering.
Yeah, no regen items either. You know, no like extra regen for Taz. So keeping it really offensive. And okay, first second Guardian down. In fact, the Guardian game is yeah, 2 Guardians down actually in favor of Abraham. So they're having a really good start here, Jason. This is really good.
And I do wonder, will this allow TAS to start to rotate into some of these other lanes? Yeah, I think we're going to see Arza maybe put in towards middle to get solo farm, and then also let Sonya take right to get solo farm potentially. And then you're going to start to see TAS rotate around the map. Actually, no, Arza is going to go back to the right lane, but TAS can start to roam around. He's going to look for a kill on this left-hand side as well with the Rem and the Billy, Saint and Together. Looking for a catch. Nap time's available. The hook misses. They can maybe use the nap time to set up the kill, but it looks like they want to take down this final Guardian. Is all 3 going to stick here and put this pressure on? It's forcing now Vrake to rotate. Sorry, not Vrake. Masa G, who's on the Calico, to rotate over to his left-hand side to kind of keep things equal. But this is a scary comp to push into, honestly.
And this is like another great thing from Bebop. The hyper beam pressure is really nice.
Oh, the nap time through the wall.
Zone out the opponents. Oh, good damage. It's just really annoying. Just allowing a lot more control here for the teammates. Zone form coming in to disrupt the fight, and Masa G is going to go down. And so far, it's not looking too bad for Abrahams, but Together might get taken out as well. The chase is on for him. He's going to be able to get away to safety, so he keeps himself alive. Incoming Sharik now from the side as well, looking for cleanup kills. You got the doorman like dodging around here. How much more dodging can they do? Because through the door they're getting followed. There's that bomb connected. I don't think there's a stone form ready in time. The bomb will do the damage. And the fight continues here because you got Abrahams. They recognize still might be some opportunities. Actually, it's weak players. It doesn't reach that far.
And they get the third guard of the game now done. And they protect all three of their guardians as there was a big push on the right-hand side together. In that fight, you saw him get low. But that was all because Cosmetical hit a fat swap onto him, getting Cosmetical extremely healthy. And yet together was able to escape, I believe, off of that one, but not escape this one, because ours was able to turn around onto Obikim. They will finally lose their first Garnet, but not after having a 6k lead now, just 9 minutes in. And Abraham's just putting on a whole different level of pressure in this game that Buff Enjoyers are, at the moment, struggling to respond to.
Yeah, okay, massive lead, 7k, 8k. Really good start there for Abrahams. I'm looking to go for the pressure, looking to pressure these double sinners. Very, very dangerous stuff. I mean, the presence from Taz has been really, really nice. 9k souls for Ozzo, so really doing his job. And again, his teammates have been able to keep the pressure off of him. Uppercut straight directly into the sky. This presence is so strong. He's trying to protect his teammate. Uppercut. Actually, is that going to help him out? I don't know. But he's going to finally go down. And now, this is not good. Zegi's coming into the picture on the Mina. And this might spell doom for Taz. Absolutely. And that Guardian surely as well will be lost. It's not really too much here to contest it. You will actually get an appearance now from Arzo. And he's doing some damage. Forces a return to Shadows.
Our green walker is
Saves the Guardian.
I think Master G would have died if he actually didn't use that one. Meantime, Son has been able to get some damage done to this right-hand walker, able to pull back Obikim, which I think he wins on this trade, especially with concussive combustion available. He's actually able to draw Zergy back now too, so he's really keeping the focus on towards him. He's got Flame Dash to get away from this one, and there's really no way you can chase this one on down. Actually, I didn't even notice Tass is boosting on in. He's here for the fight, looking for a Zergy. Doesn't have Singwon retreat anymore. But still, they're able to defend the earn turn in, keep the pressure on this walker, and it's allowed Saint to get a wave to shove into the left lane walker.
Yeah, look how active Abrahams are on the map at the moment. And might be deposited in, but looking for the kill onto Doorman at the moment. Vrake is by the mid walker though, so looking safe with his doors. And is there a potential gank here onto these players on the undeposit? No, doesn't look like it. Abrahams are hanging out in this area though. Taz is nearby. Looking to potentially get the gank onto Mina? No.
Able to take it away from them. As Buff Enjoyers lock it on down. And the thing is, that's something you have to keep your eye on when it comes to Saint on the Rem. How many of these sinners is he able to take away, and if he has timings on all these sinners? As Tass, I mean, you do have some teammates there. It does actually allow him to get the kill into Listic, but let's be honest, it's Listic. The more he dies, the more powerful he gets.
I'm curious if we could check in on Taz's build, actually, because, again, starting with the bombs in the way that he does, I do wonder if he's diverging from what's the typical way that people tends to get built around some of the gun items, a headhunter, and that kind of stuff.
Tell me you're a Bebop player without telling me you're a Bebop player. I've never seen you so interested in someone's items as Bebop right now for Taz.
It's cool too because we're not seeing Bebop get picked as much. Okay. Gonna get some damage in. Taz escapes. Oh, they're really going for the dive. Oh my goodness.
It's looking like Sonya last game. She's absolutely dove, and yeah, Saint's gonna retreat back into the body of one of his teammates. Just tagging along for the ride. Oh, Buff Enjoyers get the kill, they back away. Not a good time here for Taz to die too, but he'll be respawned back in before this rift will be locked down for either team.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting fight, actually. Because I'm not sure which team really comes away with the edge on it. I think both teams have good options for the team fight here. Okay, looks like Buff Enjoyers just don't have players here to really do anything about this. They might lose the few players that they do actually have, including Cosmetical on the Geist. I mean, there's no support behind that. Cosmetical just gets caught. I don't know if Cosmetical is looking to try to delay, so his teammates could come into play, but it kind of looks like he just gave up a kill there.
I think he might have been delaying to make sure they can get a walker on the right-hand side. Like, Zergy went for a big push here with Obikim and just gets airdropped away, but gets the walker extremely low in health. Maybe the counter push out of Abraham's with these Rift Troopers, but again, as you see, They realize it's not worth going for, and now the re-attack here at Buff and Joyers, knowing that they've retreated players away to defend this Walker, this could actually net them kills and inevitably, I think, the victory in this fight.
Yeah, Zuggy, really good on the Mina in the last game. Looking like the epitome, the picture of efficiency. I'm trying to get the words out. Spirit Sap there.
You just broke my head with that,
yeah.
Whatever that was, that word salad.
Yeah.
Actually, not enough to keep up Cosmetical until he gets the kill. Pretty big kill to get to, though they did lose the Walker. And Obikim, he's gonna fall. There's 3 kills just like that here out of Abraham's, and I was gonna say maybe a 4th. As Rake does get the kill on the Sonic Sniper, and Sharik just still continuing to be aggressive here as Tass and Arza here to come in for support. Upajor should smell something's up with this one, but they have Zergy on the attack to support them. And pretty much both teams just retreating away. No one budging, nothing being gained from this aggression on the left-hand lane.
There's some really good damage there in that position. Or TP across. Is it both of them? Just be, I could just be up, just Taz. Yeah, we're getting some pinging on the minimap. Something is afoot, Jason.
I think Obikim might have been pinging out where Saint is with the urn. Got a long way to go to turn this one in, and I was gonna say, is there a world Buffingers actually go for mid boss here, but I don't think you chance anything like that. As what a hook comes in. It's a catch on a Vrag, but Tass is the one to fall again. I mean, just every time Buffingers see the stone golem, they just swarm all over him. But this time, they have their own backup, also are running the urn. And together, it's starting to, I don't know, I feel like he's going on a tear here. He's only at 13,000 souls, but he's been so impactful in this game. He's got double buffs as well. Sit on survival and movement. How do you shut down the GOAT?
I don't know.
I'll ask you a random question, Dan.
Yes.
What's the difference between a billy goat and a goat? Or are they just the same thing? I'm legitimately asking because I have no idea.
Yeah, I think there is a thing, but I don't know. I was trying to think of a joke, but I could only come up with stuff that's really lame, so I chose to spare everybody. That was my choice. It's a compassionate choice.
Is simply the colloquial term used specifically to describe an adult intact male goat.
Ah, he's intact. Okay.
Headed to yellow.
Well,
I thought it would have been something different, you know, it's like a different type of goat or something. But
yeah, I wonder how that's originated. Actually, it's
probably some guy who had like a goatee. His name was Billy, and they're like, "Hey, you look like a goat." Billy goat. That's my guess. It's probably something like that. Let's be honest. It sounds like feasible.
Better than my non-guess. Well,
anyways, back to the game as
yeah,
comes on through. And Tylo-san actually gets canceled out by the Baroness Hotel.
That's very confusing. I don't understand that, but hey, we do have the fight continuing on, and Ozo's looking to be in good stead here with the Iridomini. And that's going to be the end of Obikim. So, ooh, in comes Sharik once again. These lunges can't evade the damage. And suddenly, just like that, they might very well take down this Walker. They're going to drop for the mid-boss instantly instead.
While we take a look at this, can we take a quick peek also at the golden statue buffs while this is happening? Just for splits. Okay, well, no, let's say the free cam actually, because we might see Buffingers actually go for the contest. So you can see off to the side, Mazza G, known as Gloom Bombs. The boss has been taken. Is there a door? There's no door set up either here for Vrag. It's not like you can cart them away to go for the still concussive combustion going to be used. Task gets the first. Stone form going to be off mark. But somehow Buffingers take the next two.
Unreal. Buffingers, though, they are losing them just as quickly. And Obikim will spawn back in, and he will immediately get hooked. So it's not a fun ride for him. But he's still juking as best as he can around the door. Oh my god, in the door, out the door. Oh, it's hard to follow, hard to cast that.
I'm just surprised they're able to steal away 2, but I mean, in the end, it didn't matter. But they at least limit the power of Abraham's by taking those 2 away. Not enough to pick up Enchanted Ballistic. Enchanted. Oh my god, I can't words anymore. It's 2 a.m. I'm tired. These players must be really tired, especially Abraham's, man. Like they played. Was the last game also 40 minutes? Because they played what, 4 back-to-back 40-minute games? No, 33. Okay, so they played like a 48, a 41, and a 33. Crazy to be able to maintain your focus. Yeah, thank you, Ballistic Enchantment. Ugh.
Abraham's in a really good spot on the map overall at the moment. So you got a lot of players around the rift. However, you know, you don't really want to fight the comeback rift. I don't think it's comebacky at the moment though. A bit too close, right? Or no?
I think it was comebacky still.
Was comebacky? Is it like a very clear indication? Because I feel like I should be very easy to know, and I'm like never quite sure when it's.
My
when,
easiest indicator is how quickly the percent goes up for them. That's the best way I can tell. It's really fast, and they have to come back
or something.
Yeah.
I play. Oh, goodbye, Abrams. Okay, in comes Zergy. Nox Nostra over the top here, looking to do some serious damage with that one. At least provide the cover for teammates to escape. Oh, gotta be careful. Looking really, really potent at the moment, Zergy. 20k souls, but it's like Anya will be all right, able to escape there. In the meantime, we've got that urn collected. Abraham's looking to turn that one in. I am curious if Buff and Joys will fight it. There is enough time on the rejuve to be able to you know use that rejuve in that urn drop-off fight. So the Buff and Joys might give that one up in favor of maybe trying to push that left side lane.
I don't know if you're going to be able to contest that, though. I think Hyper Beam at a task can be really impactful for just zone denial. I think that's maybe one thing to keep in mind. While we're in this pause, though, is it possible to look at the golden statue buffs? Because I wanted to keep an eye on that. I wanted to see it before mid-boss, but obviously mid-boss kind of more important. I want to see where Saint currently stands at compared to everyone else in the game. And if he's just been vacuuming and hoovering up every single buff he can possibly find. No, not the net worth. More of the buffs. There we go. 45. Okay, so yeah, he's been busy. He's been busy.
He's been doing work. Damn. Urn is really... You got some attitude. Alright, well, that's a dunk for Abrahams. Okay, so Rejuve is up. Oh. Oh, he's going straight in there.
I thought he was going for it as well. In the meantime, like Cosmetical, Buffagers have been just kind of not vouching or verging to go for these fights, instead just going for split pushing. I mean, Cosmetical, I think now has been able to get 2 walkers, even though Zergy did the brunt of the damage on the right hand side. Cosmetical is, I mean, as we looked before in the last game, he had most player damage and most objective damage, and I feel like he's living up to the objective damage yet again here.
That's a steal. That's quite the steal there from Cosmetical. And that's going to make a lot of difference too. That mid walker is really, really key. And so, I don't know, I feel like that's going to slow the game down a bit for Abrahams.
Yeah, I think the game in general will slow down a lot here now with no objectives up.
It does feel like the game state's a little bit hard to predict at this point. I felt kind of like, you know, Abraham's had the momentum, you know, that's looking kind of good for them. But in the recent moments, yeah, you can see that the peak of soul differential has been largely closed, at least halved, by Buff Enjoyers. And kind of the right players have all of the souls on Buff Enjoyers too. So the Abrahams do have to give them respect.
They're not really afraid of these doors, though. I mean, they are quite grouped up here, so it's not like you're going to kidnap anyone anytime soon. Zergy's just off to the right-hand side by himself, looking to farm up 24k. Okay, Cosmetical gets the... Okay! A little bit of hyperline action, but it's not going to net anything. Not sure how they got that kill, though, on Asanya. I think maybe just went too deep, or did he get... I don't think he got carted through a door. Oh my gosh. Again. A swarm, man. Zergy living up to The Zerg name here from StarCraft just swarming all over his opponents. Buffenger's been consistently doing this in the last 2 games. And Tass, I think in this match has been the brunt of the damage of most of it.
Is Zergy play StarCraft? Is he aware or is it a coincidence?
Couldn't tell you. But I don't think you play StarCraft with a trackball mouse. I don't think that's... I mean, it's possible. But I don't think you get really high in that. Like, high rated.
Odd. Hard game.
Actually, I don't know where his name came from.
Yeah, that's really interesting, actually.
You know what's not interesting, though? Where we got our names.
No.
Yours just your abbreviation. And mine is just my name.
One and the same.
It could be DDK and JMK. But it doesn't have the same ring as DDK.
What's the N stand for?
Well,
Is it Nigel?
no, M.
Oh, is it Nigel?
You're funny when you're jet lagged.
Oh.
No, it's not
Nice.
Nigel.
Let's go blue.
Oh. Is it Michael?
It is Michael.
Is it Mary? Okay. All right. Okay, we did it. We solved the mystery. Wonderful. Now we can move on.
Is yours Daniel Dan Capadia?
No.
Ah. Good. Daniel Dan. Oh no. Baroness Hotel comes on through, trying to card him back in. A hook would have been actually huge there to catch out Vreg, who's, oh my god, just on a sliver of HP as he does get away. And Abraham's just completely ready to react to that Baroness Hotel.
Yeah, mid-boss coming up as well, so it's going to be an interesting point of contention once again.
Wait,
Right
is
now,
your middle
actually, the
name...
map is really...
Go on.
Oh, go ahead.
Is your middle name Digel?
No.
Yeah.
I feel like this is... You probably won't get there.
Headed to blue.
Maybe we should quit whilst we're ahead, Jason.
Yeah, no, I've already quit. I'm done.
Okay, good.
I retired from trying to figure out your middle name.
Nice.
I see the enemy.
Well, what's the situation here? I feel like this mid boss is very, very juicy right now, and we've got the mid pressure coming in from Abraham's. The pickup of the urn there.
But don't worry, I won't.
Or
Someone did say he did get his name from StarCraft 30.
I am under no
oh, okay,
obligation to
nice,
report
mystery
you
solved.
with me until the end of the day.
That makes sense then.
The streets are mine to prowl.
There's
Wait,
so
is
much
your middle name
tension in this
Durgy?
moment.
Okay, I'm done. I'm really done. I'm really done.
Oh my god, you're more tired than me, obviously. He's lost it. He's gone.
Oh
ladies and
my
gents.
god.
Our green walker
Those
is
hooks, though.
under attack.
I mean, extremely close
just need
to catching
one.
that Listic.
Yeah, they just need that one. They're gonna go for it. They're gonna force it. Will they try to bait the sound cue, or will they just go to completion here? Are they going for it? You do have nap time.
Yeah, they have a lot of ultimates here for this one. This was pretty much weak him, I think, to steal this away, or maybe Zerg gets hit. Oh, he gets hooked away. He can't go for the stone form on top of it, which allows the Rejuice to be taken. Custom Combustion coming on out, and he actually catches out quite a few with the help of the Chain Gang, and 2 Rejuice being taken, and the 3rd.
Not be denied.
And the urn is being picked up in the midst of all this as well, and Buffengers are falling, losing out on 4 players with the contest. Maybe number 5 as well, as Vrake's just trying to run away, trying to create some distance from ours, though. And distance, well, it will be created, but Zergy's gonna fall. The swarm has fallen. And so has this mid walker.
That could not have gone more perfectly, and you could really definitely tell that those ultimates just looked so good there for Abraham's taking the initiative to take down the mid boss, and now base Guardian's coming in. They do have to deal with that right side wave priority, and actually the left side walker has also got a wave crashing into it. So I'm going to send players back for that. They've got the rift as well as now getting these shrines as well. So they're kind of getting everything they want here, and it's a big swing of value. Shrine gets taken down. Will they go for the drop of the first stage patron? Looks like
No.
very doable. No?
I almost think they get out now. It's looking too risky. Yeah, they might even take the shrine.
They are missing a couple players, so makes sense.
And keep in mind, game 2, they did the same thing, right? They went off the back of a fight in mid for the pit, and then they overstayed their welcome and lost players. This time, not making the same mistake.
Our green walker is under attack.
a fair point. Lots of the map to clean up as well to get the cells even bigger advantage on the souls. It's starting to explode. Maybe we could check the soul graph again as well, and we can kind of see that growth as it happens.
To be of assistance.
All the jungle getting cleaned up.
Past the soul graph, I also want to see the gold statue buffs again.
Yeah. Look at
That's
that
pretty big.
explosion of value. 62.
62.
I feel like has he gained it much since we last checked? What was it last time?
No, it was like 40, but he's still like 5 away from being like 5 or 7 away from being, the good numbers.
Right. Okay, well, this final Walker will be under assault. 2 Reju crystals are remaining for Abrahams to take full advantage of. Chain Gang comes in. You can't escape that one. Or maybe you... Okay, nope, you're getting sucked right back into the fight. And Nox Nostra over the top there from Zergy to zone out the players slightly, but it's looking very difficult. Oh, in from the side with the Warp Stone and Concussive Combustion. He cannot escape. They are all going to die.
They are indeed. Mazaji, the last alive, trying to run away in towards his own base, but Riju's still going to be there. I think that's going to be it, man. Buff Enjoyers, they already had 1 shrine down. They have many ways pushing mid and the right-hand side. They're going to take the 2nd shrine, at least at a minimum first stage Patriot, but honestly, I think they could probably close this one out now here. I think we might have a new champion once again here in EU.
Yeah, looking great from Abrahams. I'm wondering even, I'm trying to think about, who's the MVP?
Bro, I have no idea, honestly. Oh, they're not going to finish. Okay. Okay, we can't get there just yet. We can't talk about MVPs just yet because we still have to finish the game.
All right. Yeah, 50k
40.
Difference.
I mean, they're at a 50k lead now.
Yeah, that's massive. Yeah. They really massively capitalized on that on the Rejus. They got the wipe in the fight. They got the really sick Walker fight as well. But even before the Walker fight, they cleaned up a lot of jungle on the map too. So it's hard to maximize the Rejus more than that.
And the urn too. I mean, I wonder how many souls they have unspent across the team here. I mean, probably not too much because they probably shopped. But Buffinger is actually overextended quite a bit. But Sonya's not here. Neither's Arzo. So you have to be very careful here for Abrahams. I mean, yeah, you might have a 50k, I guess it's like a 40k lead now. But you don't want to have a fight happen that you're not prepared for. I feel like production was trying to show me something there, keeping the items up for so long, but I honestly, I didn't look too deeply into it. Was there people who haven't died yet on Abraham's side?
Honestly, don't know. Not sure what they were trying to communicate.
I didn't have my magic glass.
Oh, Zergy gets instantly deleted. Yeah, it's not looking good here for the Buff Enjoy side. In it goes Sanya's Sniper to finish everyone off. Sanya's been really good in this particular game with Symphonis. I feel like just from start to finish here, Jason, Abrahams, it looks really incredible.
Yeah, definitely their strongest game the entire day here after playing again 2-3 hours in a row of matches of high intensity. GG's being called out here, and Abrahams will do it with 5 players on fire. They will once again reclaim the throne here, and of course the $1,000 as well split across the team. Well done by them, man. You were talking about MVPs. I think there's a lot of names in the mix there, but I think I have to give it to Shark. Not because I think he was necessarily the most impactful player 100% of the times. I feel like Sonya was definitely, I think maybe more impactful over the course of the entire series. But Shark, he put on a clinic today. From the challenger match to this series, he's played Apollo twice. He played Viscus once. I think he, in my eyes, was the most improved for sure, and showed us that there's a scary Shark there if we ever get to see him play something besides Mo and Krill.
I think also just the play on Apollo was great, and I think it was very impactful. I think Apollo provides a lot of what was needed. You get a lot of early lane strength, and you can get way more active into the early mid game on the roam. And I think I liked, again, I feel like there was much more bridging between the roles in this game for Abrahams with the comp. And I do think Taz on the Bebop performance was a really important part of that, especially doing so well in that mid lane with Shark on the Apollo. And then, of course, like starting to like get that left lane that we just saw there, and starting to, you know, roam and to create opportunities, keep the pressure on. And I think, you know, that pressure game was what was kind of missing in the previous map that they lost, and that's where Buff and Joyous took so much advantage. So I think Taz did a really good job at helping to solve that problem. So big shout outs to Taz too.
It's funny because a lot of the moments from Tass on this Bebop in my head were him just getting run down by Buff and Joyers. But obviously, yeah, he did hit a lot of great hooks. And I think, again, like the early pressure, they took down that middle tower pretty damn quickly, which did free them up to start interacting with these other lanes, and eventually shoved down the left lane on top of that. I don't know, man. Honestly, I feel like really anyone at Abraham's here deserves an MVP, because I think there's a lot of great individual moments thinking back to, well, I don't want to go through them all, honestly, because it's going to take too long to do that. But great to see that Abraham's, like, I feel like they've been on a grind, man. I feel like it's taken them months to kind of get back at a place that they can contend against Buff and Joyers. And I know they've taken the title like once or twice, you know, across those, you know, months period. But at least in this day today, this is the best I've seen Abraham's look in a very long time.
Yeah, and I think also you could see also with the team keeping the pressure off of him, he can play, you know, the flowchart Venator really effectively, and he was so dangerous in the fights that mattered when he needed to turn up. And so again, I just think the draft was way better, and you got to see them reap the rewards of that. I think Buff and Joy has played a pretty good game too, but Abraham's they look really nice right now, and I'm curious if they can repeat this next week.
Yeah, I think the one caveat, the one asterisk to their victory today is Hoot wasn't there. And I think the last time Buff and Joyers lost is when Hoot wasn't there. So it comes down to, yeah, they might have looked good today. Can they, like you said, can they do it again next week? Can they do it again if Hoot's back and Buff and Joyers are fielding their full 6? If they can do it then I think we have a real case for like this Abraham's being the strongest Abraham's we've seen, because they've been able to take down Buff and Joyers where previous iterations haven't really been able to. So yeah, the slight caveat to it, but I don't think they're going to care because they won, right? And they're here into the money match next week as well. They don't have to play through the challenger match and play through how stressful that can be in a best of one. And they have a chance to defend their title.
100%. 100%.
100%. Oh, we can take a look at the match stats here and get an idea. Arzo, 40K. Oh, okay. So they were trying to show us something. That 2 players hadn't died. Maybe even 3. I don't remember when Shark died. Saint didn't die. I thought I saw that, but I didn't want to ask them to like show it again. Arzo, 11, 0, and 16, 53k player damage, 18k objective damage. Didn't have the most healing, but how can you with a Rem on your team? This was the Venator we were looking for that we didn't have happen last game.
Yeah, really, again, just like you could see how active Taz was and in all of the assists, like so many assists. And yeah, for the Buff and Joyous side, they were struggling to get any kills in this game. So really impressive team play, you know, involved in so many of the fights. You got Billy, Rem, Taz, and pretty much everyone was involved in a lot of the fighting. And given how active Taz was, that's actually pretty impressive that the whole team was showing up to you know, make sure that the pressure was in the right places across all of the game. And I think this was just such a clean match from Abraham's.
I mean, the good thing is here as well that, I mean, you might look at Tass and be like 5 deaths. Well, there's also technically like 5 deaths that maybe Arzo didn't have, or like maybe Shark didn't have, or maybe Together didn't have. I mean, yes, he did get ran down, quote unquote, a lot, but it's better him than someone else on his team that's going to have a bigger impact. You know, even Sonya, like him eating the deaths and eating the focus and eating a lot of the abilities used to close the gap against him to keep his teammates alive, I think is also something you have to value in tasks in this game.
Totally. Did a phenomenal job. And now Abraham's are the team to beat. Team to beat.
Yeah, well, it's time to take a look here at our MVP. I think we talked about it earlier on. And of course, I think in our eyes, it has to be given to Shark. He's had amazing play today. Again, whether it was the challenger match or this series alone, finally stepping into his own shoes and showing us that, you know, he can play. And he, even though he's been kind of MIA for 6 months, I mean, he might have been streaming here or there or just playing, you know, non-competitively. But with his like 2-3 weeks now on Abraham's squad, he's kind of pulled off the Zergy, and he's kind of found his footing within the team. Abraham's likewise have found their footing around him, and they put him in positions to excel.
Yeah. We saw some really great stuff. There's going to be some really nice ults, I think, in this highlight footage. As this is from game 1, I believe. Can't wait for the pits one. We'll get. Yeah, I think Shark did a really great job.
Oh, yeah, the pit one for sure.
Yeah, and it just goes to show you, Apollo's still really good, and I think it's so cool that I think Shark has given us like the most like crazy display. Look at how many players
I didn't even realize he went through the door. I didn't even realize he went straight through. Oh my god! So when they run out to get away from him, he's there ready to greet them with open arms.
Yeah, fantastic highlight there from Shark, and then he played Viscous in the game too. I think he played pretty well on the Viscous, to be honest, but
I thought he played really well on the Viscous. I don't think the reason they lost was because of him on Viscous whatsoever. I think he had massive impact in this game. I mean, you can see here just doing everything, doing damage, supporting, using actives. We didn't get to see it though. Actually, we did get to see it technically. We get to see it through the door. I forgot that was the one that happened. But honestly, Dan, like we've had another best of 3 in EU, but super entertaining. Even our challenger match with Silence showing up, beating Leviathan 2-1 in the qualifiers, so almost pushing Abrahams out of the equation here to have their chance to play against Buff Enjoyers. This entire EU portion of the show has been cinema.
Yeah, it's been really great. And what's interesting is for those of you that are sticking around or just joining the broadcast, it's going to be a very different type of show. I think going into NA with all of the craziness there. I don't know who's casting. Got ZPNs. Who else is turning up?
Jake
today.
And Jake. They're both here. They're both ready to go. I mean, let's take a look at the format. Right. If you guys haven't seen what's going to be coming your way in North America with ZP and Jake, but it is some names you're going to recognize, but the rosters you won't necessarily recognize. You have Bird with Clock taking on Melee Creeps, and then Popper's Pupils. Now, if you guys have missed out on this last week of action, drama, whatever you want to call it, they're going to be here to fill you all in. And I trust me, if you're here as an EU viewer, at least stay for the first match, because it is going to be awkward and weird and crazy. And you're going to recognize one name in particular there for the Melee Creep squad from the EU side of the show. I can't wait to see what's going to happen in North America. So you know what, Dan, I'm just going to have a shut up, be done talking. I'm going to send us to break because I want to get into NA as soon as possible. Thank you all for tuning in. Short break, and we're coming back with the craziness that NA is yet to bring you.
Live at my behest, die at my whim. my behest, die at my whim.
Welcome back, everyone. This is Night Shift 48. ZP and Jake here to bring you through North America, where Jake, we talked about social media and thereabouts. A few explosions went off in NA, but we were able to cobble together 3 teams today, through sheer force of will. But you know what, Jake? It does make for very entertaining games when you've just had everything shuffle so much in the course of a week.
Yeah, I mean, my take on this from the beginning has been that ultimately this will be healthy for the team. I think it's going to be, very chaotic right now to see rosters completely shuffled, but there have been more and more talented players like making their way into that top level pool. And so it's understandable that there's going to be some roster shakeups on the other side of that. And I'm always interested to see, when a team can kind of split up and go their separate ways, where do their futures lie? Can those kind of spawn new rivalries that end up being maybe the newer and bigger storyline?
Yeah, I mean, who knows what to expect today, but we can't expect the format because we got 3 teams in each region. We just finished up in EU where it was a wild ride. Props to Silence, where Silence not only got through Leviathan in qualifiers, which is difficult to break into the top 3 in EU, but they gave Abrahams the fight of their life, even being down 30, 40k souls at points. That game was wild. If you missed it, go back to the VOD and check it out. And then, of course, another finals that went the distance 2-1. But here in NA, we got the return of Bird with Clock. They've retooled, re-rostered, gotten some new players like Recon up and involved, and we got the new melee creeps where, Jake, we're talking about before the show started, but in the big split up here, John and Syed, they kept the IP, and, there's nothing good nor evil about it. It is just the new melee creeps.
Be interesting to see if they can carry the torch. I mean, I think a lot of it kind of comes down to the competitive success. I think the old cliche in esports is that winning fixes everything, and my experience has been that that's pretty true. So we'll have to see if melee creeps can stick to their winning ways. Obviously, I think this week is maybe way too soon to judge them of being essentially a new team, but still keeping some very threatening components. I don't think it's going to be an easy one for Bird with Clock here in the challenger match. As much as Bird with Clock have been grinding and improving, melee creeps like just Saya and John, that duo together has won so many times here on the Night Shift. I just can't count them out even here in the BO1.
Also, for all the viewers, you have special interactivity here is that Goober, with his return to competition, cannot stay out of Twitch chat while actually in game. So if you actually troll Goober, if he messes up or anything, he will probably respond to you, maybe to the detriment of melee creeps. But hey, look, that is just the show that you get. But also, speaking of shows, Jake, we got to tease what's coming up tomorrow, where we have retooled the Graveyard Shift. It is now going to be a weekly occurrence and is going to be taking place separately on Thursdays, most times. The actual time, most of the time, will be the same start time as the night shift. Every now and then, schedules could get a little bit hectic, but it is going to be with me, Jake, and Lightbringer, and Lightbringer is going to be a permanent host. So we'll also get in guests from time to time, but that is going to be the core roster tomorrow. And simply, we're going to be going over things in the week, stuff in the Deadlock scene and community, and, honestly, anything that you would expect to be talked about on a podcast. And yeah, we're even going to curate a tier list.
I mean, as is our divine right as podcasters that we will set up a tier list. But no, seriously, I'm really excited to get on the mic with Lightbringer. I feel like whenever we have conversations with him, it's always fascinating. It's always great to dive deep. And I think, big fans of the game who want to stay up to date on the goings on of the competitive and casual communities, check out the podcast every Thursday, same time as the night shift.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. And, the best part is talking with Lightbringer. Lightbringer is just like, just so people know, I'm going to go a little bit unhinged on this. Like, he will have some takes in on the community. So you think you're going to come in and be like, it's going to be, Lightbringer. It's going to be, some sort of safe within the lines take. No, he's going to go in there and tell you all about why Yamato Flying Strike is justified or not justified. I actually don't know his immediate opinions on it, but we'll see, Jake.
I'm a Flying Strike apologist, but you gotta get me moving on to the topic because I know that this is gonna take us off the rails if we start talking about Yamato.
Well, good enough. We're gonna go into the new Bird with Clock roster first, save the Melee Creeps roster for a little bit after. But yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Bird with Clock within NA, and of course the big additions here. They got Erebus, where the last time we saw Erebus in comp on a regular basis was the old FPS Lounge roster, where Erebus was the Bebop, Jake. The guy where it's just like, it doesn't matter what the draft is, put Erebus on Bebop, win the game. And you also got Recon, where if you're not familiar with Recon, the scattering report on Recon is mini do, which is actually one of the most positive things players could ever say about another player in North America.
Yeah, I mean, I think Do is one of the best in the competitive scene in NA right now, so that's definitely high praise. For Erebus, though, I think, it's going to be interesting to see how he fares because, right, his tenure on FPS Lounge in the past, it came to an end because, essentially, they just banned the Bebop every game, and he wasn't able to have the same level of impact. He was just getting first respect ban on Bebop. It'll be interesting to see. I mean, it's pretty clear what happened. So I would think, hey, as a player, it's a pretty clear signal of like, hey, develop a couple heroes. If he can have just even one other hero that's like on the same level as his Bebop, Erebus could be a huge threat. If people realize that they can't get away with just opening Bebop ban against him, honestly, teams could be in a world of hurt. So I'm excited to see Erebus back into the mix here. I think this guy, we didn't get to see his full potential due to that draft vulnerability on the previous team we saw him play for. So for Bird with Clock, I'm really excited for Erebus and Recon to maybe make a splash here in the competitive scene.
And of course, the opposition, Melee Creeps. You talk about retooling your roster in all of 1 week. It's a very different look for Melee Creeps where, if you just got out of a 3-week coma, you may be a little bit confused. But the mainstays, of course, Saya and John, the deadly duo that is also one of the scariest duos to lane against in the entire game. But of course, Ido, Fishcake, they're gone alongside Do. And of course, Boostio, that was a 1-week tenure regardless. But in response, you've added Goober, you've added Brayden. Yep, you've added OCs from EU who's doing double duty. Your eyes do not deceive you. And you've added Birdie, where the scouting report on Birdie, Jake, is pure support main. I think that was going through Melee Creeps Academy, and Melee Creeps is pretty bullish on.
Always great to see players getting their chance. I'm curious to see for this roster though, because who's going to be playing the front line? I almost wonder if is it just Saya? Maybe, and you almost want even a second frontliner player. And at least for me personally, whenever I see Brayden in matchmaking, I feel like he's usually playing like a farming carry. That seems to be his comfort role. But of course, I would think John and OCs are in the same category. And 3 is a bit of a crowd when it comes to those farming carries. So I'm curious to see how Melee Creeps deploy this roster. They've no doubt considered this in building it. And of course, a lot of flexibility on players like Saya. I think a lot of fans, though, are going to be excited to see Goober back in the mix. Whether he's gets his hands on the Viscus or shows up on some of his other comfortable heroes, thinking about Paradox and Holiday, Bebop, these aggressive pick style heroes. I'm just curious to see how he ends up landing on Melee Creeps. For me, I look at this roster and the eye test is pretty good. Like, this could be a really strong team. Brayden and Birdie, both players that are on the come up here. So super excited to see what they can show in this best of 1.
I didn't see the scrims for this new Melee Creep squad. I think they did have a few scrims versus Popper's Pupils last night, but I would kind of expect maybe Sai would be more on the front line. We'll see. But you think about what Goober played historically. Goober was oftentimes more in the pick role where, there's a period of time where Goober had arguably the scariest Holiday in the game, where Goober was drawing Holiday bans when most people thought Holiday was bad. And by the stats, she wasn't that good at the time. So that would make sense if Saya goes a little bit more frontline, especially with Birdie being more support specialist. But who knows? Saya's kind of been Mr. Flex over time. But Jake, the Mo 1v1 is here, and I heard they wanted a referee for this one because it got a little bit crazy.
I mean, it is. There's definitely some, I guess, bendy rules with, all the open space here on this rooftop. Curious to see how far afield you can really go. For me, at least, CP, I think it's fair play as long. Oh wait. Oh my God,
what?
Trace. Oh my God, he's getting worked over. Okay, wait. Why do they need a ref? That's the most one-sided beatdown of all time. I mean, the ref should, I don't know what, like stop the fight, like get him back.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't see it.
What do you want?
It was Scout who called for the ref, and maybe it was just he wanted the footage to be blurred because that was a beatdown. And hey, look, in this case, Scout was acting as the coach rather than player. He kind of bopping back and forth between the two roles. But yeah, I don't know. That was about as one-sided as it gets. So good showing from Melee Creeps. They get their right to choose first or second pick, and they're gonna go first pick, Jake.
Yeah, the back-to-back reparry is always a dastardly when you pull it off. It just feels so terrible as the other Mo, but that's how it goes in the Mo 1v1. First pick to Melee Creeps. Let's see what they get rid of first. For me, ZP, I just been watching these games. I feel like Doorman is insane right now. I think Pocket is pretty insane. I wonder though, because I also think some characters, like I think Apollo is one that kind of comes to mind where they look really good in EU, and I just wonder, will they see the same level of playtime in North America? I guess we'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean, okay, this is new though. The Geist first ban. I mean, Geist has been going up and up in pick priorities, so I don't think it's unjustified at all. I think it's also been something that John's been playing way more recently, one of his historical core heroes, but to see it get this level of ban priority is certainly new. Also, just as an update, since a few comments on it, Ranger is also no longer with Melee Creeps. We will update it next time we do the roster slide. I actually don't know if they have an active coach right now or not. I'll have to get info on that.
Yeah, that's a good call. I do kind of like the Geistman in the sense that it's not a super top prio hero, so you have pretty open picks here for second and third. Pocket, no surprise there. I think that was always going to go in these first two. They could get Billy Pocket, which would look pretty terrifying based on the draft prio that we've seen in Europe. That feels like the most straightforward picks here. And Melee Creeps get the Mirage, which is certainly a great find, but I'd honestly maybe rather be Clock. And they actually even prio the Viscous that early. Great matchup into Mirage. Really nice helping the Pocket out, but it does not, not taking Billy is pretty confident.
I was really suspicious of that, and I think part of it is that not only was Viscous really high priority last week in NA, but you think about the players playing here. Gibbs, very long time, big player in Viscous, and Goober, also one of his mains. So it's like, I kind of feel like for Goober, where granted, I think Goober has really done a lot of work to expand his hero pool, do you want to give Viscous over the Goober in a meta where Viscous is a top tier pick, at least how NA is going about it? Maybe not, but it does come at a cost here, Jake, where in particular, you give up the Billy.
I'm a believer. I'm ready to believe in the Viscous. I feel like this character just is so crazy. It has like a great early game laning phase, great tempo, and then you actually scale better than a lot of heroes in Deadlock right now in terms of the late game splatter build when you get, fully maxed out on your spirit power. Deadlock even going to add on to that with the holiday. So a pretty sick high mobility ganking setup here. Like none of these three heroes is easy to catch pretty much at any phase of the game. And so I think I kind of like playing for that super high mobility here. Maybe Billy, of course, could present a bit of a problem there, but I feel like Mirage might not have the easiest time tornadoing these characters. Calico might struggle sometimes to run them down. So overall, I kind of like the way Bird with Clock has opened this draft, but they are going to need some hard carries here, some more powerful scaling late game.
Work to do anyway.
Yeah, also, at this point, too, you got to be thinking is that maybe you target the John hero pool a little bit more. You could still get something like a Ven. Also, in terms of rosters, a few wires got crossed, so Gibbs is no longer on Bird with Clock, I believe. So he's not in the roster at all. So this was purely either we want to play Viscous for its own merits, or we just don't want Goober to get it. And you kind of look at the early prioritization on both Viscous and Holiday. It does seem like Goober's hero pool is getting hit a bit, but they're going to go Drifter after the mid-stage bans, and still options open for John as far as the M1 goes.
It's kind of a sick draft so far from Bird with Clock, like tons of aggression, tons of mobility. If they can get ahead in this game, it's going to be so rough for Melee Creeps. I do think Melee Creeps, though, they've set themselves up with some very fantastic scaling. And I think Billy is one of the better heroes at pulling off, a really solid comeback team fight. I wonder if they'd ever look at a Lash, or if they just think maybe the mobility issues are too big. But Melee Creep's going to grab the Bebop for themselves, so that is going to give them some threat, punishing, Drifter, Pocket, who maybe get a little too big for their britches.
Now I'm kind of looking at that. It may be the Goober Bebop. Well, I'm thinking about here, and I don't think Goober really had a hero yet, so yeah, it's probably Goober Bebop. But
Victor,
okay, Victor comes back in. Victor's been out of it for a while.
Months? I mean, really, no one is playing Victor anymore.
He did get buffed.
Looks like a hard carry Victor.
Yeah, he did get buffed recently, but it wasn't a big enough buff where people were enticed to start bringing Victor back into the mix. But okay, maybe now's the time.
I'm a big fan of this Victor pick. Like, I know Victor is not a strong hero, and I'm not judging him on his merits as a hero. I just think in this draft, you've got 5 characters that are like really hard to catch. Like, good luck getting great initiations on the Holiday, the Viscous, the Drifter. I mean, literally, the other 5 heroes, very, very sick evasiveness on them. And they're just gonna like throw a Victor at you, right? And like you almost obliged to look at the Victor and try to kill him. If this Victor is like farmed enough to make that feel really difficult for melee creeps, I think Bird with Clock have a really cool draft here. Like, I think this is a kind of an innovative way to approach the game, but I like it. Like, Pocket, I think, has great synergy with Victor, being able to they're everyone's looking at the Victor trying to burst him down. It's an easy setup for a huge affliction, and the same is true for pretty much the rest of the cast. So it's unconventional, but I'm a fan. I'm a believer.
Yeah. The only thing that worries me a little bit, though, is that, in terms of it, a lot of Bird with Clock is that, in team fights, you're still hoping to get bigger afflictions. You're hoping to ideally get pressure and get picks before a big team fight. I think, especially until late game, because Victor, is still a hero that takes a little bit longer to get online. Melee Creeps is going to have elements of like just run at them, right? Where especially early the mid game, Billy, some of the disruption you get from Mirage, the Ven, that's being played alongside it. Like, I think Bird with Clock, it's kind of like they're looking for crimes of opportunity and trying to avoid like a full-on 6v6, at least in the beginning. But you get to mid to late game and your Victor's online, I think it's a very different story.
All right, so it looks like it will be Saya taking the Billy, so you're going to play the heavy frontliner role. Recon going to show his stuff on the Pocket. This is his first appearance on the night shift, and I think this is one where Pocket actually really needs to have an explosive game, because yes, you have a ton of mobility. The Victor is kind of like this wall you put up in front of the enemy team, but in the end, the Pocket is going to be really key to the team's overall damage. Like, there's a lot of setup for him. You'd think it'd be a good place to get a game, but Pocket does not have the easiest lane to win, and I'm very curious to see how the laning phase does break down, because, to your point, ZP, I think a lot rides on Bird with Clock being able to push that tempo and, keep snowballing the picks and, keep characters like Mirage and Venator from coming online too quickly.
It's going to be interesting for sure. Melee Creeps, the return, they've been rebuilt. We'll see if it's going to be enough to get through the new Bird with Clock roster, because interesting enough, Jake, this Bird with Clock roster has been in the works for weeks now. They wanted to take their time, and this week just happened to be the week of the return after everything else was kind of thrown to a bit of chaos. So we'll see how their time training pays off. But here we go. First map here in the Challenger map on Night Shift 48 for NA. We'll see just what both teams are bringing to bear, and also see who is playing what in just a moment.
Normally, ZP, where we always ask players to have, exactly their real name. But, evil MLC Goober, I feel like we can allow that. I feel like that's enough fun to be worth its while here. Laning phase going to be an interesting one with Bebop, the Venator in the mid lane. It's kind of a scary lane. You get hooked and shotgun, like you could just insta-die from full. So it's going to have to be an interesting one. If you can avoid it, though, I could see this lane potentially struggling once Holiday starts to get a few of those levels online. Definitely a chance for Goober to show his stuff back in the action here on Night Shift.
Looking at other lanes, you got the Mirage Calico lane off on the left, and Pocket Victor, I kind of look at that lane, and my gut instinct looking at that matchup, Jake, is this is the survive lane for the Victor Pocket lane. Yeah.
But honestly, it's not a bad stalemate lane. Like, the wave clear is pretty good. Mirage and Calico are actually pretty bad at pushing tower generally. Maybe it could work. Okay, hook comes in, Holiday drop down low, but the shotgun can't quite get her into the wall, and enough counter damage comes out from Drifter where it's not the worst thing in the world here for Bird with Clock's mid lane.
Actually, in terms of lane synergy, there's a lot talked about how John and Saya are just, they basically brain linked, and based on the comp here rather than anything else, it's a John Goober lane. We're both really, really good players, but I can see some of the coordination being a little bit off relative to something that has been built over time, but another hook comes in into
great
gunshot
shotgun.
into what could be a real dead Holiday.
And it's going to be another kill there. Erebus getting parried and just devastated mid lane. Looks so decent and so stable, but a beautiful bait set up from melee creeps. Goober waiting in the wings for the perfect moment. Come up with the double kill.
Yeah, that is a wild tempo swing in the mid lane, and already a bit of pain for Bird with Clock. And again, looking at other lanes here, I think the left lane, the best outcome for Bird with Clock is just to survive. I think you actually have to severely overstep to get punished as Calico Mirage in this lane. Look at the right lane, though. You got the Billy Ivy, which definitely has like more options to make things open up, but against the Viscous, laning is never necessarily easy.
Yeah, that double kill in mid lane hurts really bad, though. That's going to present problems all across the map. It's going to slow down Matt's game, Erebus as well. The two characters on Bird with Clock who maybe want to get the most active the earliest here. Some efficient box running as well from melee creeps. And I mean, a couple thousand soul lead, it's not that meaningful yet, but it's a scary sign, right? Like to have the stat lead look like that, get a couple more extra early item buys out, with that slowing hex just coming out a little bit quicker, it can make quite a big difference. Goober and John seems like they're just trying to keep the pressure on in the mid lane, though. They're not doing that much box running, and actually, I think if they don't find more kills pushing the lane like this, they're going to regret it with the box comeback here. Matt and Erebus are going to be able to recover pretty nicely.
Yeah, I mean, the ideal scenario for mid is that you get mid tower down soon, and then Goober gets freed up to roam, and you let John get large and middle. I mean, it's something melee creeps and a lot of teams in the scene tend to go for. But in particular, the idea of getting John farmed has been the melee creeps mainstay for a very, very long time. So I'm curious here. I mean, we saw a little bit of roaming from Brayden. If you call for a roam in the middle, get mid guardian down, and accelerate that process, because you think about Goober's playstyle overall. Goober certainly, once the go-ahead is given to be mobile, Goober will gladly be going to left and right to try and open things up on the Bebop.
Yeah, I'm noticing, though, they're really not running many boxes from mid here. I feel like that's a bit of a mistake from melee creeps. It's letting the mid lane recover, and the tower damage is just not enough, right, to really genuinely threaten. Maybe Bender's going to be able to push that eventually, but I feel like the farming has been clean enough here for Bird with Clock to essentially recover. This lane, though, could also present problems, but Lash Viscous can just play these nuke cycles so efficiently, and it's kind of tough for Billy and Ivy to really get the kind of extended, committed trade that they're hoping for with those heroes. This lane, though, oh my, OC's is completely full health. He is going to dominate them on Mirage here, and a little parry as well. Both kills do go to Brayden, which I actually think isn't so ideal, but then again, maybe Calico can leave this lane sooner rather than later and start to be one of the key active fighters on the map.
Also, we didn't talk too much about it, but OC's on Mirage, that is one of the biggest comfort picks around. Even in games where OC's have been on teams where they're losing, you look at it and go like, wow, they're losing the game. But also, OC's at 70k on Mirage. Arguably, maybe a little bit overfiring times, but Billy in some danger. See Matt coming on over, however. Things turning just a bit here. Getting shot
so
on
close.
from the side, another barrel. Saya's nearly dead, but Matt really has to be careful on the chase down.
Matt should be able to get this. Yeah, he is going to find it. Unlocks the lasso as well. That didn't make enough space for mid tower to be taken, but I feel like I'm really happy to get those kills. A couple marks here on Victor, and the extra damage is going to be lethal to him, and the Mark proc is going to be able to get the finish. Pocket trying to get some counter pressure. Might be able to find this kill. Calico out of skills completely. Couple well-placed shotguns. Should be a kill. Calico, the movement is good, but not good enough. Recon, big find for him to cut the losses here on the sideline.
The tragic thing for Tanner on that last one was about, 1,000, 2,000 souls away from ult on top of it.
Wait, is Tanner egging? Is somebody egging? I swear I saw an egg. We need a tab press. We need to see a golden egg for the people.
The egg check.
I swear I saw an egg on somebody's inventory.
Also, John's starting to get ahead, Jake. When you look at the overall game,
am I crazy? Am I on drugs? I swear on my life I saw an egg. I can't explain it, guys.
I'll be honest, you're either hallucinating or you just happened to see the egg and I missed it. And either are entirely possible, but Brayden just gonna get dove on off here.
That's a good kill. I mean, it costs your Victor ult, but, I think you're very much down to, especially if he's got a point in that Victor ult. You almost prefer it to be down to increase your farm speed. Affliction on 2, great from Recon there. Position himself to get that deep into the doorway. I think OC should be a casualty of this. Affliction Not so powerful this early in the game, but it's such a valuable kill. Recon is able to find it. It did take the cape, though, so he's kind of caught in a compromised position. He will die for this kill. Getting a bit of lane pressure is the best he can do as he goes down. So, game shaking up to be very even this early on. Still, a lot of kills going both ways.
John off in the right lane now. Deep dive takes a lot of damage for the tower. Ends up being a trade. I think John would have preferred staying alive there. And Saya able to finish off Arctic at the least. So melee creeps getting a bit ahead there. But again, you had John swap over to right. Trying to get more stable farm. And honestly, I mean, the comeback for Bird with Clock, pretty solid. As both teams just kind of trading out back and forth.
Yeah, this has turned into an insanely good recovery for Tanner. When, this is a character who really needs to play for the late game, so often you feel like, hey, you really want to get a lot done early. If he can get the tower here, that's a great find with Lash here. This is not going to be holdable for John, and it should be pretty comfortable here for Tanner. He's going to be able to farm up pretty comfortably, building straight into the weighted shots. In fairness, man, the debuff resist is going to be quite valuable this game. So many debuffs and control tools on the side of melee creeps here.
Yeah, and also, I think, just more tools for survivability. But elsewhere on the map, we got the hook and the pressure onto Arctic, who's running for his life. Off Goober, 9 HP, and no, not enough to get away. Birdie gonna be able to chase that down in the end. Elsewhere, taking a look now over the Erebus. Oh, the wide melee into the parry, and an escape vector for Birdie, who's just gonna be looking to leave.
Birdie passes the skill check here. Good to see. I don't mind the Erebus went for it, but actually, it seems like he might be getting a run down. Cheeky little exit hook attempt here, and Goober has gone for a very early tempo build here. I mean, he's not building much damage really at all. Debuff reducer straight into the Veil Walker, so he just wants to fight 24/7 here in this early game. It's a little bit risky because you don't scale well with this kind of build up, but if you can get those key kills and set your allies up for success, it all becomes worth it. And a kill on Tanner is exactly what you want to find. I think he was shopping in secret there, which is pretty greedy considering the dominance of melee creeps on part of the map.
It's kind of interesting how the active Bebop builds have changed, where obviously like items have been tweaked over time, but more of a tendency the Veil Walker now over Fortitude, because for a while, if you're being super active, you'd be seeing like Doormen get early Fortitude, you'd be seeing Bebop get early Fortitude, and now, more room for people like, no, I want to go Veil Walker. And, in Bebop especially, it makes sense where, it gives your hook an extra element of surprise where, now that we're past the early game, still 2 minutes away from the next rift, but Goober's basically going to be 24/7 active, and it's not like you're ever going to see a Bebop in the jungle in a lot of these cases.
And in fairness, you think about the game with how sick the late game scaling is for melee creeps. I don't know if it's necessarily free for them, like in the late game. Pocket and Victor could be pretty scary. Sometimes like I think Viscous and Lash might actually scale sometimes better than it would seem.
Jake, look.
A lot of enemies here. Dangerous place for a cat.
Trophy collector on Brayden.
Check contest here over the urn. Big catch on Holiday. Does he have the damage to follow this one up? The bomb's gonna explode and get him very low. The laser as well. Can he track him down? Okay, he does get that final touch. Ivy pickup comes in. Tanner off of the back of the respawn. Recon's in a huge bit of trouble here though. No way he gets out. Okay, yeah, he is gonna go down and just a farm fest here. Brayden's gonna pick up a ton of trophy collector stacks from that fight. He's gonna be feeling amazing on Calico at this point in the game.
Yeah, I mean, just from that alone, you wonder, okay, is a trophy collector worth it? Well, if you generate fights like that, absolutely worth it. The melee creep's going to be not only winning that fight, Jake, but look at the aftermath of the fight. Brayden just has the world's easiest dunk coming up. Don't think there's going to be anything in Brayden's way here. And the rift, it's an earlier rift on top of it, but it's the opposite side of the map.
So that fight hurts really bad here. Oh, a slowing hex, maybe catching Mirage. Just barely gets the tornado out. Will Mirage go down for this? Getting a ton of heal. Even has that vitality buffs, giving him so much here. And a parry. Oh my OCs. What an outplay. Ridiculous heal coming off in that fight. I think he must have healed at least a couple thousand in that exchange. Insane value here for the Mirage. And with 2 players down, it feels like kind of a foregone conclusion. This rift is going to go towards melee creeps. And the game is really getting cracked open now. I think this is a very scary moment for Bird with Clock. We really haven't seen Erebus and Matt be able to find those isolated pickoffs that they really drafted.
Also, you kind of look at how they position there. You may look at it from a distance and be like, wait, you have Recon nearby, you got an Affliction, you make something happen, and no, both Recon and Stride just go, you know what, we'll deal with the Rift Troopers. It's not a big deal. Save it for the next major fight. But yeah, big lead starting to open up here. Melee creeps up 10k. Some Headhunter bot on Goober, and you look at the golden statues here. Even a lead starting to come up here from Osies, who's been taking his time to gamble, get more sinners on the other side. And for Bird with Clock, I kind of look at ways back into the game here. On one hand, ideally a team fight where you get a big affliction, but also I think there's a bit of pressure on Matt right now to open things up. You've had Goober super active with hooks, and kind of look at Maz that you're playing a Holiday, and it's been a bit quiet for picks coming from Lasso so far.
Yeah, I think they definitely need to get some value off of Lasso and Ground Strike, or Death Slam, I should say. Pocket has Affliction too. This is kind of the moment when I think you might want to look. But he's going to go for a conservative line here. Just safely clear the creep wave, keep back to the walker. I mean, this is kind of the rinse and repeat move for Pocket, but with Drifter here, maybe scouting out some targets, they could look for more.
Hook early here from Goober once more. Stride gonna cube in response, but it's not nearly enough to save Arctic, who was just in too bad a position in from the start. Here comes Pocket though, drops the Affliction, hits two. It's not a bad Affliction. However, John pulls out the Urzamini. Still something where you have to respect with line of sight in this moment, but on the back end, Matt's able to find Saya.
It's big actually. The Urzamini breaks his momentum. I thought he might go in for more here. And a great hook, super deep here. Victor in absolutely the wrong neighborhood. And as much as I like the Bird with Clock draft and sort of hope for it, I feel like we're kind of starting to see a bit of a class difference here in the players. Like in the end, like Melee Creeps are just getting so much more out of every exchange. This might be a new team, but they are not showing that here in their first outing in the night shift. So it's definitely great signs early on for fans of the Melee Creeps. This team may still be a serious threat in North America.
Also, in terms of players having a good game and just having solid engages and showing their worth too, we haven't even talked about too much, but Braden's been having a very error-free game on Falco so far. I mean, it's been solid. Actually,
we should check his trophy stacks. He might be really farming. He's been involved in just about every fight. I mean, as a Calico should, but it's a great start to the game. And stacking up the trophy is, I think, one of those scary things where even if you can recover the soul lead, it just kind of hurts. The economy game slowly goes against you. 2 Dispel Magics picked up by Braden and Osies. That signals that they want to get frisky here, get aggressive, take some trades. And with Lasso down, it's a good moment to look for, potentially.
Also, the way the map is showing up here, I was going to say maybe you just see John go for Walker, but instead, maybe John getting jumped. The big rotation from Bird with Clock here, looking for John. I don't know if John senses it or not, goes to the shop and is immediately going to the teleporter. I think the call was out, something was up, and a very pertinent teleport timing for John. That was nearly disaster.
Urn spawns as well. Should be easy control for Melee Creeps. Maybe just more souls into the pocket of Braden. Not that he needs it. Up on 17k alongside Osies, who's on a killing streak. Like, it's not a bad game from him. Whoa, crazy burst though onto Saya. Got evaporated. Erebus finds Birdie as well, just out of nowhere. And Bird with Clock, they're right back in it. That double kill sets them up to look for more, but there is a walker push here on the side of the map. 3 players from Melee Creeps, and they're not even going to commit to it. So 3 players coming here and not really getting much of anything out of it. That's a great moment for Bird with Clock. They'll need a little bit more snowball on the back of it, but it's certainly a start.
They give up Urn control while this is going on. They're trying to get Walker and try and get Recon a bit ahead of the game, but just not enough damage to take down the left Walker. But Urn in motion now. And I mean, overall, the interesting thing here, Jake, is that Bird with Clock was down 10k. Now they've actually kept the bleeding to a minimum. It's within 6 at this moment. So, I mean, the game is still very fightable for Bird with Clock, despite how it's felt Melee Creeps coded here so far. This Urn, though, not going to have any contest. And, I think Bird with Clock, they're just trying to look for that one good team fight and go from there. And otherwise, they're not really taking a ton of risk.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness, I kind of don't mind this conceptually. So, hold on. Here's a Death Slam. It's going to catch the players. Great pickup from Birdie on the Ivy, though. John would have been a prize kill here. And even the solo committed last shot, in the end, all it forces is that lift from Ivy. Kill found on the other side of the map. And ooh, too close for comfort there for Pocket. Recon's still going to be run down. Osies gets the finish. And it's so far just a beatdown of the game here for Melee Creeps. There's been like one good moment for Bird with Clock, but other than that, this one has been pretty thankless. for the challenging team. Melee Creeps want to repeat their consistent performance, making it into the money match, and it certainly feels like they're on track to do so.
You know, for Birth Clock, though, they do get a Walker trade, rather than that being free. However, it may not be a trade entirely in their favor. Melee Creeps going for a second Walker at the same time, and Bird with Clock, the way they are on the map, I don't think they're going to be able to get here to stop the Walker from going down, although Matt finds Saya towards the end. An Affliction way high up in the air, doesn't hit anyone, and the Walker's still going to go down.
Oh, and this could turn really bad now. I think Recon may be going down here. His cooldown's going to be taking that cube, certainly helps. So does the rescue beam with the rollout as well. Attempted hook here from Goober. Just going to pull OC's back, but not even mad at that. Melee Creeps got what they came for. They lost Saya elsewhere on the map, but well worth it for picking up that Walker. And for OC's 23k on this Mirage, yeah, queuing up the Rico. This is going to be a huge buy when it comes out. I think Bird with Clock may have some serious problems dealing with Mirage here.
And again, I think you have to ask yourself, what is a good team fight? Look for with Bird with Clock, and a lot kind of depends. Can you get an early pick with Matt? They tried to do that a moment ago and got completely stymied by Birdie, where, something to be said for being a support specialist, just having a sixth sense of how to save. And Saya right now diving in, Goober hook connects, and it's Tanner in a world of hurt. Cube comes in, has reanimation on cooldown, but the disruption is still there, gets hit by the Dust Devil, and life number one about to fade.
It's great from Goober, who basically gets him solo, and yeah, he takes the stun on Bebop, but he's more than happy to get that out in a basically irrelevant spot in the team fight. And Victor trying to play his way out of this, but he is surrounded, burned down from all sides by these Melee Creeps players. And shout out, I believe it was Willie with the 5 gifted, by the way. Much appreciated, guys. Remember to spam that Prime sub. Got it. That's available. Right. Pass it our way. Oh, great hook on Lash. Caught. Save is good, but oh, the re-hook. What a find from Goober. Knows the matchup so incredibly well. A little missed grapple from Lash. He's going to be low on the CDs now as he tries to make his way out of this one. And surely he's going to go down. It's going to go towards Braden. Another stack picked up. A 6-kill streak here for the Calico. And oh my, this is getting dirty. Erebus getting worked over now in the mid lane. These cubes, they can't come quick enough for Stride. He's popping them on cooldown.
Some level Erebus is going, man, I wish that was me on Bebop right now. I do these things, but you know what? So does Goober. And also, you may wonder why Lash hates Bebop. You got a full showing of that there. But off those kills, Jake, Melee Creeps, they go for mid-boss, and we'll see what disruption, if any, is available with Bird with Clock. I mean, the lane is so pushed up that I don't think anyone even gets here. I think it's just a clean 3 crystals for Melee Creeps, and the advantage continues to grow.
Yeah, Rift is up as well. There's some level of comeback resist on the Rift. And oh, actually, no, as I say that, Tanner already capped the Rift, so choosing not to fight into the comeback resist makes sense. Couple souls here into the pocket for Bird with Clock. That'll be nice, but it's not much of a consolation prize. Staring down the barrel of the triple rejuve. Not much farm to speak of in the safe portions of the map for Bird with Clock. Like, look at that top of the mini-map, man. There is almost nothing available for the team to farm. And meanwhile, Melee Creeps is an embarrassment of riches. They've got the entire side of the map to farm, and they're almost declining it for now. OC's gets caught a little bit, but it seems like he's baiting this fight. He's kind of more than happy to take it. Even takes that re-up tornado back forward. So so much confidence oozing here out of the European.
Still potentially a 3-on-1 for a moment, but no, Bird with Clock thinks better of it, goes back. And I mean, I feel like we've been in the cycle here, Jake, where Bird with Clock has been playing very defensive for a long period of time, and the game continues to get more and more out of the way. Also, I think the problem is their ideal win conditions are even more brutal with Rejuve on the table, right? Where going back to it, here. See if they do. But the problem is that with the Rejuve up, like, even your ideal condition of getting a lasso doesn't necessarily get you to where you need to go. You get a little bit of denies onto the urn, which helps, but I look at this here, and I mean, getting out of this Rejuve in the next minute and a half without losing another Walker or even base Guardians, I mean, it's a bit perilous for Bird with Clock.
Yeah, I will say the only downside for Melee Creep is that this is such an early triple rejuve. It's sort of hard to use. I even think forcing into the Walker isn't the best play because they just kind of want to split and farm the map. That's one thing I've been seeing from Melee Creeps all game long. They have never overgrouped, not that I've seen. Like, it's been very, very consistent. They're playing a very efficient game. You even see that split. It's like they're all evenly separated. Players ready to help one another, ready to look for plays, but they're not committed really to this push. I think Saya is basically just baiting a response. But if you do get a little active and try and chase into this Billy, things could go wrong. Now more and more players piling in from Melee Creeps, coming in deep behind the tower. Goober threatening hooks, Lash in a bit of trouble, trying to just find some way to get a death slam off, but he can't. Chain gang now out. Tanner pulled in. Driftjolt is making this one a little bit awkward, but the raw strength of Melee Creeps is just too much. Bird with Clock have to just back out, back to the base for them.
Yeah, they see the 1 minute left on the region and say, nope, we want the Walker. They set it up and they take their time on the setup and realize, yeah, we can throw in Saya. Yeah, okay, you lasso Saya. So what? That's one rejuve gone. We got a Walker in turn. And again, the overall map state is heavily in favor of Melee Creeps at this point. Every lane heavily pushed up. And in terms of win conditions here, Jake, if you're on Bird with Clock looking towards Melee Creeps and you see a 28k Venator, a 29k Mirage, and even, again, Braden's Calico, I don't think Braden's died this entire game, or at least hasn't died in a very long time. I mean, this is really difficult at this point to think about how do you get a fight that works in your favor. The rejuve is gone right now, but you're really banking on a lot from Matt and Arctic to just somehow give you the perfect scenario, or Recon to have the Affliction of the Gods.
Yeah, it really feels like you're hoping for a really big mistake out of Melee Creeps. Love the Scourge buy here from Braden. A lot of spirit damage on the other side of the map. He can put that on himself, or even, hey, throw it on the Venom, throw it on the Mirage. Not even a bad look here. Or Billy, of course, always a great user. Definitely expect to see a couple more Scourges come out. Some big buys though for Bird with Clock. I mean, the Spirit Burn on Pocket is a pretty significant impact item when it comes to finishing off those afflicted targets.
Let's go green.
Checking out the kills and assists here. Ridiculous activity from Melee Creeps, specifically Goober and Braden. Exactly what you'd expect from these guys, the early game aggression. But, I mean, this is what it looks like when it pays off absolutely massively.
Also, the deaths for Saya is kind of interesting, where it's kind of reminding me of some of the best Listic games, where people are like, oh, Listic dying, we know that. But Listic is a master at times of just, yeah, I'm going to die, but set up my team for success. And a lot of these team fights, Jake, it's been kind of the throwaway Billy where, yeah, Saya may go down, but in exchange, you get 2 or 3 members of Bird with Clock falling at the same time. So it's been a very unselfish frontline game, but that finds the lasso on the OCs. The fall through going to be there, backed up by Erebus here in the beginning. Double Dust Devil, though, away, and OCs still might find a way out of this one.
Team's ready to back him up. Erebus goes down. OC's beating a hasty retreat out of the situation. Affliction on 2 and a zip knock on Calico, so some decent moments for Bird with Clock, but Tanner has lost his ultimate. Viscus is not going to be able to win this fight, just have to roll completely out of the engagement. A hook on Arctic as well from Goober. Further slowing down this Lash. Holiday Trust desperately trying to just get out. Maybe really low on CDs. A cube save is going to be, well, the one hope she has left. Just get out of this one alive. Goober's still looking for more. He's deep on the Bebop. Threatening angle, but there's players in the backline behind him. Confidence, though, proves warranted. John and Ozies are so strong at this point in the game. Just a death sentence for players to peek into them.
So, Jake, one thing about this game is that it woke up the Victor Nation, and a lot of hopes and dreams are going into it, and Bird with Clock, obviously, tough game. Is there any words of encouragement to the Victor players here, saying, it's not Victor's fault? Or, as you look at, I kind of look at this as a game where it's like the early game.
Victor and you're holding egg for 30 minutes, it is your...
Okay. There you go, Victor Nation. It's the best we got. But Recon, no Affliction, maybe no problem. Looking for a bit of damage on the Saya, who has been the one player from Melee Creep, says no problem dying for the team. Amidst this fight, Ernest picked up. That though gets caught, and so is Erebus. The melee going entirely in favor of the Creeps. And Braden right now looking for the last little bit of cleanup, as everything has gone wrong for Bird with Clock.
I mean, Stride gets the urn and gets out, which is something, but, it's like such a scary moment on the map as well with mid-boss spawning. Luckily, the deaths are early enough that, okay, you're going to be able to get back and get a contest off on mid-boss. I would think the Victor ult will be up before that, becomes too scary. But this is certainly a really rough game so far. It really just hasn't felt like Bird with Clock have gotten anything going, and they're just being picked apart. Like, I think Melee Creeps just really understand the win con of these, big grouped up team fights, and they're just poking and prodding with Mirage. They're looking for picks with Bebop and Calico, and there's never a moment where Lash can really get in. It feels like maybe Matt's the one player who with the lasso can make a difference, but we already saw OC's. He just didn't go down in time. You need a lot of players behind the lasso to actually burst the Mirage before he can get his tornadoes off. And we've seen once he gets them off, gets back into the hands of Ivy, who can kind of heal him up and support. The fight just kind of crumbles from there, and this urn is not even going to be dunked. I mean, just has to be hostage. Certainly a sign of the times here for Bird with Clock.
All right. We'll see if the Rift fight turns into something for Bird with Clock, but I think it's a very just unfortunate sign from the Bird with Clock perspective, where you get your ideal lasso, and lasso on the OCs is one of the top targets you could expect to get, and even then you're just unable to get enough damage to get the job done. I mean, it's a testament to how far behind Bird Clock is, but also how quick the reaction from Melee Creeps was. Recon, though, in a world of hurt here on top. Saya going in, gets Recon down the half, and the pressure continues to move as the cape comes out.
He could be in real trouble. He's already used Dispel, basically out of panic there, kind of caught in the corner. Saya just maybe recognizing on the minimap there's not enough players here. The Rift's still being capped. It's going to be an attempt to take the mid walker, but if you lose players here, you're going to be losing shrines. Billy Chain comes in, connects onto 2. Stride is crucially caught as well in the Viscous. It's going to be hard for him to save his teammates. Has to just roll out of the fight. But the damage is done. Recon, Arctic down, the 2 crucial team fighters. They do give up a mid walker for it, but with the Rift Troopers now crashing into this right side wave, supported by OCs, the rest of the team free to go straight for a mid boss. Matt, I like that Matt is looking mid and trying to crash a wave there, but there's just not enough damage threat for that to be a serious push on mid lane. Braden's going to defend it as well.
It looks to be another easy mid-boss from Melee Creeps coming on up, and I mean, for Bird with Clock, if you go here, you're just hoping for a Crystal Steel into a swift death. It's not going to be to your advantage overall, but maybe you can limit some of the pain. You do see Erebus working on the outskirts into the contest, puddle punch in. Birdie, John able to pick up all charges, though. The contest does not work out. Matt ends up paying the price, and we'll see if Stride can get away. Up on top, we got a little bit of Goober versus Erebus, where again, I just imagine Erebus is thinking, it should have been me.
Yeah, great game from Goober, honestly. His hooks have been really punishing, and despite as many saves as Stride has been able to find on the Viscous, they're just not enough. Like, the hooks keep coming. The picks keep, being found. Saya as well on these chain gangs is a huge threat. And at this point, you got 5 players on fire. The Ivy just picks up the Echo Shard, so anybody who does get pulled in is going to be devastated. It's also a great item into Victor, too, since you're pretty reliably going to have that stone form coming up to dodge the reanimation. And, oh, what a back-breaking hook. Viscous going down here. This is, I'd say, the best kill you can find, because now he's not available to save for anyone else. There's still Lash, Victor, Pocket is a pretty scary group of 3, but Ivy maybe flying Billy in past the door is going to make it really awkward for any kind of proper team fight on the side of Bird with Clock, and I sense it may be a bit of a celebratory flight here as others going to head straight to the shrine. Back to business. Saya, of course, wants to book his ticket to the money.
I just imagine Saya's a war general there saying, fly me in, and Bird, he has a new guy's like, wait, sir? Sir, is that the order? Do it. You just see Saya rolling on in, but clearly no particular threat.
They could go for the game end here for sure, ZP. I mean, half timer on Rejuve. They got a minute 30. They're going to clear base guards. Just, a nice, efficient play. Wonder if they will back. They have some significant souls on Saya. I imagine probably a lot of souls on just about everybody, so maybe worth spending. But it's an interesting call. I think you could have argued for trying to end with the Rejuve. Maybe they have just enough time actually to buy and try to end with the Rejuve. I think it's a little greedy, but it could actually work out really well. And in fairness, maybe fighting in the base is like not worth the risk given just how devastating you've been. And yeah, this is the full build Mirage, man. Rico, Silencer, Inhib. I don't know, man. It's looking pretty over. The Diviner's Kevlar is such a crazy buy too when it comes out on Mirage. It just makes you so wild. You like permanently buff yourself with that, whatever it is, plus 40 spirit power.
It flashed up from out there, but Melee Creeps did have a lot of unspent souls. And you take a look at items they're able to buy, like Saya able to go back, pick up Scourge. They're just doing it by the book. They still have 40 seconds left on Rejuve. They're going to make the attempt to end this here and now and get the match against Popper's Pupils, the new champion in NA as of last week. And, of course, the new Melee Creeps would love to retake the throne, a new roster and all. But
Rejuve's
final
like 20
push here underway.
You really need to force the throne. You need to bring down Bird with Clock players. They want to stall, but the timing is really clean. Just enough time here to get some value out of the Rejuves, and Victor is just already down. Not really much tankiness to speak of for him in this game. He's doing what he can to tank through the pit. The darkness going to slow down Braden and Birdie. They're not going to be able to contribute much, but a 4-man chain gang. Big catch from Saya. Pulls a ton of players into the thick of the fight, and Tanner just can't stand up against the pressure. Hook, it feels personal at this point on Erebus. The Death Slam throws a couple players down, but the follow-up is just not there, even with a 3-man affliction from Recon. It's just not coming home here, ZP. Melee Creeps all the way. Maybe a player or two to drop. Recon and Arctic trying to scrap as they can, but eventually the Archmother surely to fall.
Melee Creeps, fully new roster aside from John Sai, and yet no problem. Get through the long rebuild of Bird with Clock, and they do it in dominating fashion. Bringing us to Melee Creeps versus Popper's Pupils in our NA money match. And, Jake, we got a lot to talk about here, but, something I think we talked a little bit about in a game that I kind of want to talk a little bit more is that was a near perfect game from Braden on the Calico.
Yeah, in the end, I this is a game that I think just showed that this version of melee creeps is on another level compared to Bird with Clock. Like, this just wasn't competitive. Like, Bird with Clock really couldn't keep up on the individual pick game. You know, the laning phase kind of crumbling early was really rough for them. It got Goober on a crazy snowball, and he basically just ran him over on the Bebop. You know, you can say the same for Braden. OCs and John playing the side waves, like pulling a ton of attention into themselves. And Recon not having the best game on Pocket either. So, you know, the players who really needed to pop off and have a big moment couldn't get the job done, couldn't really get active. And across the board, melee creeps felt really solid. Didn't see as much of Birdie, but I think that's kind of the nature of playing support Ivy in a game where your team is dominating so hard.
I think when I look at this game and how it went to the early and mid game too, is that I think the win conditions for Bird with Clock were actually a little bit complex, where you needed to get good lasso picks with Matt relatively early in the game, while also avoiding some of the inherent pressure you get from Billy, Calico, Bebop in the early to mid game. But you still, when you got into team fights, it had to be a team fight where you got value off Affliction, but you also weren't grouped up to the point that people got chain ganged and, you know, grouped up on. So the engagement was potentially possible, but I think it was a really difficult game plan from the draft to execute. And I mean, part of it too is the Victor coming on in, where it would have been cool to see the Victor do well, but for, I think, Tanner to have a good game here would have required a lot of those other things to go well. So to me, I just think with Bird with Clock, they chose a very high difficulty composition and draft to go on in a best of one versus melee creeps.
I gotta tell you, ZB, this melee creeps team, this may be a completely new roster, right? With like essentially a whole new team, but they look pretty scary to me. Like, this is a statement game for the opener for this roster. Like, there's nothing that's gonna inspire confidence quite like a complete beatdown. And Bird with Clock historically have not been a pushover squad. Like, they've sort of been on the outside of the top two and haven't been able to crack it, but it still hasn't felt historically this, you know, like, solid for a win for this melee creeps team. So I'm kind of interested. I was expecting, hey, this week, you know, with MLC being such a new team, pretty tough one for them in the money match against Popper's Pupils. But now I'm like, hey, we could have a pretty interesting series on our hands coming up next.
Also, it's kind of funny. I see Yodi talking in chat, of course, the longtime Melee Creeps manager. And, you know, I had to have a DM earlier this week, and, you know, and all the NA mess of going like, okay, Yodi, just for future reference, which side of Melee Creeps did you end up on? Did you end up on the John Saya side or the Ido Fishcake Deuce side? Because I just need to know for Kai's like, okay, yeah, I'm on the John Saya side. So, yeah, all the chaos of the breakup. But, yeah, I mean, taking a look at the final stats, I can't agree more with the general idea of just this Melee Creeps team looked really, really good, especially for a team that came together in the course of not even a full week. The breakup is not even a week old, Jake, by the actual timing. And, you know, to come in here and look good against a Bird with Clock team that's been in the works for a while, I mean, it says a lot. And honestly, I don't know what to expect when they go up against Popper's Pupils in just a little bit.
Yeah, that's going to be a pretty interesting match to watch. Great to see OCs having such a strong game here, you know, playing on the ping, but you wouldn't have been able to tell with his performance in that game one, baiting a ton of really sick fights on Mirage, kind of putting himself out there in the front line. But it's time, ZP, to take a look at our MVP for this opening match. Melee Creeps, I mean, honestly, there's a couple serious contenders, but it's got to be Braden for not only the aggression in the early game, but continuing to scale, continuing to snowball, and being a part of just about every single fight in this game.
Yeah, and I think honorable mention here, I mean, could be many of them, but also Goober. I mean, a lot of this was, once you got past the laning phase, Goober was continually applying pressure, and usually the person that was in off a lot of those hooks was Braden. And if Braden was immediately there on the hook, Braden was still taking advantage of the space created elsewhere on the map. And I mean, this is kind of what Calico does since she's become a more common pick, is that when you get ahead of the game, Calico is kind of the character that puts the foot on the throat and makes it so oppressive for the other team to freely rotate around the map without casualty.
Yeah, Arctic getting kind of smoked by the Bebop, the lore counter in this game, but Braden, man, so aggressive. And you reach this point on the Spirit Calico where you are just popping people with your combos. Erebus as well was on notice this game, like could not catch a break on this drift. I mean, look at that damage. He's dead in like one CD cycle here from Calico. What do you do about that?
Also, Jake, we need some accountability. We messed up in regards to viewers. We did not continually ask for trophy collector stack checks, but also, I gotta tell you, it was probably maxed out pretty early into the game with the amount of kills that Braden was involved in.
Oh yeah, he had to be maxing that out early. Also in that, one of the earlier highlights, I like when we see players willing to scourge their teammates, in those contested scenarios. So actually, I think Braden saves Saya with a scourge in the zipline fight near the buff. So well played here from Braden on the Calico. I think the true test, though, it's fair to say, is yet to come for this new Melee Creeps team. Like, okay, you put out a really sick showing. You kind of just ground up Bird with Clock in the gears here for that best of one challenger match. But coming up next, it's going to be a money match against Popper's Pupils, who have really risen to the top of North America, have been just seemingly improving over time. Heavy hitters on that squad, as we'll be able to take a look in just a minute.
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited to see it. And I mean, look, the trend on Night Shift over the last month has been every finals goes to 3 no matter what. So, Jake, for people that are out there with channel points, clearly the strategy is no matter who wins map 1, you vote the other team for map 2. And over the last few weeks, that would be a win every single time.
That's the script. I'm the one who wrote it, so of course that's all the matches are going to go. It's just obviously all predetermined here, guys. So you can rely on ZP when it comes to channel point betting advice. He'd never lead you astray.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, to be fair, I'm back up to 53K. I do not go all in every game. Some other members of Night Shift may do that, and eventually it leads to bankruptcy. But we got to take a break. When we come back, the money match is going to be underway. Can Melee Creeps take down Popper's Pupils, or does the champion reign continue? Just got to stay clocked in to find out.
Let's take out Pocket. Pocket's on the bridge. I see Drifter. Let's take out Pocket.
They've destroyed our dreams.
Let's take out Holiday. Let's take out Victor.
I see Victor.
Let's take out Victor. Let's take out the Drifter.
The tide will be paid.
They've destroyed.
Let's take out Viscous.
I see Drifter.
The Venator continues his hunt.
What's the plan?
They've destroyed our green.
Let's take out Holiday. Let's take out Victor.
Let's see Victor.
Let's take out Victor. Let's take out the Drifter.
The tide will be paid.
Welcome back, everyone, to the night shift. The money match is about to begin. ZP here with Jake. And Jake, we had to do a little bit of investigation. People are wondering, is Braden playing on controller? And we can actually confirm that Braden is not. We just have some new observers today that are filling in as people are on vacation, and controller glyphs were on. Have no fear. I believe it is still all mouse and keyboard and trackball if you count Zergy.
Love a trackball user. Wonder if I'll ever get another one of those in North America. Great to see Zergy, though, always at the top here in Europe. Here in North America, though, we're getting set for what could be maybe the most interesting match of the day. I think coming into today, I would have expected, hey, this Melee Creeps roster, it's their first outing. Let's not judge them too harshly. But after a statement victory like that in the Challenger match, I think expectations are going to start to rise. Stocks on this MLC team, we could see some people who may have recently panic sold getting back into the market here looking to buy.
And let's take a look at the NA history here for those wondering, what in the world are you talking about? Well, it has been back and forth. Of course, last week we saw Melee Creeps, the old Melee Creeps, lose the throne to Popper's Pupils. And of course, you take a look at the back and forth here, whether it be FPS Lounge, now turned into Popper's Pupils, or the old Melee Creeps. I mean, NA, it has not been one long run of dominance since the big Melee Creep streak that went from 13 all the way to 29.
Yeah, I mean, a streak like that, I feel like we have gone into a better era in Deadlock, where teams just cannot be this dominant for this long. The competition is too fierce at the highest level. Like players, the parity between even the best players is still quite close, or rather has become quite close, as teams have learned from one another, picked up one another's strategies and techniques. The mind game's getting out of control these days. Of course, Popper's Pupils, a team that has fought harder than just about anybody else to be here at the top. They have gone blow for blow. You can see in that recent history, it's back and forth with the Melee Creeps in the last few weeks.
Yeah, and we were just talking about in the break, it's not caster LARP. It is not who knows what's going to happen. That is truly what I believe going into this, because of how volatile NA has been. And I mean, it makes it really, really interesting. And, we get this fresh new spin on it, a new Melee Creeps roster. And, the cool thing is, Jake, there's other teams brewing in the wings too. You got the Hydration Crayon team that we're looking forward to see play. Nearly would have played this week, but had some things come up. And then beyond that, whatever team that ends up from the other half of Melee Creeps with Ido doing Fishcake. I mean, yeah, the explosions might have been a little bit rough last week and this week, but, seeing this new look in NA, I mean, it's a new era, and it's exciting to see unfold.
Yeah, it's great to see players spreading their wings and, showing their stuff, new teams. I mean, stronger opponents forged out of the bones of previous contenders. Of course, we'll have to see who comes out on top in this match. This should be, in fairness, advantage Popper's Pupils. Let's take a look, though, at the rosters here in contention before we dive too deep into this match. But this is the team that they picked up some wins last week. They've been rising through the ranks, and it feels like they've really hit their stride. I mean, this is going to be a bit of a clash of titans with Melee Creeps playing as well as they did last game.
Yeah, and while there's no bad players on Popper's Pupils, when I look at this roster, I think, okay, who are the players that you look to make things happen and put you over the top in the game? The last few weeks for me, Jake, it has to be both Xeno and Lomane that have just been the heart and soul of this team and just making things happen. I mean, even in defeat, I think back to that Bebop game we saw from Lomane, and it was one for the ages. And of course, Xeno has just been remarkably consistent on heroes like Viscus, on heroes like Doorman, and something to the point that Xeno is drawing early bans on things like the Viscus because he's been too much of a threat. So overall, very scary roster, but those two players in particular have been leading the charts for me.
Yeah, I'd agree. I'd also say League coming into this team has really acquitted himself impressively on the farming carry role, like has very stable gameplay. He's going to be up against some stiff competition, though, in John and OCs on the other side of the lineup. So I'll be interested to see what the hero picks end up being, how that carry to carry matchup goes. But of course, Melee Creeps, I mean, honestly, all the newcomers, great showings. Like Goober, Braid, and OCs, great openers from them. Birdie was, I think, a quieter game, but also it's like he's just walking around at support Ivy, like popping heroic aura, buffing up the team, stone forming people when they get too close. But like, there wasn't even much for him to do that game with his team dominating as hard as they were. So I'm definitely interested to see Birdie put under a little bit more pressure. What does it look like in a game where he needs to get a little bit more done? He's kind of forced to be a bigger part of some of those skirmishes. So curious to see, how that entire lineup comes together, because we just didn't see so much of Birdie last game.
Also, something to highlight is that we were told direct from the source that Melee Creeps is trialing Pashy Pop as coach. You can look to the lower left of your screen. We have fixed that up. Of course, Ranger publicly departed before the last week, and I think they were coachless for a little bit, and now Pashy Pop is in as the trial coach. So, of course, Pashy used to be a mainstay as a player, often used to see Pashy on things like Geist and Warden, but now has gone more into the coaching role, which kind of makes sense because I think Pashy within the scene as a whole has done a lot of coach-centric content, and what better way to boost that than also be like, yeah, I'm also coaching one of the top teams in NA.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's cool to see players, not being so locked into like what their role is. Like, I think, people maybe don't realize how much, hey, you can do different things. You can make content, you could coach teams, you could, like organize competitions, right? There's a lot of space in esports for people to get active. And it's cool to see the community rising to that occasion. I feel like the Deadlock is just such a grassroots game and scene at this point. It's pretty awesome to see. And I think we'd be remiss not to enjoy these times as they are now, as both of us probably expect, hey, when this game actually launches and it goes a little bit bigger and maybe gets a little bit parabolic in terms of that player base, maybe we'll think back at these as sometimes maybe the golden days of Deadlock. So let's enjoy them while they're here, getting the community active in all sorts of different ways, not the least of which here in the Night Shift.
Yeah, I mean, the important thing is, Jake, is that as people look at this, congratulations, you are on level 4 of the iceberg image to be posted in 2029. Not level 5, though. Level 5 will go down to things like Spain servers and the forum and some of the ultra deep lore is like, wait, you remember that? But Jake, we're going to forget about the past here, focus on the future, and that means looking into our next draft. Hopefully the draft is ready. And just like magic, we're good to go into the draft. And Melee Creeps, of course, being the challenger, they get their choice of first or second pick. And once more, they go for first pick.
See if the ban strategy changes here up against Popper's Pupils. I mean, this is a different opponent, maybe a different kind of a beast that you're going to have to think about how to approach. I think of characters like Mirage. I mean, Lefa historically has contested the Mirage pretty aggressively. But Melee Creeps, if last game's any indication, they're just going to snap pick it for OCs. So Popper's Pupils, decision time for them. Do they ban the Mirage? Do they look to let it through and maybe get a couple powerful picks for themselves?
Honestly, I probably fear giving OCs the Mirage, and so do Popper's Pupils. I think anyone that's watched a lot of EU realizes, okay, that is one of OC's most comfort heroes of all time, especially now that heroes like Mina aren't quite as easy to mix in and are less favored. But for Melee Creeps, we'll see what the number 1 pick is going to be. Do you give up the Billy to Lomane? Do you pick it first? And in this case, they go, nope, we don't want to see Lomane on the Billy.
Pocket +1, potentially on the menu here. I don't mind something like Pocket Viscus. Could even be a thought for Popper's Pupils. Sure what else would really go in that super top tier here, but we'll have to see. This is certainly going to be no surprise to see the Billy going to Melee Creeps. Pocket, of course, getting snapped up here first. And despite Pocket having maybe not the best game last game, this hero is still an absolute menace. I mean, I'm thinking back to last week with was it Do with the 70k net worth Pocket game? I mean, that was unbelievable. So I think probably a lot of Pocket players maybe hoping that they could get back to that point again. And the Prio and Geist, we talked about Geist being one of these like top value hard carries. I like that they're getting their carry pick early because it's OCs and John on the other side. You do not want to give them great options here in the farming carry role.
Yeah, and in fact, I think for melee creeps, one of the next 2 picks, I think they have to get Viscous, but also, okay, they're going to Prio Calico, and this is kind of interesting because if they go Calico Viscous, I think Popper's Pupils has a real play to take away some of the carry options and put John and OCs in a tougher spot hero-wise. Like, more than anything else, I think you go out of your way to make sure that Venator is not on the table, if Venator is not picked now. And yeah, melee creeps are going to value the Viscous, which I don't think this is necessarily wrong, but I think if you're Popper's Pupils, either you pick or ban Ven coming up here, and I kind of like where you're starting to put melee creeps on because getting OCs and John onto the proper heroes is going to be more of a challenge now.
Don't you worry.
I was thinking about this. You could do the Infernus into the ban here on the Venator, and you're really running dry on carry options for melee creeps, right? Like, I mean, what you're talking about? We're talking about Wraith, we're talking about Viper, we're talking about Warden. You know, not necessarily terrible heroes, but certainly you're out of the top tier if that's the ban that comes in. Actually, they're going to Prio ban the Bebop here, which, in fairness, I don't mind. I also wonder, though, would melee creeps have really gone for the Bebop here? Maybe they would have, but I do think with the Viscous picked, it's maybe not quite as much of a sure thing.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing, too, though, is that for Popper's Pupils, they also could have picked the Bebop for Loming here if they wanted.
Yeah, I would have preferred seeing them do that. Maybe they want, like, a Holiday here. I do think the Holiday, nice thing about the Holiday matchup into Viscous is that the cube save, like, doesn't really work against Holiday. Like, she still lassos you into a terrible position, and as the cube expires, you can find yourself in huge trouble. So I think that matchup is actually pretty good for Holiday, and yeah, they will pick into it. Popper's Pupil is going to be pretty comfortable with that. Infernus also is a bit scary here for a lot of these heroes who, like, you know, can get burned down in the late game pretty quick.
Also, now I'm thinking about it, Jake, I wonder if Bebop was actually, I mean, okay, someone else could have played the Viscous, but the Viscous pick on melee creeps kind of makes me think, okay, maybe Goober's going to play that. Or there's also a world where you put Goober on the Silver, which is also something like pretty deep in the Goober's hero pool. And then maybe it's still going to be something like Birdie on the Viscous. We don't know all the ins and outs of the new melee creeps hero priority. But already, I mean, getting Venator this late in the draft, this feels like high value for melee creeps. Not often they get blessed with that for John.
I wonder what OC's going to pick here. I mean, because it feels like we're still lacking a secondary carry, and you'd think for John and OCs, you know, you'd probably put them both on more farming carries. But I'm not really seeing anything great in the pool. Popper's Pupils add on a Drifter here. I wonder if that's an AVG Drifter in this game. Yeah. I feel like I like seeing him on those roamer types of heroes. I think for melee creeps, that'll be a key battle here, is Average versus Braden, who obviously had went completely gangbusters last game on the Calico. I see why they want to pick it again. Love the Apollo 2. I feel like this didn't get touched in the last draft, and I think in EU, I don't know, the proof's in the pudding. This character looks very sick. An early boundless buy, and you do monster damage in the mid game on Apollo.
Also, I think for the most part of the played Apollo, it's usually been average on it. Again, there's a little bit of wiggle room, so it may be the average Apollo. And okay, we got our answer for what OC is going to play. I was wondering, is this going to be the Mina game? And it has to be, I think, because I look at all the other heroes here, and unless you are going to put OCs on the Venator, which normally would make sense for other OC teams, but doesn't make sense when you got John on melee creeps. Like, not having John play the Venator, I think if it's happened when, like, a Geist was available. It's not a very common pivot. So, based on what we know, probably going to be John Ven, OCs on Mina, and all right, well, you know, we'll see if the Mina can bring it back into play, where after Mina got some of the nerfs in recent memory, you know, Mina went way down in competitive priority just because her overall carry potential and some of her early mid game just wasn't hitting the same, particularly after the alt nerf. It was the alt nerf that I think was like the big point of we want this hero all the time versus we barely play this hero now.
Yeah, I do think for OCs, I like him on this secondary carry role next to John, where he can be a little more active. He can be pushing the playmaking a little bit further. And the Mina, it does exactly that, right? Just like plays a lot more active, a lot more aggressively potentially, but can still comfortably play a side lane. And also not a bad laner when it comes to matching up against Pocket. Generally, I think it's a pretty good matchup for, you know, with pretty much all of her damage being spirit focused, you know, good damage against Pocket, who of course spawns in with that negative spirit resist. But on top of that, I think having the Sanguine Retreat is really great for dodging those somewhat predictable Pocket skills.
Also, in terms of hero stuff changing up, we did Average was on Infernus in one of the games recently, so it's gonna be the average Infernus. Poppers, Apollo as production update saying low main on the Drifter. The interesting thing to me here, Jake, as I look at Popper's Pupils roster is that the idea of we need a frontliner, common wisdom and Deadlock has really changed in recent times. Where Apollo obviously gets in people's faces, but historically wouldn't have been considered like the frontliner in the same way like a Billy or Abrams or a Shiv normally is. But Shiv getting nerfed and some of the changes over time, people have kind of reevaluated, going, okay, what is a crucial part of a Deadlock team? And you don't necessarily need a hard historical frontliner like a Billy or Abrams in every team comp now.
Yeah, I think as long as you can find a way, I think to enter into these fights and kind of initiate, then you should be all right. And I think Infernus has maybe risen a little bit in prominence in that concussive combustion is one of the better tools. It's almost, you'd think it's a skill that almost fits well on a frontliner, right? Exploding from your character model and, huge AoE stun on a lot of enemy players. But then you have, of course, more flexibility in terms of how to approach the team fight. So definitely curious to see how Popper's Pupils, if they can pull this one off. Low main on the Drifter, I don't know that I've seen him on this hero before, but it's low main, so I'm always going to be a bit of a believer, and I'm always going to be curious what he can pull out. I feels like historically, though, he has played a little bit more of the high tempo, low farm characters, and Drifter can be that, but it also feels like a character that wants to get scaling, wants to build up some of those isolated hero kill stack.
Yeah, low main has definitely been in his hero pool over time. Obviously, in recent times, you kind of think more towards things like the Bebop, but low main is no stranger to the Drifter, and the overall draft makes sense to me. The one thing that's kind of interesting, where he's looked decent on it, although overall, you think about who's been playing what, it's like, oh yeah, you got a Leffa team. Surely Leffa plays in first. No, actually, Leffa's been more the pocket player as of late. Meanwhile, look at the melee creeps, and it's honestly about as I would expect overall. The only thing that was questionable is who's going to be on what, but once you saw that Viscus was the only support esque hero in theory, I mean, you could play him in multiple ways. It would kind of solidified that, okay, it's gonna be Birdie on the Viscus and then Goober coming in on the Silver. Goober, sorry, not a Viscus game for you, but maybe in the future.
I mean, this will be a key game, I think, for Birdie to really prove himself, because they're going to test this Viscus absolutely with the level of initiation and aggression. This is not going to be a straightforward game to just get a cheeky cube save off and run away. You could find yourself in real trouble. So this is going to be definitely a key game for especially watching Goober and Birdie on the Silver and the Viscus, because they're the ones who kind of have to get in there, take some risks without necessarily the most reliable escape tools to come back out the other end. So Leffa's pocket is always one I'm interested to see. I feel like his laning has looked pretty threatening on this hero, despite, from my perspective, it being one of the weaker laners that's still picked that much in top play.
So, Jake, I just got a ping directly from Saya in the captain's chat, and it's something we're going to approve because we have a very liberal sub policy here. So long as someone hasn't played earlier in the day for a different team, substitutions are allowed. And Brayden, the Brayden Wi-Fi has gone out, and that seems to be a big hit to me. With how well Brayden played, the MVP of our challenger match, Brayden is not going to be playing, and instead Snakes is going to be the fill-in for melee creeps, at least here in map 1. And Snakes isn't a bad player by any means, but Brayden was on fire earlier, so I can't help but feel like this is a bit of a hit for melee creeps as we look in the game 1 of our money match.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a disappointment, especially for him. I believe going flawless. I mean, whatever the stat line was, he dominated in that opener game. So I definitely hope to see Brayden back in the lineup sooner rather than later. But it is Snakes, so I mean, this is a pretty top quality sub when it comes to going into the bench and bringing in another player. You're honestly pretty lucky, because I think the Calico is also going to be quite a comfortable one for Snakes. Still, for melee creeps, it's a little rocking the boat this early on is not going to feel great going up against a team like Popper's Pupils. You kind of wanted all your ducks in the row.
Also, at the beginning of NA, we did promise people that there'd be a little bit of, gameplay and a show with Goober, really splitting his time between actually working with his team and team comms and the viewers, as he's a man of the people. And I just look at chat here while we're filling time, waiting for their placements. And of course, Goober is half the chat right now, which is ridiculous with how quickly things are moving. But look, Goober, man of the people, Jake. That's all I got to say.
I don't know. I love to see it. Yeah. I think that's part of the fun of what we do here on the night shift, that we can be looser than a lot of what people see in traditional esports, still bringing, of course, a really high quality show, at least I hope so, to the fans, but able to have some fun with it and able to be flexible to make sure we can get some good deadlock. I mean, heck, even getting the teams together in NA, you had to work overtime this week just to make this happen, just to bring these teams in and have a proper competition. But I hope we're rewarded with some really good games. I think we're kind of queued up for that with Melee Creeps. It's fair to say surpassing expectations there in the opener.
Yeah, I mean, I had to do some horse trading for some. Like, we had a deal set up with one team saying, it's like, hey, look, you know, we need a third team this week before the new Melee Creeps was ready. Like, as far as we knew, they were completely out. It was one of those like, look, if you have to get a sub, that's fine. We'll give you a guaranteed invite the next week in appreciation for you letting us actually have 3 teams this week, and they're all good for it. And then suddenly one of their players is unavailable. And I mean, this was just my life for multiple days on end. But we got there. We got through our NA Challengers match. And even with the substitution about to be had, we will have Melee Creeps versus Pupils as our championship match. So we got there. Just, you know, sometimes there's a lot of wheeling and dealing behind the scenes.
Yeah, you got to do what you got to do. It's cool to see OCs as well competing in North America. You know, it's like when we had Dimov coming into play in NA, also had some really strong showings. Of course, playing on high ping, I think, is a challenge, but I would imagine that playing the farming carry role is actually probably less problematic on the high ping than it is to play, you know, the frontliners, the initiators, like the higher tempo picks where those, like, the skills landing is so crucial, and the delay on, you know, saving yourself with an active item is really, you know, down to the wire. But in the farming carry role, it feels like more often than not, it's about your decisions, about your bigger, you know, strategic approach to the game. Although Mina maybe blurs those lines pretty significantly as a maybe played as a farming carry, but of course with a lot of activity, a lot of threat and interest in participating in some of these earlier game team fights. Also, I gotta look at Saya on the Billy. Like, pretty fantastic performance in game 1, not afraid to put his life on the line and be right there in the thick of the fight, but with great read of the game, as we can kind of expect from him and his pedigree, to be there at the right time, not be throwing away good money after bad and giving the enemy team a way back in. But when he came in for the initiation, the team was always ready and always able to capitalize.
Yeah, and I think that's an important point to clarify, because a lot of times people will take a quick view at the game, look at the KDA, and be like, wow, that player's having a bad game. No, especially in the frontline role, it is very possible to have a terrible KDA stat line and actually be one of the most important players in the game. And at sometimes people will meme Listic for this, but it's true. Like, Listic has had some of the greatest 2-12 Abrams games that you will ever see, where you could legitimately go back and review the gameplay and be like, yeah, everything was value. He just died a lot. And Saya really did do that in the last game for Melee Creeps, where, yeah, most deaths by far, but when you look at what you got from those deaths, it's not like Saya was going down in lane, running it down, and dying for free. It was, I'm going to go down, I'm going to drop chain gang, I'm going to fall, but we're going to pick up 2 or 3 kills as a result, and, the game goes on from there.
All right, looks like we got Snakes into the lobby. We're getting him set up. We should be able to get into the action. I know the fans are eagerly awaiting what some people have called the evil Melee Creeps, but I suspect, honestly, that's kind of swaggy, actually, now that I think about it. It's kind of, I think in the end, when teams split up, having played professionally in other titles before, it's always, just the reality of the incredible high pressure that you're under trying to compete at the highest level. And this is even in Deadlock, where arguably the stakes aren't even that high yet. We're probably all expecting this to be a bigger esport down the line. But there's just incredible pressure to try and be the best in the world at something, right? To really, not just be the best, to beat the best, right? To stay on top. And that pressure can produce incredible, beautiful output, amazing teams, but can also crack things up. And what a beautiful transition. I absolutely love it.
I saw production cook at this. So it was one of the fans at Deadlock Night Shift that was throwing around this art everywhere, being like, I'd love to see this on broadcast. I forwarded production. I was like, hey, use it, don't use it, it's up to you. And I just saw it being split. It was like, are they doing it? And yep, they did it.
It is too perfect. JLHF's being called. A lot of respect between the players on both these teams. They're all going to know each other incredibly well. We enter into the start of the lanes here. Potentially a tense moment, maybe for Popper's Pupils. A lot more pressure on them, being the team that has been together for quite a bit longer. You'd maybe expect them to have a really strong game. Also, massive early damage, by the way, on Infernus. He got smoked in that trade.
You talk about testing lane synergies that didn't exist until probably a day or two ago. I can't imagine Goober and OCs have spent a lot of time together as lane partners, but first time for everything, or maybe a third or fourth, and you'll see how this lane goes. But
I mean, Mina Silver, that sounds pretty fearsome to me, man. A lot of damage on this lane, and just those little lockups that Silver can throw down is the perfect setup for Mina to actually proc the love bite. So I could see this lane actually looking pretty scary for Average on the Infernus. Like, this is not an easy one to get ignites on either. Like, Mina is just, well, I think Mina in general is a really hard matchup for Infernus.
Is this a lane swap or yeah, it is a full lane swap. To your point, Average had a little bit of a taste, went down to half HP and said, thank you, but no thank you. I'm going to a different restaurant to eat.
I think it's a really good play, actually. Infernus would have been kind of just bopped in this lane. I think he's going to be able to do a lot better. And I think, you know, honestly, while Pocket also isn't going to love the lane, it's going to be a little bit easier to just clear the creeps and kind of slow the game down. Some more love bite procs from OCs, though. Aim sharp as ever here for the European on this Mina.
Also, Chad has finally caught up to production's handiwork, and everything went as planned. So well done once more to production, but we got our eyes glued on the silver Mina lane, and a little bit of counter pressure from Apollo, but the fact that you see the lane matchup and you're just like, yeah, this is pretty rough, and you bring in Apollo, who's arguably your strongest early laner for Popper's Pupils, kind of, it shows the realness of the threat here, Jake.
Yeah, definitely some serious prio being put down. Poppers has been really good on the Apollo, too, in recent times. Nice boot kick connection, though, from Goober. Surprised he was able to weave that one in around the box. Flawless advance is available, though, so there's definitely an opportunity to look in here, but I can't imagine Leffa is going to be all too anxious to get into these super early game skirmishes. Or Pocket is more likely to just be interested in farming it up, you know, building towards that cultist and hitting a later game timing.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that's kind of interesting is the contrast of silver play from, you know, week to week, where Goober, even by pro player standards, is probably one of the most aggressive players around. And of course, you had a newer player in Boostio to Deadlock, and, you know, the nature there is going to be more conservative. So you go from just, you know, a more contained silver to an absolutely feral silver. But one in lane here that Poppers is doing a reasonable job of just slowing down the tempo in this lane post-swap, because that's what Apollo does in lane. Not only is it difficult to lane against him, but actually outright beating Apollo in lane, easier said than done. And OC's in some real danger here, Jake.
Yeah, he could find himself in serious trouble. Probably does not have Sanguine level just yet, if I had to guess. Next set of cooldowns going to come up for Poppers. May very well look to get aggressive here. Mina does get a lot of heal off of that creep. Maybe got the solo heal actually there, so that's going to stabilize the lane quite a bit.
Also, you know, in terms of different lane partners, I think just because of Saya taking on frontline, is I wonder how often you're going to see John and Saya lane together again, where, you know, once more, slightly different. It was John Goober back in the Challenger match. Now it's going to be John Birdie, the then Viscous lane in the middle. And middle's actually been kind of quiet, Jake. Neither side really getting a big advantage just yet.
Yeah, I think maybe to be expected with the Viscous on the lane. Pocket caught in potentially some trouble. Silver able to get some damage in, but the Rake, ooh, was that out of range? Pocket, oh, sick teleport away from Leffa. Is he gonna be able to get back? He's just almost no HP. I think he's out of there. What an escape from Leffa, down to the millisecond there. That is one of those moments where you wonder, hey, maybe on low ping, could have seen OC's been able to pick that one up. And I mean, you're still full HP here on Popper, so this is actually not a bad situation in the lane at all. He's gonna be able to very comfortably clear this wave out and stabilize things here and now.
Taking a look at the right lane, things heating up a little bit more here. Snakes on the Calco, and things die down just as quickly as they heat up. One thing in the last lane exchange, though, is that Popper's also just a great job of alleviating some of the pressure. It was not a comfortable dive situation at all. Of course, meanwhile, we see Average doing a little bit of fishing for parries along with low main, and just no quick melees being put out here.
That was scary.
But a lot of casts.
He's got snakes through the quick melee, and Average parried, like, I maybe just didn't quite connect, actually, with the quick melee, but that one could have been bad for Calico. Snakes, no. So far, it's been a comfortable start for him, just farming up. Not looking to do anything too crazy. This lane, though, is going to be scary with Pocket coming back on full HP. Poppers is taking some damage in these trades, but OC's so low, he has to play quite conservatively. Would love to be able to rake a couple creeps up, but it feels like when he does step up, he is getting punished for it.
Headed to yellow.
All in all, melee creeps holding their ground. Another parry attempt here from Average, and this time one's going to connect. The double team in on the Snakes post parry. However, Average is looking super low. It may not be bloodless, but another parry! Unbelievable! Average holding on at low HP.
Honestly, that one, I feel like you should have seen coming maybe for Saya. Like, that was the obvious one, right? You, like, just jump dash into the Infernus. But rebuttal, big value buy in the lane here. Always a nice one to have up against the Billy. Nice little bait from Leffa there. Still gets a decent connection, but takes a lot of pressure. Goober's been making sure every time this pocket comes up for a skill trade, he's getting punished, and Osi is able to run it down. Poppers, can he run down this counter kill? Would be very valuable with the parry thrown in. The Nox Nostra as well. Osi's ends up with a double there out of nowhere. What a play here from Goober and Osi's melee creeps. Starting things off right here in the left side lane.
Yeah, and don't forget, this is the lane that you had the adjustment for to try and mitigate some of its strength. Imagine if you don't have the early lane swaps. But yeah, Osi's very much going to enjoy the early farm. Elsewhere, you know, I think the other end of the spectrum here for melee creeps is recovering on the right after what was a hero moment from Average on the parries, where, you know, they were also fishing for parries a lot there, Jake. I'm kind of surprised you had multiple quick melees just with, you know, how eager the melee or parry fishing has been. But
oh, look for Lasso here. Yeah, you're going to be in real trouble now on Birdie. Barrels for the follow-up, but will Puddle Punch out? Maybe Birdie can slip back from this one. Looks like on the side lane, maybe Saya won't be so lucky. Virtually no HP under his own Guardian. Trades coming in. Mid lane, though, the pressure keeps coming. Guys with a lot of regen in this lane. She really wants to put the pressure on. John with the gun buff, though, is going to be a pretty serious force to be reckoned with to defend this one.
Hero Domini coming on out. And Poppers finally falling in what has been the Poppers lane to defend off on the left. The pressure coming in from both Osi's and Goober has been overwhelming.
Oi, oi, oi. This is going from bad to worse now. A couple extra kills coming in, and Osi's is just getting stacked up here on the Mina. 6K. Very, very early soul lead for him. And I mean, so far, so good here on the NA side of the night shift. Osi's looks very comfortable in this one.
Yeah, and I mean, you kind of think about team ramifications here. You know, things are still in flux, but if Melee Creeps is able to win here, well, I don't know if Osi's is going back to EU anytime soon. Average elsewhere, getting caught courtesy of Snakes. And I feel like, Jake, the last several minutes of engagements, it's been very Melee Creeps coded.
It has. They picked up a few thousand soul lead here. Got to give a lot of credit to Goober and the OCs for dominating this lane as hard as they have. So the tower remains healthy. So it's hard even for this wave crashing back in to really mean much of anything. Silver takes a cape, but not too much pressure for her with all the region she's invested in. This Spirit Staff, great buy from Mina in this lane. Both Apollo and Pocket are almost entirely spirit damage. So that reduced spirit power is going to be quite nice in these trades.
And even Heroes out of lane can ruin Furnace's day too. And I mean, the pressure Leffa has been under has been brutal. I feel like anytime we see Leffa poke his head out in lane, it's just immediate down the half HP. And the dam is finally about to break here. Guardian soon go down with this next wave. And now you have to start worrying about the roaming here, because if I had to guess here, Jake, you're going to probably see OCs more take the lane and Goober off to roam and be aggressive. It's kind of what Goober does regardless of hero, and in a really good position to do it right now is a 6.9k silver. And well, look at the other side in terms of the damage. Leffa is absolutely a step or two behind this game at 5.2k.
Still, across the board, though, it's not too dire of a picture. The mid lane has quietly been slightly winning here for Popper's Pupils. So Geist a little bit ahead of Venator, and especially you see the impact in Holiday here, who already has a rapid recharge online, has Lasso available as well. Hunters, though, picked up 4 Goober here. This is going to be very scary. Any isolated target's going to go down super quick. Hunter's quite a strong item this early in the game. Darkness, though, thrown out in the side lane, but Saya doesn't even respect it. He's putting a lot of pressure on here.
Saya? Well, there's the teleport. The Ren take off a huge amount of HP, but Saya just pops a chain gang and falls over. There was no actual extra parts of that chain. It's like pops chain gang and dies. Probably should have kept the chains in his pocket.
Oh my god, I didn't even realize. Low man, what the hell? He's at 8.6k souls. He's huge. And he's picking up stacks as well. Turn into a bloodbath, though, this game, man. Kills. The players keep dropping on both sides of the field.
Earn being moved now, courtesy of Poppers. We'll see if there's any intercept here. I mean, a Calico in the way, definitely one of the heroes that can get in on the urn, contest it, force a drop, and that may be what's happening. Snakes, though, a quick engage, but didn't actually connect on the Poppers. I don't know if that was just a miss or what, but Poppers deviates, sees weakness here in the Venator, and goes for John. A quick stop before trying to turn in the urn.
That's a great read from Poppers. Backs off, knows that he can get the urn done and add an extra kill on top of it. And if they're able to hold the tower here, which they certainly will, provides a wonderful position here for League. We probably won't be seeing him for some time here on the guys to, just able to chill out and pick up a lot of the farm on the map here once Poppers helps the wave get cleared. But a lot of Melee Creeps players here around the mid lane. Big pressure on average. Nice parry from him on the puddle punch. Keeps him relatively healthy. Silver with the ult proc though, looking for more, looking for a bigger connection into this fight, and wow, the damage comes in, just overwhelms Xeno. Multiple players come in and just annihilate. They're left with a tower. It's a big movement though of Melee Creeps players. Like, will this actually be worth it in the end, especially with Poppers coming back in, trying to get a punish. The cube though is going to be good enough to get Goober out of trouble, and average ends up going down. Silence already online for low main though, and that's a very serious threat to this OC's Mina.
Yeah, I mean, you see OC's respecting the potential teleport, goes for the parry, because at any moment, you have Drifter just port in post-mark, but okay, Affliction comes out, Soul Affliction onto Billy. Saya, no way out, and OC's forced to go in, maybe looking for some sort of punch on the left, but I think left has enough clearance here.
And yet, I don't know about chasing that. I was gonna say Pocket with all his nukes. I don't know if you want to go through the veil against it. OC's thinks better of it, but I think it's probably too late here. Surely Poppers gets the rundown on this one. Although with the Spirit Stab coming in, with the Calico as well, bailing him out, maybe it's actually Poppers who's in trouble. Concussive. Doesn't seem to be much of a connection from average on that one. Oh, great riposte, slows things down, but surely Calico just has too much health to win this one. Snakes picks up a finish onto Poppers. Low main though, maybe thinking about continuing these trades, and for the crazy amount of kills we've seen in this game, it is still just about that even.
Yeah, I mean, it has been action-packed. The first rift of the game currently in progress. Action over to the right side. Poppers Pupils ahead so far. OC's though into the fight, finds League, and it is a full-on battle here for the rift. Melee Creeps starting to get more progress of their own. Low main, a little bit of disruption, takes down Saya post-mark, but falls in turn. The trades continue here, and what is an all-out brawl? Atani Losan in, connects on the OCs.
That'll be enough. Bringing that OC streak to an end. It's a big kill for Poppers. Goober is here though. Can he get the proc of the ulti? He can. So despite it being a 1v2, this starts to feel winnable with the power of the silver ult, but players just getting kited away now. It's really tough for Goober to actually connect onto anybody. He has to stay in the circle. And I'd imagine that Lycan Curse is not long for this world. Damage brought to bear. Oh, the soul's up for grabs though. It looks like just about a 50-50 flip here with Saya coming back in with Chain Gang as well. This could turn into an extended team fight. Pocket caught by the chain. Left has no ability to teleport out of that one as the dust settles. No Rift Troopers. An exchange of relatively even souls. Game remains on the edge of a knife.
You know, one thing about this game though, when you look at the different comps, in terms of, okay, who has an edge early or late? And I didn't have an answer pre-prepped as I looked at this, and I actually don't. I kind of feel like it's relatively even as we go into the late game, where, yeah, you have things like maybe Apollo gets a little bit weaker in the late game, but arguably, so does Calico in this instance, and both teams have big late game options. I guess, the late game options for Melee Creeps between like a really turbo-fed Ven and Mina. But all right, a little bit of danger here for both Low Main and Snakes at the same time, and Low Main unable to get the trade.
Yeah, really gambled it on that one. Calico gonna be able to regen up, do the tunnels. It's gonna be a pretty comfortable spot for her. Low Main, it's been a strong game from him so far, but Drifter's the type of character that needs to stay ahead of the game. Won't be possible now with Melee Creeps starting to pull a slight edge. 3,000 soul lead. Could absolutely be brought back, but chasing OC's maybe not the way to do it, with both Birdie and Goober coming in, maybe trying to force this team fight here. Still, chasing this close to the Walker is pretty scary. Can Geist get the swap off? She's silenced. They need to be able to burst off this Geist, and they do. OC's connects the Nox Nostra, gets the job done, and League, that's going to be a painful death for him. Stalker's Mark, there could be a chance to chase, and yes, Low Main will look for it. I think Silver's in quite a bit of trouble here. Maybe the cube save?
We'll see. I mean, big damage on the left end. The turn uses the movement to drop a little bit of line of sight, and now it's on the low main who's getting rolled on over. Courtesy of Viscous into the parry. Goober stays alive for just enough period of time to open things up for Birdie, the new support recruit for Melee Creeps. And elsewhere on the map, Average just getting gunned down by Saya, and Melee Creeps Shake, they're really starting to take a bit of a lead now.
Yeah, this game is looking a little scary now for Poppers Pupils. The definitive lead picked up here for Melee Creeps. And God, it feels an awful lot like last game in a way that I wasn't expecting it to. Like this Melee Creeps team, we may be witnessing the birth of a very threatening foe. If they can take it to Poppers Pupils like this on their first week in the server, it's a hell of a testament to the power of this team.
I want to remain in one piece.
I think one thing's for sure. The damage coming from Silver this week from Melee Creeps is going to be a much higher number, just because Goober has been having a fantastic game here so far. And for Melee Creeps, an easy earn turn in on top of it. 10k aggregate lead, but looming threats for Poppers Pupils and just how farmed John is starting to get. And we got Chain Gang here on the low main who may be going down again.
John tried to pull off a Walker defense, but looks to be getting overwhelmed. Maybe some cheeky moves, though. Could get him out of trouble. Does get that full stun onto the Infernus. Average staying in the fight, refuses to back down. Looks like the Consecrated Grenade does miss, but he's not ignited on the Venator, and the double light melee is enough. Venator backs off into the corner. It will be League the final winner of this fight, but on the other side of the map, seems like things came up a little bit better for Melee Creeps. They could pick up a mid-walker for themselves to help with that Lycan Curse from Goober.
I think you're pretty happy with that for Melee Creeps, where you will trade right walker for mid walker pretty much any point. That is a higher value trade, and yeah, I mean, overall in the game, you know, Poppers Pupils is able to lower the aggregate a little bit, but I think you look at how this game is being played out, you know, you start wondering, okay, what do you need as Poppers Pupils? One, you know, it's been a quiet game from Xeno so far. We talked about how Xeno has been the player that they often look to make plays. Honestly, for Holiday, now would be about the time to get a great lasso or just barrel pressure to go from there. But OCs is the one right now that's under all sorts of pressure. I talk about lassos. That one just got disjointed, Jake.
Yeah, great use of the bats there. Instant response as soon as Lefa stepped up. OCs just expected there would be more on the play. Bats up to the high ground, and the superior stamina is also a huge buy for Mina in terms of taking her mobility to the next level. And OC's immediate response was, okay, you guys failed that gank. You're going to leave. You have no business being in this lane. I'm just going to get an aggro wave push. He's really doing a lot to just keep the map tight for Poppers Pupils, ensure that whenever they do look for these plays, it doesn't come for free. There's always a cost to be paid.
Also, just to get a general view of some of the builds and stat lines here, if we could get a look at the tab screen here in a moment, I would be curious. But once more, OC's under pressure. Slowing X connects into a barrel, half HP, and it's going to be quick use of the bats to escape. But elsewhere, low main continues to be the target. Devoured. By courtesy of Goober and Saya.
8 streak for the Silver. And I mean, this is not a character that farms that effectively. For him to be near the top of the soul board, pretty much exclusively coming from kills. League as well. One of the key standard bearers for Poppers Pupils and just gets executed by John. I don't think he was ready for that level of burst from me.
Average, I mean, a late concussive combustion, but I don't know if there's much to get here. I don't think you want to be here. I think you want to go back in time and just not be in this place whatsoever. The chase down coming down, the ult already used, and Average is in a world of hurt, gets the parry, but I don't know if that's enough for a kill. Still plenty of HP on this cat.
Yeah, good money after bad here for Poppers Pupils. Starting to get worried about him. Goober on a crazy streak here on Silver. It feels like no one can fight this Silver. Like wherever she shows up on the map, if Lycan Curse is online, you cannot challenge her. That's going to become a real problem for characters like Infernus, who sometimes aren't able to get away from fights like that. Defensive cape back here from Lefa, and he's under huge pressure. Oh my God, the rake hurts. A lasso thrown in. Hold on, trying to bring this kill back the other way. OCs does not have the HP to tank through that. Buffered the input here on the Majestic lead. Pocket is going to be out of dodge, and killing OCs is a significant one, right? Of all the kills to find on the map, Mina's one of the tougher ones, but with the lasso there, Xeno gets the job done.
Also, the rift timing a little bit fortuitous here. Could have been a little bit later and was not. So an opportunity to get the rift started while OCs still back in spawn, and Poppers Pupils definitely looking keen on the opportunity. Still have to be real careful as it sets up. Earn stolen away by Saya, and Is Melee Creeps actually going to care about this rift? I don't think they care.
I think it would be a little crazy to fight this. There's some level of comeback resist here for Pauper's Pupils. They're in better position as well. No reason to force it. Left is going to stay here and kind of support the creep. There's a million of these troopers, man, with the comeback. So there's a lot of players here positioned for the defense. For Pauper's Pupils, the Saya with a quick run here. It's going to be a nice one here. That's a lot of souls going back into the banks of melee creeps. And yeah, after the urn and the rift, it doesn't feel like much of anything here. At least for the side of Pauper's Pupils, weren't really able to bring anything back off the rift minions.
I think for Pauper's Pupils, like, the bleeding has been staunched a little bit. I feel like we had a long period of time. Well, okay, as I said, Low Main just dies. On the mini maybe more. Like, surely Low Main gets out. No.
This could turn into a big fight. Connection with the chain gang enough for Drifter, and now Silver's looking for more.
Xeno trying to just whittle away Goober's HP. I'm not sure Goober quite cares. Still 20 seconds without Low Main. Don't know if that's enough to try and slam mid-boss here. Usually it isn't. And, okay, credit to Xeno here. Xeno's actually getting a lot of really good poke damage done this entire engage. If you look at the melee creeps HP, Saya, Birdie, Goober, all near half, and it was, I think at least half of that was barrels.
Let's go to Broadway.
A lot of Pauper's Pupils players here around the mid lane, but there's no one for them to find. No one, rather, for them to find just yet. It's been a quiet game for the farming cores here on Pauper's Pupils, Leffa and League. And despite some of these tough deaths and a lot of the ganks coming against him, Leffa has managed to stay pretty farmed here on this pocket. It's going to be relevant in these late game team fights.
Also, one thing that's worth noting too, people going is like, wow, Low Main's died a lot this game. What's been going on? It's been chain gang every time, but Average just gets the hit squad led by Snakes on the Calico, and yeah, Darkness not going to save it. But you know, to the Low Main point, Jake, anytime Sai has had chain gang up, I think like 80% of his chain gangs, if not more, have all been for Low Main. Just the, oh, I got this ult. Where's Low Main? I'm gonna dive him.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, man. Whatever gets you the kill. Oh, big swap on the Goober. He goes down to a sliver of HP, but maybe League's still in trouble. The Cube keeps Silver alive and healthy, and she's able to stabilize. Now Osis comes into this, Saya as well. Any player who maybe dares stick around here is going to be in trouble. Birdie picks up that finish on the Xeno, and even now, possibility for a mid-boss as melee creeps make a beeline.
I see pocket.
I mean, now would probably be the time. Also, you have Calico, you have better just mid-boss killing speed with the melee vulnerability. And now for Pauper's Pupils, I mean, okay, what they have in store here. You have the Affliction, you have Concussive Combustion, you're down 2 players, which isn't great. There's no fake out here. And Jake, Pauper's Pupils, they're looking for the engage. The mark is out.
Concussive Combustion comes in. Affliction onto 3. It's a big connection. Reju split 1-1 for now. Still a Crystal on the deck, and melee creeps end up picking it up. So despite the huge Affliction, a big fight win for melee creeps. Now they just want to maybe save one of these Rejuves. It would be huge if Birdie can just get out with his life. I mean, legit 1 HP cannot walk past the mid lane creeps. Has to take a safer route, but in the end, it's about as good as you could have really hoped for. Yeah, you only have 1 Rejuve to speak of now, progressing on to the rest of the map, but you get 4 kills out of the trade.
Still getting lead with 1 Rejuve and the lead extending. 20k now in favor of melee creeps. A new combination, but it's working out. However, maybe a little bit too much bitten off here by Goober. Gives up the Rejuve Crystal, gets lassoed in by Xeno, however, comes right back up. Laying damage into the Walker after the Rejuve is used now. Wants to go a little bit deeper. Taking the fight here on to League. League has no swap, and this is a dangerous spot to be in. You've bought a little bit of time for the Walker, but it's come at the cost of your life.
I love the confidence in the read from Goober there. Completely shifts focus off of the Walker. Knows that they can get that Geist kill. League tried to maybe bait himself, maybe hope for a little bit of a split focus, split decision, but melee creeps don't give him that kind of leeway. And that back-to-back death from the Geist, man, that slows you down seriously in this game. Spare Burn picked up from OCs. I mean, he's hitting a crazy power peak. Silencer, Arctic Blast, these are big buys coming out on melee creeps. I mean, we could see this game ending sooner rather than later, ZP. It has really felt like Pauper's Pupils just don't have the tools to win a team fight here.
And at this point, you start running into real problems with just a stat difference. And also, I mean, characters like Venator and Calico are brutal when they have an edge, and you're about to see some of the burst damage, or you would have if Leffa didn't already have a cape out. That was the most necessary cape of all time because Leffa's face was about to get ripped off, Jake.
It's a scary one for Leffa. They have kept him very honest here, and curious if we get an item check. Seems like there's a lot of lockdown tools. I mean, there's a slowing hex on Calico, you know, the silver with her bola. And then there's, of course, Saya with the chain gang. You get that chain gang in, and yeah, like all the dispels in the world aren't going to make a difference. Mina, love to be able to cash in this yarn, pick up a boundless spirit for her troubles. With the superior stamina plus Mina, I mean, this is going to be a tough run to stop. Feels like nowadays with Urn, man, if you're able to grab this pickup, you pretty much just dominate from there.
We see very little Urn contesting nowadays, which, you know, is probably by design. I mean, I think the pickup should be more important. And, you know, every now and then we'll see a fight for it, but especially when you're leading like this, the turn-in is near automatic. But we got a Rift coming on up.
Mid lane, though, hold on. Bit of a fight. Brewing, at least. Yeah, here comes a chain gang. Oh, and the Phantom Strike coming in, everything thrown in against Leffa, and he is just off the server in a matter of milliseconds here. Pocket on the deck for 50. Affliction onto 2 players, but, you know, there's no follow-up on it. And, oh, even a Rift contest coming in. Pauper's Pupils, they have a lot of comeback resistance in this, but they need to be able to get out of the area. Melee creeps coming into collapse, and with no Affliction, with no pocket in this fight, feels like a foregone conclusion that melee creeps will just kill anybody they can get their hands on.
And Jake, this is how you get around the comeback mechanics, where you don't fight in the aura, you go for the team fight for those who committed to the Rift, and Average is the one who gets caught towards the very end. OC is part of the chase down squad, and the damage isn't over yet. It is yellow overlapping blue all across the minimap. Pauper's Pupils desperately trying to stem the bleeding after getting the Rift, but in this case, able to get a little bit of a punish on the snakes. It's not entirely favored for melee creeps on the dive. Still a 20k difference dividing the teams.
I mean, in the end, it's only 1 counter kill. It looked hopeful that maybe they could find Birdie and Saya, but yeah, I mean, Snake's going down. I don't think you're going to be too worried about that. There's no major objective to really be forced. Lomain's kind of sharking around looking for something, but this Mina, with debuff remover, pretty sure she's just unkillable unless you can lasso her. Just don't see how you ever really finish her off with the max Sanguine now. OC's been a fantastic match from him so far. I mean, his domination in the laning phase, him and Goober have really been running the table ever since that laning phase got started.
So, Jake, I got to pose a question to you here, and I mean, it's something I've been going back and forth on, but when you look at OCs and having a good game like this in Mina, how much is it that Mina has maybe been a little bit underrated recently, and how much is it just, it's a comfort pick for OCs? He's been one of the best in the game at Mina forever, and even if the hero is a little bit weaker, OC still makes it look good.
Oh, I think this is so much more about him as a player. I mean, it's not like maybe the last game you say, okay, Mirage is pretty great right now. You know, there's some credit to the hero pick, but you know, Mina went last. Like, it could have been, was freely available to Pauper's Pupils if they wanted the pick. I think this is a real testament to OC's skill, because Mina, not necessarily the easiest for the chorus to play on ping. Saya running it down into low main here. Drifter all popped, but zero respect given. Melee creeps just continue to run forward. Maybe they're not going to be able to get these chase downs, but there's 5 melee creeps players here just to ensure that they can safely retreat from the fight. Looks like a lasso was missed somewhere in the trade. There's 2 melee creeps players pushing in on the other side of the map. Phantom Strike comes in, Average forced into this defense, but he just doesn't have enough gas to keep the fight going. John Goober just burn him down. And with Phantom Strike online, Goober is morphed into a nightmare for the enemy team. OC's keeping the pressure up here on the opposite side of the map. Noxmaster over the top, silencing some key players. Even a Sanguine just to get a better angle here to put more damage down. Full aggression from OCs.
I see the enemy.
Fearless, throwing in the Sanguine there without a follow-up retreat, knows that they're going to be able to win that fight.
I feel like for
Purpose Pupils that they could just get out of that without losing more kills.
I feel like for Leffa, the momentum for early game has just never stopped going against him, where Leffa has just been running for his life the entirety. And same with low main. I mean, it started with the chain gangs, but now the whole group is there at the very end. OC's picking up another 1 minute away from another mid boss where low main will just barely be coming back up, where melee creeps could just slam it on pickup. And I mean, you look at win conditions now for Pauper's Pupils. I mean, as an upside, League has still been keeping a good amount of farm. Like a 37k Geist is totally fine, but speaking of Geist, some instant replays here, courtesy production, where the kitchen sink getting thrown at League, and League not, you know, for a lot of it, shrugging it off.
He's strong in the Geist, but it's just a tough game, I guess, when there's this much burst threat against him. He's able to get a little something, but I mean, that was only with the entire team really turning to look at snakes and the rest of melee creeps backing out. Soul Lead not insurmountable here, but the spirit buff on Amina, I mean, and she is ridiculously stacked. She's gonna have a full bar of spirit here on top of the boundless, on top of the spirit burn. It's gonna be very, very scary. No chain gang I mean, Saya has to just grab the Urt and back off, but still clear to see the huge threat. Oh, hold on. Big catch. It's an ideal lasso target. John pulled into really fraught scenario and afflicted potentially, or must have been purged off there.
You know, I think OC's thought more people were chasing him there than actually were. It's like, you're blind. It's like, I don't know, man. A little bit scared of the situation, but Poppers people still in a tough spot. Poppers getting caught mid-riposte. Sake's able to finish it off. Swap in from League. The second life has been used, and I'm not sure Goober cares. Goober's like, take half my life. I'll take what remains of yours.
Man, the DB buy from Birdie, so nice. Like, that DB saves John off the back of the Affliction. It comes in and ensures that Goober can win that fight. And now John, because the DB, because he's been able to stay on the map, he's going to be able to pick up this kill onto Average. Presumably, Average maybe being a little cheeky here with the Flame Dash, but, I mean, he is in the wrong side of town here. Creeps, though, actually are getting a lot done, so I kind of like the way Average is keeping the attention in on him, but we're rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic here. Melee Creeps on a massive lead here, about to pick up a clean triple rejuve with entire enemy team off respawn. Surely this is the beginning of the end for game 1.
Yeah, I think Popper's Pupils are in a difficult situation, and, you know, I look at this Melee Creeps team from, say, pure content's point of view. When you're formulating a draft for the next game, I do wonder if you start testing some of the comfort picks for Melee Creeps here and being like, okay, you know, can we create a situation where maybe Birdie doesn't have a good support? Can we create a situation where Goober is fully off the hero pool? I think it's actually pretty difficult because even players like Goober are pretty deep hero pools.
I feel like these are a lot of players who've kind of come in with that understanding. Like, they're not going to give up a free match because they don't have hero pool flexibility. Like, this team feels more than ready for that, especially with Birdie looking really solid here on the Viscous. It's like, I mean, what, you know, you're going to ban Ivy? Like, it just seems crazy. No, I think this is, I don't think this is a team with this Melee Creeps roster that you can draft into a corner. And you just have to get the best lineup you can and kind of play your own game and hope that that's enough.
You know what's ridiculous, by the way? Like, we haven't talked a ton about it over the course of the game because it's been good play, but also the Snakes subbing. Like last month, Brayden's probably going to be back in the next game. As we see even more pressure being applied, just looking for pickoffs. Melee Creeps, even with an edge, being relentless at trying to challenge Popper's Pupils anytime they show up on the map.
Yeah, I mean, these darknesses thrown out from low main, they're nice, but it really just slows you down for a moment. Saya free capping. He's probably using the function keys to spectate his allies here. Average thinking about coming in. There could be a bit of a fight here. Pretty significant comeback resist on this Rift. It could be a nice fight. Average going to be insanely tanky on the Infernus. The lasso is good, but with rejuves available, even if Snakes does go down once, not really much of anything just yet. A 3-man chain gang, by the way, in the main team fight. Holiday also getting run down for daring to challenge the Calico. Billy tanking up through everything. The resists are insane here for the members still alive here in this pool, but as they give up the Rift secure, they're going to play for the team fight instead. Melee Creeps want the win here. An Affliction on 2 makes things a little bit awkward, but still there's just as many rejuves available if these Afflictions do turn lethal.
Yeah, Melee Creeps absolutely fine with 2 rejuves in the tank. The Affliction not really causing too much damage at all. And the stat differential, it's too much now, Jake, where even with a reasonable engage, just not enough damage being done to actually deal with Goober, to actually finish a kill onto OCs. And with a full clean team wipe, it's going to be Melee Creeps that are taking map 1 here, Jake. First stage Patron about to go down, and with 2 charges of Rejuve, I don't think they have any reason to leave.
Yeah, the Rejuve's expiring. You could make an argument for backing up, but I mean, the fact that there's still 4 players dead, I don't know. This surely with this kind of advantage, Saya's even going to eat up one of the Rejuves. I like this play, actually dying to the base guards is really sick to actually get the value out of the Rejuves. Although, hold on, is Goober going to die in time? It's actually going to be kind of close. He needs to take these stomps. He needs a little more damage. Goober, oh my God. Okay. That is way too close for comfort. Darkness under 3 now. How's the fight going to go? Okay, low main is just evaporated. Average as well, forced to come in and contest this Patron drop, but Melee way too strong. Bowling over Popper's Pupils in game 1. I mean, what a lane from OCs and Goober. The 2 of them just going gangbusters. Started off incredibly hot and then really never slowing down, never really letting off the pressure in this map so far.
Well, Jake, you look at your screen, there's a lot of things heating up here on the night shift. But yeah, I mean, you stop and look at the story of that game. I mean, I think about Average, where it was a tough game on the Infernus, and it started with the rough baptism in his original lane, ends up going down to half HP, has to switch lanes. And, I feel like Average was playing from behind the entire game. Probably. And granted, I think the comp you're up against was still a little bit more difficult for Infernus and, landing, higher value control of team fights. But it just feels like Pauper's Pupils, they ended up behind the 8-ball, and Melee Creeps, I mean, they had a few key objectives they continued to execute on. One of the main ones, though, for me, Jake, the amount of resources put in to just keep low main down the entire game was unreal, not the least of which was, again, just every chain gang, it felt like, going towards low main.
And the thing is, Lowman actually did really well in the laning phase. Like, he got this kind of ball rolling once Average came in here on the Infernus. Like, this kind of a moment, these kills, in theory, should set you up for success. So definitely a great read from Melee Creeps to put that pressure on. Here is, though, where the real problems went from bad to worse. I mean, a couple kills. I feel like Leffa was behind the 8-ball for sure in this game. And the fact that OCs manages to not just survive here, but actually come away with a double is just absurd. So he's able to get a crazy early spike. Definitely some good moments for Pauper's Pupils, but another match where Melee Creeps look phenomenal. Like, very little in the way of weakness, in the way of mistake. Even Birdie, I think, getting more tested, more active this game, but seemingly passing that test. Feel like he was never getting picked off on the Viscous, always there to save his teammates.
I mean, I think if you had define the change in Melee Creeps from last week to this week in one word from what we saw, it would be aggression. Just way more active, and part of it is the team comps that were being picked, especially you go with Silver, Calico, and what was a truthfully incredibly active Billy. Melee Creeps is constantly looking for fights and engagements and constantly forcing Pauper's Pupils to react. Like, I think you can count on maybe one hand the entire game that Pauper's Pupils was able to start a fight on their terms past the laning phase. It was always Melee Creeps saying the terms of these engagements, and as a result, I mean, it just felt like, watching a swimmer that was just struggling to stay afloat.
I mean, Billy does look so good right now. It feels like being able to control these engagements and like force these catches, even if it's just a one-man chain gang to kill the Drifter. It's like a great start to the fight. And then Billy has a lot else to offer in the team fight. On the flip side, I felt like we weren't able to see the impact of Pocket in this game, despite being a top tier first pick in the draft. Well, going in the top 2 at least for Pauper's Pupils. So certainly gonna have to think about how they want to approach this in game 2. Maybe a different pick priority. Maybe go for the first pick. Goober, though, on the Silver. I mean, what a return for him. Like, showing up in Bebop in the Challenger match, dominating here on the Silver. Like, this has been a fantastic night for Goober, and I think that's certainly one of the fan favorite players that has been maybe absent from the night shift for some time. Dropping 46, almost 47,000 hero damage, 16-0-23. It just doesn't get better than that in terms of stat lines.
Yeah, I mean, it also shows that even Goober, not being as active in scrims and, from our eyes at the very least, taking a backseat to the competitive community for a while. I mean, since being on a top NA team, hasn't lost a step. Now, also, Goober did have some play, on things like Chubby Bunnies and, some of the other teams that didn't quite make it up in the night shift. So it's not like Goober's been completely absent from comp, but, to the eyes of people who watch night shift every week, what a return to form for Goober. Didn't lose a step. Also, OC's playing on ping here in North America looked great back in map 1. Made Mina look fantastic here in map 1 of the money match. And yeah, and also, again, Saya playing a relatively selfless Billy, although I don't know if Lowmain would agree, as Lowmain was just getting pummeled by just repeated, don't care chain gangs the entire game.
Yeah, it feels like all those kills and assists came in the first few minutes of the game, and then ever after, it was just stacking up deaths, getting really focus powered here on the Drifter. And I mean, the absence of a saving support in the lineup really can be trouble here for the Drifter. And I feel like they weren't able to ever create those kind of isolated scenarios where Drifter can really shine and make the team fight difficult. Pauper's Pupils, I wonder how they're going to approach this in the game 2. With 55-16 kills scored, though, it's hard to find much of anything that did work well. I would look at like moments like, I think Poppers actually showed some presence in the laning phase. I feel like he actually was good on the Apollo, despite the stats not being amazing for him. But in a game that's like this one-sided, frankly, you kind of have to like throw it out in your head and just kind of like be fresh for game 2. And that's a tough spot to be, because Melee Creeps, this is a new roster. They're very hard to predict. I don't even know that they know themselves, the heroes that they're going to prefer or the way they're going to want to play. But if their execution is any test, I mean, this could very well be a week 1 victory for the new lineup.
All right, Melee creeps, thought to be dead after the breakup, come back with a new roster looking perhaps better than ever. Poppers Pupils on the hot seat. Can they bring it back? Well, it's night shift and we've been going to 3 all the time. Want to see this time around? Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this break.
Let's take out the Drifter. Take out Infernus. Let's take out Infernus. Let's take out the Drifter.
Let's take out Holiday.
We may be in the midst of roster mania, but melee creeps looking like they may have benefited. ZP and Jake here for our NA money match. And Jake, we just saw melee creeps take down Pauper's Pupils in map 1, and this is a turnaround that I don't think a whole lot of people saw coming, given the explosive nature of all the roster changes this week.
Least of all myself. I mean, I would have assumed, hey, this Pauper's Pupils team with the experience in on their side, the amount of time that they've played together, but the raw skill and power on melee creeps just overwhelmed them in game 1. You know, for some dominating lanes, I feel like OCs and Goober have been particularly strong. And then, of course, the rest of the team, you know, Saya, John, some very stable performers across the board. Even being forced to, like, last-minute sub in Snakes, I thought, surely, okay, like, surely that's enough chaos to maybe bring this new Melee Creeps roster to its knees for the moment. But it wasn't. Curious to see if Braden is able to come back in or what the status is of that in Game 2. But regardless, feels like this Melee Creeps team is here to stay and is... I mean, they could be taking the crown in week 1, which would be a pretty wild result, despite the experience across the board, just for a new team.
Yeah, I mean, it would be one of the more remarkable, just instant comebacks I think I've ever seen in esports. Like, I'm thinking back to the old school, early Overwatch days where you had more frequent roster change-ups in that game, and this is still kind of one for the ages if Melee Creeps is able to come in and take the throne here. However, Jake, before we get ahead of ourselves as we get into the next draft, let's not forget the one thing we do here on the night shift in recent times, we always go to 3 in our finals. So a lot of room for Pauper's Pupils to make some adjustments and bring this one back.
And that is true. I mean, it really feels like we're always going to 3 these days. So maybe for that reason alone, I'd favor Pauper's Pupils in game 2. But I'm not going to lie, ZP, I'm not a superstitious man. And the eye test is pretty dang good for Melee Creeps. I think this draft is going to be a key point here. You know, I think, wow, it's just back to Melee Creeps winning ways that, like, get setting up for a silver Mina lane. 2 heroes that have often gone overlooked in a lot of drafts, and looking together like a really top tier laning duo, it's going to add some complication to this meta that I don't know that anyone has really been deploying in recent weeks. So Melee Creeps proving to, I mean, I'm assuming this is going to be Saya with a lot of influence on the draft, showing he's still got it, man.
I'll be ready.
Well, we do have the change up here. We're first pick going the Pauper's Pupils and opening up with the Doorman band. And I think the interesting thing here is that while Melee Creeps has looked awesome the first 2 games I've seen them here today, Jake, is that it's always been from games where they had good momentum in the early game. I'm kind of curious what happens if they have a bad laning phase against Pauper's Pupils. Like, are they going to be the type of team that can actually adapt and bring it back? Because there's multiple levels to being a good Deadlock team, and it's one thing to, like, crush a game with momentum, which is still something not every team can do. But also, you know, to be a good team over time, you have to have the ability to come back when you have mistakes, when everything is going against them. And we'll see what will happen if Pauper's Pupils is able to get off to a good start. But Jake, Mirage gets banned this time around, and Billy, first pick for Pauper's Pupils, not going to be diving on low main the entire game because it's probably going to be low main on the Billy.
I mean, Sai was getting way too much done on this hero last game, so understandable that Pauper's Pupils want to flip it back on their side. Melee Creeps are going to take the pocket for themselves. This feels like a hero you just can't let go through this phase as much as sometimes the lane doesn't go your way. Affliction is scary at any phase of the game and is always a really threatening comeback tool, especially with Billy in the lineup. So they're almost obliged to pick it up here. And they get the Viscous as well. Curious to see who this is going to be in the hands, and maybe more than likely it's just Birdie again. And honestly, for Goober, it's like, man, like, he's looked so good on the Bebop, looks so good on the Silver. I feel like you'd rather have Birdie focus on enabling, supporting, saving, and let Goober maybe get a little bit more active, get a little bit more farm, and be a bigger threat.
The interesting thing, too, is I don't think there's any really easy way to ban out Goober here. I mean, in theory, you could do something like pick Silver or Bebop here and then, you know, go for the ban on the one you don't go for. But the problem here is that because you've picked Billy, low main's not going to go Bebop, so I don't think there's any scenario where Pauper's Pupils would want to pick a Bebop. They could ban a Bebop, but in general, I think Goober's probably going to get to play what he wants here, which is, you know, an upside for Melee Creeps.
Lady Geist going to be still a very comfortable choice for League, giving them a lot of team fight threat. I like it backing up some of these, you know, more aggressive frontliner picks. Melee Creeps still going to go for the Silver this game, though, even without the Calico and the Billy, who can be, you know, quite the enabling force. And honestly, it's hard to disagree with. Goober just tore the last game to shreds. See what Pauper's Pupils can cook up to maybe deal with this Silver, since it is picked before the mid-stage bans.
I guess I'll wait here.
Is it wild to suggest ban Mina here, where you think about OCs doesn't have access to the Mirage and is going to be a lower priority for something like the Venator than some of the other old OCs teams? Like, if I'm Popper's Pupils, I think I'm actually considering the ban on the Mina just to get OCs more out of his comfort. But instead, they go the other direction. We want John in an uncomfortable spot.
Yeah, the Venator ban is an interesting one. It just doesn't feel that backbreaking, you know, for somebody like John. We'll see what he ends up on. Maybe we'll live to eat those words. See if Infernus ends up making another appearance this game. Last game was a bit of a beatdown for Average. Kind of got smoked in the Infernus a bunch of times, just struggling to be able to take those proper team fights, getting kind of bursted down by those entangling Bola from Silver. So annoying when you just want to flame dash away.
Is Melee Creeps going to go basically without a bunch of frontline other than just a Silver here, Jake? Because now I'm kind of looking at it. I think this Paradox has to be played by Saya. I mean,
you would think.
But Saya's also been the one that's been playing anything tanky here. So, you know, Melee Creeps maybe going a little bit light and going, you know what, in Goober we trust. Other end though, Apollo's going to be coming on in, and honestly, I kind of like some of the adjustments for the Popper's Pupils draft here. Getting, you know, still prioritizing the Apollo, but getting the Calco Billy early, I think is going to really tone down some of the aggression that Melee Creeps put on them last game with those heroes.
I think Billy can also be pretty nice into Silver. Melee Creeps go for Yamato. Okay, wow. So this is going to get wild and wacky then. It's an interesting choice. I don't mind it into the Infernus. As I say that, actually, I think sometimes this matchup can get a little scary once Infernus levels that the burn to reduce your outgoing spirit damage. A lot of the damage on the side of the Melee Creeps is going to be called into question, and Warden, he's going to be the finisher. So John, I mean, it is his signature. I feel like I still have trust that he can make it work. I am just very curious to see what the build path ends up being. Like, does the ult get prioritized a little bit more highly than we've seen it in the past? With how little we see Warden, there's not, I don't think, too established of a meta build for him right now.
Yeah, I kind of look at it, okay, so against would be, it looked terrible last week, but also that was a game where you could argue maybe not entirely John's fault. I mean, yeah, okay, his lane did lose pretty hard, but the entire game just got so out aggroed that I don't think it was necessarily a fair test of Warden's current power when the entire game is losing around you. Like, I think you could be on the most high tier thing possible and still potentially lose that game. So I'm willing to give the John Warden another shot here, especially given historical comfort. I will admit though, like after the Ven ban, I was a little bit worried, being like, oh man, are we going down Warden lane here? And the answer is yes, but I'm open to see if there's going to be a change in fortune this game.
This is a pretty risky draft, I think, for Melee Creeps. I think both Yamato and Warden are very unconventional picks right now. Yamato, I think, really suffers if you don't snowball the game. I'm also kind of wondering who's going to be playing what. Like, where's OCs going in this draft? Or John, right? Like, I mean, one of them is going to have the Warden, but where's the second one going? Does OCs have, like, a Yamato in the pocket that I don't know about? Maybe. Would be an interesting one. I mean, Leffa has been the one playing pocket for Popper's Pupils, who, you know, tends to usually play more of the M1 farming carry role. Oh, I also wonder in this game, I wonder if it won't be, is it ever a Leffa Infernus, right? Where it was average last game and it felt a little bit awkward. Maybe now it can be Leffa with the Calico. I think the Infernus Calico lane is very, very scary to play against. That's monster damage coming out.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, we've been through periods where you think about Average's hero pool. We've seen moments where Average is playing nothing but Calico, times where Average is nothing on Infernus, even times where Average is on Billy. But with low main on the team, the Billy is almost certainly going to be played by low main, is what we see. But we're also seeing some of this get filled out. And okay, Brayden didn't come back, Jake. Brayden's internet just hard died, which kind of tragic, by the way, for how good Brayden played in map 1 when, you know, everything's feeling good and, you know, could be Melee Creeps night for Brayden to just kind of lose the opportunity. But, you know, shout out to Snakes for coming on in. And this kind of makes more sense because Yamato is in Snakes' historical hero pool. I wonder if this would have been the case if Brayden was in the game or not, but either way.
I mean, a lot of those frontliners are pretty contested right now. I honestly would have maybe rather seen something like an Abrams, but in fairness, a lot of CC on the other side of the field. Maybe the Yamato ultimate is actually going to be pretty good value here when Infernus and Lash are really, you know, trying to commit and initiate. Maybe the burst could be nice, finishing off Lady Geist at times.
Okay, so we got the left on Infernus, but we also got average on Geist. Yeah, I thought it would have been
on the Lash.
I guess that makes sense in terms of, okay, who's going to play Lash on the overall comp you have here. Xeno ends up going over to the Apollo, so Yeah, a lot of differences in who is playing what. Kind of understandable from melee creeps because of the big roster changes, but even Popper's Pupils getting a few curveballs thrown into the mix.
I do think this, Billy is going to set up crazy team fights for Popper's Pupils this game. The Billy's going to change everything with the concussive followed up, the death slam. Anyone who gets caught in a chain gang is going to get absolutely overwhelmed. Maybe that's why Yamato is maybe the one answer of, infinite chain CC, just somehow get a chance to pop the shadow transformation. You can kind of dodge it all. Maybe the cube could also be a big part of that, saving people who get caught in a tough scenario. And in that vein too, the Warden, the ulti build, maybe having that temporary unstoppable can be actually really nice because you can easily have the unstop timed to block the Infernus stun or block the death slam from coming out. So I can kind of see the vision of these last two picks in the sense of they could fit in well in this game, but I am kind of doing a lot of work for them to find that niche interaction that actually makes this feel good where, hey, maybe the lanes just go bad and you never even find yourself on the even footing to feel like you're really able to play Deadlock.
One thing that's also interesting that we haven't really talked on here is that I think you go far enough back into the past, it was a thing that OCs used to play in the pocket, but you have to go really, really far back to get OCs playing pocket. And we'll see how it works. All in all, I can't. The intro's too good, Jake. It's just too good. Production does it again. But yeah, seeing OCs playing pocket on ping, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I wonder how that's going to be. I would think pocket could be a little sus on ping. In fairness, though, in the late game, maybe it's actually easy because in the late game on pocket, you are just an affliction bot. And so it really is just about decision making, about farming as much as you can without being caught. And I feel like it comes more down to the pocket being aware of the gank and seeing it coming than an instant reaction. Although I'm sure there may be that moment where, I come to eat my words if you find a couple cheeky little kills here on the pocket.
All right, so map number 2. We'll see if the map 3 tradition can hold true, or you talk about a statement here, Jake, for melee creeps to come back after the rebuild with a 2-0. That would be a story in and of itself.
That'd be impressive, especially given that they've gone pretty unconventional with, arguably even Silver is a pretty off-meta hero in the way the current game is being played. So they've gone for comfort as opposed to trusting in the wisdom of the crowd, which, in fairness, given the history for melee creeps, that's been a winning recipe for them. Popper's getting a ton of light melees there in on OCs. Parry game, another place where I think that ping is going to really hurt.
Also, Jake, you talk about lanes getting stacked with absolute power. The mid lane matchup, Apollo Geist versus Yamato Paradox, that is brutal on both sides. These are lanes that normally either lane would be happy to have and would usually beat the other, but this matchup with both of them against each other, I think it comes down a little bit more to execution because both are just horrific to play against on paper.
Yeah, this is a tough one. I'd probably favor Popper's Pupils on this one just because I like that you can sort of leave the Geist to chill and farm and clear the waves. And Paradox can sort of clear the waves, but, arguably you'd prefer maybe the solo farm to be going to Snakes maybe in this moment. So, Yam is just a very tough hero to really make work right now. It just feels like a character that only really feels impactful when you snowball the game. And then at some point, if you fall behind, you're just like the Rejuve last hit bot, which, it's not that good. So I'm curious to see if Snakes can have a good enough game to maintain the kill threat.
Also, I think everyone owes a big apology to Ido, as we've now learned that the internet issues, he was actually the lightning rod tanking all of them as a singular entity because Ido isn't playing today, and yet we've had one player full DC and other players continually have to pause. So Ido, everyone is sorry. It was clearly a higher force at work.
A little bit of counterpunch going to come in here. Try to punish Xeno. Xeno went very deep for some of that harassment poke, and he looks like he's going to die for it. Oh, the reload comes out. Snakes still works a cheeky quick melee, and Xeno does go down for that. That'll be first blood to Snakes, who, hey, speaking of getting off to a nice start, the way to get it done.
Yeah, not a bad start at all for the mid lane, and again, what a day for Snakes, who almost certainly did not expect to be filling in for melee creeps here, and a great map 1 into First Blood map 2. Of course, we're taking a look here on the right. It's League and Poppers. trying to have a good lane here, where you talk about lanes with higher stakes. A hero you don't want to have a good ramp into the late game is Warden, so the more you keep John down early, the better it's going to be for the rest of your game.
It's going to be Goober and Birdie here on this side lane. Looks like a relatively quiet one, but with Infernus Billy, man, when the ultimates come online, expect that one to get explosive real quick. John getting very low on Warden in the side lane. Starting to struggle here. Both him and Pocket have taken a ton of pressure there. And Lash is one of the better heroes in the game at like piling on and diving these T1 towers. Same for Calico. So I'm starting to sweat here for the melee creep side lane. This is going to be a crucial little wave crash here. Could get a cheeky kill on the Pocket. Be nice. Wants to bait out that satchel. And oh, who's here? But it's actually great roam in from Saya on the Paradox. Can be able to kill Lash and actually really turn the fortunes of this lane around. It's going to turn into more than likely a double kill here. Oh, wait, hold on. I missed Flask. Oh, a deep dive for John. He's going all the way. He can't find this. He's going to die for it.
Yeah, he gets away. Also, that had to be a jump scare. Like, I truly believe they were not aware at all of Saya coming in, so just carbine bomb dead on the rooftop. I was like, what in the world happened? So great roam from Saya to set that up.
Oh, big heavy connect from Snakes. Gives a lot of damage. The riposte blocks the grapple, but it can't block the power slash. And even with a lot of damage here thrown in from Average, he doesn't really have the health to turn this into a counter kill. So Snakes getting kind of fed in the early game. I mean, I was saying Yamato's a snowball-only hero, but when you get the snowball rolling, we're going to be able to see what the potential is for this character in the current meta.
All right. Mystic Shot being picked up by Snakes. And I think for Popper's Pupils, a little bit more stability this game in the laning phase.
Nice boot kick.
And as I say that, the dive on the Leffa's in all sorts of danger. Different Infernus players, same potential story as we see Goober able to land the final punish with the aid of Birdie.
Sick boot kick to cancel that flame dash. Really well found, and that could turn into a double kill. Lomane, though, already got the stamina jumps off before that entangling bola came in. And with the splatter, there's a consideration to go for a dive here. More connection in, and Goober picks up a double, man. What another fantastic start. Arguably not even needed given the way he's been playing, but he's looking pretty good for the melee creeps. We were talking about a game 3 right now, ZP, but despite the off-meta characters, they picked up a 3K soul lead at 5 minutes. That's nothing to sneeze at.
Not at all. And again, when you look at Goober in particular, the game sense on Silver has been unreal. And now we got to dive heading towards Average. Average swapping up heroes. He's on the Geist here and not looking good at all. Just get repeatedly kicked in the rear by Snakes.
Kicked out of the game, man. And the movement buff so nice for Geist. Oh, he even tanks the Rising Ram. Beautiful find from Snakes. He's able to turn this back around. Lomane has to run for this hill. Mystic Shot is available. Gets a quick melee. Saya's here and popping the Shadow Transform. Just going to full commit to the fight. Wants some cooldowns back. This is not defensive. This is for the kills, for the damage. Poppers, although, grabs one back, and maybe that Shadow Transform was a little hasty from Snakes. Get a little bit of extra damage down, but that skill's going to be on cooldown for quite some time, and down at half health, and maybe it won't be so easy to play the lane as he has.
Still, in terms of middle lane, melee creeps looking pretty good so far. Definitely gaining a bit of an edge, and yeah, I mean, it's 3K in the aggregate overall at the moment, but you know, the things if you're Popper's Pupils that you have to start worrying about here, and you know, I guess one thing they've done pretty well is that, you know, saving graces, it hasn't been a huge amount of farm from John yet. The Pocket Warden lane is definitely, I think, had one of the weaker openings so far, and if you had to have one lane struggle a little bit, you probably want the Warden lane to be the one with trouble, even though you can kind of expect John's farm to shoot up once you get past the laning stage. And
I think Osi's has 4 stacks. Osi's has big damage from the barrage here. Could look for a fight. Oh, it's a great cage. I think that will not quite connect, but the Affliction is going to do more than enough. 3 stacks here on Osi. He's got a lot of bonus damage. Still looking in from the outside. Gets a couple procs here. Keeps some of those stacks online.
It's more comfortable than it looks.
And John goes to base, which lets a little bit of solo farm go to Osi's. Meanwhile, action continuing in the mid lane. This Paradox Yamato refuses to slow down for anything. The movement buff, huge value off a buff we don't often think of as one of the best, in at least at the 5-minute mark, but I feel like Snake's got a ton of value off that, and even is going to get a quick base reset as well.
Also across the board, Popper's Pupils is just low, including Lomane, who is nearly dead. Alert, Goober. Yeah, just gets caught. a perfect positioning in terms of getting Goober stuck near the tower, and even though low main goes down, at least it turns into more of a trade, which oftentimes is a big difference between your top players and not. Also, Binding Word doesn't connect, but enough damage was done elsewise for OCs to get the finish on the Poppers.
Now OC's turn for the fast reset, and him and John have played off each other really nicely here. John trying to get a bit of tower damage. He's gonna get death slammed with the parry coming in. Oh, but here comes Billy. He's gonna just pop the ultimate, do what he can, try to fight this off. He's actually getting a decent amount of heals. John getting some nice trades here. Are there any players gonna be able to come in to support it? Seems like the answer is not just yet. OC's trying to get in, might be able to come back in for some burst damage. Has some barrage stacks. It's actually a possibility that Pocket may look for the 1v2 here, but it's a risky one. Seems like he's gonna think better of that for now.
Yeah, not quite the ideal situation for that. John doing what he could to buy a little bit of time there, but even in the early game, it depends on the build, but Last Stand oftentimes is more just let me survive a little bit more than what it was at one point in the far past of ultimate DPS tool. But looking at the right, gonna be a bit of a rotation here for Popper's Pupils, maybe 3 people looking to get the Guardian, as we see 3 in the right side and maybe 3 on the left side. Meanwhile, for melee creeps who are looking for the deep dive here, deep onto Leffa, already half HP. Goober looking to stack up another.
It even baits the cancel there with the heavy melee. Really nice moves from Goober. They're going to be able to pick up this tower easily. Silveralt does ridiculous DPS to towers when you're able to full hit. And that's going to provide a nice little comfortable position for John to farm up into this game. Snakes picks up the heal bait. Expect to see Yamato with that Shadow Transform online involved in quite a few fights sooner rather than later. Maybe another tower to go down though. This time looks like an opportunity for Popper's Pupils. Poppers himself in on the back line. OC's tanks both sides of that Calico ultimate. In trouble, but maybe capes out, and Snake's here to maybe bail him out, save the day, pick up a kill of his own. And OC's once again on a sliver of HP is going to walk his way out of this fight and getting absolutely heavily pressured in this fight. But a parry is good enough for Snakes. He should be able to have this kill. Oh, but a quick dash from Lomane. Not ready for that on Snake's side. And oh, what a disgusting secondary parry. He's commending. Why is he standing still? He's typing in the chat. He's commending. He's DMing him. He's calling his mom. I mean, in fairness, that was a bit of an outplay.
Jake, sometimes it's letting the aura flow for a moment where you just have to take the hands off the keyboard and mouse and be like, yeah, I just did that. And I mean, look, Snakes may not be done. You have the roam in from Xeno right now with survival, but the fight still may be getting taken here. Snakes certainly isn't afraid. Tani Losan going to come in, swap at the same time. Damage on the side of Priest, 140 HP, but not enough. Xeno goes down. Snakes picks up another. And Saya, low HP, still may be able to find a way out. Rotation coming in here from the Geist. And, okay, Snakes, you've won 2 battles in a row. Maybe it's a time to retreat. But you get the quick route back to base, courtesy of Average.
That's nice for Average, picking up a couple key kills on the Geist. Goober's here, though. They're going to keep on this fight rolling. Okay, he's actually just wants to take damage to be a little lower for a swap threat. I thought he was lagging out for a second, but I think he was just willing to maybe let the Lycan Curse proc there, just to maybe get it out from Goober. League getting a big heal off of that Flog, but as he drops back down to the ground, it's going to be John with the Warden ult, the Cube as well to stabilize him. But League playing these cooldowns really nicely. Lash does so well in these low HP attrition fights. Calico as well. John though, hold on, gets bailed out. Oh my God, League he's so close to so many kills and can't quite make the connections. Birdie and John on sub 50 HP for both of them. That is gonna hurt for Popper's Pupil.
Birdie was down to about 15 there, just to really rub it in. But also some contention near the Sinners. In this case, Popper's Pupils going a little bit deeper on to the melee creep side, and I don't know if they go for the Sinners at this point, and for the most part just trying to look to punish people that were doing them. See what Leffa does. Full HP could get tempted a little bit by greed, but I don't know if that's a great idea. And okay, Leffa's still in the area. This is interesting, what's going on the right.
I do like this buy for AVG. I like that the K-Dash plus the Arcane Dash on the Geist build. It's really nice. You dash in and you're buff not only your gun, but also your lifelink damage. Initiation is going to come in onto Leffa. Great puddle punch as well. Gets him caught off so the follow-up can come in here. from Snakes and Goober, and it comes in thick and fast. Leffa starting to struggle here on the Infernus in this game.
Rift coming up. Melee creeps once more. A solid lead. Gonna fish off the Guardian, and Swap comes out early from Average to very little effect. Immediately punish Swap or no, and Melee creeps are starting to add on. Comes at a little bit of a cost to Goober, but you look at the course of the fight, and it's a lot more blue than yellow at the beginning. However, Poppers gets one. Still not going to be enough here, Jake.
Yeah, great poke. Wow, Leffa, man, came back into that fight off the spawn and just gets annihilated. Snakes off the back of the Shadow Transformation. Picks up another. He's on a hell of a game here. 14,000 souls for Yamato. Lomane should be able to pick up this mid T1 as a consolation prize, but I mean, we're at 13 minutes in. You're kind of willing to give that one away. 1,400 souls from the Rift here. That's going to be a pretty penny into the Melee creeps counts. And they may look for something elsewhere on the map, or maybe alongside these creeps. Although, I mean, the creeps just aren't that strong at this phase in the game. Even Geist can clear them pretty quick.
Yeah, I mean, you know, the Rift Troopers got buffed recently, but as you mentioned, a lot of the scaling tends to be felt a little bit more later in the game. Lomane also really, really low on the map. Was getting chased by Goober, nearly fell. Gets the backup here from Leffa, but Leffa also can't sit here as Goober essentially pushes two people out. And one trend I'm seeing here between these two games, Jake, different players each time, so it puts him more in the hero, but it's been rough for Infernus. However, Snake's about to pick up another, finds Poppers.
Could be in trouble here, but beautiful cube as well. The barrier comes in. Oh, it's a little awkward movements from Snakes. He's trying to get the stamina, just can't quite get it. The slowing X too much. A little bit of an overextension from Snakes there. But they do get a ton of Walker damage back of it. So, the 1-for-1 is very good for Popper's Pupils, but eventually if that mid Walker falls as the first Walker, we've seen that a lot where that's so valuable. It's so much easier to clear the side Walkers when they're high HP than when mid is the last one remaining.
Jake, there is one thing that's really in favor of Popper's Pupils here. Average is rich, and John is kind of poor. We'll see if that matters here, though, to Goober. In on the hunt once more.
Warden.
Wolf comes out, takes down Lomane. John falling in the process. Tani Losan. Popper's Pupils trying to turn this away, but Zeno's also really low, and that is a one Mad Silver chasing behind. Just needs a little bit more damage, and away you want to stay in wolf form for a little bit longer.
Oh my god, what an escape from Zeno. Great riposte from him there. Oh, Goober wants to get back in on this? That's a crazy move. Surely no. Leffa wants to get the rundown. Some cheeky little movement battles here. But without the stamina, oh, even the parry. Leffa just does not miss those. This should be a quick pickup for him on the back of that one. Zeno comes in with a little kill steal. I'm sure Leffa's not going to be feeling too great about that after the heroics he had to pull to secure that one.
Though, Jake, that was vintage Leffa. All that was missing was another player to be the 1-on-2, multiple parries. Leffa gets away. I mean, you go in Deadlock history, Leffa parrying on Infernus in tough situations. It's a classic. And again, I look at the economy allocation, Jake, and I'm blaring warning signs here. I think you want John to be way more farmed than he is right now. It's a difficult game on Warden.
What's John's build, by the way? Let me take a look at the tab screen. I'm very curious if he's building much into Spirit.
It has to be
Swap comes in. Oh, an attempt. This would be so valuable. Beautiful movement from Average. Dashes around the wall bounces over the top and gets the swap onto Saya. That was very close to a huge kill for Saya to find.
Things starting to look a bit better for Popper's Pupils, taking the lead in the aggregate. Snakes once more diving on the Yamato, but it's against a lot of odds here. Maybe you get another dive and a kill on the League, but I don't know if Snakes gets out of here alive with some of the people rotating on in. I guess we're about to find out. Shadow Transformation is over. Snakes versus the world. Lomane getting into action here, but the backup from Birdie comes on in. Gooball actually getting some serious value here, and Poppers goes down in turn on top of the infliction from OCs.
Yeah, 2 afflicted targets from OCs, both turn into kills. John is going to go down here eventually. We see he is pretty much going for a gun warden build with some unconventional item choices, but overall, not a huge shock. Leffa looking to get a rundown on Goober. These last few trades have really evened this game up, though. Melee Creeps lost what was a pretty meaningful advantage, especially with what looks like an additional kill to come in. Leffa is going to pick up that finish onto Goober. And this puts Popper's Pupils into basically an even state in this game. Melee Creeps also threw every ult into that last exchange. So there's a moment here where Popper's Pupils might, for the first time in this series, really, actually be in the lead.
So, Jake, I got an update here from the Melee Creeps manager when it comes to Birdie. Another thing to call Birdie right now, birthday. It is Birdie's birthday, so if we could get a happy birthday to Birdie in chat. And right now, what a birthday it's been with a great performance where even if Melee Creeps were to lose, you know, for Birdie, pretty good opening onto the scene at the highest stage.
I'm impressed. The Viscous has been solid here. 2-0-13 doing his job immaculately here. Interesting buys. I was expecting maybe a Boundless to come out for Xeno. We've seen a lot in Europe, people really rushing Boundless, but Tankbuster also provides pretty serious threat there. You feel it. Onto Birdie, has to cube himself. Not an ideal situation for the Viscous. Good little punch on the wall, but just way too much damage for that to get him out of trouble. Poppers Pupils may have found the little bite of something that they like here. Side has to run for the hills, and map control firmly in the hands of the Pupils.
Well, Jake, this comes back to the point I was bringing about. We've seen the new Melee Creeps when they're ahead and they look good. How do they look when they're behind? Because they're about to be in that world. Great flawless advance in from Xeno into the riposte, and Saya bites it. A masterclass by Xeno on that play.
Yeah, just hits absolutely everything there. And that's the threat from Apollo, right? Where you keep hitting these connections, you stay on top of the enemy. You need some serious green investment to be tanky enough to stop that. Really curious to see what Snakes can show. Snakes and OCs, 20,000 souls apiece. Definitely the standard bearers for the team. They need to have big performances in these team fights. It's tough to trade in this middle lane, though, man. The Apollo, the Calico, anyone who comes in to farm these creeps just gets kind of batted back, and cooldowns are low enough where Apollo can just kind of rinse and repeat and wait for the stronger allies to maybe come in. An attempt here to catch on top of Goober. This could be a nice catch. Can he get the ultimate proc? The answer is yes, he does get the heal off and the resist as well. The cube comes in. Birdie wants to save this, turn this one around. Big chain gang coming out. Pulls players in, but it's a one-man affliction onto low main. Public enemy number 1 this game, so it would seem. John, though, dies to the Death Slam elsewhere. Maybe a Walker Siege should be happening over there. Affliction, surely there's a point of follow-up damage. Maybe not, though, as low main slips away into the tunnels, but okay. OC's finishes the plate.
OC's like, I got this. However, Average is turned into the Terminator. Birdie getting chased down by Poppers across the map, but look at this Geist. Gonna pick up the casting buff where, you know, obviously probably prefer gun at this point in the game, but a 28,000 Geist here. And the equivalent position 1 the other team is flat broke. John at 16K. Rift in contest. Gonna go the way of Melee Creeps, but the overall tempo of this game here, Jake, it feels like Melee Creeps is even more underwater than you might expect. However, nice opening here from OCs may be imperiling Poppers, who quickly is trying to look for the way out and got through the crate.
Yeah, great timing there. Came out of combat just at the right moment. These Rift Troopers, though, means some serious business on this Walker. Not quite dying just to the nukes from Lash. I mean, Lash able to mitigate most of it. Only a little bit of Walker damage in the end, but a fight maybe brewing deeper down the lane here. Level wants to get these things going. Is diving on top. Snakes goes down. One of your most farmed players off of the field. The 2 players on the other side of the map. So yeah, it's just a retreat for Melee Creeps here over on the left side lane where both Walkers are still alive. Poppers Pupils are trying to run with this advantage, but they are going to lose a Walker for daring to group up, and they're going to go for a mid-boss flip instead. I mean, Yamato is down. There's a good reason for it.
High risk, high reward. Rejuve crystals coming on down. No affliction up for OCs in time. We'll see what the contest looks like.
Oh,
if
parry,
all the parry for Goober. Goober got right in there. Parry after parry after parry. Finally, the crystals get hit. 2 for Poppers Pupils, 1 for Melee Creeps. Time bought from Goober, but will the rest of the fight be enough? Affliction nearly up for OCs to stay alive, but no, taken down by Xeno towards the very end. A wild delay, but it looks like Poppers Pupils, they're gonna get away with the kills, but they won't be getting away with the rejuve.
Oh, still huge impact from Goober. He's still alive, still trying to grab some kills back in this fight. Snake's also back in off the respawn. Can he pull anything back in this? Silver somehow still kicking as a Lightning Curse and Shield Drop as well. Snakes and Saya also to go down here. So in the end, it's a solid team fight for Poppers Pupils, but those parries were absurd. Saya also going to get run down. I mean, that could have been so much worse, actually, for Melee Creeps, right? That it looked like it should have been a triple rejuve, clean kind of fight for Poppers Pupils, but Goober just heroic parries, panic on Poppers Pupils as they all go for these desperate heavy melees, and he just waits for them, ready for those melees to come.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about a situation that could have been worse, and you got maybe one of the best outcomes. That's it. I mean, heroics from Goober. Pauper's Pupils still in a more advantageous game state, but Jake, they could have walked away with that with 3 rejuve charges and do not. So, well, yeah, you kind of look at things and be like, ooh, that's a broke Warden, that's a really farmed Geist, and a lot of things in Pauper's Pupils' favor. You gotta respect the play to keep this somewhat in contest from melee creeps.
Yeah, I think they're actually doing pretty fine with that. I think eventually, if John scales into like the ultra late game, this ultimate is going to be pretty sick. But by that same token, maybe when we get to that point, average is going to be like 50k souls and just tearing you up to pieces here. League can also do some pretty serious damage, though. He's gone for quite the greedy build here on Lash. No investment in stamina.
You know, if production can hear us, we can get a look at John, because I want to like double check the John build. We haven't really looked at what he's been at most of the game, but
I saw about weighted recently, so he's still going pretty committed on gun items.
Yeah, just with a surge of power.
I mean, this is pretty standard, honestly. This is nothing crazy. Surge of power and Quicksilver, but you're always gonna, almost always at least gonna do at least the Spirit Spike investment on Warden.
Oh, here we go. I think this must be the parries. Just look at Goober.
Oh my god, look how many players are stunned. I mean, he just keeps parrying them back to back to back, and then the group swap out. I mean, man, if Saya is half a second earlier on that, that could actually be a back-breaking for Pauper's Pupils.
Also, the other thing, imagine if Ozzy's had Affliction up like 5 seconds earlier. Could have been a completely different fight. But speaking of fights, this one's looking for the swap. He can't get it. Yeah, no swap from Average. I think he might have been silenced. And now, with the most farmed character down, melee creeps. Oh, wait, that's a big chain gang. 4 people hit into the Atani Losan combo. Zeno and Lomane connecting. But it's not going to be enough to turn the fight. Goober's still hungry.
Goober's tanky, man. Sides is ready to back out now. Just want to cut their losses. Cheeky little corner bounce there. Well played from Goober. Eventually, though, he is going to be caught.
Oh my, the bag.
That was Geist's bag originally, I believe. So not too many of those souls lost for the side of Pauper's Pupils. But hey, I mean, honestly, the kill on Geist, I feel like it's definitely worth it, right? For the 2-on-2 there, I feel like you take those trades with how farmed Average is in this particular game.
Yeah, I mean, anything that gets Average dead, you are looking forward to here. Not only because of the immediate advantage, but the fact that it puts a little bit of a stop to the snowball. I mean, Average is still at the point where Average can look at almost anyone at melee creeps and simply win the fight by existing. You know, it's the advantage of being ahead on a Geist. But Urn is up. We'll see if Pauper's Pupils go for the quick pickup. Should be in their purview. No one from melee creeps immediately around, and looks like it's going to be League to be Urn carrier this time around.
A lot of unspent souls. Huge bag on Billy there. Does end up spending it. So he's going to be pretty huge right now. Lomane, Scourge online. I feel like he's going to be looking for a fight. This is a strong moment for the Billy. Spots OCs, but OCs quickly teleports out. Does not want to be in the same neighborhood as the Billy. Lash with the Urn is under a little bit of threat. Like, there's a possibility if Yamato can get that grapple shot. Beautiful carbine and shot there. Surely they're going to be able to get the kill. The Siphon Bullets delaying the inevitable, but League going down, dropping the Urn as well. The other creeps maybe didn't quite realize it. They're not picking up the Urn. Okay, no. Oh, wait, no, it's on the roof.
Unfortunate from that, but I'd like this from melee creeps to be a little bit more aggressive. Try and make plays while behind. Binding Word, gonna have to be a warp stone to get away, but oh man, choose your poison. Prison or the Stomp. And John buying a lot of time, but I just think there's no way out of this one. Average able to loop around. Not only takes down Warden, but should be getting the Walker on top. Affliction being dropped a little bit later into the fight, but is the fall through gonna be there? Goober's here, but the Affliction, it's not doing that much right now.
Great proactive swap there from Average. Gets the silence onto OCs. That brings him down for daring to come into close range. Goober gets the Lycan transform, but just doesn't have the HP to fight on the flame trail from Leffa's Infernus.
I'll get into position.
This fight, I think, comes up squarely in favor of the Pupils there, and they might even be able to threaten a shrine here. It's a little risky, but certainly the possibility with the amount of base damage Geist can deal. Let's see what, I mean, Geist has to be chopping through these towers here.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, they got to be thinking about Base Guardian's about to go down. We'll see how long they stay. In fact...
Oh, good fight here.
Retreat. Yeah, Snakes. Power Slash doesn't connect! Just barely as Popper's able to break line of sight, and can Popper's avoid... Like, you see the search range of Flying Strike, and in fact, it's just going to be Saya that picks up on the side as, you know, the 2 key for Snakes was just being hammered relentlessly there, Jake.
Okay, there's a moment here that's actually pretty scary for Pauper's Pupils. With the Rift secured, put some cash in the bank. And Average doesn't have Swap, honestly. I think without Swap, he's a much more realistic kill target. That's why they're posturing pretty defensively here on Pauper's Pupils. Without Calico, it's also maybe harder to know where the enemy's at, to scout them out on the map. Cheat Death, wow, okay. Defensive buy from Average. I mean, maybe needed in this game, but still, that's way more defensive than I would have expected.
It's kind of an interesting item on Geist that we don't see too often, but you think about the methodology behind it. It also means that you can be way greedier on going for max value on Soul Exchange. And because normally it's something where it's like when you get even down to a third, you kind of want to pop it because you don't know if you're going to get silenced or go from there. Cheat Death gives you the breathing room to just be way greedier with your ult. And, you know, honestly, I kind of like the idea for something we don't see as often on Geist.
Instant mid-boss force. I mean, you're just basically going for this off the strength of your ultimates. Pauper's Pupils should be there. Instant chain gang on 5-6 players caught. Lowmain pulls them all together. Ultimates come out. A huge death slam on 5. Surely Melee Creeps can't withstand the Talilo Son on 5. Every ult from Pauper's Pupils hitting the entirety of Melee Creeps. Still some Region Crystals to be claimed, but a symphony of skills from Pauper's Pupils as Melee Creeps just thrown up, down, left, right, and center.
Jake, that was the kitchen sink that just got thrown at Melee Creeps in full. That was one of the most beautiful ult combinations we have seen. Starting out with Lowmain, gang the biggest chain gang ever. League follows up into the Itani Losan, and that is 6 men all down on the field. What a play by Pauper's Pupils, and the sooner we get a replay, the better, because that was unreal.
Yeah, we gotta see a replay. I gotta say, isn't that actually a crazy push for Melee Creeps? I mean, you're forcing mid down souls with the enemy team having every ultimate, and one player on like a 3-second respawn is your advantage. That's super risky. Shrines are gonna be going down here. Here we take a look at some of the ultimates. It was a 6-man chain gang to start things off from Lowmain, 5-man Death Slam, 5-man Itali Losan. I mean, you just don't come back from team fights like that.
That was unreal. Again, call it the kitchen sink, but also call it both shrines going down. I don't even need to see the main feed to know that's where we're at. First stage patron going down with it. And Jake, we kind of knew this was going to be the case. Map 3, the script holds true.
Melee Creeps trying to force something back. They have taken a Reach of away. Can they win a decisive team fight here, though? That's a much taller order. Snake's trying to back off. Remember, even Melee Creeps threw a lot of ultimates into that fight, despite not getting much out of them. Goober also looking for more. Certainly some desperation. Can't blame them for it, though. This is a desperate situation now. You've got to take some big risks. But with all the ultimates more or less cooling down, doesn't feel like there's many good opportunities to do so.
Yeah, I mean, it is up to Melee Creeps to hope for the miracle here. You know, upside rejuves are gone. Downside, you're down the stage 2 patron, and your map control is in the gutter. And also, I mean, you talk about win conditions you would like to have now, but you don't. Warden's broke. Like, especially for John standards, even last week, John was more farmed on the Warden in a losing game than what we see right now. And I think the problem with this is with the nerfs that Warden recently got, I don't think Warden plays from this far behind. Like, if Warden's going to work, you actually have to be super, super rich because of some of the changes that have happened with scaling and everything else. And I just don't think the damage is there and the presence from a 31k Warden at this point in the game. It's just, in a way, John is half cosmetic at this point. Now, I'm not talking about cosmetical.
Murgmag is a pretty serious amount of damage, but oh, here comes a swap. Catch coming in. Melee Creeps in desperation, looking for some way back into the game. Big chain gang out from Lowmain, but he is going to be trapped in, but a huge Death Slam. Cube does mitigate some of the follow-up there. Affliction onto 3. Hold on. Melee Creeps actually fighting this pretty nicely. This is looking pretty good. Lowmain is going down, ZP.
Yeah, a big start with an even bigger Affliction, and there's no exchange for Average. Average needs to get out of there, or at least solidify, but okay. Yeah, Xeno and League able to get some of the back end, and this is where the stat difference kind of comes into play here, Jake. If this were an even game, that's a full team wipe for Melee Creeps, but, you know, Pauper's Pupils enough of a lead to stem the bleeding. Average is able to get away, and they only lose Lowmain for a pretty deep exchange of ultimates, so, you know, Pauper's Pupils get away with one there.
Nice little punch cube away. Maybe an escape here to be found. Oh, but the delay's coming in, and Viscous, as huge as the goo ball is, I don't think it's going to be much of a safe haven. Trying to look for a cheeky kill into Average, but the lifesteal is just too much. Geist not really able to be threatened here. Average likely is going to have to maybe go back to the base, but I think the damage is done. This is the beginning of the end. An attempt to slip away. Nice little cancel on the flying strike for Snakes, but eventually he is going to be run down.
Last desperation swap here from Saya, but the Itani Losan's going to seal the deal. Popper's Pupils even up the series. It is yet another map 3 here on Night Shift. I think about a full month now of map 3s. And Jake, the games have been phenomenal, and what a turnaround for the Pupils.
Yeah, they needed it, man. This game started to look dire in moments. Even with some of the off-meta choices, melee creeps were making it work, and they showed some of that classic melee creeps fight back even when the game looked dire. Like some of that last fight they went for, honestly, was really well played. Like they started that off the right way to give themselves at least a chance to play for their lives. But of course, that chance is going to have to come in game 3 now. Both teams with a lot to play for. Melee Creeps wanted to prove that this new roster can, in fact, hang with the very best. And for Popper's Pupils, hopefully for them, a chance to ensure a return to normalcy. That, hey, this new team that just came together last week, surely they can't beat us.
Yeah, and again, I kind of expected Melee Creeps to be tested a little bit as this went on. And I think the big thing for me is that, yeah, I mean, Melee Creeps look a lot more mortal if they get into a situation where they are not leading. I think what I've learned a little bit from the sample size so far is that this Melee Creeps team is one of the scariest teams I've ever seen if they have a lead, because their natural tendency is to be super aggressive, and when you have a lead, all those things kind of compound on each other. In this instance where, you know, things got evened up and slowed down a little bit, you saw some of the advantages of, you know, Popper's Pupils, you know, being a team for way longer. And, you know, probably the best example of that was some of the slowed down team fights where, I mean, again, when you hit every ult in that way, that was like the most beautiful ult coordination we have ever seen, I think, on Night Shift. Like, I can't think of a bigger moment of combo ults than what we just saw earlier.
Yeah, the highlights are going to be great to watch. You know, Yamato actually looked great this game, got off to the crazy snowball, dominated the lane, which is exactly what you hope for when you pick this hero. So definitely credit to Snakes for putting on quite a show here. Does not look like they lose a step whatsoever with him subbing in. But overall, you know, I also look back at that mid-boss fight. Honestly, I think even Melee Creeps are going to look at that fight and be like, why the hell did we try to do mid-boss there? Like, that was a little suspicious. Into the, you know, every single ultimate hitting the entire team. That's, you're not going to come out of that one too hot.
Yeah, I mean, I would just love to hear the comms on that one where you got to imagine, like, Low Main is saying their screws like, I got 6, I got 6, I got 6. And then he's like, I got him, I got him, I got him. Like, you just know.
I got 6. Everybody got 6.
Yeah, ridiculous all in all. I mean, but yeah, looking at other elements of the game, Snakes had a really good start in Yamato and, you know, fell off towards the end as some of the tide started turning. Also, the thing that remains a big question mark to me, and I think probably the number one part draft strategy, the reform for Melee Creeps, I think they got to pick the Venator earlier. I think Warden may not be it here, where, you know, you look at the sample size. Last week, it could have been, okay, you just got blown away, bad test of Warden. This game was fine for Melee Creeps for a good portion of it. Like, they had winning lanes and things were doing well, and Warden, frankly, still looked pretty terrible. Like, I'm not a believer in the current Warden. Maybe it's a small sample size of 2 games, but at this level of play, I think there's a reason why teams have been avoiding Warden, and if I'm Melee Creeps, I'm thinking about the draft in the next game. I highly prioritize getting a Venator or a Geist for John John.
Oh, this looks so clean. The Death Slam on 5. They're like all inside of the goo balls. You can't even see them, but every AoE skill hits absolutely. Oh, the Italian San, the blood everywhere. And I wonder, ZP, this game, I almost would have, like, I wonder what it would have been like if he went for like an ulti Warden build here. I know that's like very sort of slow and predictable. Being an ulti bot on Warden does not usually feel good, but I kind of wonder if maybe that would have moved the needle in some of these team fights. In the end, hypotheticals aren't going to mean much. We're going to a game 3. This is the team fight that is going to be living rent-free in the Melee Creeps heads for quite some time. They've learned a lesson on that one for sure.
Yeah, I mean, you know, honestly, sometimes people overuse the word cinema. That time, definitely cinema. And okay, you look at the post-match screen here. I mean, the one thing that is worth noting is that even in defeat, Snakes had one heck of a game. A lot of the kills, of course, coming in the early game, but high contribution all throughout. Also, things that, you know, line up the eye test. Bad game for Warden. Like, you really can't sugarcoat it. Incredibly low damage, trying to struggle to get up on farm the entire game. Low KD. I mean, whatever metric you want, didn't feel good for Warden. Upside for Popper's Pupils, on the other hand. Honestly, I think the one thing that you can question a little bit draft-wise, they won, but I wonder if you won because of the Infernus or in spite of it. Like, I don't think Infernus looked great today, and even like the damage numbers, like going on top of it, felt like Leffa was playing Mission Survive for a good portion of this game.
Yeah, I really feel like the silver matchup looks kind of scary for Infernus, right? Being able to get blue kicked out of your flame dash and kind of struggling in the lanes. Silver has been a hero that has really fallen out of the map, right? Like no one has really been picking Silver. She hasn't been considered a top tier choice, but the way Cooper's playing her, it's starting to feel like maybe people were a little overconfident in the death of Silver. Like she looks good in his hands. So, I mean, I'm kind of a believer, at least in that pick for melee creeps. I agree. I really feel like, hey, if you managed to get just a Venator here in for the Warden, it would have felt a lot better. I also feel like, hey, honestly, you could have won with this draft if you don't throw in the mid boss like that. Like this match was not an easy win for Pupils. They just got the ultimate dream scenario of the enemy going for a risky mid boss and just getting cinemaed by your ultimates.
All right. Well, Jake, we got 2 maps down, 1 map left to go. As is tradition here on the night shift, a map 3 is in the cards. Poppers, Pupils, melee creeps. Who's going to take it all in week 48? Stay tuned. We got to take a break. The players need to. When we come back, the finale.
Let's take out.
You want to mess with me?
I see guys.
Experience the cube, but not us. They're done. Let's see who's still standing.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the Night Shift, and once more, the ultimate map is upon us here in NA, the money match going the distance. ZP here with Jake, and Jake, it just feels like destiny at this point that every week we go to 3. It's a different story each time, and honestly, entertaining no matter what.
Yeah, it's always been great to watch. And, on this particular week of all weeks, it really feels like Melee Creeps came to play in a serious way with this new roster. They dominate game 1. Game 2, they have a pretty serious lead. They do throw it away. And Pauper's Pupils, ultimately, all they need is that one chance to get back in the driver's seat and dominate from there on out. They are still a very serious contender at the top. So this definitely won't be easy for Melee Creeps, but after 2 games where they kind of win the early game and have tempo into the mid game, I'm starting to become a believer in this new Melee Creeps team. And I think anybody who's not believing is kind of crazy here. The proof's in the pudding. Like, Goober looks as good as ever, maybe better than ever, it's fair to say.
Yeah, and I mean, even if they end up losing here tonight, I think how they looked when ahead and how they're able to create advantages are very positive signs. I think, though, when you look at the true champion teams in Deadlock history, like some of the bigger, dynasties that, say, Buffingers had, like a lot of your great teams are oftentimes defined by how you come back from games that are a little bit behind, how you get back into the game. And I think that's a part that's still a little bit unproven for the squad, and at times the hardest thing to get on lockdown, where you have to, get back in when the odds are against you. But man, when Melee Creeps is significantly ahead in this iteration, they just fly. Although a lot of that is also coming from the comps that they're playing, where, when they won in map 1, it was a high aggro comp with Billy, into Calico, into Goober, just playing like a feral madman throughout the course of the game. And here's the interesting thing, Jake. In terms of how the draft is going to be decided, don't forget that the teams that have won, it's been first pick that's been winning every draft here so far, and Melee Creeps is a challenger. They get 2 maps with advantage versus just 1 for Pauper's Pupils.
I mean, it's been first pick that's winning. It's also been Billy that's been winning. I feel like the chain gangs, the team fights that Billy sets up have been pretty obviously great value, as well as Billy being a very serious damage threat himself. I mean, it feels like he's maybe the only frontliner that you can pick right now without sacrificing anything in the damage department. Like, he basically can carry with the best of the frontliners, and yet still is really ideal for catching, locking down players, whether it's ganking the side lane or a big team fight around the mid boss. Melee Creeps, I think they'd be primed to pick him up again. I wonder if Pauper's Pupils don't ban the Billy here, though, with how strong it's looked.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, I think for Pauper's Pupils, the number one thing you want to re-engineer here is try to get Melee Creeps. If you can get John and Warden again, I think you take that as a huge win. So even if you're giving up Billy here at the beginning, for Pauper's Pupils, I think you try and stack your draft in a way to take away John heroes. And, first and foremost is, I think no matter what gets picked here, Geist is going to be one of the next 2 picks.
I think this Viscous ban is actually genius, because by leaving both Billy and Mirage up, you force Melee Creeps to choose. Now you can go Billy Pocket here, which surely that's crazy, right? Surely you can't get away with picking both Billy and Pocket. But I think you just did, right? Like, now for Melee Creeps, I'm scared. This is a hell of a start to the draft. These are 2 heroes that not only are they both individually insane, I'm almost assuming the Pocket pick is.
I think you go Geist or the Pocket. I think you can make a real, with
right.
how the Melee Creeps thing is, I kind of want, no, they go Pocket.
Yeah, I think the synergy is crazy between these 2 heroes. Like, we always say, oh, can Pocket get the big affliction? Can he get the big affliction? Like, if you get it, it just dominates. If you don't, it doesn't. But that's why, but Billy is so insane for that, because the Billy sets up for a huge affliction, right? It's the most reliable setup in the game, I think, for like a big AoE skill. You're right to talk about the Geist, though. Melee Creeps snap her up instantly, not going to let that go deeper. So they're going to be very happy with the core roles, at least so far.
John, like a man just dying of thirst in the desert, being like, please, 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 like, don't make me play Warden again. Lock Geist in him instantly.
Yeah, anything but Warden, for real.
And the Calico comes out too. So, for Pauper's Pupils, now I kind of wonder if they get a taste of their own medicine here, because, in terms of drains on M1s, Melee Creep stacked to the gills with OC's going to be on the Mirage and Lady Geist on the... I don't think so. I think at first has been underperforming here. I actually think you go something else, and yeah, they go the Paradox. Like, I don't think anyone should be treating Infernus as a priority from what we've seen today and the overall output. And
would you pick something else over Infernus, though, in the M1 role? Like, what do you take over him?
Right now, Venator. I think Venator's actually still looked really good today, still available, and still something that Melee Creeps might ban in this instance. We're going to see the Bebop ban come out for Poppers Pupils, where, by the way, a silver ban may not have been unwarranted either with
That's what
how
I was thinking
Goober's been
too.
playing. Yeah.
I was like, man, are you sure you want to let the silver through? Like, I get it's not super meta right now, but Goober has been having only good games so far on the silver today. So it's a little scary. Melee creeps are going to ban out the Infernus. I do think, even though Infernus has been underperforming a little bit, I still think the character is threatening. I think he has good team fight skills. Another good synergy hero for Billy with concussive and in general just being able to put a lot of AoE, annoyance down on the map with the flame dash. And napalm is also pretty broken skill. And Poppers Pupils, they snipe the silver for themselves. Say, if you can do it, we can too. And I actually quite like this move. I think melee creeps may not have expected.
Yeah, okay, wait, look at this sequence of picks. Is it going to be Goober Holiday? Because that was back-to-back Pick Paradox, which is in Goober's pool, ban Bebop, which is in Goober's pool, pick Silver, that's in Goober's pool. Like, this feels like the mid-stage, like, switch up to, okay, Goober, we're not going to lose to your early game momentum. And I think about Goober's hero pool, and I almost feel like this has to be angling towards Holiday for what remains.
I think it makes a ton of sense. Holiday also feels good here. They don't grab it yet. I don't think the Poppers could, like, block Holiday either. I think it would not really fit in their draft. They already have Paradox. They already have Silver. They're kind of hurting for some carry role here. So I think melee creeps may still get the Holiday in the end as the last. And I do love the Ivy this game with two very solid hard carries. I feel like Ivy is maybe the most supportive of the support picks that people are really going for in the current meta. And I think that heal, the sustain, buffing up your allies is going to be very nice for Geist in particular. Mirage as well could utilize those saves in some sticky situations. Pupils, though, they're going to get the Lash and the Apollo, so there won't really be a conventional farming carry for Poppers Pupils. They are going to go full tempo with this style. Remains to be seen how that plays out.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I don't hate it. I think it puts a lot of pressure on whoever is on your Silver player because Silver is almost going to be acting as a quasi-carry. But to no surprise here, Jake, final pick is going to be Holiday. I think it's also smart from melee creeps where it wasn't going to get picked by Poppers Pupils no matter what, because that would have just been absurd overinvestment to block it, and Goober still needed a hero here. So, okay, break down from the new melee creeps. The interesting part is who Saya is going to play, because I think from what we know, Birdie is going to be on Ivy, because Birdie has been the true, just like, prio support no matter what. Surely, I don't think you put stakes on anything other than Yamato based on what we just saw. So, is this going to be the Saya Calico game? I'm running the equations on here, Jake, and it seems to be the case.
Yeah, I think it's either that or you. I mean, I don't know how much Saya plays Yamato, but you could swap. I mean, he has been playing a lot of Billy, so in a way, like role wise, it makes more sense to have him on Yum. But I agree, like, hey, you just had a player have a really, strong, explosive game on Yamato. Probably want to just like try to run that back with the same players. Wouldn't mind to see Saya on the Calico. I feel like he's such a smart player. For him to kind of be scouting and kind of calming and taking the lead in some of these decision-making map movement moments could be pretty good for them.
There's also another thing here, like, and not as common, but you also could do Saya Holiday and Goober Calico is the other permutation here, now that I think about it. Because Saya also has looked good on Holiday recently, even though, I mean, there was a period of time where, like, I think Goober was just like, how many games of Holiday can I do in 1 week? Just the Holiday one-trick challenge practically. So, arguments either way.
What I'm really curious about is this Poppers Pupils comp, because to my recollection, I don't remember the last time I saw a night shift draft where there wasn't really any kind of M1 hero. I mean, what's the M1 hero is like Lash can be sort of built. I mean, Lash actually does these days build a lot of M1 damage, maybe like more than people would realize. Him planking away is actually pretty serious once he gets like siphon bullets online, long range, things like that. But they really like, Pocket is like a very good late game scaler who sometimes take the place of a farming carry, but it's an odd draft. Like, to not have any really like straightforward, high DPS gun, extended fight kind of a moment. It's interesting. It does give you a little bit more power in the explosive engages. It probably makes your lane stronger too. So for Poppers Pupils, it's a creative little look into the game. They're trying to keep melee creeps on their toes, and honestly, I don't hate it. I think they kind of needed to change things up. Melee creeps was in control of this series so far.
Well, it all comes down to this. It's been a long day for me too. But yeah, Melee Creeps versus Poppers Pupils. Final map to decide it all. Can the new Melee Creeps team retake the throne, or will Poppers Pupils hang on? Jake, we're about to find out.
Will be snakes in the Calico. That means I assume it's Saya on the Mato. Okay. I mean, I actually like this because although you just had a player play Yam and like have a great game, that's something, you know, it's not irrelevant. But I think if Sai is going to be the frontliner player for this team, I kind of want to see him pretty reliably picking the frontliner character. You know what I mean? Like, not just role swapping because it's more comfortable for Saya, you know, or else at that point, he's not really the frontliner player. He's flexing.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to see the roles and how they pan out. But yeah, this makes, I mean, honestly, it makes sense. And yeah, I wasn't thinking about it too much before, but it feels bad in a way to put Snakes on the Calico when there was such a pop-up mode in the Amato, but also Snakes does play a lot of Calico. So it honestly, overall, it checks out, especially as you mentioned, the role from Saya to go more into frontline here. But Jake, lanes right now, getting into progress, and see who's going to take an advantage first. Already League paying a pretty big HP tax.
Like Billy and Pocket together. I think this is going to be a better lane for Leffa than we saw, especially in that game 1 where he really was struggling. I think Lomane together with him are going to be able to do a lot more playmaking. They're up against... Oh, sick little barrel, by the way. I was going to say up against a Geist Ivy, but Goober showing the reps here on Holiday, getting that barrel.
Jake, this is the power of someone that queued more Holiday than ever expected in the Heroes Ben. Oh my god!
Headshot? Oh my, if he gets the headshot, that might have been a kill. League is on notice here on Lash. Just can't even come into the lane.
League is sitting here going, is like, whoa, I'm not the troubadour. Like, where does all this hate come from? Another barrel is... Okay, League just has to be beside himself at some of the angles coming out here where, you know, the normal Holiday tech is just, you know, jump, barrel down. Goober stacked with a few more angles.
Yeah, the barrel melee tech is kind of insane how fast and far it throws those things. Even Lash up on the high ground can't stabilize. He does get a little bit of a heal up though. Should be in a decent spot, but I mean, this lane is crap. We're at 3 minutes and the tower HP is down below half. Goober doesn't want to look in just yet.
Oh, I love the tech
cheeky
too.
Little angle here. I haven't seen this one before. I kind of like that for the Holiday, staying up in the air, threatening those crack shots.
Goober is sitting here just showing all the power that comes with an absurd amount of hours into the game. I mean, probably one of the more notable grinders in the game in terms of games played. And, you know, does it make you the best player? No. Does it give you some really cool tech on stream that, you know, even our most dedicated audience or even some of our talent may not know exist? Yeah, it does.
Goober did catch a solo heal on the last wave, which is nice for him, but Saya is very low on Yamato, who the character that can't properly really play the game when you're low. Like, you need a little bit of HP to be able to take some of these trades. So now it's his turn to get a solo heal back the other way. Good awareness of the radius that Goober's playing outside of that, getting him back into at least a healthy enough position to where you know, he can actually look in for the power slashes and try and get a good connection in. See what Sai can find here. League, nice flog for him. Stabilize this lane. I mean, it's been a beatdown of a lane with Goober just throwing barrel after barrel. They've managed to weather the storm decently. The heal rights come out, some defensive buys, and in the end, you're not feeling too bad. Unless this tower goes down, ZP. In that case, I think you would be kind of sweating here side of Pupils.
All right, I'm back. And hopefully it's all using the proper microphone. My audio mixer decided to just eat itself. But if it all sounds good, we're back into it as, okay, people getting a little bit far away from lanes here, Jake, as Saya under a bit of pressure, courtesy of Poppers.
Yeah, there's not much HP in the Guardian to give up anymore, so you really don't want to let this wave crash anymore for League and Poppers, but that means you're going to be forced to play out in the lane here. Goober with a gun buff. It'd be pretty threatening on the Holiday, right? Some of these changes to her projectile size, like, they've really made this gun, like, more of a serious threat, and with the gun buff in the laning phase, like, this is kind of serious damage.
Also, again, you know, with Holiday being good once more, you just can't underestimate the power of someone that, you know, played something to a one-trick level. Flying Strike in the Poppers, tries to get the riposte, doesn't quite connect, and a quick retreat really aided by League there, where you can't underestimate that in lane of, you know, situations that could be a death, easily just mitigated by your lane partner pushing back.
Falls advance, not really going to be able to find much of anything, just clearing the wave. Little by little, the tower gets lower and lower. OC's swapped in a really tough spot on Raj. Just run down and average. It's his turn to start the game off right on Silver. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Taking this really aggro trade under the T1 with Calico trying to maybe bait Calico to stay. Down to the wire. OC's even going to teleport in behind the T1. This is going to get wild and wacky.
Well, look at this escape path by Average. Well aware. No, the shots from behind. It's not quite enough.
Finish. Oh my God. I think OC's missed one extra bullet there. I mean, still posturing forward. Super aggro on the wave here. They're going to be able to get some nice punishing Guardian damage down there. That was really wild. I can't believe Average stayed under the T1 that late into the fight. Saya has actually gotten really low. I mean, just eventually getting cracked, it would seem. Although, hold on, he's still alive for now. Tylo-san is level, but Poppers with not much HP to speak of. Oh, Mystic Shot doesn't connect. Not needed. The barrel is good. A lasso to follow up as well. Heads up play, but out of cooldowns here is Goober. The next crack shot comes up just in time and ends up with a 2K here for the holiday.
Goober making the cleanup look easy. Also, John finding on the left. Gets with the affliction in turn, but you know, you still got Soul Exchange up and ready to go. So not even a situation where John even needs to leave lane. Back over in the middle, though, the dive taking place. Flying Strike deeper down on the Average. Average going to fall in turn as things continue to get frisky all across the map.
I can't believe that Power Slash connected. Just somehow got a pixel of Average there. That was enough to assist and get him ready to burst him down before the Lycan Curse could proc. Oh, what the dono? $500? Somebody's coming in here to play. We just upped the stakes here. I don't know what your name is, Mr. Donator. We gotta check that, but $500 into the prize pool from the crowdfunding. Huge shout out. And here in the final moments of the night,
there's no message apparently. It's just it is just charity hero from above.
Just an anonymous hero. Nothing to say. Money talks though. Oh, Lash is in trouble. Nice movement from Goober. Can't quite get around the corner. League in trouble. No crack shots available, but the barrels just keep raining down. Kill streak now for Goober on this holiday. And I mean, what a day from him. It's been weeks, maybe a month or more since we've seen him on the night shift, but good to have him back, man. What a performance so far.
I mean, win or lose, Melee Creeps could lose this series and Goober could still feel real good with, I think, his status in the scene just elevated, because it has been one heck of a day for Mr. Goober. Of course, we're looking here on the right lane, and, you know, Poppers still hanging strong. On the other side, that Goober just picked up another.
What the hell? What is he doing, man? What are they feeding this guy on the holiday? He's here in the mid lane, wants to maybe pick up a tower as well. Xeno's doing a really good job slowing this down, though. With all the action in the mid lane, these time bombs keep clearing the waves. And for all the kills Goober's found, it's been traded out elsewhere on the map. Poppers Pupils have kept this one even.
I see the enemy.
No meaningful soul advantage on either side. In theory, I have some worries about the scaling for Poppers Pupils without a conventional hard carry. Like, at some point, like, who's going to deal with John? But that's a problem for another day. Poppers Pupils still very much in the fight here.
Probably the biggest upside for Melee Creeps this draft relative to the last one is that A, John's having a much better ramp, B, John isn't on Morden and is actually on Geist, who is quite strong at the moment. Looking to the right though, OC's wants nothing but Guardian. Trying to keep some distance here instead of getting it dove on by flawless advance, and I don't know if the tornado is going to be quite enough this time. A lot of damage coming in from behind, but OC's flexing some EU movement here, Jake, and still might be out. But elsewhere, we got the airdrop directly in onto Average with the Amato. Power Slash comes out, down to half HP, another Flying Strike in the can, up, over, Silver getting pressured, Average nowhere to go.
Average is desperately trying to get that ult proc, but cannot get the job done. The Umbrella bioweapon dropped in by Birdie. Saya picks up a kill there, and with the two-piece around the map, Goober's still sharking for more. Game is starting to feel oppressive. I mean, Poppers Pupils have managed to keep the soul. I would expect like some kind of a soul lead to have developed here with the way those last few exchanges have gone, but farm-wise, it's actually Poppers Pupils doing just fine here.
Yeah, gonna be a quick turn in of the urn here. Coming on up, courtesy of Snakes. But some of the bigger fights here, I mean, Poppers Pupils has plenty of win conditions, not the least of which what we talked about the draft at length of count on low main to get big chain gangs, and Leffa gets the world's easiest job. But now we're gonna see John under a bit of pressure. The dive coming in from Average into the one-man death slam, puts it right in front of the Silver, but look at the damage onto League. League just gets drained of all essence, courtesy of John. The Soul Exchange that has been used, and the chain gang a little bit over the top. Enough for John, but is it enough for OCs, who tries to dust double away?
Oh, surely they get this kill. Diving under the walker, well worth it. And what looked like maybe an over-eager dive from Popper's Pupils pays off, right? They bring the numbers to win the fight. Both of the farming carries. The real carries here, Goober is throwing barrels left, right, and center. Needs to get this finish kill. Does find average, but that's quite a streak to give away here. Talilo-san maybe adding one more to this side. He does pop. Big pickup for the Apollo here. And that little sequence is going to slow the roll. Melee Creeps as now the rift opens. For now, just Leffa capping, League to support.
55k, 56k, Popper's Pupils in control of the rift. Nothing about that is going to change as the Men in Black roll on out.
The Pupils, they still have their mid lane T1 up, and it's healthy. So, like, this mid map has just been pretty much dominated by Popper's Pupils. They've not really yielded at all to Melee Creeps. That's like the hard work of Xeno to keep that tower healthy off of the laning phase. Ivy, one of the better heroes in the game at D pushing alongside Geist. Oh my, what the hell? The time long lasso. I think even Poppers didn't expect that. Even Goober didn't think he was actually going to hit one riposte. Does get him up to the skybox. What the hell is that? Poppers, surely though, caught dead to right. Slowing X. He got the movement buff on him, so it won't be necessarily a free kill. Flawless advance gets you a decent part away, but just as the barrel comes off cooldown, not a moment too soon for Goober.
That was absurd. Like, I'm just sitting here with my jaw open after seeing that, where
the time
I don't know how reliable that is, but that just looked ridiculous from our point of view, and certainly from Popper's point of view. It's like, what in the heck?
Goober on 7 kills. He's got like 2/3 of his team's kills. Big power slash is going to hit. Chase down coming in. Leffa has to throw the affliction on the Saya, but Saya still has the Shadow Transform. He's got the cape. Oh, Leffa's going to be out of this. Baited Saya into a really deep dive. Shadow Transform purges off the affliction, and the Ivy ult does pull Saya out of trouble.
See, the key there against Yamato is get behind 3 different layers of line of sight so the flying strike doesn't actually hit you coming out of the ult. Like, it is possible. You just need multiple layers of geometry. And now Saya gonna get swapped, a taste of his own medicine in all sorts of danger. Lands the parry, though, that could have freed him up. Still, the pressure comes in, but Xeno goes down, and may have been due to that last little bit of time that Saya was able to buy.
Oh, definitely. That parry gets the kill on Xeno. For sure, he would have lived there without it, so... Saya pulls one back from beyond the grave, little revenge for the swap. Goober's been playing so actively. The only downside is he just doesn't have the barrels online. Like, there's a certain tempo limit to what you can bring on Holiday, to where when your barrels are down, you're just not really able to do so much in these kind of moments. It's full support build for Birdie. He's been really rock solid on the support role for this team, but honestly, it's nice seeing Saya with a little bit more leeway, because often it was him going for these more supporty builds. No. Teamfight, though, being forced. Big chain gang comes out. Low main. Pulls a couple players in. Stoneform mitigates it. The heal is nice. Kudzu connection as well. Tried to pull Saya out of there, but it just wasn't enough. Birdie's going to have to be content escaping with his own life.
So I want to point this out here as a point of contention, and why I think Melee Creeps could be in danger to some extent is that Yamato generally needs a lot of farm to do well as a character. And the one thing that makes me wonder about the role swap here, Saya rarely gets mega farmed, and I don't know if that's going to change in this game. Like, I'm open to see it, but I worry about Saya's Yamato falling off as this game goes on, because again, Saya's a lot of things, a very good player, usually not a player that is greedy enough to get farmed. But as I say that, Goober again on the warpath here, Jake.
I mean, they may not even, in my view, necessarily need Saya to be all that farmed in the late game. Like, you have Geist, Mirage, like, in theory, these are kind of characters that don't need so much help from the team. And Yamato maybe just being a bit of a brick wall in the front could be enough. Big Lash ult does throw 2 players down. There's no Shadow Transform, but you can see hesitance from League. It ends up just being a defensive ult, trying to bail out some of his teammates, but Average can't get away. Just kind of thrown in for just about nothing here. Really good fight for Melee Creeps.
Ern going to John in the middle of it, too. For Popper's Pupils, you kind of need a moment of reprieve here. The last few moments not really in your favor. Silo's staying for a little bit longer here. Flying Strike on the Paradox, and eats a lot of poke damage actually in exchange.
Yeah, Tornado out. You can just feel it. Melee Creeps recognize, hey, the things are kind of turning against us on this part of the map, and I think they're wise to make that read. There were 4 players from Popper's Pupils collapsing on the location. Goober's going to crash in on the mid lane. John, meanwhile, farming up a storm here on Geist in the side lane, matching with Leffa. Pocket not really able to ever get aggressive in that matchup without a lot of support from the team.
This is tense, Jake. We're 16 minutes in and nowhere close to either team having a big advantage yet. But yeah, I mean, kind of building on some narratives we're seeing here. John may be a condition to victory. 17k on Geist and progressively getting more and more ahead of the game, but this left lane could actually be a little bit dangerous. Both Pocket and Silver staying on there. If anyone could dive a Geist and get away with it, even if exchange up, it would be those two. But may not be on the cards for now, as we see both Average and Leffa kind of back off towards the middle.
Yeah, the game is really slowing down here. No one's had much of a meaningful advantage in this game to speak of. For the entire 17 minutes so far, it has really been a very close situation. Express shot, interesting buy for Sice, going a little bit more gun than we usually see. Basically no spirit investment whatsoever.
I mean, this is one of those builds where it's genius if it works relative to, you know, how people usually build Yamato and comp, or it's going to be the thing that everyone point to if melee creeps loses, for better or for worse. This is just one of those things that it attracts a bunch of attention, Jake.
It does let you farm a lot of camps, though. Like, speaking of whether he can get farmed or not, Billy in trouble. Warpstone plus Rising Ram is enough to get him around the corner and potentially out of trouble, so some clean movement from low main. Goober was ready for the Warpstone, but maybe not for the instant Rising Ram back the other direction. I mean, pretty much impossible lasso to hit there. And in evading that play, they make an opportunity for Average and Leffa to pick up a Walker kill, which is really nice. I don't know that there's going to be a punish coming in. Holiday's rotating in, but you'd imagine Pocket is just a really difficult catch in this kind of a moment. Xeno, though, it's going to be an easier one to go down. Heavy melee just a little bit off the mark to get him into the window, and OCs gets that finish kill.
OCs also were... By the way, how much gas do you think OCs has left in the tank here, man? Like, OCs started off the day in our first match of the day in EU. You know, the special exception to play in both regions because of what happened in NA. But now playing in the final NA game in a long day, but hold the phone. Got a little bit more action coming down here into middle. The shift up the other way as we see Snakes just trying to return the Shadow to a safer position, but also never stop gambling.
Can't just walk past the sinners. I mean, come on now, that would be sacrilege. Curious if we get a stack check on Calico. I feel like I don't know that it's that amazing this game, is my sense. Like, I just feel like this game's been a little slower than the first two. I think neither team wants to make any kind of mistakes. TC is almost like a core item on Calico, though. It feels like you're always going to go. But yeah, 4 stacks. Kind of, yeah, it's pretty slow for 20 minutes, honestly. Rolled 19, but also definitely going to be a slower game for Calico without those early kills. Birdie is also falling pretty significantly behind. I mean, maybe natural on a supportive role.
Jake, we haven't really seen Low Main and Leffa be on the same side of the map a lot as of now, but you know, I'm just thinking about the combo potential. I wonder if the time is nigh, 20 minutes into the game, get a few bigger team fights. But right now, we got Low Main on the right and Leffa very far on the left. So, you know, if this combo was part of the focus here, it's something that's not going to come and be a big thing until, you know, the very late game fights at this rate with how Popper's Pupils is apportioning people across the map.
Gifted sub to Goober. Appreciate that, honey, into bucket.
I see Yamato.
As now the rift's about to spawn, I mean, expect this to be a key flashpoint on the map. Popper's getting gone on big chain gang now, on to 3. Flash over the top, being marked as well. It's hard for him to be able to get big value. Calico's already out of the fight. Snake's not really able to get much damage at all. The Affliction comes in after the Shadow transform, so Saya is going to be affected by that. John life swap up to max HP, but that's going to be the last heal he gets in this fight unless he can survive to the other side of the Affliction. But it looks pretty tough. Popper's Pupils hitting from all sides. It's up to OCs now maybe to step up to the plate and be a bit of the carry. Average trying to slip away, has to just turn around and put down what damage he can before he falls. But with Tornado maxed out, OCs too big to fail.
OC's happy to clean up fights like these. The ideal situation for a Mirage. You're not the target, room the free fire. Feels absolutely amazing when you're in that spot. But yeah, one thing I kind of look at that fight there too, I don't know what the pre-buildup was, but you know, for Silver, that was a late wolf pop. Average kind of unable to get the wolf for it. Okay, Goober running for his life. Movement.
Oh my God.
Movement back over in, not entirely disengaged. Goober actually playing with fire, but for now has not yet to be burned.
I mean, Left is still here. Low Main's back into the fight on Billy. He's full HP. OC's, I don't think he has the HP to stick around to this one. Saya is going to come up and hold on to the rift for now, but I wonder if he'll be able to last for long in here without the ultimate. getting run down. Everybody's coming back into this fight. This could be a full double up here. League as well going to be coming back on the zip, and Saya just has to die to stall the Rift out as much as he can. I think they were thinking like Leffa was looking for that kill onto Goober, and I think melee creeps just weren't quite aware enough of the respawns coming in. Leffa instead gives up on the kill attempt and actually plays for the more important objective of the Rift, and ends up winning a big team fight for his team, and they're going to go for a mid boss. This feels a little desperate for Proper's Pupils. It's a little bit of a risk, but they may feel that they need to take it, and with Yamato down, there's a very good reason to go for it.
I mean, ults are drained from melee creeps, but you got to watch out for Goober. Barrels are ready. They're going to do a lot of damage from the back. Same with John. The crystal is down. Both teams are in. Who's going to get it? Affliction out early. Zeno gets the first rejuvenator. The rest of the contest is parries upon parries upon parries. But Average devours them all. 4 for Average, and the final 2 go the way of Popper's Pupils. A clean sweep on the rejuve and a hearty banquet for Average.
Oh, we gotta get, if we could get our replay op to get the first person POV from Average there, I'm pretty sure all of his left clicks were hitting like the entire team stacked up. He's just like clawing through them. That might have been one of the highest DPS moments I've ever seen for a Silver, with a full stack of enemies right in front of her. And a dream outcome for Popper's Pupils, who now stand ready to claim another victory here in the night shift. Let's see. I mean, they're gonna maybe take base, maybe shrines on the menu with those regions, but let's see this moment again, ZP.
I mean, this is the Silver dream right here. You know, a little bit of pressure on the OCs, let the wolf out, and Jake, it's just time to dine at the end of all these parries, and even got in with some of the melees.
Ooh! The tail whip and claw onto 5 each, I think. I can't believe he's still alive through all of that. Got down to a few hundred HP. Counterspell even barely kept him alive. And now the only question is, what do Popper's Pupils want to try to do with this rejuve? When do they feel like is their best moment? I don't think you want to go ultra late this game. You know, maybe the Pocket can just be such a demon hero that you can still keep up in the late game, but I mean, this is going to be an interesting one. It's very rare that we see a late game without a gun carry on one side.
Yeah, I mean, the way the game is right now, with how important Billy has been and some of the things to back it up, I think if any comp can make it work, it'd be this one, especially if you got a Silver that can bring the damage that we just saw. So, yeah, I mean, it's been a wild one, but also stat difference starts to become a thing here too, where you can talk about the importance of M1s all you want, but if the other team is 30k above, then it may not matter. Everyone is almost M1
great counterspell. Saya blocks the swap there. Would have been almost certainly dead, swapped out of position like that. So great awareness from Saya. Big Affliction though onto 2. It's a pretty ideal target. Shadow Transform will purge it off for Saya, but he just doesn't have the HP. He's getting burned down. The Siphon Bullet's starting to hurt. Lomane picks up that kill. Some revenge on Saya for the Drifter abuse in game 1. Now just focus firing down the tower with triple rejuve.
Also, I mean, the other problem you get here, Jake, too, is, you know, arguably a comp problem where a lot of people need farm, but are you really afraid of a 20k Yamato, as most of the people on Popper's Pupils? I actually don't think you are.
Not anymore, man.
Yeah.
Not for that last team fight. Everyone's starting to get farmed up, but I don't know that they're going to be able to use the rejuve, so that is a little bit of a nice moment. I mean, this is essentially what you're getting from the rejuve, is that Lomane can farm the most defensive camp in the game for the Hidden King.
Ways back into the game for melee creeps here. I mean, things that do kind of start hurting is that for Holiday, you become more of a lasso bot. Like, the impact of Holiday, she's kind of gone back with recent changes to being weaker in the late game than she is in the early mid game. So, like, you're past the Goober power spike. Like, you're doing a weather report, and you're like, you know, yeah, Citizens here and the Cursed Apple, you know, the worst of Goober has been hit, and, you know, a few outward bands of Goober that remain. Like, Holiday just is not the same threat going forward, and it's more so, how do you enable John and OCs from here on out? And then, you know, for Saya, how does Saya get any value in some of these fights when behind on Yamato?
Ricochet's a nice buy for OCs. I do think we've kind of reached that point in the game where it needs to be OCs and John making the big plays. Lasso comes in. This is another way to make big plays, though. The Lasso always going to be effective, although, hold on, pulled a little bit away, so this Ivy Stoneform follow-up is actually not that clean. Flying Strike coming in. Apollo getting a little bit of heals, but doesn't even want to pop the Italian Sun. Doesn't see the way out. Zeno, though, does grab a counter kill back onto Goober. And maybe this is turning into a full-on team fight. The brawl begins. Some parries coming out. Billy lasts a little bit longer. Saya goes down, so Frontliner's off the field. Uh-oh, Silver could really start to rip and tear in here. The double tornado is out. That's the last of the Mirage mobility. Goober sees his next target, instead sticking on top of the Calico and the Geist, but the Geist damage is enough. Burns through AVG. And maybe there's more to be found on this. Gets a health swap on the Pocket. Geist might be able to brawl this one out, but with the big Death Slam coming in, is there enough damage for the follow-up? Seems the answer is no for now.
I mean, Geist is starting to get lower and lower. It's been a great fight for John here so far, but has to be careful. Respects the lash, takes cover into the subway. Still on the assault is League, looking for the left clicks, but this is so perilous for League. It's not a fight that's one straight up. However, life drain is gone. Needs just one more ground strike. Has support from afar. The Ivy Stomp comes in, but it's not in time to save John, who still falls in. League still healthy.
Dude, the Siphon Bullets carried there. John was minus 1,000 HP from Siphon Bullets when he ends up going down. Or 975, as you can see on that buff. Insane debuff on the Geist, who really relies on that health bar. And I think that sustain made the difference. The League bought that item, I think, maybe a little earlier than we've seen some other people do it. And as the dust settles, it turns into a very good team fight for Pauper's Pupils. The fact that they're able to pick up a Rift off the back of it, clean up the map. I don't know if this Rift is going to lead into any kind of a push. You could think about some base guards here, but based on the positioning, I think Pauper's Pupils are more interested in just farming up.
I think the Rift there was more of a, we got it, so now you don't get to have it sort of deal. Like, that's the benefit, is that
the souls are pretty good, too.
Yeah.
Dude, look at these time bombs from Xeno, man. Oh, because Xeno's got the Echo Shard. That's... We're entering the bog territory now when you try to fight into the multiple time bombs, time walls.
I think... as you look at this game, the time for melee creeps and their ideal power spikes, it's kind of past, where yes, John is scaring the Geist, we just saw that, but the overall...
But is it enough, right? Like,
it's not. I don't think it is. It would be enough if like melee creeps was able to ride the early advantage to a 20k lead now, then John would be unstoppable. But when you're dealing with a super farmed Pocket, when low main has been getting really good chain gangs, and the fact that average is still like really competitively farmed on the silver, and then like what is backing up John here? OC's in a good spot, but Saya is just distinctly weak. And we've hit the point in the game where Holiday just isn't as impactful. And even Calico is a character that tails off a little bit the later in the game you go. So, you know, I don't think the melee creeps comp is really equipped to bring a game back 30 minutes in with this level of deficit. It's going to take a big throw, I think, at Pauper's Pupils at this point to change the game, in addition to melee creeps playing out of their mind.
I wonder if the Spirit Burn buy for Holiday, I feel like that's one of those items that can kind of extend you a little bit deeper into the late game, but it's hard to really get the money coming in for Goober now unless you can get a good team fight off. I mean, the 6k item is a lot to ask for. Potential catch to be found. Beautiful counter spell, though, from Average. Blocks the lasso and some follow-up skills. And here comes the Billy Chain. They catch Goober coming out on the other side. He counterspells it, though, denies the pull back into enemy territory. Still, there's more players committed on the engagement here. Xeno, fighting on top of the time bombs, though. It's devastating. Even with the health swap, it's not nearly enough. Surely you can't battle into the bog like this. Leffa still holding on to the Affliction. Throws that just on the snake, so less than ideal for sure. The Pauper's Pupils, their strength across the board. Souls split. Resources diversified, and you see the payoff here. Melee creeps, 3 players down, all just for the Xeno. And maybe there's more to be found on this. Yeah, OC's also cannot make his way out of the plight. Saya just barely slips away on low HP, nothing to really contribute anymore. And mid-boss up, Pauper's Pupils with a non-carry draft may have just done enough, ZP. If they can get a clean rejuve out of this, which seems like a foregone conclusion, hard to imagine the base being much difficulty.
Yeah, and also, I don't think we're going to get Goober heroics on a steal here. You know, we have Saya going for a little bit of a macro edge. Maybe Saya gets a walker here before getting punished by League, but you know, it'll get Saya some much-needed farm, but the gap is just so incredibly wide here. Jake,
Walker is nice, but him dying late is really bad here. 70, like that's 70 seconds. That's, you know, it's like 50 seconds of player advantage here for Pauper's Pupils because it's such an off-sync kill, right? Like the timing means there's going to be a significant window. And yes, Saya maybe he's not the most important hero anymore. I think that's fair to say. He's certainly past his prime on the Yamato, but oof, this is going to be rough. This could be the end of the game or the beginning of it.
I mean, you just have to ask yourself, what does a path back look like for melee creeps? And I just don't think there is a path back down 40k in a Holiday Calico comp, especially when your Yamato is broke. I mean, you would need such a tremendous throw from Popper's Pupils for that to be the case. And then look at all the win conditions Popper's Pupils have. Like we talked about in the draft, the really great team fight they have. Low main could just set up a pretty easy chain into
that's a brainiac buy for low main, actually. Vortex Web is sick here because I feel like on Billy that also is such a sick setup for the chain gang. You kind of Vortex Web somebody from range and then dive in on top of it with the chain gang. You're gonna keep people locked down from their movement skills for so long. Here it is. Vortex Web comes in, catch comes. Ivy though, pull out is gonna save OCs. But in the end for Billy, that's a pretty low value cooldown. Lasso is in, it pulls Xeno into a pretty tough spot, but oh, you're in a tough spot. That slam too. Wait, actually, no, they're both counterspelled. Double counterspell. So getting the counterspells out, this is that level of Deadlock.
Yeah, you look at it, it's like, where did they go? It's like, it's counterspell. Like, you can just take it to the bank when you see the lock-in like that. However, the one thing you can't take if you're melee creeps is a healthy shrine. One shrine down, courtesy of Popper's Pupils. Getting the work on the left. 2 rejuves still in the bank. Chain Gang coming out a little bit later to fight. Picks up 3 towards the end. We'll see what the fall-through is going to be. As once more low main diving in. Birdie under the gun, but it's also an Ivy. It gets hit with the affliction, but I think gets back to the fountain.
And the vitality buff is pretty nice. Everyone's getting low on Popper's Pupils. Xeno is actually dead twice. This fight is looking a little scarier than I think you would like on the Pupils. They're still going to commit. They want to press this advantage. Still 2 rejuves in the pocket, despite being only 5 players. 2 extra lives maybe makes that math feel a little bit more interesting. Low main may need a rejuve here if it takes a big proc. Same story for average. Only 1 rejuve or math. It's consumed. League goes down for 90 seconds. This could turn into a route CP. This could turn into a melee creeps comeback. I mean, they've got so much more to do in this game, but you'd think they'd have some support coming in to help Saya pick up average. Low main, yeah, I mean, maybe too much to ask for.
Saya cannot do that alone. Like, there's no way. In fact, Saya's getting beaten up right now.
Trying, but there's no liking curse. So Silver is like really weak, honestly. And they are trying to bring more numbers to keep that catch going, but I think things may be getting scary. Yeah, they're chasing so deep. They have to come back and clear the base. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think chasing is going to feel good there. And it's a good clapback, but I don't think it's good enough, CP.
No, I mean, the problem here is that you still lost both shrines. You're still at a permanent disadvantage unless you're able to get shrines of your own. And the risk here for this rift, with this level of difference,
should be a free rift. This has to be free rift, though, right?
Well, it's free on grab. You can make the argument if Popper's Pupils want to set up to just wipe after the rift troopers. That's a real play. Like, we've seen it more often. But yeah, there's a lot to cover for melee creeps right now. A long way to go. They get the rift. It's going to be a serious push that will take, 2 members of Popper's Pupils to deal with. But there's nothing else really opened up on the map during this. It's still, 2 more minutes till mid boss. Not a lot of super interesting macro plays for melee creeps to make from this rift.
I feel like they need to push the tempo. They need to find some big pickoff with Goober, but it's so telegraphed. Like, Popper's Pupils are very disciplined right now. They are playing grouped up together in the base. When they come to clear this wave, they're doing it as an entire team. So if the fight breaks out, they're more than ready. They're really guarding against the loose conditions here, which I think is a mark of the experience on this squad. That they know that, hey, this game's not won yet, but the number of ways that we can lose it is now almost defined. Like, you know what's possible for the opponent to come back and make the game. And if they just play defensively here and let
1,000 bag on top of it over the Popper's Pupils, 70 seconds, Jake, and OC's is not going to be back up before mid boss is up. And yeah, you have Traveler, but this puts melee creeps in a really tough spot.
He's played the side lane so well today. Understandably, he'd look for a little bit more, but the kills are starting to come in thick and fast now. Another player potentially in the sights. Swap does miss. Goober, hold on, he's dancing away pretty nice. Gets the DB from Birdie. The barrier might be just enough HP, but League is running him down. Oh, hold on, the grab. Is that enough to save Goober? What a sick save from Birdie. Great moves on the Ivy, but you're still down 1 up against a 30 soul deficit. 30K soul deficit, I should say.
Max range airdrop there, but the beast is out. And does this just go directly on the patron? That would be unexpected in this case. And no, Average thinks about it for a moment and says, I'm a leave. So shout out to Birdie on and Goober. Like, the combination of movement into timing on airdrop to not get picked again is pretty wild.
Yeah, because honestly, I think if Goober goes down, I think you maybe do go for the gamble and do try to push for the end. So that does actually keep melee creeps alive, but only just. OC's respawns, but the waves are in terrible condition here. No map control whatsoever for melee creeps. And with mid boss spawning, you're almost obliged to come out on the map and put some scouting pressure down. Snakes is in position to maybe see what the decision is for Popper's Pupils, but for now, it's going to be a defensive one. I mean, flipping the mid boss almost only serves to give melee creeps a chance back into the game, so I expect Popper's Pupils are going to be much more interested in a real team fight first.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting and a really good point to bring up of how in a normal team fight, Popper's Pupils has a huge edge. There's more of a risk of the game flipping by forcing mid-boss. So it's in melee creeps' interest for mid-boss to happen right now, but not necessarily for them to be the ones to start. And once more,
it's deep in the lasso.
Comes on out, but is Leffa going to be able to survive the E-shift? Buys a lot of time. Goober's going down. That's a huge Tiny Lasan hits 3.
Oh, and he still gets the affliction off, and he's still alive. Leffa, I don't know how the hell he does it, but Pocket is out and able to get a reset off. Lomane looking for more potential kills. OC senses that this is maybe the final fight of the game. Maybe it's not an option to back off any longer. Lomane wants to slow things down, let the spawners get to work, let Average get to work. He's starting to cook away at this Yamato. Geist is there to tank the leaping strike here. And hold on, the damage is real. I mean, the Geist is a serious threat right now. Average is just trying to hide for his life. The Scourge as well, slowing things down, but eventually the weight of the skills is just too much. Leffa healed up, back into the fight on Pocket. OC's alive, but only just maybe able to slip out with a teleport back to the spawn.
Just end. You don't need mid-boss now.
Exactly. What does it really matter? It's a 5-on-1. No possibility of getting the full defense. You pretty much could just hard shoot Patron here. Double. Look at OC's. He buys double armor. Wait, this is comfy, dude. Double armor to take it up in the pit. Oh, I love it.
All right.
He's refusing to give up.
So we begin with OCs, now we end with OCs at the start of the day. OCs is down, and night shift is over. Popper's Pupils gonna defend the throne, but man, was it close. Victory once more for the reigning champions, and Jake, what a way to cap off what has been yet another amazing day of Deadlock.
Wow, I feel like today was almost the best case scenario in terms of the excitement for the future, because now Popper's Pupils, they get the win, but looking back on game 2, I think that mid boss is a bit of a throw, and like maybe melee creeps could have won it 2-0. This is maybe the beginning of a, well, man, I shouldn't say the beginning. It's melee creeps and Popper's Pupils. It's the continuation of a rivalry as old as time, and super exciting stuff to see. So many players doing well. OC is looking great on North America, I think, across the board. Even though they do lose the series here, I don't think you can criticize his performance at all. In melee creeps in general, I really don't think you can hold this loss against them. I think Popper's Pupils had to pull out all the stops to get this one done.
Yeah, I mean, it was back and forth. I think Popper's Pupils had to learn a little bit about the melee creeps draft prio and where it was going. And I mean, you think about how they approached the draft here. They did take away a lot of weapons on Goober. Yeah, Goober looked absurd on Holiday, but they kind of had to withstand the storm, Jake. And in this case, they were able to. You know, a game here that started with just Goober going wild on the Holiday to a degree that it dominates the highlights reel for the first 10 minutes. If you're able to get past that point, you know, things start looking a lot better, and you talk about players that had a way better game for Popper's Pupils. Average, best game of the night on Silver, by far.
Yeah, huge performance from him. Really riding the ship here in a crucial game 3. Also look at Lomane on the Billy. I think he's one of the better Billies in the game right now. So I get absolutely caster curse in the highlight reel, but overall, like the timing, the decisions, him setting up that huge team fight in game 2 is arguably what keeps Popper's Pupils alive in this series. Needs to really keep up the pressure, and an unconventional strat from Popper's Pupils. You know, after watching this, I'm like wondering, I wonder if you even need to draft hard carries. Like, is that crazy to say? Watching Popper's Pupils, the way they were able to win this, even as strong, I mean, Geist was seriously strong at points. It just felt like she couldn't bring that damage to bear. Her teammates were dropping around her, and the insane mobility on Popper's Pupils, the team fighting threat from all their skills, was enough to win in these key team engagements.
I think when I look at melee creeps, and this is something that, you know, we've talked about a lot over multiple metas, but while Yamato is a frontline character, I also don't think Yamato works as a not rich frontline character, and I do wonder how this draft may have looked with something like an Abrams in that spot instead of Yamato, where, again, it kind of brought up early in the game is that, yeah, Saya's a great player and does a lot of things, but for the life of me, I can't really remember many times where Saya's been the richest player in the lobby, and your Yamato player usually wants to be rich to get the most out of the space that she creates. And I think when you use Yamato, Geist, Mirage, and the Yamato isn't given the opportunity to get farm, you sometimes runs what we ran into here, where I think even with the Geist, I mean, melee creeps, it was very difficult for them to actually control space in some of these later fights.
Take a look at the stats now. You can see the damage that John was putting out, that Goober was putting out as well. Took a full court effort here from Popper's Pupils to get this one done, really without any one person doing major carrying. It really was a spread load across the team. Zeno, characteristically high damage from him. Ton of assists for Leffa, mostly just throwing out some big afflictions in the team fights. But this has been also a signature for Popper's Pupils, where Melee Creeps have been a team that loves to get John Omega farmed and have him take over the game. Popper's Pupils, I think they're the team that loves to play this kind of a draft where everybody's effective, everybody's a threatening fighter, anyone can make a play. And I feel like that's what suits their strength, that was enough to win the day, at least for today.
Yeah, and also I think to an extent, in games that weren't just an immediate role in the beginning, you saw some of the difference between the teams where, for Melee Creeps, yeah, you have incredible experience with John and Saya, but this is still a team that, 4 members were not playing with each other at all until the last few days. So, some of the longer games are going to get tested more, and I'm not too surprised to see Popper's Pupils win it in the end. But the fact that Melee Creeps was able to make it this close over the course of the series, have some of the games they had, they should be ecstatic. For a 1-week turnaround after a major roster shuffle, this was a very, very good showing, and really no shame. And honestly, in terms of people that have to feel the most happy with themselves, I mean, Goober had a day. Yeah, it doesn't end in a final victory, but Goober covered himself in glory tonight.
Yeah, it's clear to me that this new Melee Creeps roster is here to stay at the top of competitive Deadlock. I mean, the way they dispatched with Bird with Clock was really compelling. You feel like you could play that match 10 times again and pretty much get the same result. And then to be this competitive with Popper's Pupils after that kind of a huge shuffle, it's a testament not only to John and Saya and how enduring that their impact still is even after all these changes, but also all these new players coming in. I think I give a lot of credit to Birdie, looking comfortable, making some good plays in these games. Didn't feel like he was out of his depth at all on the support role, and that let Saya to take a higher econ role, which I think he will grow into. I want to see Saya more time on this frontliner role where, when he got his hands on the Billy, there was no question about his efficacy. I think Yamato is a problematic hero at the best of times, right? In the reality, in top-level competitive play, in terms of what you offer in the team fight. But I think you make a great point. Nothing to be ashamed of. That's a great showing for essentially week 1 with a fully rebuilt team.
Now, of course, before we wrap things up, we got to talk about the last little bit of housekeeping. And the first item up, it's, of course, our MVP. Difficult one to give here. A lot of people showed up, but Lomane continues to be one of the rocks for this Popper's Pupils team. And I mean, the chain gangs were unreal, especially Jake setting up one of the best combos we've ever seen.
I mean, once again, right, when this team finds himself in a tough spot, this is the guy who's called upon time and time again to be the one to find a play that brings them back into the game. And we're able to see some of it here. Actually, went up to a crazy start, by the way, on Drifter. Dominated his lane on Drifter. This is one of those games where, if you were playing a pub, this Drifter is 34-1, and you just give up, But the incredible, it took a full team play of hard focusing him to kind of slow him down on the Drifter game, but he was still a huge threat. But it was really game 2 and game 3 on the Billy that I think showed why Lomane was the MVP here. I mean, the find on the team fight in game 2. So many big moments, huge damage to be found, and fearless aggression as well. Not backing down for just about anything.
Yeah, I mean, it says a lot too about the importance of Lomane on the team that the map Melee Creeps 1 was the map where they put out the APB and all resources were getting used on Lomane's Drifter at every opportunity. But of course, you get into these later games and Lomane gets to play Billy twice in a row. One of Lomane's main heroes, and I mean, you're combining one of the strongest heroes in the game right now, Jake, on one of the most mechanically gifted players, and yeah, it was very, very difficult for Melee Creeps to deal with.
Yeah, I hope we get to see that team fight in game 2. I mean, this moment, 6-man chain gang. Rarely do you see a full 6-man, but it's because of that chain gang puts the entire team in a terrible position for the 5-man Deathslam, the 5-man Italo-san, and I mean, it's just curtains from there. Incredible team fight. What a find from Lomane here. This is an MVP moment, man. The Deathslam, the Italo-san, they do not hit 5 without that chain gang. There's no way.
Yeah, I mean, one of the more memorable moments we've had in Night Shift history, and I mean, League was setting it up, or rather, Lomane was setting it up, League knocking it down right on after with Zeno. And yeah, I mean, when you look again, people that make Popper's Pupils work, a lot of it is Lomane, a lot of it in previous weeks was Zeno. This week, definitely more on the Lomane side as far as plays that really took attention. And that's why we got Lomane as our MVP. Now, we have a few other things to go about here, Jake, before we end the day, not the least of which is the hero priority, where, off the eye test, I feel like the meta was in a healthier spot the last few weeks. And yeah, look, at it's not quite as bad as that 1 week we had recently where it was the most top-heavy thing ever. The middle filled out kind of nicely here, Jake.
Yeah, definitely seeing a bit of a meta developing here. It does feel like a lot of the carries are really out of the game right now, right? Like it's Venator, Mirage, it's Geist and Infernus. And aside from that, it's a whole lot of nothing. It's one game of Warden, it's one game of Victor. So, characters I think I have my eye on is I wonder if we would see, some buffs or changes. I wonder about Celeste. Curious to see, also GT unplayed. I don't know that we've seen GT unplayed in quite some time. I mean, maybe, the results were mixed for GT, but I think teams really just recognized this week that he's kind of all in on the brawl, and the value of that extra damage from range isn't worth the lack of survivability issue that GT presents.
Also, I think GT kind of got over time, knowledge has done him in too, where teams got so much better at adapting strategies to dive GT in particular. We saw unique engage strategies and hiding in ambushes on GT that you don't see on really any other hero in the game, because GT is uniquely vulnerable to those sorts of dives. So I think it's both GT did get a little bit of nerfing, but also I think people got way better at dealing with GT once people had multiple weeks of facing off against GT as a high pick over and over again. So I think that also led a bit to the demise. But also, Jake, the one thing we got to bring up here, because it hasn't happened really almost ever, another week where we only saw Shiv once. The fact that Shiv is not perma-pick, perma-ban is wild, because throughout most of Deadlock's history, it hasn't been the case.
Call it. Shiv's dead, guys. Shiv's dead. It kind of does look like that right now. And this is, you would think, the way that some of these fights devolve into this crazy brawl at close range, you would think Shiv wouldn't be so crazy. We can take a look. Also, this is Shiv 47 hero priority as well. Things definitely solidified towards that upper half. Drifter rising with the pack alongside the Lash and Viscous. I'm a little surprised Bebop only got played 4 times. Same for Paradox. Those characters look really good. Yamato also up to 4. This might be the most Yamato we've seen in a while. This week, last week it was mostly, I believe, in Europe, but now maybe NA answering the call as well. Apollo, another hero that I think has been kind of rising through the ranks.
I'll give a little bit of partial credit there to Vegas. A lot of viral clips of how does he have another grapple that we've seen as of late, where, truthfully, a fair question when you get grappled 6 times in a team fight. But you look at the results of the day, it also, at least at the highest competitive ends, is not necessarily an auto win. There are ways of shutting the Yamato down. As frustrating as that can be in pub games, which tend to go longer, and, Yamatos get more farm. But yeah, seeing these things develop is always interesting. And even without balance patches, Jake, the players themselves will find their ways of making some waves in the meta.
Yeah, and speaking of the meta, let's also take a look at the item prio. It's always a personal interest of mine to see just which items across the entire board are being prioritized a little bit.
We don't got it.
We don't have it this week, and
nope.
I've debated you, chat. Obviously, I knew that was coming, and I'm just styling on you here at the end of the 8-hour show.
Yeah, it's you would love to see the item priority, but, maybe we'll have it tomorrow, Jake. I actually don't know for sure if we'll have it, but it is a good segue in that we have the Graveyard Shift returning in its new form tomorrow, live on Twitch. Everything going to be broadcasted live. It's going to be me, Jake, and Lightbringer tomorrow for the inaugural show. And Lightbringer is going to be a consistent host on with us every week as we go down to both the week and matches that just happened, both on our program and anything else where it may have gone down in weeks where that's a thing. And of course, the scene as a whole, things that we've seen, topics throughout. Certainly going to be going over the NA roster mania and some of the things that we saw here. But, Jake, it feels good to get a new podcast off the ground. And, we're just going to iterate on it over time and, have something new for the community to watch.
Yeah, it's early, but I really feel like when you, Lightbringer, and I, have some deep discussions, it always ends up, we're all such hardcore nerds for this game, so I feel like it ends up always being pretty interesting. Definitely let us know, guys, tweet at us, hit us up on our Discord. You can, by the way, !Discord, join our Discord. You can discuss tournaments, meet other like-minded Deadlockers, and also let us know, hey, what do you want to see us cover on the podcast? Do you have any topics, questions in mind? Hit us up. We might just bring it up on the live show. That's all here tomorrow, guys, live at 1 p.m. Pacific, same time as the typical night shift start.
Well, we've covered it all here today. Once again, another Maximum Deadlock day. Thank you so much to the viewers and players for being along with us on the ride. We'll see you all tomorrow for the Graveyard Shift. But until then, check out Goober. We're hosting them after the stream. But for us, it is good night.